HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
1-2 to wins. And that will do it. Yiner will have to complete the strikeout with a toss down to first. And the Astros win it 13-3 as they pick up a win in the second game. For this four with 2 home runs, Mauricio Dubon on base 5 times, Cooper Hummel, Christian Walker adding home runs. Plummer, that was a full offensive display with 5 home runs for the Astros.
That was a hell of a summary by Todd Callis right there. That is the Astros season in a nutshell right there. Hey, you got 2 home runs from Cam Smith. Hey, Mauricio Dubon on base 5 times. Cooper Hummel, a bomb. You know, just piecing this thing together with a little duct tape, Seth Payne. You know how it goes.
Everything.
Other mic, Seth. Other mic. Yeah.
My wrong microphone.
There you go.
What a mess.
That's a bougie Seth has more than one microphone. Yeah.
Pacific Coast Times got me all screwed up.
I get it.
This is, where do you go, Sean? Where do you go for Christmas in June or July? You go to Sears. Everybody from our generation knows that.
Sears.
So you have J.P. Sears rack up 39 pitches in the first inning and then just pummel the A's into the earth of wherever the hell they're playing those baseball games. Although I do like that little kind of Little League World Series set up with the lawn.
It's got some nice things there. Yeah. It's not bad.
That was. I honestly, Sean, I feel like if I spent 2 weeks with the Astros pitching coaches and analytics staff, I could go 3 innings.
I wanted to ask you that this morning. How much training would you or I need in order to get a quality start for the Houston Astros?
They need to start franchising their coaching and pitcher development.
Yeah, like McDonald's.
They need to go ahead and set up shop somewhere in Eastern Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Eastern Europe baseball, but it is for basketball.
Yeah.
Just go over there and get every 7-foot freak show that can't quite make it as an NBA player.
Turn them into a
and
pitcher.
teach them how to pitch.
Yeah.
And just have a bunch of Slavic Randy Johnsons out there. The Astros, their staff could do it. They turned dust into gold, Sean.
Jason Alexander is the latest last night. Add Jason Alexander now to the list that includes Ryan Gusto, Brandon Walter, Colton Gordon as randos from the minor leagues that have come up. And Gusto's been with the team all year, but randos that have given them quality starts in the last 3 weeks.
They have no business being a half game out of second place in the AL right now, and yet there they are.
Yep.
And this is where I'm done. I'm done being cautious about it. My God, they've had every bit of bad luck you could have.
Yeah.
I'm knocking on wood as I say this. They've had some pretty damn bad luck. Sean, there's so many things that if they just tip the other way, if the pendulum swings to the right, if we're all the way up at the left right now on your little clacking balls desk thing, it's about to come back down and smash Spencer Arrighetti or Luis Garcia up onto the roster, and away we go.
Well, what the interesting thing about that, and if you're just waking up, the Astros win 13-3 last night. They hit a bunch of home runs. They got a quality start out of Jason Alexander, and they win 13-3. The Mariners win also, so the lead remains 4.5 games. There's your thumbnail sketch. As far as what you were just talking about with that injury luck, these are all guys that are going to come back. And, the Tommy John guys are sort of on a separate burner for me just because of how sketchy that's been in bringing some of those guys back. But Arrighetti, Lance McCullers, assuming that it's just a foot sprain. The big one is Yordan Alvarez. Seth, they're probably going to get these guys back all like in July, I would imagine. And I wonder how that affects Dana Brown's decision-making at the trade deadline. This is not a minor league where they're flush with guys that they can really afford to get rid of at this point. But even last year's trade with Kikuchi, you look at the 3 guys they shipped out, and none of them are doing anything right now. Bloss is the pitcher they sent. Bloss is the latest TJ guy to come out of the Astros organization. I wonder how it affects his decision-making at the trade deadline, or if this team is still winning and in first place and gaining ground on the top of the league, let alone building a bigger lead in their own division. Does he view Arrighetti and Lance, and the big one is Jordan? Do they almost feel like trade deadline pickups? Because you're in first place already. You are the best team in this division very clearly without those guys. You know,
and, Sean, how much would you give up for, say, a Jordan Alvarez? Yes,
yeah,
let's make that trade. Yeah. Let's make the aggressive trade for Jordan Alvarez with an unbroken hand who's playing. I think it's 100%. It's a great way of looking at it and framing it. You are where you are. Where it doesn't make any sense, and yet there they do. Yeah. They're doing it consistently enough. And Cam Smith, my God, when you look at Cam Smith's rookie year compared to Kyle, Kyle Tucker finished his rookie year batting about 150, 155. Yeah. Sorry if it was a little bit more than that. Yeah. He was miserable. Yeah. Cam Smith is an above-average baseball player right now. He's got a 105 OPS plus or so. He's got a 760 OPS, straight OPS. 4 hits last night, and you've seen the promise. You've seen how he's progressed in right field. That I'm cool with standing pat if they're able to maintain this for the next month. It makes a lot of sense. They're just you got to anticipate that Jordan Alvarez at some point this year, as long as he's healthy, is going to look like the normal Jordan. Even if he's a normally slumping Jordan Alvarez,
it's still 800 OPS. Yeah,
it's still better than various. Who was the Italian guy they traded for in 2022 that did nothing for us?
Mancini.
Thank you, Mancini.
Yeah.
The
Italian
Would
guy.
you rather trade for Mancini or just get Jordan Alvarez back?
I think I'd just like to get Jordan back if I'm given those choices. I think the big thing with Cam, too, last night, he finally hit a home run. In fact, he liked it so much he hit 2. I didn't get to see or hear either of them from the lips of Todd Callis, so if you'll indulge me, Seth, can we relive the 2 Cam Smith home runs since I haven't had a chance to hear these yet? This is Cam Smith's first home run since, I believe, April the 18th. Hits this bomb last night.
Cam hits a high fly ball deep to left field. Cam Smith may have just hit his first home run since April the 18th. Cam Smith, number 4 on the season, connects on a home run to make it 3-0 Astros.
Elevate to celebrate for Cam Smith.
All right, so there you go. And they made the point. I didn't get to. I was still awake for whatever reason. I missed that home run. I must have been showering or something. But they were making the point shortly after that I did hear, like, okay, this sort of breaks the dam for Cam a little bit. You know, you get sometimes power hitters, like you finally see the ball go through the hoop, they like to say. So yeah, Cam Smith loved it so much he did it one more time.
He drills one high and deep. Forget about it. Back-to-back jacks for Cam Smith. And the Astros lead 4-0. Dana Brown said they'd come in bunches. 2 and 2 at bats.
Yeah. That was a bomb. Cam flexing.
Yeah, that it was Dana I was thinking of the other day when he was on with the guys, you know, like in bottom of the 4th inning, he sits in with them. And he said, you know what, Cam he's had a good rookie year, but the power is probably going to come in bunches. And so that's exciting. You know, they're playing these next 2 games in a minor league ballpark that skews offensively. Leave Cam don't mess. I mean, Cam's been an everyday guy. Don't feel like you need to take him out while they're in Sacramento. Leave him in there. Let him build off this. If I remember correctly, when he hit his 3rd home run, Joe Espada gave him the next day off, and I'm like, no, leave him in there. Let him let's let him. He's 22 years old. Leave him in. Yeah. Let him cook. Yeah. So hopefully they do that these next couple days. Because if you take this Astros lineup, Seth, and you line them all up like against a wall, and you're just looking at them physically, and you ask somebody who's doesn't know anything about the Astros, which guy do you think has 15 home runs? They would immediately pick Cam Smith. He looks
the
like
guy
he's
that
supposed
looks like
to be
an NFL wide receiver,
built in a lab,
hit for some power. Yeah, well, doesn't look like an NFL wide receiver. He looks like Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's a little more like Nico Collins.
He's big and strong.
He is a big, strong dude by MLB standards. I was just even looking at Cam. You can look at him and think about how, man, he's going to be 20 pounds heavier a few years from now.
Yes, and there's room to build more bulk.
When you look at young
frame.
George Springer or any young kind of lanky but muscular dude, he still looks like a guy who's in his early 20s. He's gonna develop into a really powerful dude.
Yeah. Hey,
I think if I were a baseball writer, I would probably phrase it something like this. The Astros awoke this morning without 29 teams ahead of them and hitting with the bases loaded.
This feels like Sudoku that I'm doing.
I got to think that they're not dead last at hitting with the bases loaded anymore after they score twice with the bases loaded last night. Broken bat single. There was 2 RBIs by Jake Myers.
Yeah.
And then Paredes had a RBI single later, which was it was the Paredes one where when Dubon came home and they had to review it, right?
Seth, I told you.
Oh, you were asleep.
I was
sorry.
asleep.
It was a dicey one. Dubon came home and touched home plate as the catcher was like trying to tag his inner thigh.
Okay.
Very erotic. And they're just in time.
Yeah. The replay of the game is on in the studio here, so this will be good. I'll get caught up on a few things. But that's good. Yeah, little bases loaded success. That is something, too, that I think is going to that's another thing where the pendulum's going to swing. You know, I don't feel like this is a team that's going to be one of the 2 or 3 worst hitting teams in baseball when they actually get guys on base.
Sean, Cam Smith in the months of May and June is now hitting .298 with a .791 OPS.
That's fine.
As a rookie.
As a rookie, that's what I'm saying. That's fine for 2025. Obviously, in 3 years from now, we expect bigger things from him, but that's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, it is. It's awesome.
Guy barely played in the minors, Sean.
Dude, I
don't know if you've heard, but this time last year he was in the College World Series.
I did. No, I know. That's what I said. I said I'm good with it, man. 7. If you had asked me in spring training, and this is when you and I are at spring training, and he's hitting bombs. If you told me 791 OPS heading towards July, hell yeah for Cam Smith.
This is what I want the people at Space City Network to do is I want you to either get a hold of Cam Smith's his credit card records or something, and I want to hear every day. I want to hear what was Cam Smith doing this time last year.
Oh,
and,
okay.
Cam Smith went to Taco Bell and then showed up.
We're getting beaten over the head with the College World Series
facility.
We are getting hit with a lot of that for sure. All right, so the Astros win last night, 13-3. They remain 4.5 games up in the AL West, but as Seth points out, just a half game back. It's crazy bad luck. Half game back of second place in the American League. We will certainly circle back to the Astros a little later on in the show. All right, we played a little bit of audio yesterday of a ranking that had Nick Caserio the 12th best general manager in football. I don't think it's an unfair ranking. I do think there is one particular part of Nick Caserio's time here, especially the last couple years with the Texans, that may be getting a little bit overlooked when it comes to the job he's done as the general manager. We'll discuss that. I'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Hey, let's talk about something else that might be overlooked.
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We played this little bit of audio yesterday, and it had me thinking of some things. And I just on the on Twitter had a picture pop up of an event that a Texans front office personnel group was at yesterday. A person from the Texans front office was presenting yesterday that is interesting, kind of plays into what we're about to talk about. But here was Kevin Clark of ESPN and Patrick Doherty. Doherty put some GM rankings too. The voice you're going to hear predominantly in this clip is that of Kevin Clark talking about Nick Caserio, who is ranked 12th in this particular GM ranking.
Nick Caserio to me should be lower than 12.
Well, Caserio and Questing.
I feel so bad that this show has become me combing through your list and being like, you are bad.
Well, you can see
Caserio,
how hard this is. It's
top heavy. It's top heavy. He hit on Stroud, he hit on Will Anderson. But to me, the Caserio eval is going to come after this year. Because did you fix the offensive line, which we know was a glaring problem? Did you hit on one of those Iowa State receivers that's going to help C.J. Stroud this year? Like, to me, this is the year. This is Nick Caserio's biggest year, by far.
Okay, I mean, and that's Kevin Clark's opinion. It is a big year. The offensive line definitely is something that is going to play heavy into Nick Caserio's grade for the upcoming season. I think it's a little unfair just to dismiss all the other stuff that Nick's done positively and write it off as, well, it's top heavy, and he got CJ and he got Will Anderson, and there you go. You know?
Right. No, it is like just singling out those two guys and ignoring like that he also did draft Derek Stingley. He drafted Kamari Lassiter. He drafted even Henry To'oTo'o, who's not marquee name or anything, but the team is loaded with Nico Collins, various other guys that to try to act like this is the draft where you figure out whether he's actually capable of drafting good players or something. Yeah. No. The offensive line point is very, very fair, but it is, and I know they're going through all the different GMs and everything, but I do have a hard time saying both as a stretch for a team that's had a winning record the last couple of years. Was when Caserio took over was a joke of the league. Yeah. Everybody like Kevin Clark or anybody else acted like the Texans were about to become the new Cleveland Browns. Yeah. It's easy to pile on, hey, we'll make vague accusations of racism and nobody's going to fact check us on it. Yep. Like all these things, they were the whipping boy for the league.
They were a punchline.
They had no draft picks when Nick took over. They had a salary cap mess. The biggest mistake he made was shooting too low in hiring a bridge coach in David Culley. Mm-hmm. But other than that, he took over a disaster of a situation, which, by the way, the day he took the job, had no idea that Deshaun Watson was about to ask for a trade, and that also Deshaun Watson was going to end up being accused of at least 24 allegations of sexual misconduct. Yep. So, to act like, oh, well, he hit on Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. That's all he's done.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to hit on here that I think Nick's done a good job of is you talk about the draft, and I think he's drafted well. There have been hits and misses, no doubt. If people are bringing up counterpoints of the draft, I guarantee you we'll get a Kenyon Green text in the next 15 seconds.
Right.
I get it. It's like you're not going to hit on all of them. That's for sure. I think overall he's drafted very, very well. By NFL standards. Not everybody hits on everything. I think the one thing too, just in thinking through this weekend, Seth, is, and that's when this kind of dawned on me. is that it's in free agency, especially when you're going after veteran guys that are more expensive, that is a slippery slope to try to supplement your team when you've drafted well. And again, similarly, he hasn't hit on all of them, but I think the net of the guys that Nick has brought in via trade and free agency far outweighs in terms of quality the guys that he sent out and what's happened with them after they've gone somewhere else.
That's when you think about, especially guys who might still be viable players, but they're overpaid, like Whitney Merciless. That was Bill O'Brien gave Whitney Merciless a contract that was almost like a reward for him being a good dude. But it was a vast overpayment for where he was in his career. Yeah. That's not a shot at Whitney Merciless in his career or anything. It was bad GMing by Bill O'Brien at that point.
Nick, the veteran guys that Nick has brought in, I think have been by and large very positive. Joe Mixon, Danielle Hunter, Stephon Diggs was trending that way until he tore his ACL. I have a hard time putting a torn ACL on Nick Caserio. Like Stephon Diggs was. If Stephon Diggs didn't tear his ACL and did for the remainder of the season what he had done through those first 8 games, I think that would have been a good trade for a second-round pick for a guy for a veteran Pro Bowl level player. Azeez Al-Shaair, when he's been on the field, has been good. We'll see what C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Nick Chubb do, but those are big names. And Christian Kirk too. Those are 3 big names that have been productive NFL players. I'm confident that at least 2 of those 3, just based on the ratio that Nick had. And there have been some. Dalton Schultz had one good year, and then he wasn't so good last year, and it might be an overpay. We'll see. Danico Autry has had his issues, but when he's been on the field, I think Danico Autry has been pretty good. So I think by and large, the guys he's brought in have been net positive versus, say, the guys they've sent off, like the Deshaun Watson's obviously the big one. He was a disaster in Cleveland, but traded out Brandon Cooks, hasn't really done anything since. Cleaned out Zach Cunningham and Bradley Roby and Whitney Merciless. Letting Grenard go, and Grenard's been good, and Amenahu's been good. There have been some misses on the guys they've let go, but I think the overall net has been very positive for the Texans.
I think that if there's one area, if I were to kind of group them, it's some of the veteran guys that he's brought in, including Danico Autry. Danico Autry was in his 30s, had a career year the year before. Nick wouldn't have known this, but he was about to get popped with a PED suspension the summer after he has one of his best seasons as a 30-plus-year-old player. Shaq Mason is another guy that they brought in as a veteran who was past his prime but got a nice, healthy extension by Nick. Some of those I wonder about a little bit. I think since he's been paired with D'Amico over the last couple of years, I think they've done a better job of kind of identifying, all right, what kind of veteran presence do we want? We know we know that it might be a little bit of an overpay for a guy who's in his declining years. We want to be sure 100% that he's at least a viable player and that he's a good influence on the younger players. That's where having, I think, really good.
Yeah, it's a good
very
one.
Affordable, but also a really good mentor for a guy like Will Anderson.
Yeah.
And, swapping out Danielle Hunter for Jonathan Grenard, look, you can look at that, and depending on which way you look at it, you can say it was a huge win for Minnesota or a huge win for Houston. I think that because Grenard had a great year last year.
He did, yep.
I think having a mentor like Danielle has been huge for Will Anderson.
Yeah.
So that part of it, I think he's managed real well. There's just, when you bring in a lot of guys who are in their 30s, you're going to whiff on a few of them.
Yeah, of course. I think just the balance sheet of what he's done in that aspect has been really, really good. Even a guy like Shaq Mason was not good last year. The first year he was here, he was the only guy that managed to stay healthy all year. That's
well, and another guy, if you talk about veterans they've signed, like the Cam Akers experiment last year. That was exactly what I like. I said on the day they did it, I said, don't get your hopes up because of Cam Akers' injury history, but it's so low risk.
Yep.
And you ended up getting draft picks out of it. You could argue that maybe they shouldn't have drafted him away given the situation with the Texans offense, but whatever. They did it. They got something out of it. Basically, like whatever his minimal contract was, they got a draft pick out of it. And there's a more extreme version of it going on with Nick Chubb right now. That is so low risk, but such potentially high reward that it's almost like you find a lottery ticket that's going to cost you $1, but you've actually got a 1 in 20 chance of winning $100 million. You'd buy that. You'd buy that lottery ticket.
I think, Cam Akers did some good things enough to where Minnesota wanted to trade for him. I do think if Nick Chubb is doing good things, there's no chance he gets traded like Cam Akers did.
No, because I think the upside is still, it's so much higher than because Cam still, he had a really electrifying rookie year, and the highlights were so good that people weren't really, even taking the injuries into it, they weren't considering the fact that he really hadn't been all that great a running back since his rookie year, whereas Nick Chubb's been one of the best running backs in the league when healthy.
Well, and I think Nick Chubb, too, maybe different type of leadership. He's kind of a quiet guy, but he's a guy that I think they want in that locker room probably, too. I'm not saying Cam Akers wasn't, but Nick Chubb
but there's never been there are all kinds of stories from L.A. where the coach and the GM were basically just openly throwing shade at Cam Akers and some of the disgruntlement in the locker room.
Yep.
It was probably blown up by the media and everything, but you'll find zero reports about anything like that with Nick Chubb.
Yeah, I just think, man, I think Kevin Clark just sounds so dismissive of Caserio in that cut. That 12th is some major reach. Like, you're at 12th, you're starting to skew towards middle of the pack, and I think Nick Caserio is definitely a better than middle of the pack general manager.
This is it's the things that I hate when some of the people that really like to lean into the analytics and everything, they want a GM to operate a certain way, but then they're very grudging to give the credit for acting exactly the way they would want to.
Yeah.
Like, oh, wait, he was willing to endure a couple of rough seasons as they restocked and reloaded, and then he got super aggressive and free. He's followed the blueprint, and yet because what they'll do is they'll point to the Texans. They'll say, well, turnovers are very much a luck-based thing, and we can't rely on the Texans creating as many turnovers this year. But they ignore the actual substantive things that led to those turnovers, being top 5 in sacks, being top 5 in interceptions, being top 5 in tackles for a loss, like very things that are more sustainable, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't want to give credit for that. So like that part of the defense is very, very real.
I agree.
There's always going to be a pendulum swing one way or the other, but it's and then making the playoffs twice flukish was the weirdest thing. That was
the other guy who said that. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
That was weird. So did you see some of these pictures that Jeremy Fowler was tweeting out yesterday? He was at some event that looked like a bunch of the personnel people in the NFL were getting up and presenting different things about how they've gone about their business. Like they had Will McClay from the Cowboys, VP of Player Personnel, was doing a presentation on how they do player evaluation. They had an Eagles front office guy named Charles Walls up there talking about trust and empowerment and how that's been successful in helping the Eagles build a Super Bowl. And they had a front office member for the Texans. Steve Cargile is his name. He's a senior personnel exec. And there's a slide. It's a gigantic movie screen with a slide. And the title of the slide in big letters says, executing your offseason plan. All trades that the Texans have made over the last really 3 off seasons, going back this offseason, last offseason, and in 2023 as well. Just listing them all, and I'm assuming presenting and talking about each of them. And I'm looking at this. I got to find out what this event is and who the audience is.
It's the GM Summit.
It's a GM Summit? Okay.
Yeah. The GM Summit.
Well,
I have no idea what that is.
Well, why are we giving away all the answers to the test?
Who's giving the presentation?
It's a person by the name of Steve Cargile, who's a Texans senior personnel exec. And the slide lists Texans examples of executing your offseason plan. And it's got the Shaq Mason trade from 2 years ago. It's got last year's trade for Mixon, Diggs, this year's trade for Christian Kirk and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And I think the point of it, this is Fowler's caption for the tweet, says, Texans senior personnel exec Steve Cargile highlights Houston's flurry of recent trades when discussing free agency plans. Quote, it's a way to win on the margins. Texans, this is Jeremy Fowler saying this last part, Texans unafraid to swing trades for players likely to be released to ensure that they secure talent. And they've done a lot of that. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Joe Mixon, Christian Kirk are all examples of that. They were about to get cut by their current teams, and the Texans are like, all right, well, we're willing to take on their contract. Here's a 7th-round pick or whatever.
Yeah. So why do they give it? I don't know. I think it's probably a kind of that mentality of it's like when you want to send your people off to you want to keep your people in your organization, whether it's football or otherwise. You want to keep them fresh. You want to keep them curious. You want to keep them just constantly thinking and just keep that ground fertile.
Yeah.
And that's like That's like those things. And say, oh no, you're giving away all of our secrets. Well, no, but the other teams are talking too. And as long as you've got smarter people than the other organizations,
pick up some
then
things.
you can do more with it. Yeah. I'm all for that. That's remember Tom Brady told the story about how he and Peyton Manning got together one offseason.
Yeah.
He didn't tell Belichick about it at all. But that both those guys are probably, they're like, yeah, we can learn. And Belichick was notorious for being really good at soaking up information from people, but not divulging anything.
Yeah, that's this to me.
Yeah.
Belichick is sending his personnel people to this thing?
Belichick was in a different situation where he was at the pinnacle and people were just throwing information at him where he could kind of pick and choose. I'm cool. It's different ways to approach it. I know. Because what happens in football especially is, man, and there's high school coaches listening who probably know and get this. Sometimes you get stuck in this rut where you do what you do and you're never going out and seeking new ideas or anything. And then all of a sudden you're running an antiquated system. Yeah. And there's value in that too. You get really, really good at doing what you're doing, but sometimes the game passes you by if you don't stay fresh with all that.
I think the lesson in this slide right here and in what the Texans have done in picking up some of those scrap pieces from other teams that they were getting ready to cut, the lesson is always be talking to people. My guess is that Nick Caserio is constantly in communication with other GMs. And I'll contrast that to, say, like Brian Gaine, who was here for a year and a half, and it didn't feel like he talked to any other teams, Yeah. And then no deals get made. When you're always talking and you're always networking, Howie Roseman's getting rid of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Nick will be one of the first guys he thinks of to call because they've got that communication pattern,
Well, yeah, and I think with a lot of the GMs, they take an approach that's very much like commercial real estate. When, like within commercial real estate, when there's a buyer and a seller and they're both professionals, it's not like one's trying to screw the other one over, typically. It's like they're trying to find a way to make the deal work for both sides. Like, all right, this way, we can structure the financing this way, that, et cetera. And Nick very much takes that approach and that, all right, there's 31 other teams that I'd like to do business with. Yeah. If you have a reputation of somebody that's always trying to win the trade or always trying to screw the other, you're not going to get that many opportunities.
And he's not that.
Daryl Morey, very much that same attitude. Yeah. And I like that. And Nick will talk about in that same psychological approach with his own players. You're in a partnership with these players. Yeah. You're not trying to screw them with a deal that they're not going to be happy with when they wake up and realize they got screwed. You got to have a working relationship. Yep. So let's have a give and take. Let's have an open dialogue.
Got to be a win-win. Absolutely.
Well, and that, and in giving out kind of some of your, maybe you don't give away the secret sauce, but letting other teams know the way you operate, that lets them kind of maybe think of, oh, this is a way we could operate. This is a way we could work with the Texans. If they approach it this way, okay, you know what? We've got a guy on our roster that might make sense.
That's a really good point. Like, oh, you telling me that there's a team that's really willing to come pick up my recyclables off the curb. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do some headlines. If you're just getting in your car, we'll get you up to speed on the Astros. We'll get you up to speed. We got a little bit of Texans news coming up next.
Let's see. What day of the week?
Complete details.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
1-2 to wins. And that will do it. Yiner will have to complete the strikeout with a toss down to first, and the Astros win it 13-3 as they pick up a win in the second game of this 4-game series. Cam Smith with 2 home runs, Mauricio Dubon on base 5 times, Cooper Hummel, Christian Walker adding home runs. Plummer, that was a full offensive display with 5 home runs for the Astros.
The crazy thing about that, Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network. Crazy thing about that, Seth, they scored 13 runs. Jose Altuve and Jeremy Pena, a combined 0 for 7 last night. Like, it's just, it's the bottom part of the order. Like, you draw a line at Yiner Diaz. Yiner Diaz was batting cleanup last night. The guys above the line had 4 hits. The guys below the line of Yiner Diaz had a combined 11 hits. Jake Myers gets a big hit early in the game to drive in a couple runs. The big story, Cam Smith with his first ever 4-hit game, and he had 2 bombs and 3 RBIs, and it was a really good night for the boys last night.
Yeah, if you start talking about the guys who don't have the name brand appeal or are at the bottom of the order, Cam Smith in the last 2 months is hitting .298 with a .791 OPS. He's been an above-average player, and obviously he's going to have some rookie ups and downs. But so far, he's not just a promising rookie; he's a very viable major league player over these last couple months. Those 2, the home runs, hopefully indicate that you'll really start to see some of that untapped power. Remember Kyle Tucker for the first couple years of his career. Even after he got good, he was warning track Tucker. Yeah, Kyle Tucker had so many that with 1 extra scoop of creatine per day, I think he would have had a multitude of home runs.
Yeah.
It takes a while. Cam Smith, as a rookie, compared to Kyle Tucker as a rookie, it's not even close. Kyle Tucker hit 155 as a rookie. Yeah. And so that's really good. And then a guy who had been playing like a bottom of the lineup guy, Christian Walker, he's been about like an average Major League Baseball player at the plate, at least. And he's got that glove, so that's a positive development. Isaac Paredes back, healthy. Sean worrying about this being the worst thing that ever happened to the Astros seems to have been it wasn't an overreaction, Sean. You were right. You were right to be very, very concerned about Isaac
No, it was if it had been a longer injury, it would have been a disaster. But I'm glad it wasn't. Obviously, for sure.
That was a look at anything. The Astros lost a walk-off to the A's the day before. But it's just, this is, we've had a few instances in the last few weeks of just runs coming in bunches. I would accept 5 runs a game every night over 12 here, then 1 and 1 and 1 and then 12 again.
Consistency would be good. So big win. And Jason Alexander, Seth. Jason Alexander, 6 innings, 3 runs, 2 earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, gave up just 3. I mean, his whip last night was 1. He had whip, it was 3 hits, 3 walks in 6 innings. You begged the question earlier in the show. How long would it take the Astros to get either me or you ready to throw out there to give them 6 innings in a quality side? Feels like anybody they're throwing out there right now is pitching well for them.
Right, yeah. They just teach me which 2 pitches. They tweak my pitch selections a little bit.
What would your
first
go-to?
They would teach me how to throw a curveball, and then they would tell me whether I should use it or not.
What would you want your go-to pitch to be? What's your favorite pitch?
I'd like to have a vicious slider.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'd like to have an Abreu-type slider, yeah. I would use the height to my advantage. I got a classic over-the-top release, too, Sean. So the vertical drop would be nuts on it.
Yeah,
okay?
it would be crazy.
Especially when if I don't know if they count the ones that hit the dirt 3 feet before the plate. But my vertical drop would be incredible.
Yeah.
With a high walk rate. Yes.
I would want one of those curveballs that just loop and freeze the guy and kind of hit the paint right there, like the guy just freezes in his stance and just, there it is, strike 3. That would be mine.
Realistically, you or I
we'd be told knuckleballers, dude. Yeah, we'd be told. All right, a couple other headlines. Jimmy Ward's court date is set. July 16th is his initial court hearing date for his arrest last week for domestic violence, family domestic violence and assault and strangulation. Jimmy Ward will be in court on July the 16th. That's the news on that. There's no other news. We haven't heard anything new on the Jimmy Ward situation from anybody, the league or the team right now, or Jimmy Ward.
The only other aspect that's not like breaking news or anything about it, but that makes it a more of a sad situation is that the couple does have a child together. So that makes it it's an ugly situation, and who knows exactly what all the details are. And I think the Texans are certainly looking into it. The likelihood of him at the very least being on the commissioner's exempt list at the beginning of training camp, where it's like being on paid suspension. You still get paid, but the league says, all right, it's bad for everyone if we let this guy play and it turns out later that all the accusations were 100% true. So they take him out of and he's not allowed to practice or anything. I think there's a real good chance that he's not there at the beginning of training camp.
Yeah, could be. Now, this court date is before training camp starts, so inherently we're going to learn more prior to that. So we'll see what happens with Jimmy Ward. But that's the latest on that. Brian Windhorst yesterday on ESPN, we'll circle to the Rockets here because the Rockets are in the hunt possibly to get Kevin Durant. They're one of three. They're not sufficient in the eyes of the Phoenix Suns yet, the Spurs and the Heat being the other two. Minnesota kind of on the fringe in this thing as well. Brian Windhorst bringing up the possibility yesterday, hey, they may just say, we're not going to trade Kevin Durant.
Where do you think Durant ends up, Brian?
It's a real stare down. Desmond Bane got traded for 4 first-round picks, and I see people saying, oh, my God, if Desmond Bane gets traded for 4 first-round picks, Kevin Durant's got to you got to get 6 first-round picks. No, you're not going to get that great of a package because the team paying for it isn't sure what Durant's going to do necessarily. And the teams that Durant wants to go to, Houston and San Antonio, for example, they're leery of paying a huge amount for a 37-year-old. Their whole teams are in their early to mid-20s.
Right.
So you don't have alignment in making everybody getting on the same page. What Durant wants, what the Suns need, what the teams want to pay with the contract. I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
Okay.
This is, I think, honestly, the Suns would be wise to follow the Texans in the way they handled the Deshaun Watson trade, where you're trading a player. Teams don't want to trade for the player unless the player is happy for the deal. But you as the team, as the Suns, want to be sure that you get a good package. So what the Texans did with Deshaun Watson was they allowed people into the auction. And they said, hey, tell us what your trade package is. We're not going to, and we'll approve it, and then we'll let you into the auction. Approve which teams, and then Deshaun Watson could select which team had the offer that he liked. Because there's a dynamic here where Kevin Durant he wants a new deal, but the Suns want a certain package, and you just put it all on the table there and see what comes of it. The only downside of that is you look at one of the teams that did that, the Falcons, and they had to cut ties with their quarterback.
They alienated
because once the cat is out of the bag, that you were going to bring in a new quarterback, then all of a sudden, all right, Matt Ryan, it's probably time to cut ties with Matt Ryan.
Yeah, I think the dynamic's a little different in basketball. Like the quarterback thing is like that's the face of the franchise and you're alienating him, you got to move on. I like the analogy. I feel like they've kind of done that a little bit, what you're talking about, Seth, where we've got Miami. We've got 3 teams making offers to the Suns. It just feels like they've created the auction environment you're talking about, but nobody's bidding enough yet for Kevin Durant.
They're not letting anybody into the auction yet.
Yeah, so, all right. Other quick headlines, NHL, Stanley Cup Finals closed out last night. Florida closes out Edmonton, so the Stanley Cup in South Florida. Nothing says hockey like Florida hockey. And then WNBA last night, man, there was some chippiness, probably a little more than a headline deserves, but Caitlin Clark getting tossed all over the place like a rag doll by Connecticut last night. Yeah. It was a lot of chippiness in a game last night. So they won. Caitlin Clark's team. Indiana beats Connecticut, but we may get into that a little bit later. We'll see.
I'll tell you what. Talk about the face of the league. Those TV numbers of when she was in the league, when she was healthy and when she was out, wasn't even playing it, right? Yeah. It was just she just draws attention to the league
which
so much.
Makes what Connecticut was doing last night, just like 2-hand shoves to the ground and stuff like that.
Yeah.
She's your meal ticket.
Hey, that brings eyeballs too, man.
It does. You're right.
You of all people, the WWE aficionado,
I like it. I like the chippiness. I just the rationale behind it. I'm just wondering what the thought process is to these teams that are just waylaying her all the time.
If you go back to Wayne Gretzky and what he meant to the NHL, there were certain things he didn't do to Wayne Gretzky.
This is that. Yeah, she needs a goon.
This guy is buttering all our bread. It's not just you just don't do that to Wayne Gretzky. This guy is like a meal ticket for the league.
Which is why they had Dave Semenko on the team to brutally beat up anybody that touched Wayne Gretzky. She needs a goon. She needs a Semenko is what she needs. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. C.J. Stroud, Chris Sims. C.J. Stroud it's a mixed review. It's a mixed bag for C.J. this offseason. Was the regression a C.J. thing? Was it a Texans thing? This is you're going to hear probably the highest praise this offseason that I've seen from anybody on C.J. Stroud heading into year 3. We've got that for you coming up next.
Oh, you're into high praise.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm watching the Seth. I'm watching the replay of the Astros game in studio here. I'm just looking at Jason Alexander. Just not the most intimidating guy in the world. You got kind of a soupy physique, kind of a dad bod. I feel like the Astros could get a good quality start out of one of us if they gave us the proper training. They're just throwing guys out there now, and they're giving them 6 innings all the time. I don't know when the last time the Astros have had a start where a starter's gotten chased. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lance had a mediocre start a couple weeks ago where he gave up 4 runs in 6 innings. But if you go 6 innings, you're not getting chased. You may not have had a great game. I can't remember the last time that they had somebody where Joe Espada had to go out there and get a guy in the 3rd inning or something like that.
You know how NHL teams have the emergency goalies, some guy that's actually working a full-time job as a plumber or something,
yes.
but he can come in and play goalie on the spot. Yeah, the Astros should have some solid citizen Houstonian who, either you, me, or maybe a former college baseball player or something,
any of them,
that you're allowed to call up in an emergency situation, just from this. What is the deal with that in the NHL? Is it each city basically they have a guy? There's some kind of rule where they can just call him up, and you're probably only allowed to do it so many times. But it's always
text
a fun
in.
story.
I know. I'm aware of the everyman goalie situation in the NHL. I don't know the ins and outs of the rule book about it.
If Houston ever gets a hockey team, rest assured, Shauna, I'll know the basic
chapter and
facts.
verse. Yeah, no, dude, there is, and we're gonna get to Chris Sims on C.J. Stroud here in a second, I promise. But we mentioned the Stanley Cup final in passing in headlines, it got closed out last night. And I was listening to some radio this morning coming in that was national, and it was obviously it's a much bigger story outside of Houston because we don't have a team. Is there any part of you that feels like as you're listening to Stanley Cup final talk that you're the kid pressed up against the window watching all the other kids have fun inside the candy store? Do you miss?
Not really.
Yeah.
I'm the kids are playing some game that I don't care about, and I'd rather I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna scroll through my phone.
Yeah.
My brother's a big hockey fan.
Yeah.
And he texts me once a day during the playoffs with the name of some Eastern European I've never heard of.
Colorado.
Oh my God, can you believe Kaczynski did that? I'm like, no, I can't. Wow, really? I'm astounded.
Does he text you back and tell you what a crappy radio host you are that you don't know about Klubski or whatever?
He's astounded that we don't talk NHL.
He lives in Denver, right? He's in Colorado?
Yeah.
It's big there, man. It is big.
You guys don't talk about this at all? Oh, my God. I know my listeners. Yeah, there's 3% of our listeners would really love it if we did. The other 97% would be tuning us out.
I love hockey. I love going to games, but it is in 3.5 hours watching a hockey game on a night where the Astros are playing. It's empty calories.
Or if we're ignoring the Chris Sims audio that you teased, I apologize.
There you go. I was the one who got up on this tangent.
Okay.
You don't need to apologize. All right, so let's get to the Chris Sims audio that I teased. Seth keeping us on track. I like it.
That's right. That's what I do.
That's it. So Chris Sims does his rankings of, I think it's the top 40 quarterbacks in the NFL every year. He gets a lot of attention for this. I feel like his rankings, if there's a line of respect for power rankings of something, Chris Sims' QB rankings are above that line.
Well, it's either respect or disrespect because a lot of times he'll
attention.
have ones that people
how's
vehemently
attention?
disagree with.
How does attention sound? He gets a lot of attention for it. Yeah. He's got C.J. Stroud ranked 7th. This is the highest. This is the utmost praise. This is the highest praise I've seen CJ get this offseason. This has been a very different offseason for the ratings on CJ Stroud than it was coming out of his rookie year when he was the offensive rookie of the year and threw 24 touchdowns and 5 interceptions or whatever it was. This is Chris Sims, and this is not the first time he said this, but this is Chris Sims on the episode where they're going through the rankings, revealing CJ Stroud ranked 7th. We'll tell you who the other guys were in the top 10 in just a second. But Chris Sims reiterating something he said all offseason, that a lot of the Texans' negatives offensively were not C.J. Stroud's fault.
A lot of the film and the negative is not C.J. Stroud. I go, no, it's the Houston Texans. He can't block them. He can't get open for them. He can't call another play where it's wait, we can't block conversation during the season. We can't block anybody, so we're keeping everybody in the box. So now we only have 2 or 3 people going out and routes downfield. Oh, and that's right. Nico Collins is hurt, and Stephon Diggs is not playing. So who's getting open? Oh, hey, we got Tank Dell. Okay, yeah, but he's about to get hurt too. So then what are we going to do there? I mean, so that's where we all threw it on C.J. Stroud for the step back, and I'd go, it was anything but that.
I don't know about the last part there where I think a lot, if anything, the vast majority of people did not blame it on C.J. Stroud. I think it was pretty obvious and apparent and I appreciate Chris Sims throwing himself into the mix, but I would say that Chris Sims last year during the season, I remember after the Green Bay game, he had a very good breakdown of what happened where he was specifically saying, this isn't C.J. Stroud's fault. There's pass protection issues here. The operation pre-snap is a big part of it. The Texans were at a point last year where there were times where they were using full slide protection so frequently that defenses just started baiting them into getting the protection that they wanted. And a lot of it had to do also with you had a young center, whether it was Drew Scruggs or Jarrett Patterson, making a lot of the calls at the line of scrimmage. CJ didn't really have any control over pass protection, and it was just a mess. Teams were just baiting them. And it was, it wasn't CJ's fault. But CJ now moving forward is going to have more command at the line of scrimmage. That's been confirmed by Nick Caley and CJ Stroud and Nick Caserio. That's a lot of responsibility. But if he does it well, then yes, everything's. And I mean, that was, if we're going to criticize the way they built this team and how they operated the last couple years, I think having a young center in an offense where the center is responsible for making so many calls paired with a young quarterback, it's so much different than, say, having Chris Myers make the calls for Matt Schaub. It's really, really hard to get it right.
Yeah.
And then you factor in whatever the offensive coordinator and offensive line coach's issues were. It wasn't CJ's fault. Now, it's moving forward, it will be CJ. You will be able to blame CJ Stroud more if things are discombobulated when he's the one setting protections and et cetera.
If I'm going just by the behavior of the team in the offseason, all those things that Chris Sims listed, they made some move to address. And so in some ways it looks like the team agrees with Chris Sims. Chris Sims is saying, I can't block for these guys. Well, they fired the O-line coach and they brought in a bunch of new offensive linemen. I don't know if it's going to work, but they did. They didn't just sit on their hands and run it back with what they had. Chris Sims said, I can't get open for these guys. What did they do? They went and got Christian Kirk, and they drafted 2 wide receivers on day 2. And CJ getting more control of the offensive line, I think, is another thing that, so the behavior of the team would seem to indicate that they agree with what Chris Sims is dishing out here.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is I know there's the stat that's always floating around out there is how often the quarterback is to blame for a sack. I really hate that statistic. There's no way to measure all the different variables that go into that.
Yeah.
And CJ wasn't one of the worst in the league or anything when it was the quarterback's fault. But so much, the ones where you can look at it with your eyeball. There's times where you can say, all right, well, the quarterback shouldn't have taken that sack, should have gotten rid of it or whatever. The cumulative effect, I think, was the worst in the fourth quarter of the Kansas City game, because by the fourth quarter, they didn't have answers for the blitzes and the pre-snap looks that the Chiefs were giving them. But then, because of everything that had happened in the entire season and in the first 3 quarters of that game, CJ was bailing a little early on a few of those plays. But you can't blame him given the environment that it's been. It was really, really hard to operate. If they get back to an average level of competence in that regard, CJ is going to be a much better quarterback this year.
Here's another one from Chris Sims, admitting CJ wasn't perfect, but he has no problem with CJ Stroud's decision-making.
Was he perfect? No. Did he have some down moments? Sure, he did. But I think a lot of those down moments were more about oh, no, the team's not playing well. We're not doing well on offense. I'm going to try to force something or make something happen, right? Or I'm under pressure and I'm trying to make big throws down the football field regardless of what I'm under and who's hitting me and who's open and not open. So that's what you look at. But I watch him and I go, I have no problem with his decision-making. His decision-making's really good.
Yeah, and I think the one area that every young quarterback needs to get better at coming out of college, being really comfortable with checkdowns. And CJ's made progress in that. But when you watch Tom Brady, and CJ's been watching young Tom Brady film with Nick Caley, one of the best things Brady would do, and people would criticize him for this, they would use it like, oh, it's evidence that he's not that great a quarterback. Well, it's just a bunch of short routes and checkdowns. No, when he threw to the running back, it was within the rhythm of the offense. And he was able to diagnose what was going on with all the primary routes quickly enough that it's not a check down. It's, nope, this is my most lethal option right here. I'm going to get it to the running back early in the down. So Woody Marks is huge with what the Texans can do in terms of being an efficient offense. The other part of it was once Stephon Diggs went down, look at CJ's stats in the games with Stephon Diggs and then without. Almost all of his stats went markedly down, significantly down, because he can make those good decisions about when to get it underneath. You know, when to throw a tight window throw to Stephon Diggs. But he didn't really have anybody that could do all those Stephon Diggs things after he was gone. So they've got redundancy now at slot receiver.
Yeah.
It's not like they have Stephon Diggs and nobody else. They've got Christian Kirk, veteran player who can hopefully just be exactly where he's supposed to be. And then Jalen Noel, as he comes along, hopefully is an option as well. And then, so Jaden Higgins, I think he's going to have the most highlight reel catches. Yeah. But a lot of the shorter stuff that just keeps the chains moving. Yeah. And CJ's ability to utilize those guys and also utilize Woody Marks, that's in my mind, how many touchdown throws does Jaden Higgins get?
I agree with you. I think a big thing, too, with the checkdowns and why people would be critical of Brady or dubious or whatever, have negative feelings about it, it's boring. You check that, I think that's a lot of it. And I think along those lines that I think for a young quarterback like C.J. Stroud, who views himself as a ball placement specialist, who himself said last year after the 2 years ago after the Carolina loss, we need to stretch the field more. We need to go downfield more. And they did that next game against Tampa. He threw for 500 yards. I think for young quarterbacks, it's boring to check down sometimes. They do want to make the sizzly throw. They want to make that window throw to Nico along the sidelines or hit that deep shot. It's boring, but it's effective.
Right, and this is what happens is with the classic case. Anybody who plays Madden can appreciate this. You run 4 verts, right? Send everybody downfield. And in college, somebody's going to come open. Yeah. Eventually, especially when you're playing at Ohio State. It's like, send 4 verts. And the tendency is to just wait. And CJ made a lot of progress from his rookie year to his second year and not waiting it out at times. But it's just being an 1/8 of a second faster with, nope, I'm checking down. Yeah. Especially if you're running it versus deep coverages, shell coverages where they're just going to take away the deep ball. You just got to realize, nope, you got to take a profit. Can't go broke taking a profit. That's right. You take what the defense gives you. All of those cliches are cliches for a reason. It's just the old Bull Durham is telling the pitcher to know his cliches. Yeah, know the cliches and understand that they're cliches for a reason.
Nuke LaLoosh. Yep. Chris Sims, more from Chris Sims. So Chris Sims, if you're just getting in your car, C.J. Stroud 7th on his quarterback rankings. It's the highest ranking I've seen for C.J. this offseason on lists like this. This is Chris Sims talking about how important it is that CJ's able to replicate his throwing motion.
His ability to replicate his throwing motion, I would say him and Joe Burrow are the best in football at that. It's just being machines, and mechanically, throw after throw after throw after throw. Yeah, he is one of the most skilled throwers, passers in the group. He might not have as strong an arm as Justin Herbert or Baker Mayfield or a Lamar or a Mahomes, but it's plenty strong, okay? But it's the pinpoint accuracy and then all the versatility in the throws he has off that.
That's what, and Clint did a good job when we had him on of talking about this, that, man, with CJ, it's not like he's got crazy, funky arm angles and everything where you might expect shoulder soreness. That's why it was concerning that, wait, what, he's got, and it sounds like from CJ's press conference, it sounds like his shoulder might have been sore just because he was working out in the weight room so hard. Yeah. Because CJ said something, there's a risk reward involved in that. Yep. That I hope he learned his lesson. That, yes, you're CJ, great. Work your legs out, get thicker, like Nick Caserio talked about with Brady physique is just fine.
Yep.
And hopefully he learned his lesson. I don't want him to go full meathead. If I hear him talk about what pre-workout drink he uses at any point, I'm gonna demand an intervention.
You're stepping in if there's anything about workout drinks.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. So Chris Sims sums it up. C.J. Stroud, elite on all fronts.
All in all, it's all on the up and up. And I think way too much of the negatives of the Houston Texans got put on C.J. Stroud last year. He is one of the best quarterbacks in football. He's one of the best throwers in football. He's one of the best passers in football. He's one of the best decision makers in football. And he's clutch as hell. And the team believes in him. He's one of those guys. He's rare. He's rare. I love watching C.J. Stroud. I think this year will be better than any year he's had in his career to this point.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I feel like he's attacking a straw man when he's defending C.J. against apparently this horde of people that are saying he's trash.
Yeah.
Maybe amongst fan circles, certainly. They're always going to do that.
Yeah.
By and large, the cognizetti of the NFL, they've kind of given C.J. a pass on last year already. And they're waiting to see what it looks like with better pass protection and a different offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
It really, I have yet to come across, because I seek this. You and I seek this stuff out.
We do.
I have yet to come across somebody that's really made a huge talking point of like, yep, C.J. Stroud was overrated and it's obvious, and I told y'all, other than clickbait type stuff.
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up because there is this one guy, and I feel
right.
Yes, but it's and I'm bringing it up because it's been a thing for the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
And I feel dirty even saying his name, but he's, to your point, he's one of the few guys that's really taken a run at C.J. Stroud. His name's Chris Bukowski.
Yeah, the guy that's talking about how Bryce Young was better than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. Like, hey, Texan fans may not want to. They may be ignoring this, but from week 8 on, Bryce Young, better quarterback than C.J. Stroud.
I don't think anybody's really ignoring it. I think it was obvious, like it was evident that the offensive coordinator, the offensive line coach, and 3 starting offensive linemen are no longer on this football team.
Yeah.
That's been the story of the offseason by and large. It really, other than just like that, I mean, and he's not. I don't think you can accuse him of clickbait there because it's factual in a lot of ways. Bryce, I would say the more story that's maybe been under-discussed is the improvement that Bryce Young made after he got benched.
I agree. I think Bryce Young deserves credit.
Benched,
he deserves credit.
A lot of people were saying, oh, that might be it for him. I don't think he's ever going to play another stat for the Panthers. He came back and looked a lot better with a new head coach and offensive coordinator, and that's probably an under-discussed story.
Yeah.
But I'd like to moving forward, the race between Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud might be a lot closer than people thought it was after the rookie year.
Yep. There's a text message. Did you all ever talk about Pete Prisco not having C.J. ranked on his top 100 players list yesterday? Not yet, but it's like you're looking over my shoulder at the rundown, sir. We got the Chris Sims on one end and Pete Prisco.
You know what, Sean? Yeah. As I've said, you haven't really heard a lot of this stuff. We're in the dead time of the NFL where this is where there will be a lot of C.J. Stroud shade over the next month.
Keep your eyes open for it.
It'll be, there will be, because, man, people start looking at their view counts and everything. They're like, I gotta rattle the cages a little bit here. I'm going to piss off some fan bases.
I gotta go kick a bee's nest real quick here. Yeah. Last one from Chris Sims, kind of echoing what we were saying a little bit earlier. The Texans offseason, the way they've operated as a team and as a front office kind of shows that they don't see C.J. Stroud as the problem.
There's a reason they fired their offensive coordinator after going to the playoffs 2 years in a row. There's a reason they've totally said, the hell with our offensive line after going to the playoffs 2 years in a row. They're telling you without telling you the problems with the team were not C.J. Stroud. It was our pass protection scheme and our offensive line. And that's what they had to fix. And C.J. Stroud, the Texans, I will not be shocked if they're in the Super Bowl this year.
How about that right at the end there? Dropped a little SB on us right there. Hey, I like that. That feels good.
The other thing that happens now is it'll be fun and interesting. This time of year is fun because a lot of people do more in-depth breakdowns and everything. Mm-hmm. The Jaden Daniels, I'd like to think about, okay, you worry about sophomore slump with quarterbacks. Cliff Kingsbury specifically has a history of taking the league by storm and then the league catching up to him. That's the really interesting dynamic, I think, is the Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels duo move on from a lot of the stuff they did last year where it's, man, the ball's coming out quick, shorter routes, all that to set up the deeper ball, that, okay, how do they make the adjustments to the adjustments?
Yeah.
And Kingsbury's been in the NFL a long time now. I think as an offensive coordinator, you're going to see the absolute best version of Cliff, because that's been his problem as a head coach. That's why I was so curious that he got hired.
Yeah.
He looks at defense as a nuisance almost.
Yeah.
And yet as a head coach, there's all these other personnel issues and defensive issues that you got to consider and address, that he doesn't have to worry about any of that right now. He can just be the mad scientist in the lab.
Yeah, I think they're going to be good again. And I think.
Yeah, I would. If I had to bet, I think Jaden Daniels is going to have. Because the big difference between Jaden Daniels' rookie year and C.J. Stroud's rookie year is that Washington had a genuinely good offense.
That's right.
Whereas the Texans' offense was promising, but they weren't a genuinely good offense yet.
Yep, absolutely. Payne and Pendergast with you on a. By the way, the top 10, Chris Sims' top 10 goes like this, counting up. Jalen Hurts 10, Baker Mayfield 9. So he's got Baker ahead of the Super Bowl MVP. Justin Herbert 8. Which is, I think, even more egregious than Baker Mayfield. C.J. Stroud, 7. Matthew Stafford, 6. Jaden Daniels is 5 on his list. And then you got the big 4. Pretty much any QB ranking that you're doing this offseason, 1 through 4 is going to be some permutation of, and I'll count it down, Mahomes at 4, Burrow at 3, Allen 2, and as best quarterback in football right now. You are hard-pressed to find any sort of QB power ranking that has somebody invading the top 4. It's Jackson, Allen, Burrow, and Mahomes. And I think if you're a Texan fan, the thing that jumps out at you there is those are all in the AFC.
Yeah,
you are playing in the senior circuit right now.
The Mahomes one is so interesting because you talk about people. It's almost built in now that people give Mahomes an excuse for his regular season numbers over the last couple of years.
Yeah,
because they've had offensive line issues.
Yes,
but the real extreme one is, hey, when Pat Mahomes had the second worst game of his career in the Super Bowl, he faced a pass rush pressure rate that was what C.J. Stroud's average pass rush pressure rate was last year, or actually lower than C.J.'s average. Like in any given game, C.J. was getting pressured as much as Pat Mahomes was in the Super Bowl.
That's right.
And that's where, but it's almost like Pat Mahomes has such a pass now to where people aren't even really looking at the stats anymore. They're just saying, they win games, so we'll see.
Well, that's a great segue into Pete Prisco, his list. He did his top 100 NFL players as we roll on here on a Wednesday on Payne and Pendergast, just shifting gears from extreme praise for C.J. Stroud to completely ignoring C.J. Stroud, it seems like, by Pete Prisco. Did his top 100 players. I would say he's got one of the more attention-getting top 100 lists every year. People know Pete Prisco of CBSSports.com. I'll start it off by saying there were 4 Texans that made the list, that made Pete Prisco's top 100. Derek Stingley Jr. is 23rd on the list. He's the top Texan. Denierson Jr. is 56. Nico Collins is 67 on the list. I don't have an issue with any of those. Those all feel about right. It feels like the proper order of those guys as far as where they rank within the Texans. The thing that has Texan fans worked up is we read a text earlier, and there's not there's others that are upset about this. There are 11 quarterbacks that cracked the top 100 for Pete Prisco, and none of them are C.J. Stroud. And some of them are quarterbacks where I'm like, no way. Like Dak Prescott ahead of C.J. Stroud right now. That's false. I think Jordan Love of Green Bay, I think, is a real debatable one. He didn't have a real good second half of the season last year. Justin Herbert being the 6th-rated quarterback on this top 100, Seth, and 46th overall, is I don't get the Justin Herbert love. In an
offense where they did a great job of managing Justin Herbert
around him almost.
Right,
yeah.
Then the head-to-head just was the vastly inferior quarterback to C.J. Stroud in the playoffs.
Yeah, vastly inferior. It wasn't like they were in a shootout and C.J. won on a last-second field goal. C.J. had a great game, and Justin Herbert threw more interceptions than he threw during the regular season.
Overall, the first thing I wanted to look at when I saw the list, because that's how people were upset about it, was how many quarterbacks are on the list. So it's really, then treat it like a power ranking of quarterbacks. Because realistically, you should put 20 quarterbacks in the top 100 if it's just about effect on the game or what have you.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So I 12th or 13th, based on the fact that CJ's got a small sample size, and the results get over offended by stuff like this at this point in the year. There are so many there's so many factors that led to CJ having the statistical year that he did, and yet the performance was the performance. He's only got 2 years. One was very promising, and then last year was last year. If you want to rank him the 13th or 14th best quarterback, then fine. It doesn't really offend me.
No, you're right. I guess it's the omission from a list that the optics of being left off a list are different than you're framing it in a way that's very logical. It's like his name's not even on here, and there are a couple like Dak and Justin Herbert on there ahead of him bother me. that just bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, you know who wasn't a top 100 player his first several years in the league? Tom Brady. Yeah. So he wasn't. Yeah, it's we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Did Sauce get ranked? We have a text here. Did Sauce get ranked ahead of that? That I'll be upset about if Sauce got ranked ahead of Stingley. No, he didn't. He's right behind him at 24. So we have a texter saying, why do they keep ranking Sauce higher than Stingley? I think that has by and large stopped. And I'm not just talking about Prisco having him one spot behind him here. Stingley was a first-team All-Pro. Sauce Gardner wasn't. Like that. End of subject. That's the Sauce, ultimate ranking.
The biggest thing too that I think that offends Texans fans is we've become so. Just the swarm mentality has become ingrained in us, and Sauce Gardner is so non-swarm, which is especially offensive because he's such a big guy. Yeah,
big talker
great.
Too, man.
Maybe a guy that gets away with a lot of contact. That is, if he's playing your team, it annoys the hell out of you. Yeah. I think that argument for now is very much in Derek Stingley's favor. Mm-hmm. And as long as Derek Stingley stays healthy, I think the respect amongst cornerbacks, especially, if you took an anonymous poll of NFL starting cornerbacks, the respect they have for Derek Stingley's actual skill in the way he goes about it, because he wins with his feet, not his grabby hands and his length like Sauce Gardner does. I bet if you polled 64 starting cornerbacks, let's say 62 if you take Sauce and him out of it, completely anonymously, I think 90% of them would say Stingley's a better player.
I think they'd rather have Stingley's game than have Sauce's game for sure.
Yeah, they would rather be like, if I have to be this guy, I'd rather be Derek Stingley. I'd rather be
Stingley with those ball skills, man. Yeah, hell yeah, absolutely. No Laramie Tunsil, by the way, on Pete Prisco's top 100. So there is that. All right, moving along here on a quick text message. Where was all this Chris Sims knowledge when he was at the University of Texas? That's a Longhorn texting right there.
I'm worried about whatever sinus issue he has. It seems like he's gotten more and more nasal over the last
Chris
couple
Sims,
years.
I hadn't noticed,
He sounds congested all the time.
He doesn't sound anything like his old man. That's what I've been looking for. Like, just their voices. Phil Sims has a very twangy kind of element to him. I think he went to school in Kentucky. I know that. Yeah. Sims, of course, Sims was brought up in New Jersey, not in the deep South.
Sims in media that I don't think he's looked at as a guy that he's only got that because his dad is Phil Sims or whatever. No, he really works at it. He does a lot of in-depth film breakdowns. He does a daily show with Pete Prisco and all that. So definitely got his name helped him get the foot in the door probably with a few early ones. But he was also, he was an NFL quarterback. He was obviously quarterback at a big-time school.
He's on the Notre Dame coverage on NBC, and I like him. And that, for me, is the ultimate compliment because they bring in so many outsiders to on, and they are Notre Dame branded broadcasts. It's not like the SEC on CBS, and he does a good job. I think I'm with you on that. Hey, Mike McDaniel has been a kind of somebody we've been kind of focused in on the last few days just because he's on a bit of a hot seat down in Miami. This got a lot of attention in the last couple days. Seth, apparently Bradley Chubb, who went healthy, is one of Miami's best players, one of their best defensive players, but he missed time with an ACL last year. Bradley Chubb had a quote that he said this week via a team transcript. I'm looking at this on NFL.com. He was asked about – he didn't play it down for them last year because he was coming back from an ACL, but he was close enough to the team – throughout the year to see any talk of a difference in the ethos of the team being a farce. I'm reading that directly from an article on NFL.com from Grant Gordon. And the quote from Chubb was, I'm going to say last year we were lying, honestly. Point blank, period. We felt it. We put our toe in the water, but we didn't dive all the way in. we weren't making the effort to go the extra mile. And I would say this year we're doing that, end quote. This was Mike McDaniel when it was brought up to him in a press conference earlier this week. This quote was brought up to him within the last couple days about Bradley Chubb saying that the team, who all report to Mike McDaniel, was lying to themselves about their culture change.
Bradley Chubb said that he thought the team was lying when they said that they were committed to culture change last year. He said they stuck a toe in the water, but they didn't dive in. That's just one man's opinion. We haven't asked any other players, so it's not necessarily the truth. But I'm wondering what you think about that and if you ever sensed that last year.
It would have been awesome if he would have told me, on the front end when they were lying. Beyond that, 2024, unless I'm using it directly for a analogy, I'm much more concerned with 2025. So I think you do a lot more for the organization if you spend your time thinking forward in terms of how, not this, that, or the other, or whose fault it was. No, we want it like this, and let's do it like this, and this is who we are. And, I don't even what year did you speak of?
25.
What? History.
Okay.
McDaniel, I'm surprised he wasn't aware of the quote. I figured he must have been aware of the quote ahead of time because usually as a coach, this is a rule, and players as well. Don't ever respond to a scintillating quote when presented to you through the telephone game of a reporter telling you, because it's always presented in the way. If I were Mike McDaniel and I hadn't heard the quote, the way the reporter presented it was almost like that either McDaniels or the other guys were like somebody from the coaching staff was lying about it, like it was a bad PR report or something. Instead of the way Chubb was saying it was kind of like, now we're lying to ourselves.
Yeah,
it's kind of like when you tell yourself, yeah, I work really, really hard, but then all of a sudden you find out that you've got you're not going to make a mortgage payment. So then you start working really hard. I was lying to myself when I thought I was working hard before.
No, I totally get that. Do you think that was the first time he had been presented with that? You don't think he had heard that Bradley Chubb had said that at some point?
Well, he asked at the end. I would have assumed that he had heard about it because A, he was commenting on it, and B, it didn't sound like a surprise to him.
Yeah.
But he asked at the end, what year were we talking about?
Yeah.
Unless that was his little weird Mike McDaniel joke of like, see, I've forgotten it already.
That's what I thought that was. That's how I interpreted that at the end.
Gotcha.
But I may not be right.
He tries too hard.
He does.
He's trying to be hard. He's trying to be clever every single second.
Yeah.
And he's trying to come up with some clever way or some clever retort where he should say, hey, look, so what? Yes. You know what? You can always do better and try harder. And last year we committed to it, but we didn't get there. And this year we want to be that much better at being tougher or whatever else the culture change is going to be.
Like this is where like some of these NFL owners like that. Stephen Ross, the owner of the Miami Dolphins, was impressed by that guy in an interview. Like Mike McDaniel to me is very unimpressive. Like I thought his answer. If I read his answer in a transcript, assuming somebody could remove every single and and stammer and this and that, like if you just took the words that mattered in that, it's a really good answer. Like we need to look forward. We're not looking backwards. I think that's a very good message from a head coach. His delivery is just so piss poor. Well, if I hear that there's a team that there was real trouble establishing a culture with this team because there wasn't total buy-in and there wasn't this connective tissue with everybody, and then they played that answer or any answer from Mike McDaniel, I would say, yeah, this guy sounds like a goof.
This is what happens when you go by the philosophy that, well, you got to hire an offensive-minded head coach because that way he can work with your quarterback, and then you two can rise to glory together. That it's fine. It's because it's a nice dream. It's a nice dream. That, yes, that's the ideal. Have an Andy Reid type. That's perfect. But first and foremost, you're hiring a head coach. Yeah. And then if you have to break a tie, if you decide, okay, this guy is definitely a head coach and this guy is definitely a head coach, one of them is offensive-minded, all right, I'll go with the offensive-minded guy.
Sure.
But when you're so so to get that guy who's both an offensive mind and a head coach, you end up whiffing time and time again on guys who are little nerds like Mike McDaniel and not actually head coaches.
Right.
So what have you done? You've sabotaged yourself even further by having to come in with a new head coach and then probably reaching for another offensive-minded head coach. I 100% think that, yes, the ideal would be to have a guy who's a great head coach but also an offensive mind. But you see so many teams just turning down opportunities to hire genuinely good head coaches because they want an offensive-minded guy.
Yep.
So yeah, so they'll try again probably next year.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'd imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I can't take any more of this talk about is Mike McDaniel going to be tougher this year? Who the hell gets tough all of a sudden?
Right.
Who the hell? All of a sudden, if 3 years into it, is all of a sudden a tough head coach, and the players respect him because now he's tough. I get it. Yeah.
Well, now he's cursing. Now he's cursing in various answers. Like this will make me tougher. I'll drop a few F-bombs in a press conference. Okay. Yeah.
And it doesn't mean you can't be positive. Like D'Amico's positive as they come, but he's very, very tough.
Absolutely.
I think like people that get concerned about like whether he's tough enough on his guys are not listening to the various players who have talked about how frustrating it is to play for D'Amico because he's so demanding.
Yep.
Like Aziz Alshire, noted tough guy.
Yes.
Talks about how infuriating it can be to play for D'Amico. Ryan's
top of the hour, we've got an important Astros question, and especially in light of what we're going to do on the show here tomorrow that we'll get to. The NBA's got a problem. And I've been feeling it the last 24 to 48 hours, big time. A big problem I think the NBA has, and we'll tell you what that is coming up next.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, the NBA, I think the NBA's got an issue, and we touched on it before, but we feel it pretty acutely here now just because the Rockets are a big part of this. Sweepstakes. The Kevin Durant sweepstakes are getting way more attention than the actual NBA finals that are going on right now. I was thinking about this morning, Seth. It's an awkward analogy because Kevin Durant is still elite at what he does. But this would be like Aaron Rodgers, like us knowing that Aaron Rodgers wants out of the Jets during Super Bowl week. And there's way more people talking about Aaron Rodgers and where he's going to end up next season than the actual Super Bowl itself between the Chiefs and the Eagles.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, it was I mean, the only thing that's come close to it is, I can't remember which player it was, some player who had announced his retirement the day of the Super Bowl or something. And people lambasted the player.
Yeah.
As like, what are you trying to do? Take attention away from the Super Bowl. Stop this nonsense.
The one I remember, this is in baseball, the one I remember was in 2007 when Alex Rodriguez announced that
That's what I was thinking
he's
of,
going to
actually,
stay with the Yankees, or he was going to do an extension with the Yankees in the middle of a World Series that had the Red Sox in it.
Yeah,
know?
That's what it was. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Yeah. So, but this is like the Kevin Durant thing. When NBA insiders come and show up on different radio shows or TV shows or whatever, Durant's the first topic. Like, here's Brian Windhorst yesterday saying that maybe this is the first I've heard this. Maybe Kevin Durant doesn't get traded from Phoenix.
Where do you think Durant ends up, Brian?
It's a real stare down. You know, Desmond Bain got traded for 4 first-round picks, and I see people saying, "Oh my God, if Desmond Bain gets traded for 4 first-round picks, Kevin Durant's got to get 6 first-round." Not going to get that great of a package because the team paying for it isn't sure what Durant's going to do necessarily. And the teams that Durant wants to go to, Houston and San Antonio, for example, they're leery of paying a huge amount for a 37-year-old. Their whole teams are in their early to mid-20s.
Right.
You know? So you don't have alignment in making everybody getting on the same page. You know, what Durant wants, what the Suns need, what the teams want to pay with the contract. I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
Okay, so this is going to go on now. I mean, this is going to go on until at least the draft a little later on this month, I would think. Some of this, admittedly, is probably a function of who's in the finals. It's been a good finals, like very watchable basketball, but it's Oklahoma City and Indiana, and America, by and large, is not tingled by those two teams. So it's an extreme situation here where you've got one of the greatest players of all time clearly on a trade block, and you've got two very small markets in the NBA Finals, but still, I think it's an issue the NBA's had for a while now, Seth, where there is way more interest in their offseason than there is with the regular season and sometimes the postseason.
Yeah, and people have talked about how it's more of a social media league than a television product, or it's more social media friendly than it is television friendly, and the plots and storylines are more engrossing than at times the sport itself. I think that there's almost I feel like there's two groups of NBA fans. Tell me if this rings true or not.
Okay.
Younger people. There are a lot of people who are fans of individual players, and they're going to follow that player from place to place.
Yes.
But then amongst the team fans who are fans of a team, it's become a lot more like baseball, where you're really dialed in on your team and you're not as much of a fan of the league at large. And so there's two competing factions there of one group of fans that just cares about the stars, and they're going to follow Kevin Durant wherever he goes, or whomever else. And then you've got the team fans who aren't as checked in on the rest of the league as, say, NFL fans are checked in on the rest of the league.
I think that's accurate. I think that's a really good analysis, and I don't know that I have an answer as to whether. I mean, I came into this segment saying the NBA's got a big problem. They may not see it as a problem. I don't know. Like, maybe they just want attention for whatever, like attention for attention's sake. If it's Kevin Durant and the Knicks coaching search that's bringing people into the store talking about the NBA and generating TV interest in the NBA, I know the ratings are what the ratings are, then maybe that's it. I just feel like when you have a sport, the most important thing should be who the champion is. The most important thing should be the thing that should interest fans the most should be the two teams battling it out for the trophy at the end of the year. And I feel like there's way more interest in the 4 teams battling it out for a 37-year-old 37-year-old shooting wing player.
Whether the league cares about it or not, I think it's a reflection of just how important individual basketball. Obviously, we've seen super teams forever now that the expectation of a fan base is no longer, despite the fact that Golden State did it with largely homegrown players. If you're not Golden State, you just as a fan feel like your best chance is if you bring guys from without, and if you don't build it the homegrown way, the way I think Rafael Stone would like to do it. And that's where your focus is going to be. It's less on, all right, sticking it out with these guys that we have. And no, we need to do what all of these other championship teams have done, which is cobble together some way to get this guy on my team. And I can't fault them for that.
No.
It's like with the Rockets, even when as good as they were year to year with James Harden, the core of players changed so much because Daryl Morey was trading so often, even with your role players, that it was really hard to form an emotional attachment to any of those guys. And even if you're looking at who the second best guy on the team, it was going to be a rotating cast of whether it's Dwight Howard or Chris Paul, and then they tried it with Russell Westbrook. That part of it, it makes it a lot harder to not start looking at the transactions more so than the actual team building.
And again, maybe I'm feeling it more acutely here because the Rockets are actually involved in the KD stuff. Maybe I'm getting stuff curated to me on social media because I'm in Houston, and the Rockets are always mentioned in these tweets about Kevin Durant. But I don't think it's that. I think there's genuinely more interest in where Kevin Durant ends up this season.
I think, ESPN, for all the things you can criticize it for, is they know what they're doing when it comes to topic selection.
Play the hits.
And if you're sick of ESPN talking about something, it's because they've done the research and they know that that's what people are actually watching. And they're talking a whole lot about Kevin Durant.
They are, man.
They probably, if you sat down, Sean, this afternoon, this is your project. You're going to go down and you're going to watch all the debate shows. And you're going to give me what percentage of the time were they talking about NBA Finals versus what percentage of the time
Now,
were
that
they
is a
talking
good
about
project, actually. I am interested in that. Okay. Well,
somebody's out there done it already. One of the bloggers that cover this type of stuff.
Maybe AI is that good. Yeah, maybe they've gotten that good. They can tell me that. I doubt it, but I'm referring to them like a person.
AI. How's your AI course going, by the way?
Oh, good. I'm learning some stuff. I've gotten a little bit behind. I'm supposed to be doing it once a day, and I've gotten behind by a few days. But it's just like the basics in AI. So I'm going to start using old Chat GPT for a few things. It's going to make show prep a lot easier. Just don't have to look things up. You just ask it and you get it. It's nice.
Ask it. Well, the biggest thing is having your AI learn what your preferences are seems to be a big thing, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like training your AI to know what you're looking for and all that.
Yeah.
It's like for all of it, because I get frustrated with AI when I just do it here and there, and there's just so many factual errors it'll make. I could probably iron that out if I actually devoted some time to it.
Yeah. I'm kind of comboing right now, learning AI and learning some video editing and audio stuff on YouTube. So I've got a full modernize a little bit here. I'm
going to take a class on T.I., the rapper.
What is
I'm gonna talk to Bun B about that. Educate me. I should do. You know what? I should do a podcast with Bun B where he fills in the gaps in my knowledge in rap history.
Actually, just take him to lunch for a couple hours and just get some of the basics down.
Nah, we got to monetize it.
Yeah. That's fair. What am I thinking? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 8 o'clock hour. I'm stealing this from Will Kunkel, formerly of Fox 26. Asks the question, and this is a big one, Seth, because about 24 hours from now, this will be the question. Has Jake Myers turned the corner and gone up a level in his career? Because we are 24 hours away from a circle of trust. And we will do that. We'll answer that question coming up next.
What should Texans fans expect? Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Astros win last night, 13-3. A lot of good in that game, man. A lot of good in that game. 5 bombs, 2 of them courtesy of Cam Smith. First home runs since April 18th, so it's been almost 2 months, or at least as of last night, almost 2 months, that Cam Smith had hit a home run. So hopefully this is the beginning of a Cam storm here, Seth. We get little power surge from Cam Smith here would be fun.
And you know, as we'll follow the Cubs as it gets closer to the postseason, and Kyle Tucker, who's cooled off a little bit. He's not looking like the greatest outfielder who ever lived, or baseball player who ever lived, like he did in the first month of the season.
First month he was good, yeah.
Still been very good. Don't get me wrong. He's still been very, very good. But yeah, 2 things. One is that the trade looks better and better. The more Cam Smith, I mean, the difference between rookie Cam Smith and rookie Kyle Tucker couldn't be more vast.
Yeah.
Cam Smith is playing in the last 2 months as an above-average Major League Baseball player,
yep.
Whereas Kyle Tucker finished his rookie season batting 155.
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry about that.
That's okay.
There's things about this Astros team that I'm just jumping full, like whole hog into them, and I'm done like worrying and wondering what happens to this team just by sheer luck is far greater than the number of bad things that could happen, knocking on wood, as I said.
Yeah. Yes. Well, and they're a really good team with 2 outs, you know, like the hitting with 2 outs. They score a ton of their runs with 2 outs, which is a sign of a team that's got a clutch gene to it, at least, right?
Well, and even like what you saw last night was they scored twice with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
I thought it was flukish that they were the worst team in the league hitting with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
When there were so many good, and like so many of the other clutch parts, they were a lot better than you would expect for a team that hasn't scored that many runs. So I think that kind of luck part of it, and then the injury luck is the other thing. Yes, more guys will get injured, but the number of potential guys you have coming back from injury is at least a few of them are going to make it.
Yep.
Right? These are like baby sea turtles.
Yeah.
Like you got enough of them that a few of them are going to make it out to the ocean, Sean, without getting swallowed up.
I'm confident in what Spencer Arrighetti's going to be once he gets back. I'm confident that Yordan Alvarez, I'm hoping that the hand was one of the reasons why he was playing so poorly and hitting so poorly by his standards, really by anybody's standards. His OPS is in like the 600s before he went on the IL on May 2nd. The Yordan's going to be Yordan again. Like I don't think Yordan's, I don't think he's fallen a few notches. I want to get to Will Kunkel's question, Seth. He posted this on X this morning, and I thought it was a good question, and it's relevant because about this time tomorrow, we'll be doing our next Astros Circle of Trust. And Jake Myers was the big point of contention on the last. They've been playing much better baseball over the last couple of weeks. But the question that Will has Jake Myers turned the corner and gone up a level in his career? This is not us right now adjudicating whether or not he's in the circle of trust. Just as Jake has turned the corner, I think is the big thing. I think he's definitely gone up a level just based purely on the fact that he's putting his bat on the ball a lot more. We'll see if the batting average holds up over the course of the rest of the year, but I think he's definitely become a more professional hitter. Has he turned a corner, though? Has he turned a corner into a guy that you want to be the center fielder for the Astros, not just this season, but beyond this season? I think that's a big question.
Our first question in answering that is in knowing that you really can't answer this until you see the whole season. But if you look at what we were concerned about was he had, in May, very similar numbers to the numbers he had at the end of May last year.
Correct.
And then he fell off of a cliff completely. Yep. He has not been as good in June as he was in May this year, but he's been pretty good. So in May, he had a 327 batting average, 879 OPS. In June, which we still have several days to go in June, he's got a 300 batting average and 746 OPS.
Yeah.
So he hasn't hit with it for as much power. But I'm almost more encouraged by June than I was by May, because we've seen him do awesome in May before, but then fall off of a cliff completely. He's been a viable, quality baseball player in the month of June so far. He's not as hot as he was, but I feel a lot better about it.
He was an automatic strikeout last year. It felt like he struck out 117 times in 148 games last year. He's only struck out 45 times in 71 games this year. His strikeout rate is down, and I think just things like last night, Seth, like in the box score, it was a 2-run single to get the Astros cranked up and going last night. He put them up 2-0. To the eyeballs, it was a broken bat that slid past the second base. I don't know if it went over the second baseman's head or it was near the second baseman. It wasn't a hard-hit ball, but at least it was a hit ball, whereas in previous years it felt like Jake Myers, if he was coming up with guys on base, he was swimming. It felt like he was going to be an automatic strikeout. He's at least putting his bat on the ball and giving himself a chance now in situations like that.
He's in the 83rd percentile in chase rate, in a good way.
In a good way, yeah.
He's in the 83rd percentile in chase rate. His strikeout rate, he's 79th percentile.
Yep.
He's made a lot of progress just in his overall approach, and he looks more like a professional batter.
That's the thing, man.
That's where it felt like in May to me. It just felt more. It felt more substantive than perhaps it has in the past.
According to Baseball Reference, he's got his wins above replacement for the entire season last year was 1.7. He's got 1.7 wins above replacement this year already through 71 games. So he is tracking to be a much more contributing to winning baseball player this season. It's 71 games in, as he was all of last season. 140.
His run value is 4 now defensively. He's still a very good fielder. Obviously, that hasn't waned.
We're peppering you with stats right now, but not in nearly as annoying a way as The Athletic did last night. I was so excited to read this article, Seth, when I saw the headline for this article. The Athletic did this thing yesterday where it's really fun that the Astros are finding their way back onto these lists and up near the top of the odds board again, because they've been playing so well. History says one of these 5 teams should win the World Series. I like articles like this. They do this at NCAA tournament time in basketball all the time. There's like 4 different things that the last 20 champions have had, and they wipe out teams with each criteria.
And it's usually there's a defense, like your defensive
stuff.
Rating is like, okay, this is a quality team that can do it,
simple
and it
stuff.
makes sense.
And the first criteria eliminates 32 of the teams, and the next one wipes out 8 more, and then blah blah blah, and you get down to the last one, and you're left with Kansas, Kentucky, and 3 or 4 other teams. I was so excited because I knew going into this article that the Astros were one of the 5 teams that made the cut at the very end, right?
Yeah.
And it's to spoil it, and I'm going to spoil it because I hate this article, even though the Astros are one of the 5 teams that wind up in this thing at the end. And who is the author of this article? It was someone by the name of Neil Payne.
Sounds like you're doing more of a favor if you hadn't mentioned his name.
Neil Payne, probably.
So Neil Payne.
Neil
Spelled
Payne.
the proper way, P-A-Y-N-E?
Nope.
Yeah.
So it makes him a jerk face, too. P-A-I-N-E.
Deep.
Tom Payne.
Yes.
Yeah. He spells it like him. But the 5 teams are the Astros, the Cubs, the Padres, the Tigers, and the Yankees. Those are the 5 teams that wind up getting through the gauntlet of stats like this. You must rank among the top 17 in on-base percentage or top 11 in slugging percentage.
Oh, okay. I can wrap my head around that real quickly. Yeah, this sounds like me. This sounds like me when I try to do a power ranking and I have like 3 different. Instead of just saying best or worst, I add all these conditions to it. Okay. Top 17 in on-base percentage or top 11 in slugging.
Yeah, that's one of the criteria. How about this one? Top 11 in on-base percentage allowed or top 16 in whip. Walks, hits per innings pitched. Like this is, and the last one is just the last one I wanted to gouge my. I hate this article because the Astros made it through the gauntlet that includes this very last piece. It's 5 things. I can't read all 5 because you'll want to drive off the road. You have to check at least 4 of these 5 boxes.
Okay.
Top 11.
Let me tell you right now, and I'll tell you which box the Astros didn't check.
Okay.
I know I'll have it. Yeah.
Okay. Top 11 in lowest batting average on bases or on balls in play allowed. BABIP. Top 11. Top. Here's the best part.
Yeah. I'd say yes, they're in that one. Okay.
Top 20 in batting clutch.
Okay, I think that might be the one they missed. Okay.
Really? Because I think they.
But I don't know how much the bases loaded is factored into that or not.
Bases
Runners
loaded.
on base, they've been okay. Yeah, you're right. With 2 outs, then
They've been
okay,
really
so
good.
They made that.
I mean,
one.
top
Yeah.
20. We're not talking top
Yeah.
5. Top 20.
Yeah, top 20.
Right. That's what makes this so stupid.
This is so dumb.
Top
Okay.
20 in fewest home runs per 9 innings allowed.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
Any
there.
pitching metric, they're going to be in the top freaking 20.
Yeah.
Top 25 in lowest.
Top 25 in speed score.
In speed score.
Oh. You
20.
just can't be one of the
I don't
five
even know
slowest teams in
what
the
is
league.
what is speed score.
I'm guessing it's base running, right?
I guess.
And the Astros have a lot of fast guys. Oh yeah, that sounds to me like that author had 1 or 2 teams that he wanted to be sure were in the group.
Yeah.
So he did it. He went out and cherry picked all the stats.
This is the worst article of all
that
time.
fit those articles.
It's the worst article. I hate this.
I feel like or it's AI generated. He got the stats. He plugged it into AI. Hey, please find all these metrics.
Okay. So he's
this feels too much like any kind of doomsday prophecy where you can just go and find
whatever you want.
5 things that have happened this year that are similar to 5 things in the Bible,
Dude.
which you can do for every single year since the year Jesus was crucified.
Okay,
you can find these 5 things happened.
That's this. That's this guy. Neil Payne, doomsday specialist, is what he is. There was a graphic floating around the internet this weekend that had all 30 major league teams were leading MLB in at least one stat. They were all, and I'm like, wow, this is really. Even the stat that's really interesting, like the Astros were leading the league in strikeouts by their pitchers, a real stat, right? A real stat, you lead the league. There's obviously some team leading the league in batting average or home runs or whatever. I forget which team it was. It was one of the bad teams. It might have even been the Athletics, leading the league in least sacrifice bunts allowed. I'm like, what the heck?
There you go, Sean.
Yeah, they let in everything, man.
What's funny is when you look at the team stats, the Astros, as great as the pitching has been, as great as the bullpen has been, and the pitching, obviously at the beginning of the year, the starting pitching was in the top 3 and a lot of stuff, and it's fallen off as basically they've had very few major league pitchers out there at any given time.
Yeah.
They are still the league leaders in strikeouts.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now. That's, of the major ones of quality starts, saves, earned run average, wins, etc. The strikeouts, that matches the eyeball test.
Yeah.
Especially because, with Hader, the whip of some of these guys, of the good pitchers, has been very good. They do not let a lot of guys on base.
Yep.
But even in having Framber, who's a ground ball guy, he kind of pulls you down a little bit. Framber will tell you himself he doesn't want to have that many strikeouts because that means he's not really pitching his game effectively.
Well, and that was his last start, and he's starting tonight, so this will be interesting to see. His last start was an extreme version of that because he only pitched 5 innings, but he struck out 12 guys.
Yeah.
12 of the 15 outs he got were strikeouts. But inherently, when you're striking out a lot of guys, you're running that pitch count up. You're not getting you're literally mathematically not getting 1 or 2 pitch at bats.
When you go to the actual individual pitcher stats, Hunter Brown shows up a lot more. He's tied for second in wins with 8. He's third in ERA at 1.88.
Yeah, man.
And I thought he showed up one more time, but he didn't there. So, and some of the other ones.
We'll get Neil Payne on it. I'm sure he'll find several stats that Hunter Brown shows up.
I think he's top 10 in whip, but Hunter Brown is he's been pretty damn good this year.
Top 25 in speed score. What the hell are we doing? Oh, my God. Having watched and been an avid fan of pro sports for decades, what the NBA and ESPN have transitioned to pushed me to local media outlets like you all. Well, good job, Texter. Live and local, man. Yeah, embrace it. This guy doesn't like what ESPN and the NBA are doing to things. People bringing up Kevin Durant scoring. This is another text. As much as he did last year, forget the fact that he didn't lead his team anywhere. I don't want to hear anybody talk about how much Durant scored last year. Okay.
It's an odd one to. Would you rather hear about whether he's in the top 21 of batting average on balls in play or defended or something? Yeah.
Yeah. I think I understand what the texter's saying, which is, hey, maybe his points were a lot of empty points. It wasn't winning basketball.
Yeah.
It didn't lead to a lot of wins.
So that guy obviously hates Jalen Green as well, I suppose, as far as
prior to last year.
Prior to this year.
Yeah.
He had a lot of empty calorie scoring in 2000 previously before this year. This year he's obviously an integral part of winning.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. The markets that have these off-season concerns are bigger than the markets in the championship. Yeah, we acknowledge that. I think I do think a big factor in what we were talking about in the previous segment is OKC and Indiana are they're two markets where largely the interest is kind of what you talked about, Seth. It's the NBA fans that are interested in their own team and not the rest of the NBA. Like those fans will actually probably get interested in the Lakers or the Celtics or some other team. They're really not interested in OKC. OKC though, maybe if they keep having a couple years like this, maybe turns into the new Golden State. They're a homegrown team, haven't gone out. The big trade they made was being on the other end of the superstar trade and getting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I think if they win a title, they close it out this week and they win a couple more. Doesn't matter what market size you are. If you win a few titles in a row, people hate you anyways.
Yeah. I guess it's just to address the texter's point of, Kevin Durant didn't lead them anywhere. I think it's key to remember that if you're looking at it as they want to bring Kevin Durant in to lead them to a championship, I think you're looking at it the wrong way. I think the culture is really, really good in a lot of respects. Mm-hmm. And I think Fred VanVleet is a big part of that, and they depend on him. I think you're overcomplicating it if you think of it in that way as well. It's the simple fact of the matter is that Kevin Durant can score and has to be accounted for and will improve the spacing issues that the Rockets had last year. Like that, you don't have to overcomplicate this or pretend like scoring doesn't matter. Very, very basketball player. But you're not looking at it like, oh, he's going to come in and change the culture of the team. He just needs to come in and fit into the culture, and a lot of that's up to whether Udoka thinks that that's a good fit or not. And it sounds like from reports that Udoka does think that that's a good fit.
Yeah, I think he's the complementary player for this team, maybe understating what he means.
Right.
He's still a guy who averages – you didn't say that. I'm saying that right now. He still averaged over 25 a game last year. But that said, as an aging player, there's a decent chance he's not even the best player on the Rockets next year. Depending on who they send out in the trade, it might be Şengün or Amen Thompson, their best player next year.
Some of that, too, is in his conversations with, if he's at some point in the process, if he can have conversations with the Rockets themselves, all right, how does he view himself fitting into the offense, and how are they going to use him? Yeah. What kind of load management are we talking about? All of that. But it's not... he didn't lead the Suns to anything. Great. I'm not asking him to lead. I'm asking him to be a really good basketball player.
Be a component of a championship team, 100%.
And then also the actual leadership stuff that's going to happen by virtue of his playoff experience and everything else like that, and just being around younger players. That's all there. But yeah, it's not like you're looking at him as this is the guy who's going to lead us to the glory. I just look at him as a really good basketball player.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Brian Baldinger did a breakdown on one of the newest Houston Texans. Do we feel really, really good after hearing this breakdown, or at the very end, do we feel concerned about the acquisition? This is some fun audio from Baldy that we've got for you coming up next.
Dental.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Very excited for the C.J. Gardner-Johnson era. I just want to put that out there right now. I know I've mentioned it before. Very excited to see this fit in the Texans defense. Excited for the energy he's going to bring. Possibly several more thousands and thousands of dollars in fines, maybe even a suspension here or there. I think a swarmy defense, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
It's you always want to have at least one guy that might get suspended for unnecessary violence. Unnecessary roughness is a euphemism. It's unnecessary violence is the way I like to think of it.
We've got like 6. It's great.
2 years in a row, D'Amico's had somebody suspended for unnecessary roughness.
That's right, man.
And this is, I would not, if I had to gamble on at least one more this year, I would say that they're probably going to have a 2-game suspension.
Oh, yeah. Yes, a Texan getting suspended is a solid minus 300 right now in the Pender books. On the big board, on the odds board in my personal sports book, minus 300, we get an old suspension this year.
And I say, call it unnecessary roughness, if you will. I say that's the thing that's still keeping some element of toughness in the game.
Yes.
Which is, it should say, unfortunately necessary roughness. We got to remind people every now and then that this is supposed to be a violent game.
That's right. Yep. No, it's called unnecessary roughness just as a label, but it's like the Big Ten doesn't have 10 teams anymore. You know, it's the Big Ten. It's just, that's unnecessary roughness that we actually need in the game right now. So Brian Baldinger, who I love his breakdowns on Twitter because it's just him filming his screen of his laptop and showing the all 22 of a play of a player that he's kind of breaking down their performance. And he did one on C.J. Gardner-Johnson back last year in the Eagles game against the Cowboys late in the season. It might have been the last game of the year, second to last game. Cooper Rush was starting at quarterback for the Cowboys. And here, they get you very excited until the very last thing that Brian Baldinger says in here. And you tell me, Seth and audience, is this a concern to you about C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Here's Baldy's breakdown on a pick 6 by C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Quinyon Mitchell outside. Cooper DeJean outside. They're funneling everything to the middle, to the whole player, which is Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. And he sits there and he takes the slant away from Brandon Cooks. And he goes house. 69 yards, house. This Chauncey Gardner-Johnson had 12 interceptions in 28 starts for the Eagles. Like, who's going to replace that level of production? He's just a thief. He's a thief. He's a pit bull. He irritates his own teammates. But he's a great football player, and he played well in this scheme.
Okay, that last part, I'm all for having guys that are taking the heads of other teams' guys off. The part where he pisses off his own teammates, is that a concern for you, Seth?
I don't know. Was he showing anything from that? Like, did he show any evidence of that?
No. I think that was just, Baldinger's up in Philadelphia, so I think he sees a lot of Eagles football.
Right, yeah. So I don't know if, how does he piss off his own teammates? That's the only question. Because there haven't really been, it's weird because I think he's really colorful with the media. We've seen it's almost just a stream of consciousness when he gets up there. Yeah. He's had some notable scuffles and penalties and an ejection last year that really hurt the defense.
Yeah.
It was in the it was against the Chiefs at the end of the year. He got ejected and the defense really. So I think he's got a reputation as just being kind of a volatile personality, and yet it's not like he's an off-field concern. I haven't seen reports that he's a locker room headache or cancer or anything like that.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. I'm struggling to remember the Texans player who was like this, where there were a bunch of curious. There was always like these curious teams suspended him for this. Oh, it was the defensive back that ended up going to the Steelers. He was really good as a rookie with the Chargers. And
Desmond King.
Desmond King was kind of similar. Now, not the same infractions.
Yes.
Remember, thank you. Desmond King, and I didn't get frustrated with you for not knowing it immediately.
I know.
Desmond King was a guy that it wasn't like there were reports of him being a bad dude. His teammates really seemed to like him. And yet, here and there, it was like, the team left Desmond King at home for violating team rules or whatever. So there was nothing you would report on. It was just weird. So C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I'm not saying he's had the exact same issues that Desmond King has, but he's been on 5 different teams in 6 different stays, twice with the Eagles. The Eagles let him go, but then brought him back.
Like Desmond King. He got let go and got brought back by the Texans. Remember that?
And the Steelers, I believe.
Did he?
So, you don't know what it is, but he's just a little different. That's all. I don't know, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson plays at a higher level than Desmond King has for the past few years.
Did you ever but only doses? I have a buddy like that, and I'm really like he's in my circle of like my 10 best friends from high school, and yet he's the guy who we have a group text, and then we've got a group text that doesn't have him on it. That kind of thing. Not because he's like over the top political or anything like that. He's just there.
Tells really good racist jokes.
Maybe he does. He does a lot. Well. He's Jewish and tells a lot of Jewish jokes, but he's he can get away with that. He can get away with that. But there are times we have to have that separate group text because there's times the other 8 or 9 of us need to let off a little steam about our buddy Ross. You know what I mean? Maybe that's C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I could see where the Texans secondary, Seth, has a group text of all the guys. And then they've got a group text of everybody but C.J. Gardner-Johnson on there,
He's one of those, he's like that, every now and then you need that shot that they give to people with drug overdoses.
Yeah.
Is it naloxone or something like that?
Not the one that they jammed into, what's-her-name's chest in Pulp Fiction. That's adrenaline.
Epinephrine.
That would be the opposite.
There is some other drug that they use, but let's call it that. Every now and then you just need a break. I don't know, but it's like, on the written record, I don't see anything that hints that, he's this big headache or anything. I think that he, in the interview that he did with Aaron Wilson, he kind of was talking around or like he should have been paid higher than he has in his career, but he also concedes that some teams just because I'm putting words in his mouth, but basically I don't walk the walk the way that they want you to be or whatever.
Yeah.
And maybe because he doesn't fit the mold, teams are just a little bit uncomfortable with him. I feel like this is a great environment in having DeMeco Ryans as a coach who has a great tolerance for all different types of personalities as long as they play football hard.
They play, yeah.
As long as they really – and he does play football
All
hard.
evidence is he plays football very, very hard. He seems pretty self-aware to me. I mean, he was the guy who said last week or 2 weeks ago he didn't go to OTAs because I'm a little extra
Basically
sometimes.
said I might be a little much for them. Well, because he
much.
said he was coming down off the mountain of winning a championship, and it almost felt like he didn't want to disrupt these guys who just, had a real good feeling going and were maybe feeling good about. I have a feeling, this is me projecting the way I would be on it.
Yeah.
It felt to me when C.J. Gardner-Johnson was saying that, like, he's seen what it takes to win a championship, and he's come into this situation where there are a lot of young guys that feel really good about themselves and have done a lot of really good things, but they really haven't accomplished anything yet.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to be the grumpy old guy that's like, listen, settle down there, sport. You ain't done nothing that impresses me yet.
Or, sometimes people get put into a new situation with new coworkers or friends or whatever, and all they do is talk about how things were done at the old place they used to work at. That kind of thing. Where, when I worked over here, this is how we used to do this and that. And granted, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is coming from a Super Bowl winning, very applicable and good advice, but there is just that whole thing that there's too much of it sometimes. And once you get to the third or fourth kernel of good advice in 20 minutes, you're like, hey, we got it, dude. You were at a great place before. Stop telling us how bad things are right here.
You know what? I get into that. I have that feeling of, sometimes when I go back home or to my wife's home and, we're just at, dinners or birthday parties or whatever, I'm real careful about, sometimes I feel like I'll be telling a story about something that happened in Houston or something cool that they have in Houston.
Yeah.
Like, cause there's a lot, Brandon and I both come from pretty rural areas.
Yeah.
So I get real, I'm always like, if I tell one story about something really cool that I did in Houston or saw in Houston, it feels like if I brought up another thing, it almost feels like I don't want them to look at me like, oh, here's the guy from the big city telling us how great it is, and us rubes out here in the sticks don't.
That's exactly right. And I feel like C.J. Gardner-Johnson, when he decided that whole part about coming down off the mountaintop down to trying to climb it again, maybe he was self-aware enough to go, you know what? I would be pretty annoying after the fifth great thing I tell them about Philadelphia. He knows that.
You guys want to hear about that time that Travis Kelce tried to bait us, but we baited him.
Put my arms behind my back. Let's reenact it.
Yeah, I like thinking that he's like, all right, I got to just step back and really just have the right approach when I come in here. How do I go about being a veteran leader and just, being careful about, you don't want to be overbearing with things.
Baldy did not talk me off the C.J. Gardner-Johnson train with just that little drop there about him annoying his teammates. I'm still extremely excited to roll some skulls this year.
The media member I talked to from up there, well, I don't think he would care if I said it was Brooks Cabino, who used to cover Houston for The Athletic. He used to cover the Texans for The Athletic.
That's a great job.
Brooks Cabino basically said something along the lines of, that it sounded to me what he was saying is that the media appearances and the press conferences don't really tell the whole story about how he is, and I think it felt almost like he was saying that he's a big personality and everything, and he'll say some things that are kind of crazy or whatever, but it's not day by day. That's not the way he operates within the building.
It sounds like the big question is it harmful? Is it harmful or is it harmless? And it sounds like what he does is harmless.
Yeah, there haven't been I spent a half hour kind of searching for dirt or whatever, and for whatever it's worth, I didn't see reports of him being a locker room issue or a cancer or anything like that. I think he's just I think he is just doing his own thing, and it's a little outside the box, and some people don't know how to handle that.
Prediction time. Okay, prediction time. He's got 2 years left on his deal.
Yes.
Do the Texans become the first team in, 5 years that he actually comes back to for a second consecutive season? I know he was with the Eagles twice, but he had a Detroit season in between. So he's been New Orleans, Philly, Detroit, Philly, Houston, 5 teams in 5 years. Do the Texans become the team that's able to have C.J. Gardner-Johnson stick around for a second year?
This is my pet theory then.
Okay.
Given that nobody can really point out exactly why he's been and to be clear, he was in New Orleans for New Orleans, Philadelphia, to Detroit, and back to Philadelphia, now to Houston. It's been 5 years of a new place.
Moving around,
Well, 4 years of a new place. I think that he strikes me as the kind of guy that might not be afraid to say whatever he's thinking to anybody, no matter where they are in the organizational chart. So it's somewhere along the way he's pissed off. This is my theory and theory alone. He's pissed off one influential person by being a little too honest with him. I do think the Texans, they're kind of structured. We've seen Caserio was able to set aside the insults by Steven Nelson and what have you. There was a limit, obviously, but I think that this organization might be the one where, Cal is the ultimate, I think, in billionaires who aren't going to get offended by a guy saying something to him if he's just saying what he thinks is true or whatever.
Bullets bouncing off of him,
So I think yes. And I also think that if C.J. Gardner-Johnson has a really good year this year, he's going to want a new contract.
There's that too,
And it kind of jibes with what the Texans do, which is, he can point to, Danielle Hunter, he checks off all those boxes. He walks the line. He's like a model example of what you want a player to be like. We gave him a 2-year contract.
Yeah.
But it's all guaranteed.
Yep.
If CJ, they could give him a short-term contract,
all guaranteed.
and the amount of guaranteed money that it would be, I think CJ Gardner-Johnson would look at it, I'm finally getting the recognition we deserve. Meanwhile, the Texans are a little bit, they've got a backstop in case things go south.
Is he back in 2026? I know we're way out over our skis. Is he?
I think he is. Most likely, if I had to bet right now, I'd say I think he's back. With a new contract.
I would agree with that.
But it's not going to be a long-term 5-year record-breaking deal or something like
Payne
that.
and Pendergast with you. All right, so this documentary got announced while I was out on vacation, and I've been Googling, trying to get more and more information on it, and I'm now getting mini docs curated to me about the turkey leg hut. I have to bring this up. And what other documentaries would we want to see here about the Houston area? We'll do that coming up next. I do a documentary on Dr. Ben Salento right
O'Karam Injury Lawyer Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Seth, this came down. I think when I was on vacation and I saw it, and I saw Brandon Scott react to it. I'm like, oh, I bet they talked about this. Did you and Brandon Scott talk about at all the documentary that's going to be coming out about Turkey Leg Hut and that whole saga?
We didn't talk about it at all. No.
Okay, yeah. I thought maybe Brandon would bring it up. I am totally intrigued by this, and so I've been it's coming out or what's going to happen, and so now my YouTube timeline I'm getting fed other like 40-minute exposés that have been done on the whole Turkey Leg Hut saga, which, I mean, for those of you, if you live in Houston, you probably know, like one of the most iconic places to go eat here in town for years. Like if celebrities are coming in from out of town, they go stand in line over there, right, off of Alameda and go eat at Turkey Leg Hut. It was a big deal until the married couple that owned it got sideways. And it's turned into like a major thing. Now they're out of business now, but this Jamie McCoy Langford is the producer of it, and apparently only one side of the marital riff is cooperating with the documentary right now. So there's a chance that it might
that's
not.
Dicey.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be if you're who's participating.
The Nakia Holmes is, I believe, the woman, the wife, has denied involvement in the documentary through a publicist, but the documentary is going to push forward without her. I don't know if that necessarily means they're getting all kinds of contributions from the other side of the marriage, but this is it's a spicy story, man. Like divorce, bankruptcy, news reports of them selling marijuana out of the Turkey Leg Hut. There was a point where there was arson involved. Like one side of the marriage burned down a building involved with the other side. Like it's a crazy story. It's wild. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Did they close and then the drug allegations came out, or was it all intertwined?
They came out. They came out as the place was kind of getting into trouble.
As it was
splitting apart.
They had the bankruptcy filing and the health code violations and all of that.
Yeah. So it's
got the potential to be really, really good depending on how much of the actual drama and the behind the scenes we get.
Yeah, and how balanced it is. If it's just one side talking, I'll enjoy it either way.
Are the allegations that they were actually selling drugs, or that people were selling drugs within the building?
No, I think
there's a fine line there.
Yeah. I think I'm going to look up in the article here on the Chronicle. I'm searching on marijuana right now just to make sure I don't get this story wrong. But yeah, in November of 2023, Holmes came forward. The names of the two folks, the couple involved here is Nakia Holmes, and Lynn Price is the husband. Lynn, Lynn.
Yeah.
Lynn Price is the husband. In November of 2023, Holmes came forward about her split from her husband. The next year, a fire lit up Turkey Leg Hut. It failed a health inspection, filed for bankruptcy, and closed in November of 2024. Price is currently being held in federal custody until his arson trial. This is an article from about 10 days ago in the Chronicle. An FBI agent testified that Price was believed to have sold marijuana out of the Turkey Leg Hut. So that's the husband. So, So they're, So
you got to keep those two separate. You got to have a separate place if you're...
Is that your advice?
Arson, man, I'll tell you what. Of all the crimes that I could see myself, total morality out of it, I would sooner murder somebody and think I might get away with it than I would commit arson. On my own place, on something that I own, that I've got the insurance. Boy, I feel like maybe I've watched too many movies. Maybe it's actually harder to prove than it would seem. But you talk about you're committing a crime where immediately you're the number one suspect.
Yeah.
Right? Like right off the bat.
Yeah.
Who's everybody looking at? And it's not just law enforcement. It's the insurance company as well that's going to be investigating it. So you've got private enterprise, private industry and the law looking into it. And it just doesn't, it seems like you'd have to be so smart to actually fool all those people.
I agree.
When you are indeed the number one suspect.
Yeah.
And we also know if you're the number one suspect, any little bit of evidence is going to be totally blown up and used against you in court, and you're not going to win.
So
I applaud the chutzpah of anybody that actually tries to pull it off. Yes.
The moxie.
It's like murdering your spouse.
Yeah.
You know you're the number one suspect.
Oh, yeah, no
You know?
kidding.
Like,
Yeah.
what do you think you're going to get away with that, you idiot? You're convicted as soon as the cops walk in the door.
So
That's why Brandy's always showing me these crime shows of the husband getting caught.
Yep. Don't even think about it.
That's her insurance
Don't even
policy.
think about it. Yeah. Why are we DVRing Law and Order all of a sudden?
Yeah.
This is weird. So it would seem like then of the salacious endeavors that were involved with the turkey leg hunt, that arson would be at the top of your power rankings that would interest you, ahead of, say, marijuana sales. Arson would be number one on your power ranking.
Of all
the salacious things. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and everything that goes, because you do a whole, like, that's a whole 15 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
Is figuring out how you're gonna allegedly blaze the place. We don't know if it was arson or not.
Right.
But like how.
You're right. That's the
who do you
crescendo.
contact?
Yeah.
You're going to have to talk to some kind of an expert, or you're going to have to Google it. So it's going to be on your internet record. It's a dicey proposition.
That's
man.
the crescendo.
And where do you find? I think it's easier to find a hitman than it is to find an arson expert. I would hazard.
Yeah. Like a hitman to kill, as opposed to like somebody to execute arson for you.
Yeah,
like someone
because especially whatever arson experts are out there in the underworld. Then a bunch of the confidential informants know who that arson expert is too.
Yeah.
No,
arson.
I don't know, sir. No way. Yeah, the arson side of it is the most intriguing to me. Selling drugs out of the back of the restaurant. What's that? 25% of restaurants probably do that.
Well, you know where that gets interesting. Yes. If you're listening and you own a restaurant, we're not talking about you, okay?
In this economy?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. You got to boost it a little bit.
Do what you got to do, man. These tariffs.
Hey, it used to be a great cash business, the restaurant business. You lost some of that.
Other Houston institutions, sports or otherwise, that you'd love to see a documentary on. You've already put your request in on a Roy Hoffines documentary.
Oh, yeah.
You would like to see that.
I've also put my request in that if they renovate or build a new stadium, that there needs to be a Roy Hoffines-style apartment. I want Cal and Hannah and their kids living in the stadium.
Oh, yeah?
That would be awesome.
60s style, bad paintings and stuff.
Yeah. Cal and Hannah's
a lot of Formica. Yeah.
Those kids, like in my just limited interaction, they seem like very polite, good kids.
Yes.
I don't think you have to worry about them all of a sudden, living a life of whatever. It would be awesome. Yes. They need to live in this. Are you listening, Cal and Hannah? You need to live in the stadium.
You seen their house? They need to move from there to the stadium.
Houses are overrated. Now that I've seen their house.
Yeah.
You know what that thing costs?
Yeah.
To maintain, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Right. I don't need that in my life.
Maintain, property taxes, the whole thing.
Plus, you're living in the building. Like, it's all a write-off, man.
Yeah,
all
that's true.
the expenses, the maintenance,
Look at
all of
you.
that. It's all part of the business.
You don't need to worry about arson or marijuana sales. Someone needs to check on old Sether's tax returns. Yeah, look at you.
If there's one thing if there's two things Cal has learned from listening to this segment, it's that A, he needs to live in the stadium in a luxurious apartment with 70s shag carpet.
Yep.
And B, he needs to rethink his plans to torch his house to fund the new stadium.
He needs to rethink it.
Like, hey, Hannah, by the way, I think, our plans to partly fund the stadium by committing arson on our house. Let's rethink that.
Listen,
Seth's brought up some good points
Seth is really smart and brings up some good points about this. We got to rethink our strategy.
It might be a lot tougher than I thought. Yeah.
I would watch a Rusty Hardin documentary for sure, and all the different cases he's been involved in, like that. Because there's going to be documentaries about Deshaun Watson someday, and we've already seen things about the whole Anna Nicole Smith and whatnot. But one about cases, I would watch that. He's an interesting character for sure.
I would like to. You know what? I'd rather see a drama. What is it? A docudrama of that with somebody playing Rusty.
The actors.
Rusty Hardin.
Yeah.
Probably Dennis Quaid would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that'd be good. Text in. Who would make a good Rusty Hardin actor?
And just so that you have the conversations of him telling a client to shut up, or I don't need to know that.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Urban Cowboy, like the real story. There's probably one out there about that. Like, Urban Cowboy based, this based on Pasadena.
Gillies is basically
Gillies, yeah, story
for.
like a story.
Urban Cowboy was totally fiction, other than that.
That's what
Gillies
I mean.
Was,
like a true story about the stuff that was portrayed in Urban. Yeah, like stories from Gillies documentary kind of thing. I bet there were some amazing stories from there back then.
Well, if you wanted to make it like Urban Cowboy, it'd be some refinery worker that also was a champion wasn't there the mechanical
like a bull? Yeah, mechanical
situation
bull
in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what the deal was with him? Was he also was that one of the subplots?
I can tell you, it's been a long time.
Competing on a mechanical bull riding.
Help us out on the Urban Cowboy front. I don't remember. I just remember John Travolta and what's her name, Deborah Winger. That's what I remember from it.
Listen, kids. You might think you know what sexy is. Deborah Winger slow riding a mechanical bull doesn't get much better than that.
Back in my day, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Very excited about that documentary, assuming it's coming out. All right, let's circle back. Texans, Chris Sims.
Trump burned to the ground.
Yes, that's a good tease. All right, we'll do that.
True story.
We will. We'll get to Chris Sims on C.J. Stroud, but that story's going to be a tough act to follow. Chris Sims had high praise, maybe the highest praise we've heard all offseason for C.J. Stroud. We'll have that for you coming up next as well. West Point.
WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, so we can get to Chris Sims and C.J. Stroud in a second. But playing off our last segment where we were talking about the intrigue in the Turkey Leg Hut documentary that appears to be coming out. We'll see.
Yeah.
You have a story.
I brought up that my dad was once, he wasn't charged with arson but his restaurant burned to the ground. He had classic story of my dad who was, splitting time between his dairy farm and a seafood restaurant that he had started called the, what was it called? It was something like the Fish Hut or something like that. I think it was the Fish Hut.
Where was it? What part of the country?
Upstate New York,
okay.
Farmington, New York.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was right off. It was just a little restaurant, and he would, he'd milk cows all day. Then he would manage the Fish Hut, and then sometimes he'd have to make a midnight run down to a fish market in New York City to pick up fish. And I don't know
New
who
York
else.
City.
He might have maybe packets of heroin or something. I don't know. So this was all when I was very, very young, and I didn't know anything about it other than that. It seemed like my dad was working 24 hours a day. And then all of a sudden one day the Fish Hut burned down. And this is where my dad was never a suspect or a person of interest because he was leasing the space. The guy was kind of known as a little bit of the rubbing the nose. Might have been mafia. Okay.
Yeah. Make things go away. Yeah.
Right. Now, so this would be a guy that probably, when it came to arson, potentially might have actually known. God, I gotta be careful how I speak here. I think he's dead, but still, he might have known what he was doing.
Yeah.
And but nobody told me about it. My dad, I was an adult when my dad basically told me, the guy that we were renting it from was probably for the best. I wasn't all that comfortable being being a tenant there.
Yeah.
And it burned down, and it was my dad got the insurance money for whatever his fryers and all that.
Yeah, all his stuff. Oh my God.
Yeah.
God, your dad, man. And then he went on to produce a movie. He went on to produce a movie after that.
Oh, he did so many things. I could write a book about my dad.
That'd be a documentary right there, man. That would be a good one. Text message, bad arson jobs, which are a majority of them, are easy to prove. The ones that have a legitimate source and little motive are tough to prove. Yeah, motive's a big one, I would say.
So I gotta take up a smoking habit, I think, if I'm ever gonna pull off this arson
job.
Plus, our house, we put all kinds of, you got the spray foam in, which means that you've got all kind of anti-arson spray all over everything, or flame retardant stuff. I don't think, knock on wood, I don't think I could burn my house down if I tried. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
But as it's been well documented, I smoke 3 packs a day. Because I'll try to get on me about falling asleep while smoking. Happens all the time. Do you hear me? Hey, Ben, can you take a clip of that and send it to me?
Yeah.
Put it in a folder. Put it in a folder called Future Alibis for Seth.
That's funny. Yeah, a few people have texted in that the whole arson part of the story was actually allegedly arson committed on a business partner establishment of the Turkey Leg Hut. Yeah, so there you go. All right, so the documentary will have all this when it comes out.
I feel like if you're in the problem is the motivation for arson is that you're in financial distress.
Yeah.
And that's number one, the first thing they're going to look at.
Yeah, right.
Right. This arson happened 3 days after you missed your third mortgage payment.
That's the fingerprints on the gun equivalent, right? I mean, that's,
You bought 18 gas tanks the day that you got your foreclosure notice. That's interesting.
Right. It's crazy. All right, so Chris Sims, he's Pro Football Talk with Mike Florio, does a lot. He's on NBC, got his hands in a lot of things football-wise, and he's got a list of quarterbacks. He power ranks the quarterbacks in the NFL every year at about this time of year. We're very thankful for that because it generates a lot of content. He is very high. This is the highest I've seen anybody on C.J. Stroud heading into this coming season. I think there were a lot of people that were this high just quantitatively. He's got him 7th on his QB power rankings. I think C.J. lived in the top 6 to 10 quarterbacks last offseason, Seth, coming off that rookie year. You couldn't find a power ranking that didn't have C.J. Stroud in the top 10 after he was Offensive Rookie of the Year. It's a little different this year, but Chris Sims is out. Here's Sims saying a lot of the negatives for the Texans on offense last year were not CJ's fault.
A lot of the film and the negative is not CJ Stroud. I go, no, it's the Houston Texans. He can't block them. He can't get open for them. He can't call another play where it's like, wait, we can't block, so now we're sending. Remember, we had this conversation during the season. Wait, we can't block anybody, so we're keeping everybody in the block, so now we only have 2 or 3 people going out and routes downfield. Oh, and that's right, Nico Collins is hurt, and Stephon Diggs is not playing. So who's getting open? Oh, hey, we got Tank Dell. Okay, yeah, but he's about to get hurt too, so then what are we going to do there? I mean, so that's where we all threw it on C.J. Stroud for the step back, and I'd go, it was anything but that.
I think the biggest thing that we didn't address earlier, Sean, is really just how bad they were at consistently running the football. Because everything that involves quarterbacks in the passing game, whether it's their fault, whether it's not their fault, it's impossible on a play-by-play basis to say who's to blame, or a lot of the times it is, because you don't know who's running the wrong routes, like who is responsible for this pass protection, et cetera, et cetera. And by and large, 100% Chris Sims is correct in that. And especially when it comes to having a young center being the one in charge of making the calls on both run and pass plays, there are a lot of times that there's nothing CJ could do about it. But especially when you can't consistently run the ball, but you're a team who wants to run the ball, he just ended up in more second and longs and third and longs than anybody else. I want to go stat nerd and say, oh, establishing the run is a fallacy, etc. Yes, there's a lot of truth when you say that. Like establishing the run to set up the pass, it's overblown. But you do have to at least competently run the ball. If you can't competently run the ball, then teams, it's so much easier to defend.
Yeah.
The teams, the way linebackers would just sit back 7 yards off the line of scrimmage, waiting to see if it was a run or a pass, because they were not that concerned about the run, but they were deep in coverage already. Like all of that, like any play action, it just didn't have any effect on the defense at all. And you're putting CJ in these situations where it's 2nd and 10 and 3rd and 10 so frequently that it's hard for any quarterback to convert those. That's why Pat Mahomes this year, one of the reasons, despite his numbers not being gaudy, one of the reasons they were still effective in winning games is that they would get to 2nd and 5.
Yes.
They get to 3rd and 4.
Yep.
Converting 3rd and 4 is so much easier than converting 3rd and 12.
That might be, as you lay that out, it's really good. As you lay that out, I'm thinking, okay, what are the things about Nick Caley's offense that as we get 5 or 6 weeks into the season, we're looking at it and going, okay, this thing's working. The biggest thing might be 3rd and whatever. Like the Texans were 3rd and the worst last year. You know, they were 3rd and averaged like 7, 8, 9 yards. Like they were 3rd and long all the time. If they're consistently on 3rd down in 3rd and a much shorter distance, that tells me they're running the football. That tells me CJ is checking down when he needs to and taking the profit that you talked about earlier in the show. That might be the back to where CJ is in just manageable third down situations. Then you're not worried about the offensive line getting on it. Yeah. You know, you can use the quick passing game to convert those. You don't have to take those deep drops and get hit under the chin as you're trying to hit Nico Collins 15 yards downfield because you're in 3rd and 14. You know,
and this is where if you think about the ability to run and why you don't have to be an awesome running team to set up play action. You just have to be competent. That Tennessee game, that second one especially, if you think about some of the things the Texans would try to do with that Bobby Slowick offense, okay, they want to run the outside zone, and that sets up play action really well, et cetera, et cetera. Like Laramie Tunsil was, when you're running to the left and Laramie Tunsil decides, oh, I'm just going to seal this defensive end off instead of really trying to physically overtake him.
Yeah.
And that would happen every single time. You would watch the Titans linebackers, and they would just sit back. They were not worried about trying to get to the sideline in case the blocking was right. They would just sit back and wait for the cutback.
Yep.
And then they would, if it was play action, great, because we're just sitting back waiting. We're not running laterally down the line. All the things that you would do to set up the bootleg, all the things that you would do to set up a cutback, they couldn't do any of it. Yep. So just that very essential thing of running the ball competently,
yep.
they were left without recourse, and it put them in bad down and distance situations. I mean, I could go about the way the whole offensive operation was. Did almost at every turn they weren't doing things for success.
Here's Sims saying CJ wasn't perfect, but he has no issue with CJ Stroud's decision-making.
Was he perfect? No. Did he have some down moments? Sure, he did. But I think a lot of those down moments were more about like, oh, no, the team's not playing well. We're not doing well on offense. I'm going to try to force something or make something happen, right? Or I'm under pressure and I'm trying to make big throws down the football field regardless of what I'm under and who's hitting me and who's open and not open. So that's what you look at. But I watch him and I go, I have no problem with his decision-making. His decision-making's really good.
Yeah, I mean, point out, if you're just looking at stats, he more than doubled the number of interceptions he threw in his rookie year. So it's an easy thing to take issue with. He had some bad interceptions. He had 5 interceptions his rookie year. I think he had 12 this year. And there were some bad ones.
There were, and one of the biggest things was that is probably at least partly because of injuries, he wasn't as pinpoint accurate. He had more instances. It wasn't as bad as the eyeball test. Like watching on the TV copy at times or watching from the sideline in real time, you would see some of the throws that looked like awful throws, and then you watch from the end zone and you realize, okay, actually he did the best thing he could right there.
Yep.
But there were times where he threw some ducks that just were not typical of what you expect from C.J. Stroud, and hopefully that was just because of whatever injuries he was dealing with.
Yeah.
I don't like the old saying of quarterbacks are either accurate or are not accurate. That still has a lot of substance to it.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterbacks have done a better job of
Yeah.
becoming accurate quarterbacks or improving their accuracy, but by and large, it's still have it. By the time you get to the NFL, you're either you're hard pressed to get a lot more accurate with few exceptions. And if you have accuracy and you don't, all of a sudden, usually it's because of injury.
The underthrow to Tank was sort of the red flag interception in the Detroit game where Tank's wide open in the end zone. It's 23-13. He hits that deep shot to Tank, and it's you're up 17 deep into the third quarter. And CJ just underthrew it, and Carlton Davis undercuts it and intercepts it, and the Lions come back and win the football game. Like that was a game-losing play for the Texans.
And then he had one to Nico too that was just a real errant throw.
Yeah.
I think in the Ravens game, wasn't it?
I think so.
Out towards the sideline. Those are the things that you just didn't expect to see from him. That one. I'm glad you brought that one up to Tank. Because the other part of that, which is a classic thing that happens when quarterbacks are injured. You could see him kind of almost hesitate and consciously think about whether he should throw it or not.
Yeah.
Instead of just planting and going, it was almost like a methodical, can I make this throw?
Well, and it was jarring because a year before that, he would have just let it rip. His rookie year, he was letting it rip on plays
like that Jacksonville game, that deep shot to Tank Dell in the Jacksonville game.
Right, in between three guys.
He didn't even know if he should. Yeah,
it was wild. Ben, let's skip down to Sims 5 here, the very end, where Chris Sims points out that, hey, just look at the way the Texans operated this offseason. They agree with Chris Sims that CJ wasn't the problem.
There's a reason they fired their offensive coordinator after going to the playoffs 2 years in a row. There's a reason they've totally said after going to the playoffs 2 years in a row. They're telling you without telling you the problems were the team were not C.J. Stroud. It was our pass protection scheme and our offensive line. And that's what they had to fix. And C.J. Stroud, the Texans, I will not be shocked if they're in the Super Bowl this year.
Okay. I mean, that's a lot of confidence in the offensive line by putting a Super Bowl out there for the Houston Texans.
The one big questionable thing that I still have, and you know what, I'm going to write this in my Google. Remind me to put this in my Google Doc of Caserio questions the next time we talk to him. When you're running a system where the center is making the calls, and theoretically that should help out a young quarterback because it takes a lot off of his plate. I really would have wished that they had a veteran center in there doing that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference between Juice Scruggs or Jarrett Patterson and, say, eighth-year Chris Myers.
Right.
If you're going to be in a system where you can have a guy that can actually see a lot that younger players aren't going to, there was a little bit of a brain drain there in having both a rookie or a second-year center and a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
That part, I don't know how you overcome that. Because that's a really complex part of the game that takes a lot. Just go ahead and learn go ahead and watch a YouTube video about learning pass protection and tell me after 15 minutes if you got it all nailed down.
That's funny.
It's a lot.
Well, that's funny because the CJ's rookie year, Jarrett Patterson was the center for a chunk of it, but then he got hurt. And it was maybe just, he'd been in the league a few years. Maybe having a guy who just had that experience might have been why they were working better towards the end of his rookie year than in the second year.
And it's still a concern of mine going into this season is that, okay, CJ's going to be making the calls at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's great.
Yep.
Except there's a learning curve with that, and
Yeah.
he did a lot of it at Ohio State. So it's not going to be as much of a drastic change for him as it is for the vast majority of quarterbacks, young quarterbacks. But it's a process. So there's gonna be some hiccups along the way. That's the part that makes me nervous about. No matter how good Nick Caley is, no matter how well the offensive line can do as a group, and perhaps rising above just what their names are on paper, that it's a lot for a young quarterback to handle. And you don't just go from freshman year to PhD in one training camp.
Yep.
So we'll watch and see on that.
No doubt. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. Good night last night for the Astros. Is there a storm brewing for the Astros in a good way? We'll explain coming up next. Beck's Prime. Oh yeah.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
1-2 to wins. And that will do it. Yiner will have to complete the strikeout with a toss down to first, and the Astros win it 13-3 as they pick up a win in the second game of this 4-game series. Cam Smith with 2 home runs. Mauricio Dubon on base 5 times. Cooper Hummel, Christian Walker adding home runs. Plummer, that was a full offensive display with 5 home runs for the Astros.
Freaking batting practice is what that was. Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network last night. Astros back in time. First pitch. They are in Sacramento. 2 more against the A's tonight and tomorrow night. Framber Valdez on the mound tonight for the Astros. The big story in this one was, to me, Seth, was the 2 home runs from Cam Smith. You know, who's, I think they traded for him in the Kyle Tucker trade. They traded for him with the expectation that he is going to be a big power source for this team moving forward. And he's been fine so far his rookie year. For a rookie who's played very little minor league baseball, he's been just fine. He hadn't hit a home run since April the 18th. And last night he hit 2. We could be on the verge here. Dana Brown pointed this out on the broadcast over the weekend. Like, once Cam starts feeling it and starts hitting them, and he hit 2 last night. So whatever he was feeling after that first one, it stuck around for another one. That maybe we're on the verge of a Cam storm here.
Maybe, yes, and just like as he is in a much accelerated program compared to Kyle Tucker's rookie year, and after Kyle Tucker's rookie year, remember we were all looking at each other wondering, why exactly is he untouchable?
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker was also a guy that it took a while for his power to really show up. He was really good at hitting stuff to the warning track for a long time, and then he got his stroke. But Cam so far has, in the last 2 months, been playing as an above-average Major League Baseball player. He just hasn't had that power that you know he's capable of. And you might say, well, okay, it's the A's. How much do we want to read into this? As a team, yes, this is the A's. And, hey, tonight you got Framber going up against Severino. You're stuck on the mound, and you could get away with having a lesser offense if you have to.
Yep.
Tomorrow night, you've got Colton Gordon going up against Jacob Lopez of a 4.8 ERA or what have you. Like, yeah, you need to feast on pitchers like this if you're going to sustain this winning that has been somehow gotten you to where you are, a half game out of second place in the AL.
Incredible.
Without having any kind of a credible offense. We know that the potential is there. Cam is a huge part of it. Christian Walker has been playing at least like an average hitter over the last couple months, and his glove is an asset. Isaac Paredes has been revelational in a lot of ways.
Yep.
It's just if you get Yordan back, and he plays anything like normal Yordan, that changes a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it does. I was real careful for a while to say, like, okay, but he's just one batter, and it's not like that solves the bottom of the lineup, et cetera, et cetera. The bottom of the lineup has done some good things as of late.
Yeah.
Yordan being a lefty in the lineup and having like those other players, having the guys on the bases that Yordan can sweep home, and having the stress that it provides for the pitcher, like all of that, there's much more of a synergistic effect than just Yordan's production coming back.
I think the feeling, too, that I know that there are guys who their statistics for the whole year are well below expectations. You just cited Christian Walker. I think Yiner Diaz fits that. There's some guys that we're still waiting on. I mean, I think even Altuve, to a degree, that, you know, he's hitting 270. You know, he's hit 11 home runs, though, that kind of thing. But I feel like with this lineup, Seth, there's not, like in past years, like Maldonado was an automatic out. Like Jake Myers felt like an automatic out at times. Chas McCormick, when he was in the lineup last year, felt like an automatic out. And I do feel like top to bottom in the lineup right now, they're at least battling a little bit and having good at-bats. There's not even the catcher position, again, Yiner hasn't hit to the level that I think he's capable of, but the combination of him and Caratini has been a nice, solid, professional hitter. They don't have any killers right now in the lineup. Like, you know, Jeremy Pena's had a really, really good year. So he's the closest thing. Paredes has had a really good year, too. But at least I feel like when they get to it used to feel like when you get to the bottom of the order, like, all right, we just got to get these three guys out of the way and get back to the top. they're having decent at-bats down there from 6 through 9 right now.
Well, and then the other part, that's the overflow effect of Yiner, too, of Jordan, is they haven't had, like, they've seen so few left-handed pitchers. Yeah. So it just, there's the advantage that some of the lesser batters that you have in seeing a lefty, that evaporates. So, like, the guys who would get a leg up a little bit, the righties who could see a lefty more often, like, they're not doing it. Jordan being back in the lineup could change that a little bit. Yeah. So you end up facing, like, teams have been able to protect their lesser left-handed pitchers to an extreme degree versus the Astros.
Yeah.
They see no need to throw a lefty out there.
Yep, that's a good point. Yeah, just the left-handedness of Jordan Alvarez is a big deal, let alone whatever.
Even though, like, Jordan's been about these in his career, but pitchers are, like, they're still going to throw more lefties out versus Jordan.
Yeah, for sure.
Than they have been as of late.
Yep. I just want to relive some of the magic of Cam Smith, man. Todd Callis, give me home run number 1. Put it in my veins, man.
Cam hits a high fly ball deep to left field. Cam Smith may have just hit his first home run since April the 18th. Cam Smith, number 4 on the season, connects on a home run to make it 3-0 Astros.
Like that.
That's what we like to see. Elevate to celebrate for Cam Smith.
Didn't call him the Camdy man right there, Seth, that I heard. Blum.
He probably said he read my notes, I think. And it's I don't know. Blum's nicknames are funny. There's something about the Candyman. That whole, I don't know. It just creeps me out.
Candy vibes.
Got a very ice cream truck vibe to it.
A little bit. Now that home run, just if you're just listening to it, sounded like, okay, there's a little question as to whether this one gets out. This one seems like far less question.
He drills one high and deep. Forget about it. Back-to-back jacks for Cam Smith. And the Astros lead 4-0. Dana Brown said they'd come in bunches, 2-2 at bats.
That was a bomb. Cam flexing.
It's big, man. If they start getting a power stroke out of Cam Smith, he's been fine just getting hits in big moments. Yeah. He's had some big moments. He had the walk-off over the weekend, but he starts swinging a power stroke. That's a big deal for this team.
What's the more reasonable thing to wish and hope for? A top 10 this season. They're in the top 10 in runs scored, or the starting pitching gets stabilized and kind of healthy, and they end up like the starting pitching reflects the bullpen and is dominant outside of just Framber and Hunter Brown.
Yeah, well, but lately they've been really good across the rotation.
They've been good across the rotation, but it's also still a small set, and it's going. Hey, we get so excited when somebody goes 6 innings.
No,
it's
I know.
It's a miracle on ice.
Yeah. So what do I think? What do I think they have a better chance of from now until the end of the year being top 10 in scoring runs in baseball or stabilizing the starting rotation? I'm going to say, you know what, Seth? They're going to get Jordan back. I'm going to go runs scored, top 10. They do not play a tough schedule the rest of the way. They had one of the hardest schedules for about the first 40 or 50 games of the year, and they have one of the easiest schedules here for the balance of the season. Over the last, what have they played? About 80 games? We're almost halfway through the season here. The second half of the season, the schedule really eases up. And I do think that Yiner's going to hit better and Christian Walker is going to hit better. I don't think these guys are going to finish the season with OPSs in the mid-600s. I refuse to believe that. I don't think this is like a Jose Abreu situation with Christian Walker where Jose Abreu just looked like he didn't belong in baseball anymore. Christian Walker has good at-bats. He's starting to hit a little bit, hitting for a little power as well. So I'm going to go the top 10 rest of the way starting today, right? June 18th.
Yeah.
We're going to now the other choice is a little more nebulous. I need what do they need to be in the start? They need to be like top 10 ERA starting rotation, or what do they need?
I think they're already top 10 ERA.
Yeah, I think the rotation is pretty good.
I think getting up. Well, no, I said to be equal to what the bullpen is, or at least close to what the bullpen is.
Gotcha.
The bullpen has just been dominant.
I'll go offense. I'll just go offense blindly on that.
I know, but I tell you what, this is one of those things where I pulled the stat up before the segment, but if you want an illustration of like how erratic the starting pitching has been. These are the leaders in innings pitched on the Astros this year so far.
Okay.
Framber, no big surprise.
Yep.
Hunter, and then you get down to Ryan Gusto, Ronel Blanco.
Yeah.
Hayden Wisniewski.
Yeah. Wow.
Colton Gordon.
Okay, so Hayden. Okay, yeah. So these are all guys.
Wisniewski. Yes. Yeah. Wisniewski. Two of those guys are no longer on the roster.
I wish you had me guess who was third. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, let's see. Okay, so I've told you the top, 5? Okay, it goes Framber, Hunter, Gusto, Blanco, Hayden Wisniewski has the 5th most innings. Who do you think is number 6?
I would go Lance McCullers.
Colton Gordon.
Okay. I think you even just said that. Okay.
Yeah. Then Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
And then down to Brandon Walter. Brandon Walter's been a horse with his 17 2/3 innings.
Yeah, I mean, these are your starting pitchers, man.
That is just a revolving door of various guys, some of whom will not play again this year.
Yeah.
It's and the fact that they've been as good as they have. Incredible.
And I think the either or that you gave me, the difference is that to even just maintain, let alone elevate what the starting rotation is doing, you're counting on a bunch of guys who have started. You can count on one hand how many games they've started. Conversely, the offense, you're waiting for guys who have been high-level major league performers to just start hitting the way they're supposed to hit. You know, it's different. Counting on short timers to keep being great, to me, is obviously a very much more dicey proposition than counting on poor performing longtime big leaguers to achieve to the level we're used to seeing them do over 162 games.
With that smattering of names that I just threw out there, the Astros, their overall ERA, all pitchers, they're 6th best ERA in the league right now.
Yeah.
Starting pitchers are the 8th best in the league.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think
those guys.
Yeah. Do you have the bullpen number in front? Obviously, bullpen's better than 6th if the rotation is 8th.
They make you scroll down forever here we go. So the relievers are 5th best.
5th.
In the league
right okay. So I think the two are very close. It just feels weird because of all those names you just had. But the fact of the matter is...
No, it doesn't. It's not a surprise that they've been that good. The surprise is looking back on it and seeing just how ridiculous it is that it's been this complete host of guys that's still one of the best starting pitching staffs in the league. And then that is still top 8, despite a bunch of guys who many of whom aren't on the team anymore the year. It's astounding.
They just dropped
it's amazing.
They just dropped Jason Alexander in there last night. 6 innings, 2 earned runs. Here you go. It's been cool, man. It's been really, really cool to watch. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on today, question of the day, and so forth. I have a question. I just saw a video from Shams Charania talking about a player, not KD, who could be moved, but this player could be moved for 4 or 5 first-round picks. Do first-round picks even matter in the NBA anymore, or are they just the equivalent of pocket change right now? Slush fund, petty cash. We'll get to that coming up next. West Point, Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. Chris Poole.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, this might be one that puts me over the edge when it comes to all these trades in the NBA involving 4 and 5 first-round picks. Here was Shams Charania on the Pat McAfee show saying that Anthony Davis, if Dallas put him out there on the marketplace, he might command a huge return.
Rich, right? Like last year we saw Mikal Bridges go for, 5 first-round picks, and the Nets got Bojan Bogdanovic. Bojan Bogdanovic was not a player for the Nets this season. Like, he was a non-factor. So they got those 5 first-round picks. In this case, you give up Desmond Bane, you get 4 first-round picks and a swap. And at that point, you get 2 players that you feel like can help you now a little bit. But they're doing the deal because of the haul of the draft picks. You think about Luka Doncic and that Anthony Davis trade. If you put Anthony Davis on the open market right now, he's fetching you 4 or 5 first-round picks right now. So I think it's about, do you want to trade for the player or do you want to trade for the picks?
Okay. We're going to wind up with an NBA, Seth, where it's just going to be 15 teams that have a boatload of first-round picks and 15 teams that don't have any first-round picks for the next 4 years. Like, that's what these trades are turning into. Desmond Bane goes for 4 first-round picks. I mean, if Anthony Davis can go for 4 from the Mavericks, then that's wild to me. Just that they were panned for that trade. Anthony Davis was in a trade for Luka Doncic that has been hailed as the worst trade in recent history in the NBA. Like, he was on the wrong end. He went to the team that is being widely criticized for making the worst deal in the history of the NBA, possibly, for Luka Doncic. And that player, the main asset in the worst deal ever, on the wrong side of the deal, Shams Charania thinks, and he may be right, that you could just put out there on the market and some team's going to give up 4 first-round picks. Like, do first-round picks even matter anymore in the NBA?
Right. Yeah, I don't know, and it also depends. If you're the Rockets right now, they are there for where they are, where they feel really good about a lot of the young guys and their potential and their upside. Yep. They've got too many. They literally have too many first-round picks. Yeah. Because now it'd be one thing if it was their own picks, but they've got the Suns picks. They've got picks that are going to be high picks that are valuable to other teams. But it's, in football, you take a number 1 overall pick every single year if you could. You're never going to have enough of those. In the NBA, there's only so much room for development of some of these younger guys. They've already got a log jam of disgruntled Cam Whitmores and what have you.
Yeah, that's right.
How do you really get these guys the time to play and develop? Yeah. So for them, giving away picks is no big deal. It's just that the Suns, and they have a brand new GM who apparently he wants to remain competitive. So the picks aren't as valuable to him because he wants to stay competitive while they rebuild. If he really just said, if the Suns said, all right, nope, we're going to reset hard, we'll trade away Devin Booker, whatever, I think the Rockets would have a really good chance of getting Kevin Durant. Because I think they would gladly give a bunch of those picks up.
Yeah, just take the picks. And it's their own picks. There's an emotional attachment to them. Like, it's not just we're getting 3-4 first-round picks. Those are our picks. We get them back. Yeah.
And the 4-dimensional chess here becomes that, yes, and then those picks become even more valuable if the Suns actually are going to tank because they're going to be higher draft picks.
Yeah, they're going to be higher picks. Yep. So it's just, man,
So then Rafael Stone says, well, I'd like to give you this first-round pick, but it turns out I think you're actually really going to suck the next few years. Yeah. So I don't want to give up.
It's just,
this is likely to be a more valuable pick than it is right now.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like, you're right. And some of it's, obviously the football-basketball comparison gets clunky, as you pointed out. Just they're bigger rosters in the NFL than they are in the NBA. But it is wild. Like the Astros, the Rockets have the 10th pick in the NBA draft, and I'm like, all right, whatever. They're going to pick somebody. Guy's not going to play. It's just it's a strange dynamic, and I don't know if I'm buying that Anthony Davis, a team's going to trade 4 first-round picks for Anthony Davis. Because most of the contenders a lot of them have emptied their draft pick, other than OKC. If that's the case, OKC has first-round picks out the wazoo for the next 8 years. Like maybe OKC, who can't possibly get all the guys on, then yeah, maybe they would give up 4 first-round picks for Anthony Davis and throw him out there with Chet Holmgren and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and everybody else. Might be worth it for them. They've got way too many first-round picks. Who knows?
Yeah. The whole, because we get antsy in the offseason, and you want now. I want it now. I want this sudden infusion. I feel like Rockets fans are very much split. Obviously, with a trade for Kevin Durant, a big part of it is what are you giving up? And there's people that, you have your favorite players. You love Jalen Green. You don't want to see Jalen Green go. I get that. But a lot of it is also split between the just different worldviews. I think there's a lot of people that, hey, I love this young core. I love these players, and I think that they can develop with just some moves on the margins. We've brought up the Miami Heat before. Like the various guys who were guys who should have retired 3 years prior that were just lethal outside shooters for the Heat and what they were able to do for that team. Like that's the kind of move that I think makes a lot of sense for the Rockets if they don't get Kevin
If they don't
Durant.
go
I think
big game hunting.
They can be a markedly better offense simply by having more shooters.
Getting another shooter out there.
I don't cost a whole lot.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. As far as the Durant trade scenario goes, or as far as that storyline right now, it sounds like it's very, very cool right now. Like it's cooled off where Phoenix has offers from the Rockets, the Spurs, who seem to be more, if you read the reports and listen to Shams, like the Spurs are almost, it feels like out of it altogether. They want to build around this young core, and you got Miami. Minnesota seems super motivated, but Durant doesn't really want to go there, according to the rumor mill. Stone's playing this really well, playing it cool. The Rockets are definitely, I would say, if I were the Suns, that if somebody's making a big offer to me, I am not pulling the trigger on anything before I talk to Rafael Stone one last time, because they've got the most stuff to give. They've got the most assets of any of these teams right now when it comes to young players, older players, draft picks, their draft picks, Phoenix's draft picks. The Rockets have those, including the 10th pick in the draft. So I think that's where Rafael Stone can lay out and just kind of let this thing play out a little bit here over the next few days. And see what happens, because I don't think is it Brian Gregory, the name of the GM in Phoenix, Seth? Brian Gregory. I don't
been on the job since May 3rd.
Yeah, I don't think he's pulling the trigger on a deal without making one final call to Rafael Stone to say, "Hey, look, here's what Miami's offering. Can you beat it?" That kind of thing.
And I could totally see it being that he might. This is a drama that might go on all the way until the trade deadline next year.
Oh, man, that'd be something.
I mean, it's not out of the cards that's how it goes.
Windhorse said earlier, if we played the audio on the show, that Phoenix just may not get any good offers that they like, and they may just run it back with Kevin Durant. That'd be really interesting.
Poor Kevin Durant.
Oh, that's
He's living in the foster home of extremely wealthy NBA players, just waiting for somebody to come and
with just 2 rings.
Look through the glass and say, "Yes, I like that." I know, it's hard. I know most people don't want to adopt older kids, but I like that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It is of kids who get adopted out of foster homes when they're teenagers. I would actually really good athletes probably get drafted higher or get adopted more.
You think they're more desirable?
The old blindside dynamic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I need to help this child.
Yeah.
Oh, who also can then go on to my alma mater.
To adopt one of these children, and here's my power ranking of all the children that are in this foster home right now.
Yeah.
Here's my big board.
You run a little combine.
Got Mel Kiper with you. Yeah, with a stopwatch. Text message, guys, where are you putting Jordan when he comes back with the way they're hitting now? I'm leaving Altuve in the 3 spot, and I'll drop Jordan in the 4 spot. That's fine. I'm cool with that. I don't.
He's not going as long as it's not lead off. That's the only thing.
Right.
About.
No. Jordan fits. Jordan fits perfect. I think in the 4 spot there with Altuve. Altuve seems to be comfortable in the 3. I don't think you do anything to jerk with Pena and Paredes. Pena ain't going anywhere. Pena's batting leadoff for the rest of the season. Paredes is a perfect 2-hole guy because of how selective he is. And then Altuve seems comfortable in the 3. I think it's an easy decision when he comes back.
It is funny. I kind of tease myself with that sometimes. It would be dumb to put Jordan at leadoff, but like people didn't like it when Springer was at leadoff, partly because he was not a conventional leadoff hitter. But there is something about the psychological menace of having right from the get-go, having like the scariest pitcher out there.
Yeah.
Like the way it hormonally affects pitchers has a trickle-down effect. Sometimes I like thinking about it.
They tried him in the 2-hole for a little while.
Yeah.
So,
and I didn't like that either. it's not. It's like you can only push the boundary too far.
Yeah.
On like defying conventional baseball logic. Yeah, just for sheer psychological terror of putting Jordan out there number one.
I like to think I'm a progressive thinker, but I'm somebody who likes their closers to have a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah.
I like my big power guys like Jordan to be batting fourth.
It's really like the only times you and I have ever gotten into knockdown, drag out, like almost fisticuffs is when arguing about Ryan Presley as a closer.
That's right.
And me trying to be all new age, like, listen, man, look, ignore the whip, ignore strikeouts, all that. He gets the job done.
JP Francis.
And you would bust a bottle on You'd bust a Yingling flight over the bar and just come at me.
Right. Busted, and then I'm holding the pointy end right up to your throat.
Remember the time? Yeah, I remember the time Cody Stutes had to tackle you to keep me from murdering
That
you.
hurt. Yeah, that hurt. Cody Stutes tackling me. So yeah, man, and I think J.P. France and Hunter Brown. That was a similar dynamic where you
I was basing that on nothing other than I like his hipster glasses.
Well, I was infatuated with strikeouts that day too. You pointed that out.
Okay. You know what, Sean? All right, I'll concede. Okay, Hunter Brown has done a little bit better than J.P. France. But when J.P. France comes off of throwing off of flat ground or whatever he's doing right now, we'll see. We'll see.
France.
Okay,
it's all good.
The story is not over yet.
Put Seth in a corner, man. Don't
Me
put
and JP France slugging it out back to back as you and Cody Stutes are coming after me.
I love that Stutes found his way into this story somehow.
I got him Cody Stutes HOU football.
He does a great job. Really good summaries of stuff going on out at the Texans stuff. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Get that in, baby. John Lopez is here. Reggie Atatula is here. How we feeling,
like
fellas?
2 runs in the second.
That's it, man. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. That's a Jake Myers broken bat line drive up the middle right there.
That was
by
quick.
Me. Yeah. How about Cam Smith?
How about Cam Smith?
Exciting last night. Yeah.
What happened?
Huh?
What happened? Did something special
2
happen?
home runs, Reggie.
Decent.
2 home runs.
Decent game. Decent game.
Hey, what was the thing I was going to give Lopez credit for earlier in the show? Oh, it was during the break. We can't talk about it on air. Sorry,
okay.
I'm sorry, listeners. I shouldn't have done that. I'll text it. I'll tell you during your next break.
Okay. Actually, you can take text during the show. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I got a little Seth Payne in me.
No. Hey, by the way, you got to stop that.
What?
I have not been. You still talk about me like it's 2019 when it comes to the text line.
No. I meant multitasking during the show.
No, that includes it. I've cured myself of that.
Okay. He's been cured.
It's very, very, very rare that I check the text line during.
Well, then maybe I'm the worst.
It's almost like on our show, it's been like the worm has turned.
Maybe I'm the problem.
It's like the episode where
Oh
Kramer.
no, I'm talking. Usually, I'm talking Sean off a ledge. I'm like, Sean, I don't think the texter actually was criticizing.
Yeah,
you
no,
with
it's like that episode where Kramer turned into Jerry and Jerry turned into Kramer.
I meant to mention that to you because I heard you sometime the other day saying like, oh, I'm like Seth on the text line or something. I'm like, hey man. It's been. I rarely check the text line during the show unless it's for like a conscious reason. Not that I want to prove somebody wrong.
John's like Charlie Sheen with all that nose candy.
Now,
is he? Charlie Sheen doesn't. Is he off the drugs? Or
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
Is he always alive?
Oh yeah, he's alive. Yeah, he's very much alive. You wouldn't know. You know what? You wouldn't know
the sincerity in that. I understood.
You wouldn't know to look at his teeth, but yes, he's very much alive.
John, you know what we do now though is Sean will selectively kind of pick a text that he knows is going to set me off. So that's where. No. That's what I want him to do.
Yeah.
But that way, I don't have. The big danger, listeners, is if a host gets so upset or angry and needs to prove somebody wrong on the text line that he starts waging a text war during the radio show.
Yeah.
That's the worst possible.
Yep.
You're trying to win a war against one guy at the expense of tens of thousands of listeners.
of giving the listeners what they want.
So I have a hard and fast rule that if I want to carry the conversation on afterwards, I wait until after the show's over, and I do it usually pretty politely and
Oh, on the text page still. So
I'll be like, all right, I need to have a discussion with this person, and I'll do it afterwards.
Yeah. That makes sense. Question of the day.
You saw Sophie Cunningham last night?
I did. She took matters into it. Finally, somebody sticks up for Caitlin Clark on the team. What the hell?
She took her to the ground.
She did. It was good. I like to see that. I find what's going on in the WNBA with the league as a whole going all goon on how do I keep calling her Christian Clark? Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is silly. But that's
it's
good.
silly, but it's good for the league. But that's
question
neither
of
here
the
nor
day.
there.
Yeah.
Who's your all-time favorite sports
bodyguard, goon, if you will.
As in
Okay.
Sophie Cunningham, that goon.
Okay. Now, I grew up a hockey fan in Hartford, Connecticut. So I have two. One
Okay.
is named Torrey Robertson. He was the goon for the Whalers back in the mid-'80s, so much so that I named my dog Torrey. I liked him that much. I had a Springer Spaniel for a little while, named him Torrey. The one that's the other one who also played for the Whalers for a bit, but before that, he was Wayne Gretzky's bodyguard, Dave Semenko.
I do remember him.
They called him Dave Cementhead.
Yeah, I remember him.
Dave Semenko is.
Yeah.
So I like that. And then in the make believe world of professional wrestling, I found Kevin Nash in the role of Diesel to be an awesome bodyguard for Shawn Michaels.
Yeah. Mine, I might be the only person around that just loved Bill Laimbeer, and the reason is he owned it. Like people would say, "You're an a-hole and a goon."
Yeah.
And he's like, "What's your point?"
Yeah.
What's your point?
Bill Laimbeer went to Notre Dame. Bill Laimbeer, the other thing that got brought up and probably made him very hated as well. Apparently, his dad was like a multi-millionaire. Yeah, he's almost like the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. Yeah. So Laimbeer, huh?
Yeah. I respected him. What's your point?
That's a
I
great.
just didn't like Bill Laimbeer. That's all.
Saying,
Yeah,
that's the way he handled it.
Yeah, that's how he handled it. Yeah, Seth's got an inquisitive look on his face.
I'm trying to think of like if I had to give grudging respect to like a dirty offensive lineman, just like the old school. They can't get away with what they used to. I mean, there used to be guys that try to break your finger. I grudge against a guy named Matt O'Dwyer once, who was one of the dirtiest players in the league, and we would go up against him twice a year in the old AFC Central. Back when divisions actually meant something, 6 teams in the division. That at one point it culminated in I drove him over a pile, tore his MCL, and as he was laying on the ground writhing in pain, I told him that I hoped he died. That was we laughed about it. A couple years later, we kind of ran into each other and we laughed about it. But it was like we kind of both. I felt like we both realized, like, do we want to live like this? And it was never quite as. That was the peak of it.
Yeah, that's good that you guys made up. See, I think there's a distinction.
Oh, he was probably not on a cycle of Dianabol or something.
I think
settled down a little bit.
Right. It affected his mood. I think there's a distinction between a goon and just somebody who's dirty.
Yeah.
You know, like
but with offensive linemen, I think they look at themselves as like, I'm going to do whatever the job takes to protect my quarterback and my running back. Yeah.
For sure.
Non-sports, Tommy DeVito, Goodfellas, Joe Pesci.
Oh yeah. An enforcer for sure.
Sorry, I did a quick Google on Matt O'Dwyer, and the picture that came up, I was like, yeah, I believe it. Just off of like the way that he looks. I look at the
punchable face,
the face guard as well. The he basically has a husky like face. It's man, I would not mess with that one.
Well, the reason I brought up the distinction of dirty versus goon, it wasn't because of Seth's story about Matt O'Dwyer. I started thinking about offensive linemen as Seth was talking. I'm like, Conrad Dobler.
Oh,
that's it. But
didn't like him.
But he was just dirty. Like he was just Miller Lite commercials about it. Yeah. So you like it if they own their dirtiness, that adds bonus points for you, Lopez.
And Laimbeer I liked because his father, you'd alluded to, was a billionaire.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't need to do anything.
Right.
But
how was his dad a billionaire?
I forget. I think it was some sort of shipping or something.
I'm not sure.
Logistics.
Yeah.
That makes it even better.
Yeah.
Like
he was an importer-exporter.
Yeah,
that's right. I believe his name was Art Vanderlei.
Speaking of which, that's one of the reasons I like Julia Louis-Dreyfus so much. Because she could have just been a princess. Her dad was a billionaire as well.
And so she went to the hard mines of
but she
acting.
worked. She's still working.
I like her because I got a thing. She's just, I kind of like her.
Yeah. Also as well.
Yeah. You got any goons, Reggie? In the
funny enough,
save it for 10:40.
Yeah, I think I'll say it. But I mean, one thing I will say is I also like Bill Laimbeer as someone who was like not alive during that period because my mom's favorite team of all time was Bad Boy Pistons.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which that should tell you a decent amount about my mother.
Laimbeer could play too. That's the other. Like he was one of the best rebounders in basketball, and he had a really nice set shot. Like Isaiah or Joe Dumars found him in the corner. He was knocking it down. I got it right here. Laimbeer was born in Boston, raised in Chicago. Clarendon Hills, to be exact, before his family moved to Palos Verdes Estates, California. Oh, this guy became more hateable. His father, William Laimbeer Sr., was an Owens, Illinois executive who rose as high as company president.
Yeah.
The younger Laimbeer once famously joked, "I'm the only player in the NBA who makes less money than his father."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of respect that.
Yeah. Land of the Lost. That's in his Wikipedia page. Remember the Slee Stacks?
Yeah.
Big googly-eyed guys.
And to bring this all full circle, also coached in the WNBA for a good amount of time.
He did. He did.
He won a title, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think he did, actually, with the Aces.
Yeah.
College career, coaching career. I'll go find it and tell you guys while you're getting your show kicked off here. All right, so Goon time at 10:40 today on the show. All right, this will be good. This will be really good.
Yeah.
Rick Mahorn. Names are coming in right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to harsh your segment.
It's all right.
Yep. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a broken beer bottle up your jugular to you, you bastard.
Revenge is a
France
dish
will rise again, you piece of
best
crap.
served by Seth Payne. Yes. All right. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We are done for the day. In the Loop is not. They're just getting it started. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the Loop, and they start now.
You damn Skippy, we start now. Always appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for allowing us to grab the baton from the fellas, the fine fellas, that is, of Payne and Pendergast. Let's get, I know, I can tell. So I'm going to make it more intentional that I call you guys, not just fellas, but fine fellas.
I get very jealous when I hear you call the drive the fine fellas of the drive. I'm like, what makes Seth and I so unfine right now?
I think it's just the morning.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like if you guys were doing this a little bit later in the day when you really
be fine.
you're really going,
You'd
it's
be
like, oh
fine.
man, this is some fine.
Oh, you're forgiven. It's all good.
Thanks, man. From the 415, someone tells Sean Goon time means something totally different now. Yeah, that's right. They just
when y'all said that, I'm like, oh.
So we'll do a little text exchange. As Seth sends us a text about what he was talking about with you during the break, I will send you a text that explains where the kids have taken the meaning of the word goon from where it used to be, which was just a blue collar American beat somebody
That's
else.
all I know.
It is now something that is best kept behind closed doors.
This is all I want to know. And I do want to see the text exchange. I want to know what the meaning of it is. That you can't say it on air tells me that this is the valid question.
I mean, I could say it on air. I just don't
Am
really feel
I
like it.
going to get canceled because I said goon?
No.
That's all I care.
We just gonna look at you a little funny.
I mean, it's
what else?
It's not illegal. It's just one of those things that's kind of frowned upon.
Figgy, is it going to turn into a hotkey? That's what I want to know.
It could.
Yeah. Did I just give you an idea?
Yeah. Hey, salute to Lisa Ann. I'll say that.
All right. Okay.
Love me some Lisa Ann. There we go.
All right. Let's
So
actually
maybe you
get
are a
going.
goon.
Oh,
you might be a goon then.
I don't know what to say.
I mean, who amongst us isn't to some degree?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I don't know.
Sean the Gooner.
I'm so confused.
All right. That was a little much there, Fig. Let's get
I
going
don't even
in
know
a
what it
real
means,
way.
and that was over the top.
Yeah, right, exactly. I don't know. You're saying some words that I don't understand, so I'm going to take them as disrespect.
Sean Gooner gas.
All right.
My goodness.
Okay. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The people involved are John Lopez. I'm Reginald That too. That's Figgy Fig. The text line always available to 713-572. So appreciation to the Mo Karam injury lawyers.
We keep it 100.
For the live streams both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch, 610 Houston. And Lopez, I mean, I'm going to skip the pleasantries. I'm feeling good. I was having a blast last night.
How could you not?
I mean, let's be honest. And here, let's do this because I think Sean did this, and I want the same endorphins that I felt when he did this. Can you cue up, let's say, cut 3 here. Cut 3 here. I want those endorphins. And again, stop using the word. We've reached the cap on the number of times that we should say that word.
You're the one that said endorphins, not me.
All right. Okay. This is. I felt good. Endorphins don't have to be in that place. I feel like you were bastardizing what the word endorphins needs to mean in this circumstance. Anyways, let me just play the clip. This happened last night.
He drills one high and deep. Forget about it. Back-to-back jacks for Cam Smith. And the Astros lead 4-0. Dana Brown said they'd come in bunches. 2 and 2 at bats.
That was a bomb. Cam flexing.
That was the third home run of the night, the third of 5 home runs.
Yeah.
As finally, park factor coming in to matter here, baby.
Guess.
Yeah, man.
I guess.
I mean, look, to tell you in all honesty, the way that I felt watching this game, like pretty early on, it reminded me of the movie Bad Boys. I'm sure that you've seen it, and maybe this is just my mind wanting to get to like movie club.
Yeah.
This is what I thought of seeing the Astros go on it, hit a of course.
Now that's how you supposed to drive. From now on, that's how you drive.
Except like hit.
Yeah.
From now on, like
Now
that's how you're supposed to hit.
But you said a mouthful. I think that is what my big takeaway was in a different way, and it's specific to Cam Smith. If you've watched any Astros games, you've heard Jeff Blum and I've believed this. Other people have believed this for years. If Cam Smith can just get a little elevation in his swing, just a little pull, just a little more open hip, then all kinds of good things are going to happen. It's been an ongoing theme because keep in mind, I mean, from the time you're a little leaguer, they always say hit the top of the ball, hit over the ball, drive the ball, up the middle, all that stuff.
I don't know. Are they still saying that in a little league, the way that we have changed the game so much?
Right. The game has changed a lot, but clearly he's been a drive the ball, kind of guy. You get a little elevation, and I think I texted you about this last night. He's starting to get a little elevation. That changes everything, man. Especially with the way this lineup. If you look at everybody's numbers individually, you're not going to be blown away. I mean, in certain players, yes, but you're not going to be blown away by the numbers of the entire lineup collectively. But they all come up with big hits at some point, and that's where this streak has begun. And if Cam Smith starts elevating the ball, extra base hits, more RBIs, the whole 9 yards.
I mean, 15 hits on the night, 13 runs, and a 13-3 victory over the Athletics. And I mean, like, Cooper Hummel got in on the action. Dubon continues his fantastic
with
play.
Should
Jordan just have a line? Because Altuve using Jordan's glove, Dubon using Jordan's bat. Just have a line. If that's
hell, he doesn't use them.
Are we doing all right? You're not wrong, but you don't have to say it. Should we just have the Jordan line of things that we? Is this Michael's secret stuff that we're doing here? But no, I mean, this was fantastic. The thing I want to ask is, how much does this feel? Of course, this is isolated. Like this, you're not going to have 13 runs every night. I mean, and if you do, whoo boy.
Yeah.
But does this feel like something that can be carried on forward, or is this something that is simply all right, we're just going to hit for our lick while we're playing in a AAA stadium where the ball carries?
Well, this is not going to be, you said it, it's not going to be 13 runs, all that stuff. That's not going to be carried forward. But this type of offense with, Christian Walker, what was his 10th? He hadn't been tearing it up, but again, very good, very timely hit. You mentioned Hummel, Cam Smith with 2, Dubon. I think the fact that they've gained their confidence. We've talked about how they've said things like, "This is what the Astros do. We are confident," et cetera, and now it's starting to translate a little more in the batter's box. I mean, a lot of this can carry on. I think.
I'm interested to see how it continues to go because it does feel like. You talked about it, right? Like the opportune hitting, but this one definitely felt like, we're getting extra base hits and we're upping our slugging on this particular day. I would very much, and maybe this is one of those things where you create your reality by, the framework that you come into it with. But I very much was like, all right, at some point, although here is the instance where the park helps you out. I still have some interesting questions as to what's going to happen swinging the bat wise from the 8-3-2 Walker's still a bum. I wouldn't go that far, but how much do you then lean on the idea that finally you get the 2 for 5 with two hits rather, or 2 RBI rather is what I was trying to get to in this game. Whereas we've seen for a pretty long period of time him have some struggles, even though he's hitting the ball hard and seemingly not finding the good luck or finding grass or what have you. How much do you lean into that? Because it's still a 216 batting average, even with all of the things that you've seen.
Well, the one thing he has going for him, we saw yesterday. It's still 216. It's still not what you want, but the power is there. The barreling up of balls is
exit
there.
Velo,
exit velocity is there. All of that is there. So it's almost like it's one thing for I don't know, Yanner, who hasn't been exactly what we expected him to be, to not really be hitting the numbers we expected, because you don't expect necessarily that power. He doesn't drive the ball as much. You ride it out a little more with Christian Walker, and frankly, they are. I mean, Christian Walker's not going anywhere.
No, although the Astros did trade for a first baseman, a minor league one though, the guy who will play at AAA, but they did trade for a first baseman. We'll talk more about that as we continue with the program. But yeah, man, I was very excited watching this game, and it was encouraging. And of course, I'm talking about the hitting. We should give a lot of credit because, again, we've talked about this to some degree, but the man who constantly makes all the people talk about I saw them described as the quadruple A pitchers that the team has had to use, all the guys that are kind of triple A guys, but they're having to make up a majority now of your rotation. Another one of those fantastic, or at least really good for the circumstances outings. Actually, no, it's just good generally for Jason Alexander. 6 innings. With only 2 earned runs given up, and that happened really late in this. I mean, that happened in the 7th when he was trying to, or when
stretching
trying to stretch out Jason Alexander to get even deeper into this. And I don't blame you.
No, I don't blame him. I'm saying it might be an effect.
I don't even know how much that one's the last. I feel like that one's just if we don't have to use the pen with all of the all of the run support that we have, we don't need to.
Yeah, they have the big cushion.
Right, but then you get to that space. But I mean, it really does feel like they're going to find a way to make this happen. And of course, we talked about the idea of pitching with a different level of pressure because you have that run support changes it. But this already feels like, okay, so this Jason Alexander thing might work. Like, are they just touched in this way to just constantly find pitchers and pull them out of there? What's?
Oh, you say, are they just touched? It's not luck. It's one thing to kind of strike gold with a pitcher that you call up and he has a couple of good outings. If there's like a common thread, the last 5 years with this club is they bring up a pitcher and that pitcher is good. That cannot be luck. There is something that they do, and by acquiring pitchers, you say, when they acquired him, we're looking at him like,
And we did love Kikuchi, didn't
we? We really did. And I mean, there is something in there, whether it's how they coach them with their pitch selection, how they make adjustments. There is something there that is frankly, it's the common thread, and it's one of the most important things this team has done.
And, I mean, it allows – I mean, the Mariners just keep getting victories right when the Astros get victories. They're just mirroring them, so you're not gaining more of a lead. But, I mean, still 11 games over 500 for the Astros. And this cushion, I mean, you're continuing to at least, keep it or grow it. Hopefully you have an opportunity to grow it tonight. But as much as I feel bad, watching the game last night, there was a point in time where I thought to myself, I keep waiting for the cliff, and they have not hit it. Even as, you can talk about the many, many injuries that they've had. Pitching-wise, the idea that they're having so many people that they're having to call up, even injury-wise on the field level. Cooper Hummel, again, we talked about him having to play in the outfield, and Shea Whitcomb comes back up and is recalled back up to the big league squad. And yet and still, they're finding wins. I mean, this is, 17 out of the last 24 is that where we're at now in victories for the Astros, and they obviously have an opportunity to go again, continue to build the cushion. I'm starting to get to the place where I'm like, even if I have my reasonable doubts, I don't feel like I can, continue to push those forward with the way that they have continued to navigate this. Which, word to Joe Espada, word to all the various other coaches that are here, and obviously the dedication and the grit of this team.
Yeah, and you're to a point right now where it used to be you call up a pitcher like this, and you're deep into the depth chart now of pitchers you've called up. And you're like, oh, you don't have expectations. Now it didn't really surprise me last night that they got this out of them,
Yeah. All right, so Astros go again tonight in the final game of the series. Tomorrow night. It's the night's off. Tonight's the night off.
They have four-game series.
Is it a 4-game set?
Pretty sure it's 4 games.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I'm not looking at the schedule right. So it is tonight. Fromber is on the mountain. Again, 9:05. Still late. How are you holding up?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Well, okay. I think you know what I meant. How are you holding up on staying up late for these games?
Last night I did. I guess biorhythms, man. Some days you're not feeling it. Some days you are. And last night I stayed up. Well,
it helps when they're hitting the ball out of the park.
That helps for sure.
Fromber back on the mound, and Wes Clark, the newest.
Watched a little hockey.
I watched a lot of hockey myself. But Wes Clark is the newest addition to the Astros, first baseman and catcher from the Brewers. I haven't seen what the get back is, or what the compensation is that the Astros are trading. But that is an interesting thing that I want to circle back to at some point. For first baseman and catcher that they bring up at the highest portion of the farm system. Again, something that is necessary for this farm. But I was interested in seeing that. But another victory for the Astros in fantastic fashion. And they continue to put themselves in a higher regard in the AL. We'll have to talk more about that as we go on the program. But it's Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And a number of people talk about the way that we started the show. And one of the things I got to tell you, I feel like you should have known by the way we were talking about that you shouldn't Google the thing that we were like. That feels like it falls in the Evan Fournier never Google territory. Apologize, and if you haven't yet, I encourage you not to. Regardless,
which means they will.
Yeah, I know what that word looks like. All right, coming up next in the loop on Sports Radio 610, more information on the possibility of a KD trade. Does this change how you feel at all? And is Jalen Green wanted around the league? Let's talk about it next.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Lotte Center.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Am I going to be a bad teammate in this moment? Yes, I am. Because John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula, that's Figgy.
I was going to say what you're going to say because I know what you're going to say.
John Lopez, just in the break, was like, I love this song, the song that's in our intro. He was like, what's it called again?
I was going to say Tops Fall, which is even worse. Is it called Tops Fall?
Well, technically, the top did fall.
Yeah, it did fall.
Yeah.
But it was intentional, so it was.
Is
dropped.
that the most old
Tops
man
dropped.
thing I've done in the last month?
Oh, it can't be. It can't be.
Isn't it called Tops Fall?
No, that can't be it. I'm sure there's another one. But
to me, it's Tops Fall.
Always salute Pat. And salute to you. Hang up on Radio 610. It feels like there's a lot of activity around the notion of Kevin Durant being traded as opposed to like actual action towards the possibility of him being traded. But we still are on Kevin Durant watch generally. In fact, just yesterday, when we were at the Kim Davis's signing for her new book that came out, I encourage people to go look for that, go buy it. But I was talking with someone else. I think it was actually Sarge. I was talking to Sarge, and just like, all right, well, we started chopping it up about the possibility of KD and the fit and all of the things that we've had talking about. And that's what it feels like it's been. Just a lot of conversations at that level of, just a couple of guys talking hoop, but also at the, the actual reporting level that we've gotten so much in this way. And it still feels like the Rockets are probably like the leader in the clubhouse, but it feels like the clubhouse is pretty empty just generally on this. The Spurs are reported to kind of be in this place where they are not necessarily looking to push all that aggressively. Maybe they are seeming like they are going to kind of continue to work with this young crew and maybe operate where they continue to look for, what might happen at the trade deadline or further on if Jaylen Brown comes free or Giannis becomes a little bit more accessible. But where are you at this point? Because there's been a lot more reporting and some interesting stuff on what the Rockets would and would not do as well.
It's what you want to believe. Pick 5 different searches with Kevin Durant, 5 different websites. You get 5 different answers right now. That's where we are. It's so unsure right now. The Rockets. I actually looked this morning. They're to get Durant.
Right.
The Spurs were last week. The Rockets are today. Who knows who's going to be tomorrow? And then you start looking at some of these, and not just aggregators, like legit NBA writers, that are deep in with general managers and clubs and agents and everything else. You'll find 5 different opinions on exactly how it's falling right now. So what do you believe? I believe this, and I think this is, and I'm getting it from the fact that you can look at 5 different places and find 5 different answers. I feel like, number one, every team involved is trying to lowball the Suns. They're trying to get away with.
As they should.
As they should. You're right, 100%. And number two, I do feel like Kevin Durant, because of all that, already knows where he wants to go. But his agent is telling him, let's just hold off and see what we can get in terms of, down the road, et cetera, contracts and all that. I think he already knows.
I'm not even certain in that regard because, there's been reporting that the Suns might trade him to the Timberwolves, who seem to be the most eager to try and get something done, even though I don't think that that's a place that Kevin Durant actually want to play. This is Brian Windhurst, who is, a senior NBA reporter, insider for ESPN, on one of the latest kind of aspects of the Kevin Durant trade and, as you were talking about, maybe the lack of offers that the Suns enjoy.
Where do you think Durant ends up, Brian?
It's a real stare down. Desmond Bane got traded for 4 first-round picks, and I see people saying, "Oh my God, if Desmond Bane gets traded for 4 first-round picks, Kevin Durant's got to get 6 first-round picks." No, you're not going to get that great of a package because the team Durant's can do necessarily, and the teams that Durant wants to go to, Houston and San Antonio, for example, they're leery of paying a huge amount for a 37-year-old. Their whole teams are in their early to mid-20s.
Right.
So you don't have alignment in making everybody getting on the same page. What Durant wants, what the Suns need, what the teams want to pay
right.
with the contract. I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like. and having to make a decision. Like, do we not trade him at all?
I mean, that's not going to happen. He's going to get traded. I would almost put it at 100%. He's going to get traded. The other interesting thing to me from a Rockets perspective, which of course is what we are most interested in, is like Jalen Green all of a sudden is becoming like an albatross.
To some degree,
Yeah.
I don't know how far I get to that space because I think the idea and the reporting that I think you're leaning
We'll
on.
give you Jalen Green. No, we're good.
Well, the idea is that the Suns would not or have already done the due diligence on maybe finding another place for him to land. And I think that speaks specifically to if they're trading Kevin Durant, they know they can't get off of Bradley Beal, who is a shooting guard / small forward. And then Devin Booker would remain because that's the part that they want to keep and foundationally build around. He's a point guard, shooting guard, he's a combo guard. Where do you then put a Jalen Green with the number of minutes that you would expect from a player like him? It does not necessarily fit in what you're trying to do, so they'd want to move him on. The interesting part is finding the other place to house him. And there are some teams that'd be interested in, but would that necessarily work out in the way that you want?
See, that's the thing.
question.
Do you feel like it's the contract too?
Not really.
It's manageable.
Yeah, not really. I get your point on that, but we have to also realize we are in a small man era of the NBA. You can have Jalen Green. If he were good enough, if he was that transcendent a player, they would not say, "Nah, we'll try to move him on." Like you play 3-6-6 guys, 3-6-4 guys a lot in the NBA. I mean, an awful lot. So I get your point, and it might be a factor to some degree. But if he were that sort of attractive, they would take him.
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem like the Rockets are all that ready to move on from. This is actually Kelly Iko on the Rockets Collective podcast. Shout out to those fellas getting things going recently. This was him talking about kind of the Rockets' perspective of the Kevin Durant everything, to be honest.
They don't want to lose Tari and Jabari, like for obvious reasons. Those guys are really integral parts of the Ime Udoka system. In terms of what they're willing to package together for Kevin Durant, it's kind of tough to say. I mean, for me, trying to read the tea leaves, it seems to me, and this is just me, that they would be just trying to match salary. And it seems to me that they would be trying to explore a way to get KD while keeping Jalen, if that makes sense.
This is so interesting to me. It just is. A player like Kevin Durant, older, obviously, but still, as we've discussed, a lot, able to do the things we're seeing on TV right now. Right. In fact, it's as if the Rockets are saying, yeah, we want him. Yeah, we're willing to give up something, but not that, and that. And I mentioned this to you, before the show. It's an old adage, but it's absolutely as true now as it ever was. If it doesn't hurt, it's probably not a good trade because it has to hurt to get a big-time transcendent player like that. And I don't know how much the Rockets are willing to hurt a little bit on this.
I mean, and I feel like there's some of that, but I would probably lean into the idea that it's probably more of a market consideration thing where they look up and they go, if we don't have to pay a lot, if we don't have to make it hurt,
right,
if you
there's
don't,
that.
I think, and if I had to put percentages on it, I think that it feels almost like it's a 70%. The Rockets are looking around like we don't have to put up something that's really, really big in order to get this, because what you would get out of it is you're in a bad place. You're in a place where you can't have a lot of maneuverability because of the contractual situations that you're in. And so we don't have to give up a lot. And it maybe is 30% on the idea of what you were talking about, where it's like we don't want to inconvenience ourselves. But I mean, it all is starting to feel like, and of course, this deal, if they want to get it done, the Suns do, and deadlines do make deals. So we're getting closer and closer to that trade, or the artificial trade deadline of the NBA draft, which is the 25th, which would kind of generate for teams, a reason, especially the Suns, if they want to get picks that they use in what is supposed to be a really strong draft. We're getting closer to that, to the point where I'm starting to wonder if Kevin Durant does get traded in a way that Windhorst talks about. Are you good with that outcome of the idea of the Rockets going what we have, and here goes Reed Shepherd getting more minutes, maybe more opportunities to be your point guard, and we start pushing in that direction?
I would be good with it, but how many times are you going to be able to put together a team where players on that squad take such a leap in a year that they need to? Is Jalen Green, what's he going to be in the postseason if they get there? How much better and more impactful is Jabari going to be? Tari Eason, just go down the list. I would be good with it, but I'll also be very cautious with it.
I would be a little cautious for the simple fact of the coaching, because I think you got to find some type of offensive identity.
Yeah.
If you're gonna run this team back, man, because I feel like KD would be kind of the makeup a little bit where he could come in, he could do what he do.
Yeah.
But as far as the offense totally, I feel like they got to find something else on the coaching side too.
I agree. I think that's something that would be a development, but seems like they're in this place where they're trying to make it happen with just a little bit. And I think that there's an opportunity, though. I think that there's particular kind of trades that you could put up. I saw someone kind of hypothesize, would those picks be so valuable to Phoenix and the freedom that they get from the maneuverability in salary cap relief that they would take something that is built around Dillon Brooks in the number 10 pick? So maybe a couple of their picks back in return. Dillon Brooks, maybe like a Jock Landale to help you get to the salary. Maybe you trade Aaron Holiday, who is already seeming like he'll be less involved as Reed Shepherd gets more opportunity. So that's a pick that's a haul of players that centers around Dillon Brooks. I think that would suck defensively for you as a team, but give you more Antari and move on Dillon Brooks. But, I mean, that'd be the Suns getting Dillon Brooks as the main haul and an opportunity to draft some players and use their picks and, be that would be incredible if the Suns took it, and it'd be even bigger if the Rockets were able to get a player like Kevin Durant, and they only, and I say only with all due respect to Dillon Brooks, but only really give up Dillon Brooks from a rotation.
Oh, yeah, and draft picks. I mean, that's where they want. I mean, they just want to dump some draft picks. That's it.
Yeah, and so I'm really intrigued by that idea. I just wonder, can you get Phoenix to the point where they're so desperate that they're willing to take a trade compensation like that? Because that would be the ultimate win. Like, that would be a huge Rafael Stone win on the offseason.
Do y'all see Phoenix kind of holding tight and maybe waiting to the trade deadline or something like that?
Yes, they can afford to.
I feel like
they can afford to the trade deadline for sure. For sure, at least to the deadline.
Yeah, especially the way everybody is kind of.
People get happy feet, man.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people is kind of tight unless the three teams that is somebody else outside of the three teams come with a big offer and be like, whoa, okay, I'll take that offer. But I can see them holding tight.
Well, the thing about holding tight is, again, Kevin Durant, expiring contract. If people are a little bit uneasy of taking on a 37-year-old with an expiring contract in the offseason, how much more so are they at the trade deadline of doing that, especially when it is that much more of a rental?
But if you one piece away, if you the Rockets and you second in the NBA or something like that, and you just need that one person, you might give up a little more.
Yeah,
if you feel that's giving up an entire another season for the Phoenix Suns at that point, because again, it feels like they're not able to maneuver and put together a team that would do anything as it's currently configured. So I feel like there's a level of desperation, and the next week is going to be real interesting because, as they say, deadlines make deals, and the time is indeed ticking. I'm so intrigued to see just what actually comes of this, because we've been following this for a good long time at this point. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. The hoop that was being talked about, not hypothetically, but on the court, was actually WNBA yesterday, and it's because they were scrapping. Sophie Cunningham got into a little bit of her enforcer bag, and with that being the case, that got us thinking, who is your all-time favorite bodyguard? Sports, non-sports? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Nico Collins is a big from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day, Tom, here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Who is your all-time favorite bodyguard or enforcer, sports or non-sports edition? 713-572-4610. Because yesterday, Commissioner's Cup, which is the WNBA equivalent of their in-season tournament, and which is now the NBA Cup, is what it's called. So the Commissioner's Cup, they had a lot of those games going, and one of those games was between the Connecticut Sun and the Indiana Fever. Of course, you hear the Indiana Fever, you know someone in particular is going to be playing and drawing a lot of attention, and that's Caitlin
Wonder who
Clark.
that is.
Caitlin Clark. And at some point during the game, Caitlin Clark, who played at Iowa in the Big Ten, not even the right word, but there was a level of beef, I can tell you that for sure, that she had dating back to her college days with an Ohio State guard, J.C. Shelton. That popped up during the game.
Those dirty Ohio State players.
Figgy, care to confirm?
I have no idea.
Okay,
man.
all right,
I'm
very
sorry.
good.
I'm gonna be real.
Clean
with
in
you.
the face.
Yeah, there was contact with face. I don't know if I'll call that a slap, to be completely honest.
Poke, something.
It felt a little bit. All right, I don't even want to speculate, but it got aggressive, and then Marina Mabry gave Caitlin Clark just a good old shove to the ground and scuffling and induced or what have you. Late in the game, I'm talking about final minute of the game, Sophie Cunningham or J.C. Shelton was on a wide open fast break. Sophie Cunningham gave her one of the hard fouls. One of those hard fouls that you'll see in hoops sometimes, and it really did feel like, okay, so that's what happens like in baseball when it's like, all right, we're not going to get you back right now, but your final at bat, expect a hot one, maybe to the rib cage, maybe up around the shoulders, I don't know.
2 arms around her, took her dead to the ground, and then stood up on what they say, business.
Stand on business. Stand on business, yeah. And so, she got into her enforcer bag, and that got us thinking, who are your favorite bodyguards, enforcers in sports or otherwise? 713-572-4610.
First of all, you saw what they're calling Sophie Cunningham now?
What is that?
Enforcer Barbie.
Oh, okay.
That's perfect. That's just perfect. Enforcer Barbie, which she should probably get one of those dolls. Actually, favorite bodyguards, enforcers, whatever you want to call. I mentioned this earlier, and I'm going to stand by it. Bill Laimbeer didn't care what you thought. Kind of endearing. Like there are some guys like Draymond Green. Oh man, my arms just they go that way. I can't control my legs. Get out of here. If you're going to be that guy, at least own it and be that guy. Bill Laimbeer, you could call him dead to his face. You are a goon. And he'd say, what's your point? What's your point? I like Bill Laimbeer. A couple local, and this might be arguable, but I think it's true. Brian Cushing. Brian Cushing would remember the old bloody face hitting that dude in the helmet?
No, he headbutted somebody with a helmet on, with his helmet off.
That's right.
With his helmet off.
I was like, I don't even know how if I call that enforcer or what have you. All I know is that was just a dude I didn't want to mess with.
Yeah.
That was all I classified that as. I don't know that I thought about it that far, but I mean, I guess if you want to take it to that space, you can absolutely go there. That was one of the ones I was thinking about. But again, just don't want to mess with them. A good text came in that lane of talking about the Rockets. Young Akeem kind of was his own enforcer in some ways. He was like, look, if I need to handle something, I will handle something.
I think he was just out of control. He would tell you that.
Fair enough. Touche.
Non-sports, any Joe Pesci character in a gangster movie, but especially Tommy DeVito in Goodfellas. That dude...
Yeah.
What? Oh my gosh! Put that guy's head in a vice.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll absolutely do it. Some other one, and I mean, there's a lot. For me, I think the hoop ones definitely come to mind. We were talking to Sean earlier, and of course, there's a lot of great ones. And kind of hate that, like in sports, we've legislated out the goon. I understand why, as sports become even bigger business. The idea, hey, protection and protection of your actual assets of the players that are going to be doing the thing that the entertainment or that people enjoy and come and pay for. You don't want to have dudes that are specifically hired in order to beat them up. But it kind of takes away some of the character of what we've done. Because, like, I mean, one of the ones, Charles Oakley.
For sure.
Oh, 100%.
For sure.
And that was absolutely necessary with the Jordan rules and the ways in which the Pistons were getting under his skin. Like having somebody that was like, no, you don't, was actually not just like something that was, I guess, to protect him, but it was needed basketball wise. And of course, Jordan, to give him his credit, like he had to figure out some of the ways in order to like upend those Jordan rules and play through it to some degree.
Yeah.
But also just having a big, mean dude over there that's like, actually, also, we're going to get you back. We're going to tag you back. It was necessary. So, yeah, shout out to Oak.
Yeah, some current ones I'm thinking about now. The first one I thought about was Trent Williams. And I know he's supposed to be the bodyguard, the NFL bodyguard pretty much. But, no, that dude pretty much punched, who was it? The Richard Sherman in the face. It was like a post game, and he was talking. He
came up to him.
He punched. He damn near punched him. And then the other one I was thinking about, kind of recent, but Adonis Haslam. I feel like that's an underappreciated.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, especially I would probably say the last 3 years of his career, where we forgot he was even on the team.
Yeah.
And whenever he comes,
you remember who was the wrestling one you were talking about?
Oh, I was talking about APA, Farouk and Bradshaw.
Yes.
WWE.
I completely forgot about
their
them.
whole thing was bodyguard. It was just like paid protection.
That's awesome. Text board is lighting up. Somebody said Pedro Martinez, but especially if you were a roly-poly Yankees manager, he was.
All right, can we litigate this or relitigate this? There's so many people that come after Pedro Martinez for this, like he
me?
attacked that old. You're on that side?
No, Zimmerman started it.
Yeah, I was like, dog. All Pedro did
He
was
just
like
threw him down.
He mashed him down a little
Yeah,
bit.
Don Zimmerman was running at him, and Pedro was like, nope, redirecting your energy over there.
Yeah,
and
no,
then
yeah.
that old man couldn't keep his stability. Why are we mad at Pedro for this?
I defended Pedro when that happened, but it is funny nonetheless. The way he like stumbled 2 or 3 times and then fell. Don Zimmerman.
Mo Lucas. Sorry. Maurice Lucas is one of those ones that came up a few times.
That guy was.
All right, go ahead and tell me, OG, what made Mo Lucas special?
He was a guy that kind of like what you're talking about with Udonis, especially toward the – because Mo Lucas was a all-star. I mean, he was a bad dude. And then toward the end of his career, he's like, who do I need to protect? Put me in the game. Like he would ask to be put in the game, kind of like a hockey guy. A hockey guy, just go start some nasty.
Do you feel like Dennis Rodman was that too?
Yes. Yeah, but he was more of a cheap shot artist. Well, we call them cheap shots, but back then it was sort of like what Seth was talking about in a pile.
I feel like people were scared of him though, man.
Yes.
Like, especially during that time.
He was a crazy man.
Yes, I feel like he was very much needed.
He was about it.
All right, so Ty Domi is one that came in on the text line, and I feel bad because I'm not well versed enough in the hockey to get to that space. But I did go, well, I know of Max Domi, and he got a little bit of that to him too. And I was like, are they related? And yes, that is his son. I was like, okay, so apparently some of this goonery is in the blood, and I feel bad using that word again because we're going to end up in that space again. Oh, Faison Love's character in The Replacements. Oh, I love The Replacements as a movie all the way around, up and down, left and right. Jack Lambert comes in from the football space.
That's kind of, you're sort of blurring the line. Like somebody said, Andre Johnson, he wasn't a bodyguard.
He wasn't protected.
He just had a moment.
That's kind of what made it even more incredible is that we know that he was a dude who was never really going to find himself in that space.
Yeah.
And Cortland Finnegan talked his way into an ass whooping. That was the beauty of it.
Yeah, that wasn't Andre being an enforcer or a bodyguard. That was just him saying enough is enough. I'm thinking to beat his ass. That's what it says as he told Gary Kubiak on the side.
Man, I'm finna beat his ass.
That's right. That's right. Kermit Oh.
That, again, no.
That was just a bad moment.
Somebody said Roger Clemens. No, don't blur them. I'm talking about guys whose job it is, like
to some degree.
Like
Nikola Jokic's brothers.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good one.
That might be on top of the list. I was thinking the Morris twins.
Oh, I don't even know if there was a point in time where Marcus was kind of the enforcer. Was that when he was with the Clippers? He was kind of the enforcer for Kawhi in a way.
Because I think that's when he got into it with with Jokic, I want to say.
That sounds about right.
That's when Jokic.
Do you feel like because Dylan Brooks would be, I think, I was about to say, Steven Adams is the one for the Rockets right now.
I think he is.
And it's funny because he's the enforcer, but he is also like the lovable giant as well.
But he will protect you.
I vividly remember, and I can't remember what the altercation was. Was it Amen Thompson in there? Where Steve Adams comes in and he moves the other cat, but he's kind of with a smile the whole way. Like, it's not like, yo, I'm mad. It's just like, hey, all right.
Yeah.
He's got bouncer energy. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, all right, buddy, time to go.
That's a perfect way to put it. He's like a bouncer.
He's a bouncer.
Yeah.
Are there any other ones for the Houston sports teams currently? Because people were throwing up like Aziz Al-Shaair.
Again, that's kind
and
of
I don't know that he's like the enforcer per se. Like maybe I don't know do the Texans have an enforcer? I mean, hell, hopefully the way that Titus Howard is talking. Shout out, like, get out here and show us that nasty in an enforcer way. I'd appreciate that.
The offensive line has not done what it should do in terms of being a bodyguard or an enforcer or whatever, and maybe that'll change this year. Texans, I don't know. Would it be? Hate to say it right now, but Jimmy Ward kind of was that guy. He would come across the field.
Sure.
He would come across the field.
Especially in practice.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely in practice.
Yeah.
Mentioned Vernon Maxwell. Taylor Lewan, rather, is a good answer, is a really good answer. Somebody said Kevin Costner, of course, the bodyguard. Meta World Peace, obviously talking about Malice at the Palace. I never viewed him as an enforcer. He was just a very loose cannon.
Yeah.
The one in the Malice House that I would view as an enforcer, Captain Jack. In fact,
Steven Jackson?
Yeah, Steven Jackson, right?
Yeah.
Like
100%.
Yeah.
He did
Golden
that.
Triangle Zone.
He's
right?
still doing that.
Everywhere
to this
he played.
Did that recently.
Yeah, he was coaching in the Big Three, and he was out there telling them that he would cut somebody. And I'm like, hey, dog, you got media money right now. I don't know if we could catch you saying this.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to Captain Jack, or Stack, as we call him, Steven Jackson. But yeah, man, keep those coming in. Your favorite enforcers. Ralph Sampson. Did you view Ralph Sampson as an enforcer?
He was a finesse player.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Another movie one from the Warriors, Ajax.
Ooh,
Oh, yes.
that is a good one.
That's a good enforcer right there.
Neville Hewitt. Would that count? I don't know. All right. We'll keep those. We'll keep thinking on those. See if we can get there.
That's
All right,
a scary dude.
Yeah.
Scary dude. At least, notwithstanding, that is worth, I guess, looking at to some degree. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You mentioned Jimmy Ward. Let's go around the NFL. We got an update on Jimmy Ward. Let's talk about that. And I want to ask you a question: is there a player in the NFL that could command 4 first-round picks like Desmond Bain? Let's talk about it next.
All right.
What should Texans fans expect to see from the new look offense?
Expect, a lot of points, a lot of fun.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I started getting down a little bit
the
of a
old rabbit hole.
Various people still sending in their enforcers. Nolan Ryan feel like an enforcer to you? Because, I mean, that was an ornery son of a gun.
A little
Alvin
bit more.
Zone.
Yeah, he would give you the old bow tie, as they say.
That's right. that is absolutely right.
That was a term they used. I think he coined that phrase.
I mean, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Somebody said Zach Randolph. I mean, he was one of those you don't want to mess with. Bubba McDowell in the 90s for the Oilers.
Maybe. I don't remember that exactly.
Okay,
Him
all
being
right.
an
Albert Bell.
Okay, yeah. And then no shade to this person by any means, but somebody said Jim Loscutoff. And I was
Jim Loscutoff.
I was like, I don't know who that is.
I have no idea who that is.
I did my Googles, and that is a former Boston Celtic who was drafted in the 3rd round of the 1955 draft. And I was like, what you want me to do with that? I'm sorry.
Damn, that was before my uncle.
It's before me.
I can't.
My father wasn't even born.
He must have been a bad dude, though.
Hey, salute to you for knowing that one.
He left a mark.
I was like, I don't know what you want me to do on that, but yeah, he must have been a bad man. All right, let's go around the NFL now. We start with some local news. Jimmy Ward's attorney spoke to, I think it was Aaron Wilson, KPRC2, about obviously the situation where he was, charged with family violence, assault. Obviously, strangulation was the actual charges, or the actual focus of the charges that were brought against Jimmy Ward in Magnolia County. Apparently, in the statement from attorney Steve Jackson, they asked that the public reserve judgment, but they also talked about continuing to thoroughly investigate this woman and her history. And the ultimate part is they believe Jimmy Ward will be vindicated of these charges and these allegations. So, that is the stance that there is. Obviously, we know that Jimmy's out on bond and that they're, obviously progressing in that circumstance. But for you, again, hearing this very small, I guess, progress of the story, where did your mind go?
Yeah, to put it in very direct, terms, it's just ugly because let's break down what this attorney said. Steve Jackson is Jimmy Ward's attorney, and again, let's be very clear. We don't know either way. And
I don't purport to know either way.
We're not passing judgment, but that's where it's as if this attorney, Steve Jackson, he read the playbook and knows the playbook better than a lot of NFL players know their playbook. Because in one breath, he said, this is a direct quote, "We just ask that the public reserve judgment."
So that we can show everyone that Jimmy Ward, that they have all come to know, is the same person and did not do this, was the continuation of that quote.
First breath, he says that. Next breath, he says this: "We'll continue to thoroughly investigate this woman and her history and believe that Jimmy will be vindicated." What is he trying to say there?
Oh, I get a strong feeling of what he's trying to say because, as you mentioned, there is kind
sound like she got a history.
He's saying let's reserve judgment, but we're going to investigate her history.
Right, and this
come on, man.
This does fall in line with, I guess, what I will use. I will use the word trope, like the typical trope, and I try and use that without judgment. Only, take of it what you will. I'm doing my best here. Yeah. But the trope that happens in matters of similar circumstance, where, all right, but what about her? What is her involvement in bringing this man to this place?
Yeah.
But as much as the idea of what some might term as victim blaming or what have you, the thing that I have to say in a very callous way is there is something to be said for it working, right? And that's
why he's doing it. Like I say, he read the playbook.
That's the thing that is a little upsetting when it comes to matters of domestic violence.
Exactly.
Literally,
exactly. This just makes me sick. It's an ugly thing.
And I'm not saying that there's not a possibility that there's truth within it, But yeah, it really is ugly, and it's unfortunate that the Texans have this that they have to deal with. This is why, especially this time of year, is so fraught. It's like one of the things that I talked about when we first found out about this is there's not much to talk about around this besides what you have there. And if you are talking about it, it really lends you to speculation, which is the last thing you want in matters like this.
Look, he could be right, she could be right. We don't know. I'll say that again. But to say we just asked the public to reserve judgment and then say we're going to investigate her and her history, that is right out of the playbook.
Setting the table.
It is setting the table.
Yeah.
People are going to believe it. Some people are not going to believe it. But it's just sick.
It's going to be some mudslinging.
Yes.
Dirty laundry, everything going to be out there.
Yeah, so I imagine we have to brace ourselves for what is the next thing to drop in that particular circumstance. But that is the update when it comes to Jimmy Ward in that regard. Some other things that are happening around the NFL. George Kittle was talking, and I mean, it's this time of year where there's not a lot of things happening. However, George Kittle did say something in talking about tight ends and saying that he believes that they need to be paid more and they deserve better pay. Do you agree with this sentiment?
And the reason for that is tight ends these days, and I'm not talking about we've dealt with them here, guys that just block, guys that just receive, guys that are sort of hybrids, etc. The guys that can do multiple things and stay on the field, that's one of the most important pieces of any team that is worth its salt or that can make a run. Tight ends are kind of underpaid when they can do so many things and are so integral to what an offense does.
Yeah, this is all part of the tight end university thing that he's a part of. That obviously there's there, and he's a co-founder of it, right? He wants to make sure that his colleagues get paid, that help them, better themselves in their game, but then also in what they're doing. And I think you're right. Like tight end offered, or it was a position where I think there was an opportunity for schematic advantage, right? You have, especially as athletic as those guys have become, you have a guy who could be a almost additional lineman in a lot of circumstances, in the best cases, right?
Yeah.
Those top guys, the guys that you're looking at drafting in fantasy football that you have to get, as opposed to the guys who you could stream, right? For a lack of better term of talking about it. Right, the likes of George Kittle, the likes of, at one point, I guess, Mark Andrews, the likes of some of these guys at the very top, tight end-wise, those guys allowed you to put defenses in real problems, especially as the defense has gotten to nowadays where, defenses have gotten smaller in order to range around. Who do you have that has the size to deal with his physicality but also has the mobility to keep up with the guys? That has been a huge place where teams have been able to take advantage. I wonder how long that advantage remains, though, as I think we're starting to trend to where the defenses, and we're talking about Cooper Kupp's take on this, where the defenses are getting more complex and maybe they're getting a little bit more sizable again.
Yeah.
Like, where does the next advantage pop up? But for the time being, tight ends do absolutely need to try and cash in as much as they can, because they have been viewed as an also-ran or an afterthought too much into, at least when it comes to compensation.
I'm kind of rolling this around in my head in real time here because the thought just occurred to me. Let me ask you both this. I think the position group in the NFL that has the fewest truly elite players is defensive tackle. Second might be tight end. Like I think there are fewer elite tight ends than running backs.
Ooh, that's an interesting thing. Well, the running back thing is entirely weird because what do we term elite and how much do we need to see from a running back to get
it's not
them to
factual. It's just what you feel is. But I would say defensive tackles, like there are fewer elite, like truly elite defensive.
I do think that's fair
than any other position group.
Probably.
I think there are fewer elite tight ends that can block and can run and can do all these things that we're talking about than running backs.
I think that's
certainly than quarterbacks.
I'm trying to think, how many elite tight ends is it that we can name off the top?
5-ish.
Name them. All right, go ahead, name them then.
4. I mean, obviously Kelsey, Kittle. Who?
Now you have Trey McBride in that space. I'm trying to think.
There's not a lot.
There are nice young guys coming in, the likes of like Sam Laporta. How much do you like him? TJ Hawkinson, how much do you like him?
Laporta's in the list, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. And
I don't know about Hawkinson being elite.
Yeah, not yet. So if you have Mark Andrews, depending on the playoffs.
He's actually in an interesting space because he might be on the back end of whatever elite view. He might be falling out of that elite territory into like a very good.
Is
or
Brock
still
Bowers
good.
elite?
Brock Bowers is one of the ones that I was thinking of. It feels like he has the opportunity to.
But still, once we get to 3 or 4, we're arguing it, right? So there's like 4, 5 maybe at the most elite tight ends. That's fewer than there are
Kittle,
elite running
Bowers,
backs.
McBride, Andrews, Laporta, Hawkinson, Kelsey. Are you still?
See, but
putting him in that
Hawkinson
space?
and some of these others, you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah. So my point is, when you have the fewest elite players outside of defensive tackles, arguably, than any other position group, those dudes should be paid. Like they should be. Think about what an elite defensive tackle gets paid, and then what an elite tight end gets paid. It's a big difference.
Yeah, and I mean, some of that is also why we saw like the likes of Jimmy. Of course, as soon as I'm going to say his name, cat who played for the Saints and the Seahawks,
Jimmy Graham.
There we go. Thank you. Very good. But yeah, Jimmy Graham. Like this is why you saw him trying to see if he could get classified as a pass catcher or wide receiver and get more of his money in order to because that was, and to be fair, that is what teams should be doing to some degree, is finding the places where there is a kind of market depression. And you can find for a long time that has been getting a tight end that is capable of doing big things, so that you don't have to, you're getting more bang for your buck.
It seemed like they kind of in that position of being, I guess, on the defensive version of a like an outside linebacker / DN, where they probably ain't getting that DN money. They probably getting that outside linebacker money, and they want to get paid a little more like a DN.
Yeah. And that outside linebacker has come. They've leveled that out. They're just like, are you rushing the quarterback? All right,
they're
here you
calling
go.
them edge.
All right. Well, with that being the case, like you're talking about these edges and these edge rushers, are any of those possibly the answer to this question? I've seen this on a few NFL podcasts banding this around, especially this time of year. But after Desmond Bain gets traded from the Grizzlies in basketball, and I understand, but stick with me, to the Orlando Magic. 4 first-round picks. Of course, there's a couple of role players that go to Memphis, and I think me and Figgy were talking about the idea of KCP's contract being a little rough. That factors in, but just kind of wiping that clean.
Yeah.
There are players, number of whom, who have been traded for 4 first-round picks in the NBA over the last few years. Is there a single player in the NFL that you could get yourself to 4 first-round picks, NFL-wise? Understanding also that first-round picks in the NFL and the NBA are different. I've seen people kind of compare first-round picks in the NFL to like maybe lottery picks in the NBA, and then maybe second-round picks are like the remainder of the second round, or maybe that middle of the second round or middle of the first round to later on, and maybe the second round is entirely just like day 3 picks in the NFL. So it's not 1-to-1, but even that first round, is there 4 first-round picks where you go, yeah, I think that this is a smart trade to make?
Patrick Mahomes. I mean, I don't even think it's close. You ask any team that doesn't have a quarterback, would you give up? Keep in mind, you gave up 3 for Deshaun Watson. Any team doesn't have a quarterback, would you give up your next 4 first-round picks for Patrick Mahomes? I'd say, is that all?
And that is the one I start thinking about. The only thing that then hits me is just first-round picks are so valuable, and opportunity cost is what I start talking about. Like, yes, you get a quarterback that you know damn well that you believe to be, if not the best, or one of the best quarterbacks in the league. You know that he'll do his part of this.
Yeah.
The thing that you start thinking about is how many, high-level players and players that can impact a lot of the game are you going to be able to find in those other picks that you are now giving up on, and how expensive is your team going to become because of that as you're continuing to pay not only the quarterback but those others?
I'd take my chances on that.
It's funny because I felt like before Deshaun Watson was traded, I felt like we were all sitting here and like, man, maybe 3 first-round picks, 2 seconds, a couple third. I felt like we kind of overvalue what people in the NFL look at these trades like that. So I don't even know if anybody would trade for 4 first-round picks at this point.
All right, so you say Patrick Mahomes. Is there anyone else? And maybe this is the question that I also add, because we understand quarterback impacts the game more than maybe any other individual player does. Is there any non-quarterback that even gets close for you?
Yeah, because the other answer would probably go, because we can talk about
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Non-quarterbacks.
Is there anyone that even gives you a thought?
Not
no Myles Garrett.
Nope.
Not
at this point.
Not Chase or Jay Jettas.
Nah.
Not 4.
Nah,
I'm trying to think who's at the top of another position. Because, I mean, like edge rusher is where I was going. Wide receiver is where I was going. I mean, it's clearly not going to be a running back. We know how that kind of goes. Is there a left? I mean, there's not a left tackle that you're paying. Like, it's just a clear demarcation into the different levels of not just value, but also like timeline. Because I think you give 4 first-round picks, and you still have an expectation that you have that player around for 4 or 5 seasons. NFL is so fleeting at some points with that. And then also, again, opportunity cost and the ability for an individual player to impact various different places. Plus, the value of a rookie contract also is just so different in the NFL versus the NBA.
Yeah, I can't see that, man.
Yeah.
Like, even when Myles Garrett was kind of wanted out from the beginning, I ain't think he was going to go for that much.
He might have been the only one that would be in the neighborhood back when he was, a few years ago.
I say probably a max of maybe 2 first rounds and then some other stuff around it.
That maybe you could possibly
I just don't see everybody blowing their whole draft or drafts with an S on somebody that's not a quarterback.
832 says JJ in his prime. Is there any Texan that you think?
I don't know.
It would have to be JJ in his prime. Andre?
For 4 first round, unless you're like already a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
And those picks gonna be 31 and 32 or something like that.
Yeah, man. Different value of picks in the NFL and the NBA, but also very interesting. And somebody said those types of guys and their salaries make it not reasonable. And that's the thing, is like the player, by the time you have the certainty that this player is good enough for 4 first round picks, I think also then you're in a place where their salary is eating up so much of your cap that you go, oof, this is a little rough.
Unless it's like a player on a rookie contract already and you jump in early.
Yeah. So, this was a hypothetical, and they asked some executives. One executive brought up Jaden Daniels because of that, right?
That's what
they
I was
feel like
thinking.
they feel
Rookie
like they know
contract?
who he is, and he is on a rookie contract to where maybe it makes it work for you. You can use the money to get, pay free agents in other spaces to fill that space. But it was an interesting thought process I thought I'd bring up in the loop. Or rather, around the NFL in the loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's circle back around to the Astros, who are now tied for the second most wins in all of the American League. Right? They've been doing some real good things. And which couple of players, if you can only pick 2 from what the Astros are doing, hold the key to the rest of the way for them? 713-572-4610. 2 players that are going to dictate what the Astros continue to do. Let's talk about it next.
If you ask Nico Collins.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Astros got themselves a huge victory, 13-3 versus the A. I mean, I was so excited. They was just putting 5 home runs, man. They put it on them boys.
Yep.
And Cam Smith himself had
woodshed.
He did the real Cam Smith.
That's
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
One Cam Smith had a fantastic week.
Hey, he's making the race a little interesting.
He is.
And one of the Cam Smiths was not able to make the cut in his situation.
This is true.
Another Cam Smith was like, "I'll put it." I'll put it. Hey, who out? You want a home run baseball?
That other Cam Smith was cutting up.
Yeah. He said, "Who wants souvenirs? I got souvenirs for people in the stands if you want."
We got all you want.
In fact, I think he did a pretty solid job for his slugging percentage and for his OPS just in general. I think he raised it over 100 points last night.
Oh man,
something like that. I think I saw our guy Ari Alexander mention that last night. So yeah, man, it was a good night for him and a good night for the Astros all the way around. And again, back to 11 games over 500. Still 4.5 games ahead of the Mariners with some nice space, but now second most wins in the American League, and hopefully they have an opportunity to add on that as they face off tonight. And it's a Fromber night, right? So hopefully it feels like we've been getting a lot of good Fromber, and maybe I just jinxed it by saying that, but I hope that the good Fromber continues. Okay, but moving forward, like going where my general anxieties come up because I start thinking about the fact that you have fewer of your starting pitchers that you started the season with. You know, you're still waiting on Jordan to return. You're still looking for more offense than just, getting it every once in a while like you did yesterday. But if there are 2 players that hold the key to this thing going forward, who are they for you?
Like not just going forward as in the next couple of weeks, going forward as in post All-Star break. Like who hold the keys? And by that, obviously, we're talking about 2 guys that, on that upward trajectory, and if they continue that, they might be the most important 2 guys. And there's a lot of important guys that I started putting together a list, and I'll read them. You guys tell me, like, these 2 dudes might hold the keys. I'll just go down the list I put together, and I'm probably missing some. Cam Smith, Jeremy Pena, Jordan, ? McCullers, ? Hunter Brown, Isak, Fromber, Christian Walker, Jake Myers.
Are you just reading the roster right now?
Josh Hader. These are all guys. That's the list, by the way. These are all guys that at various points, have been able to carry the team. Have been able to really lead the way, so to speak. You notice a name that I did not mention there. I'm just taking for granted. That would be Jose Altuve. But he could be on the list as well. So if you're looking at 2 dudes that maybe, and clearly it's going to be not just what you expect, but they're going to be able to carry the team, maybe even take it to a higher level. Who would those 2 guys be?
Okay, so it's interesting because if you're guys have Jordan out, or sorry, as you have Jose Altuve, that's just a given, and what he gives you is what he gives you. Does it not feel like Pena and Isak Paredes have now reached that place where they are also in the given territory of this?
I would say yes.
I very much put them in. They are going to be given, at least on this season. Like Isak Paredes, when we talked about this from the jump, he has been, as advertised offensively and maybe even better than advertised defensively. You saw him coming off of the hamstring thing that we were dealing with, didn't go on the IL, missed a few games. You see that play that he made at third base, charging the baseball, damn near horizontal, throwing to first base and beating the runner. Yeah. Like it's all there in a good way defensively.
But even that might be the key. Like because we didn't know what, it started out, okay. We didn't know Paredes was going to be this and consistently this. We didn't know. We had questions about Jeremy Pena. So even those 2 guys who are already established and you feel like they're going to be, they're going to do this the rest of the year, that might hold the key. That might be the key to really making the run that all of a sudden they're on.
And they've been playing good baseball. Yeah. So, I mean, it feels in some ways sacrilegious to be like, hey, man, I need different stuff from certain places. But I think Jordan is the easy one, right? Jordan is the very easy one to bring up here. And by the way, a little bit of an update. Dana Brown was on the Astros flagship this morning, and he said that it's a day-to-day thing and that Jordan feels a lot better. That is the update here. I know.
What day is this?
This is day, and we're looking for today to ultimately get.
Let me Google how how long do
Right. Okay. I don't know that we got because I mean at one point they had given us an 80% as well, up from the 60%. Again, I don't know what metric or scale that ultimately is, but he's still not taking swings right now. So what is him feeling good? Or feeling better? I don't know. But it feels like he's going to be super necessary because again, like there's the actual production that he has given you in the past that unfortunately you have not gotten this season. There's also like the fear that he strikes in opponents' hearts. And that's not nothing. Like, and I understand I'm like the qualitative guy that often is going to bring up numbers or what have you. But nah, man, like I think that you also need the things that change the way that affect the way that teams play. Right? Like I think that's the whole reason. I mean, you have that a lot in sports. I mean, there's some guys and this is one of the things I'll talk about. I'll bring it to basketball where, I think there was a point in time where Giannis, who, was one of the at one point your love for who the Rockets should go and get this offseason. There's at one point where he was getting better at three-pointers, and people were like, oh, is that going to change the way people defend him? I'm like, no, because the way that he attacks the basket is so menacing that it's not changing the way that teams play. Some of these guys, and again, more power to them. The actual production is necessary. Some of these guys, all right, they're going hot. It's still not going to change the way that we handle this. No. If Jordan is going hard, or really if Jordan is just out there, teams change the way that they play. Like obviously,
they change the way they pitch,
and they change the way that they pitch. And
it's a left-handed bat.
And I think that changes a whole bunch, and not only affects him, but it affects the way that they handle the rest of this team. And so I think that the fear that Jordan strikes, even in this bad season, the Athletic had a poll where he's still up there as one of the in the league. I think that him coming back healthy and giving you any level of production, because he has not been good for you, but giving you any level of production absolutely takes you to a whole nother level. Somebody was asking
Jordan and who?
Ooh, that's where we get to an interesting place. That's tough because again, when we're talking about givens, Hunter Brown feels like a given, Josh Hader feels like a given. I'm not picking any of those guys if that's the way that we're doing that. I'm just depending on the idea that those guys are going to be consistent. For me, it's between Christian Walker or like Lance McCullers, or maybe will you allow me like a reinforcement kind of place, like just which is just one of the reinforcements of, JP France comes back, Christian Javier comes back. Like one.
No, that's more than fair.
I think just if you can get, you have Hunter Brown, you have Fromber, if you can get your third pitcher that we talk about, especially for postseason, benefits, I think that would be huge. And Christian Walker, you paid him to be one of the guys offensively for you, and he has not quite been there. And if your offense can be more effective, where you have more guys, more than just your 2 or 3 guys that you depend on that are going to show up, but you add the likes of, as I mentioned, Jordan, obviously with the way that he changes, but then also Christian Walker. I think that now you are in a place where you can go into a postseason matchup and not just feel like you have a chance, but also feel like you could possibly be, go and impact or impart your will on what's happening.
No, that's fair, and there is no wrong answer here. Jordan is a good one for obvious reasons that you just listed. Obviously, the Rio is a good one, but I'm going to go with another couple players. And, and I think and the whole reason this thought occurred to me is because of last night. Cam Smith, he has been playing so well, really from training, spring training. But if he starts getting a power stroke, starts elevating the ball a little bit at the top of the lineup, getting more at bats, being able to drive in runs, being able to get on base, second base, maybe third base with some gap shots. And such, I think Cam Smith could really be one of the guys that holds the key. And the other one, we mentioned at the very start of this segment, and it may be something of a given, but if you get good Fromber on a tear like he's been on, we talked about it last week. At what point do we stop mentioning good Fromber, bad Fromber, because he's been good for 7 straight starts, at least 6. I'm doing it off the top of my head, but at least 6 straight starts, and he's going again tonight. If you have the given in Hunter Brown and you got another dude at number 2 that can go the rest of the way and into the postseason with his experience and such, I'm going to say the guys that hold the key, down the stretch are Cam Smith and Fromber. Okay. I really am. Yeah.
Cam Smith, the reason why I don't go there, and I don't think you're wrong, because again, like there's a lot of guys that if they turn up, it's going to be very great. I don't feel it's fair to like put that level of
but if you
stress upon him. Like obviously if he does, it'd be great. But I feel like you have guys that I think are carry more expectation with them that I would more lean on if they do what they're right. No, I mean he did later. 832 says, "What about Jake Myers?"
He's on the list.
I mean, as a possibility. I don't know that. I mean, do you feel like he holds the key? He's been very good for you.
I wouldn't pick him, but
I mean, like even if, and this is probably something I don't want to put out into the ether, but even if Jake Myers does not continue to be gangbusters, even though it feels like he has like really to come around, like he's really changed the way that he swings the bat and the way that he approaches at bats to the point where I think that is what we can talk about him getting better. It's not just like, hey, this is a good stretch of games, but it feels like he has rehabilitated what he has offensively to make him a better baseball player. But even if he is just, I cover everywhere in center field and a little bit of left and right too, I think that's cool for what you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a lot different when Yordan and Christian Walker are doing what they're supposed to be doing offensively for you. And, I think even then you don't miss Jake Myers as much, even though, again, I'm not clamoring for Jake Myers to go back, but I think that those guys changed this in a lot different of a way in my mind. Some from the 832, and this is a great point. Wonder if Nolan Arenado feels dumb yet. Yeah, man, I feel like there's a lot of people in this offseason that have to feel dumb. Because, I mean, look, people been shoveling dirt on the Astros for a good amount. In fact, I'm not going to pretend like I didn't shovel, just, kick over a little dirt. I didn't pick up a shovel, but, you kick a little dirt like, oh, man, the window might be closing, and here they are. Again, second most wins in the American League, leading the AL West decently comfortably. I don't want to get too spicy with it because it is a marathon and not a sprint. But, man, the Astros continuing to do what they need to do. And, I mean, look, everybody's put into some degree. Do you agree with this? Spencer Arrighetti, if you have that three-headed monster.
That's kind of what you're talking about.
Right.
Getting that other reinforcement.
Now, I always keep forgetting, but, like, it's also because a lot of these reinforcements seem to be pretty far away from returning for the Astros. But as far as it's concerned, like yesterday, it looked like no problem, 13-3 victory. We'll see what it looks like today. Again, still at Sutter Health Park. Hopefully the offense is there, plus a little bit of Fromber action tonight. We'll see what that does for the Astros. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, felt like there was a lot of beef yesterday in the world of sports. There was some WNBA, a little bit in baseball, and I guess some continued beef in the MLB as well. We'll talk about all that next.
Just when we thought the injury situation
before you buy.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Excited for another game out there in Sacramento. I didn't know I'd say that, but here we are. Although, to be fair, I did feel that way once I realized.
Yeah, you wanted to see the ball fly.
Yeah, I wanted to see the ballpark, and thankfully the Astros gave that to me yesterday. 13-3 was the victory for the Astros. 5 home runs for the good guys in this one, including a couple of them from Cam Smith himself. 3 RBI. And he what?
That just cracks me up every time you say that.
What you want me to do?
It's RBI.
That's one way. They're both.
No, it is not.
They're both correct, and you stopped me for no good reason. But the fun thing, Cam Smith takes his OPS from a 692 before yesterday's game to a 748.
That'll do it.
After the game.
That'll do it.
Like, I was like, oh, so the Astros, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and just bolster what we're doing here. Just juice up the numbers. Hopefully, hey, do it again tonight.
Packing.
Yeah, go ahead and pad the stats again tonight. Fromber on the mound. And, of course, I hope that this does not end up being a weird outing like the last one was for Fromber, because the last weird outing had balls in the air a lot for him, more than he typically does.
Oh, yeah, especially here.
That exactly, but I believe Fromber, as you mentioned, he's had a lot of good outings of late. Good Fromber vibes out there as well for the man on the mound. 9:05, another late one, obviously out there on the West Coast tonight. A new Astro in the system, at least, as Dana Brown has. Again, we give him praise for making sure that he or for doing what he's done with the pitching, but he adds in another prospect, trading for Wes Clark, a first baseman and catcher. From the Brewers. Now, I haven't seen what the compensation is that the Astros are sending the other way, but I'm going to ask you to get into the mind of Dana Brown, and I don't know if how good you are at doing this thing. However, we're going to give that a test. What did you think seeing that the Astros traded for a first base or catcher prospect that is already at the AAA level, mind you? In fact, I think he had something like 25 homers at AAA as well. He's been good. What got in your mind when you saw that the Astros traded for Wes Clark?
My first thought was this isn't just a throwaway prospect. I shouldn't say throwaway, but a prospect that has a long way to go to get up to the big leagues. It's a prospect that is on the brink, and I'm sure you thought the same thing. I don't know if it's necessarily a direct correlation to Christian Walker, because they're here with Christian Walker. I mean, they're going to ride it out. And he, as I said, with a home run yesterday, he's started to show at least the power numbers and the hitting the ball well, and exit velocity and all that. So I'm not going to go quite there, but it did make me wonder, like, what are some other options for Wes Clark? And frankly, I'm just going to be honest, some of other places that he could play. Like, maybe he's going to be some sort of a DH prospect in a pinch. Does it have any impact on Yordan? And where Yordan is in his recovery. That's where I went.
Okay, that's an interesting thought that I had not gone to. Yeah. But I mean, look, feeling better day to day. Yordan is the update that we got from Dana Brown.
Okay.
On their flagship earlier today, but he's still not swinging a bat. I think that's the real important update for me.
Wait, how do these things go together?
Yeah, what are the actionable things that we're talking about?
Yeah.
So yeah, excited to see what he looks like coming through and joining. I believe he was assigned to AAA, but and now that I think about it, I did not recall that specifically. But now another name to pay attention to, including Bryce Matthews, who, mind you, I think last week had the best week of really any prospect in baseball. So shout out to Bryce Matthews, who's again can keep putting pressure on the big league club, young cats. Obviously, the youth are going to be the future of what this team does, and see if they can turn things over and continue to keep the window open for the Astros. All right, I know you want to get messy. I feel it. You were the one who wanted to talk about this. It got spicy in Indiana yesterday in the WNBA. And when we're talking WNBA, it's usually because Caitlin Clark is involved. And she was. In fact, I'm going to be completely honest. I know that the Fever won. I have not actually seen what the score was or how well Caitlin Clark actually played in this game. Not to say that I thought she would play poorly, but they win 88-71, and Caitlin Clark had 20 and 6. Yeah. That's how we're talking about the sports of this. But the Shelton, they both came in as rookies last year. They both have history dating back to Big Ten squabbles. It got contentious, and J.C. Shelton at one point, actually, we do have audio of the way this played. This is how it sounded on TV.
10-point lead for the Fever. Midway point, third quarter. Sheldon all over Clark, and they get into it a bit here. Lexi Hall now gets in Sheldon's face. Caitlin Clark hits the deck. Big Ten against Big Ten. Ohio State and Iowa. Both in the same draft class last year.
It is getting spicy in Indiana.
It did. It got spicy. And then it got spicier when Sophie Cunningham, who, by the way, is 0-12 for her career. Not Sophie Cunningham, the other girl.
J.C. Shelton?
J.C. Shelton. I saw a stat that she was, maybe it's wrong, that she hadn't beaten Caitlin Clark since she's gotten into the WNBA and in college. But Sophie Cunningham took matters into her own hands, Figgy, didn't she? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, later in the game, almost damn near the final minute of the game, Sophie Cunningham.
Knocked away, good hands by Allen, and Sheldon comes up with the steal. Sheldon going coast to coast, and we got another breakers here as J.C. Sheldon goes right after Sophie Cunningham. It was a hard foul, no question.
I'm blaming this all on the officials tonight. It is totally their responsibility. A flagrant foul, and if they had taken care of the business earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation right now.
Yeah, I think that's a fair
That's
accounting
what I
of what
wanted
the
to
situation
hear.
is.
That's what I wanted our listeners to hear. She is 100% right. They could have taken care of. Good for Sophie Cunningham. We talked about the enforcer Barbie is what people are calling her.
I mean, that's probably
like
a stretch. I've never really viewed Sophie as an enforcer.
She's done it before. She's bodied up on people before.
I mean, yeah, but That, in some ways, that's the WNBA. It's a fairly physical league.
I'm not critical. I'm not critical.
No, I hear you.
At all. She did it for Caitlin Clark. There's a couple of things here that are at work.
Okay, go for it.
Number one, that she was 100% right. That is totally on the official. Caitlin Clark somehow wound up with a technical, right?
Yes.
Yeah, how did that happen?
And I saw the pool report after the game.
She got knocked to the floor by 3 people and then walked away. Technical. What's going on?
I think they said that she helped escalate.
I'm about to say she had to say something.
She is a talker. It is worth noting, though, also, I don't think that this thing did not start, at least in this game, because, again, there is a history beyond this game, beyond this league that goes back to college for these 2 players. Or at least 2 of the players, because we didn't even mention Marina Maybury walking in and just bumping Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
But earlier in the game, I think there was something that happened. I did not see this part, but J.C. Shelton says, and we're lip reading at this point, but it's pretty evident that she says to Caitlin, "You can't do that." And Caitlin says, "I can do whatever the bleep I want," and then shoves J.C. early. Might have been where this whole thing goes, but I think ultimately for me, one, I think that serves to negate the narrative that I think has come up that, oh man, everybody in this league is picking on Caitlin. But then I think also it points to something I kind of enjoy, and we were talking about this in a roundabout way earlier. I kind of like that there's some level of feel to this, right?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I think there's been a lot of people that have complained that, sports, especially I guess the men's side of this and the NBA, has gotten too chummy. And I do appreciate that there's a level of one, physicality to some degree. Obviously, I don't want it to be excessive to the point where it takes away from the actual hoop of this.
Yeah.
But there's a level of physicality where it means something, and you clearly see that they care about it. And I don't think that was in doubt because these women aren't playing this game to get rich.
Yeah.
Clearly, but there's very much evidence that these women care about this game. And I think that that's one of the things that most people coming to sports want to some degree is, obviously, I want to see the incredible, but also I want to feel like you care about this. Make me care about this by you caring about it.
That's why I said there's 2 things at work. She's right about the officials, and you're right. Caitlin Clark likes to chatter, and I think that's kind of endearing as well. She's got that something that she's going to be a little she's going to tell you about it. But the other thing that's at work is and this could have been a confession, I'm kind of glad it played out the way it did. This is beyond what I thought it would be this soon into Caitlin Clark's career. It is must watch. We got a text earlier. Hey man, how can I watch this WNBA? What? Yeah, we did. We got some
on the 610 text line.
Hey man, how can I watch this? It is must watch. And
I don't think we ever got to tell.
And the other thing is, like, people, it's good for the WNBA that they did call it that way or didn't call it how that. No, you're never going to take me off that.
No, I hear you.
This is 100% good for the WNBA.
I think they don't want that every night.
No.
But I do feel like that one was like, okay.
It's bird magic, man. It's bird magic all over again. And I'm not talking about.
I'm about to say who's bird and who's magic.
Well,
don't do this thing because I already saw like one of these aggregation sites term this because Marina Mabry used to play for the Chicago Sky. She was traded last year to Connecticut. Angel Reese's former team. This has nothing to do with Angel Reese.
No. I'm not saying it's. I mean, Angel Reese is a factor, of course. But I'm
what do you mean? No, not in this.
No. In for the WNBA.
Oh,
and the Caitlin Clark, rivalry and the watchability and all that. But not in this case. What I'm saying is the fact that Caitlin Clark is being perceived however she's perceived, whichever side you want to take, this is the best thing that ever happened to the WNBA. I mean, you will never talk, man. The ratings are just going to go higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the things I will say is ratings are indeed good and they're necessary, especially for the business of it. I don't think that's everything, so I'm not going to get to that place. I do think that you do.
Adam Silver.
No, I feel you. I understand. I don't have time.
Got Adam Silver.
I don't have time to dig into the depths of those things, but I do think that there is something to be said for, okay, I appreciate the physicalities there, but you also have to be more diligent in understanding, all right, this is a thing that's happening and nip it in the bud, like from a game enforcement portion of it.
Yes, they were, but boy, if you're the WNBA, you're kind of glad they did. You're kind of glad they did.
Yeah, and I was like, the refs probably need to be a little bit more. Yeah. And of course, it's a tightrope that you have to walk because I also don't want the refs to the point where they make this. Will they really neuter this in the way that I think the NBA did? But I think the NBA did it for reasons that the WNBA doesn't quite have right now. Keep it safe still.
They got to make sure they don't lose control.
Exactly.
Because you don't want to hurt.
Yeah, because even that last play, it seemed like the refs kind of lost a little control a little 100%. Bit to the point that it was security guards that was breaking it up. So you don't want to get like that where you don't want another Malice in the Palace or anything like that.
But you're going to watch.
Yeah.
Hey, people will never. Hey, how do I watch that?
Hey,
game?
we are messy. We got to realize that we like drama.
Yeah.
And right now there is indeed drama there. There was some other drama around around baseball that we might get into at some point in the show. But right now, that's what's popping in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Pete Prisco of CBS Sports has released his annual top 100 NFL players. So you know what we got to ask: how many players of the Texans are in the top 100? How many of them are in the top 25? Is it fair or foul? Let's break all that down next.
To Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's talk about these Houston Texans as we're continuing to look forward to training camp in, over a month, just over a month?
Yeah.
Till we get to the boys on the field, in pads, in jerseys, in the heat, getting themselves prepared for a 2025 season that has a lot of expectation, a lot of hope, all tied up within it. And with that, we're in that time period where we start looking and we start forecasting forward. And one of the things that is a part of this time period is Pete Prisco of CBS Sports putting up
a tradition unlike any
That's
other.
right. The top 100 lists, or just like the player list. It's always a fun thing to see how teams are viewed. And in this way, let's see how the Texans and their organization and how their talent is viewed, because I'm interested in how many of the Texans are on the top 100. You tell me how many Texans you believe end up on the top 100 on the text line, 713-572.
Don't look at the list.
I haven't yet.
Figgy, don't look at the list.
713-572-4610 to finish out the number there.
Yeah, Pete Prisco traditionally he's done this for maybe damn near 30 years.
Can I ask you a question about Pete Prisco?
Yeah.
I feel like
he's ornery.
There's some people in sports.
Good dude, though.
Their name has gotten pretty. I think so as well.
Mm-hmm.
Their name, gets known for a certain period, for a certain thing.
Yeah.
And there's all sorts of feelings on whether someone likes their work or does not like their work. How have you felt about Pete Prisco and his work as it relates to CBS Sports and sometimes these types of things?
And he goes back. I think he worked at the Jacksonville newspaper before that.
Did he?
Part of the top 100, but. He's good, and the best thing he does is when he states a case for his list or a player where a player is on his list, you always go, what? And then after you read his case for it, you're like, all right, well, at least he backed it up in a pretty good way. So let me ask you guys this. This is Pete Prisco's annual top 100 NFL players. Let's start right here. How many Texans? Just the total number of Texans in the top 100.
All right, Fig, we got to go for the obvious ones here. 832 is gambling a number 5 here. Obviously, I think when you talk about a quarterback, especially a quarterback that I think is easily top 15, so that we don't have argument, but probably, I think by a lot of people's standards, top 11, 10. I think we get
for CJ 11.
CJ, I think. Well, I'm not even just looking at the number, but like quarterback wise, I think he ends up in the top 100. Fair?
Yeah, I would say probably towards the back end, just because of so many other position players.
I started with that one, but the ones that are easy. Nico Collins is going to be up here, right?
Yeah, I say Nico.
Will Anderson Jr. is going to be up here. Derek Stingley is an All-Pro. He's going to be up here.
Yes.
So that's 4 to begin with. How are we feeling about Daniil Hunter? Because it feels like he probably should be
He's
up
a top 100 player.
Okay.
I think so.
All right, so that is 5. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, how do we feel about him? Because that's a guy that I think also he would fall outside of the purview, if you choose to believe it, of like whatever lack of love that the Texans can. Sometimes people side are not giving credit to Texans. I think Texas fans feel he was just on a Super Bowl win.
Yeah, I think if he was still on that Super Bowl team, he will probably crack the top 100.
Ooh, so you're like no.
I think so. I think what you said have a lot to do with it too, man.
Yeah. All right, Joe Mixon is a top 100 player, right?
Yes.
All right, so that's 5.
I feel like I'm putting a lot of.
That's 6, isn't it? Or would you end up with CJ?
Oh, yeah, that is 6, because I did say that CJ's up there. All right. Are there any ones that I'm missing here that are like, absolutely books that we can call before we get to possibles? Because I feel like those are the ones that I'm like, all right, books that we can call before we get to possibles is 6.
I think that's sound about right.
All right, you want to venture 6 right now?
Your final answer is 6.
All right, that's what
I'm trying to go through all the positions.
I didn't even go through possibles at this point. Right?
I don't think anybody on the offensive line is a top 100 player.
I didn't go through Christian Kirk maybe possibly cracking it at any point. We didn't talk about Kamari Lassiter, whether he would get some love.
That might be the one season. That might be in the 90s somewhere, or maybe he might be 100.
Okay, so you want to just let's throw up 6 and we'll see.
6 is your final answer.
I'm going to go with 6.
We'll throw up 6.
4.
Are you for real? All right, so which?
All right, I wonder who is the one out of the 6.
All right, so let's work back off of of the books that we thought we were going to get. Apparently, we overbid.
Yeah,
we lost some points there. All right, so Nico's absolutely up
Somebody
there. Will
got
Anderson
too much
Jr. is
space.
absolutely up there. Stingley's absolutely up there. So if CJ, Daniil, and Joe Mixon, who do you think top 100? Maybe CJ.
Okay, let me get to the next question.
I was about to say CJ might not be there.
Let me get to the next question.
Okay.
And it might help you come back to that answer.
Fair enough.
There are 11 quarterbacks in the top 100.
Okay, yeah, CJ. I don't think CJ made that one.
Yeah, he probably dinged him for last year. All right, so me and Pete Prisco about to be upset. So, okay, CJ not on there. And then who do you think? Maybe they didn't give Daniil Hunter love. That would be insane, though.
So who else we got? We got Daniil Hunter.
Joe Mixon and Daniil Hunter are the other ones that I was considering. Maybe, I don't know.
I'm going to say they probably left off Daniil Hunter.
Okay. All right. Those are the guesses that we're going with. It was Joe Mixon they left off?
Joe Mixon did not make the top 100.
Okay. I was about to say, because I was like, Daniil Hunter, like, he literally put up, both of those guys put up production
The 4 are Will Anderson, Nico, Derek Stingley, and Daniil Hunter.
In that order? Do we have
No.
Okay, just the guys that are on
Derek Stingley was the highest-rated Texan at 23 overall. And I can get you the entire order. Derek Stingley was 23. Daniil Hunter was 47. Will Anderson was 56. And Nico Collins was 67 overall.
Oh boy, Nico Collins! Just give Nico Collins more ammo here. Mm-hmm. How you gonna have a top 5 wide receiver that damn low?
Let me go through the quarterbacks and tell me how it makes.
Okay, yeah. Which 11 quarterbacks at least are supposedly better than C.J. Stroud?
Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
By the way, these are all in the top 10. 4 in the top 10. Joe Burrow's 7. He's the 4th quarterback in the top 10. Jaden Daniels.
He getting that CJ love.
33.
He's getting that CJ love from last year.
33 overall.
I can't even be mad.
Top 100 players in the NFL. He is 33.
I can't even be mad.
Justin Herbert, 49.
Oh, I know there's been a lot of this is all right. So Pete Prisco is on that particular. There's 2 sides of the Justin Herbert viewer. It's like either still love what he can do and the talent that he has and just feel like the context needs to be changed. There's other people that are like, all right, that's too much damn rope given to a dude who has not had level of production that you would associate with the talent that he has.
I'm glad you mentioned that because this is where you read Prisco's kind of explanation and you're like, well, I don't necessarily agree, but I get it.
Okay,
he said in his first season under Jim Harbaugh, Herbert threw for 3,870 yards, 28 touchdown passes, and just 3 interceptions. Over the final 4 games, 9 touchdowns. He's another who needs to win in the playoffs, but he's at 49. Jalen Hurts, 52.
Super Bowl is going to make that one look. It just makes that one look like you can't do anything different.
The 57th best player in the NFL, Baker Mayfield.
That's a little.
He's been good, but
he's been good.
That's a little really good.
Yeah, so he's pretty much the top 11 quarterback.
Yes, Jared Goff, 77.
Actually, I understand that. I'm starting to get uncomfortable.
I would probably have him over Baker Mayfield.
I like Mayfield a lot more.
Over Jared Goff?
And I want you to understand, this is a moment of personal growth for me. Baker Mayfield has been a particular dude for me, but I've gotten to a place where I'm like, all right, you got to stop.
Jared Goff been balling, though, man.
He has.
Even after the trade.
He has. I think that Jared Goff, though, has such a big, he has a big porthole in the Death Star, which is once you get pressure, he turns very, very bad.
Yeah.
It's not just the normal, a quarterback under pressure is not going to produce on the same level. It gets really, really problematic for him when he's under pressure. And when he's not, very good, right? I want to give him that credit. But that particular thing, I personally can't get over, and I understand some people can, but that is what it is.
Dak Prescott, number 90 overall. And then Jordan Love, 92 overall.
Yeah, I'm not very fond of those last 2. But this is the thing, though. C.J. Stroud is going to have to get out here and show it. Like, to be fair, like, I understand why some people will look at it that way. I don't think that they're right. I think that we've seen enough of the talent, and we've seen enough of the like flashes and the demonstrations that he is the guy that would be easily, without question, top 10. But you got to prove it to not just the believers, but to the doubters as well. And so, I mean, at this point, you could say maybe he has like half a season of that level of play put together for the whole year. And I think that's one of the reasons why the most important part of this season for the Texans is what Nick Caley is going to do with this circumstance, how much C.J. Stroud is going to really embrace having the reins of this offense and what he does with those reins, because he's going to have all the opportunity in the world to prove either us believers right that he is that dude, or the doubters right that maybe he's bitten off too much that he could shoot off.
I wonder what was the list looking like last year and where CJ was last year, because the Jaden Daniels, that's 33. That is way too high to me, man.
That is.
I understand. Like, I'm not even mad at him being a top
on the list.
Yeah, but man, 33. So out of all the athletes you can find,
Jaden Daniels,
he's the 33rd person being picked.
Let me ask you guys this. I'm going to go through the running backs and receivers. So the running backs that were listed better than Joe Mixon, Saquon Barkley, of course, Derrick Henry, and then Jahmyr Gibbs. Where am I? Bijan Robinson, Christian McCaffrey. Stop me if you think this is a bit much here. Jonathan Taylor is 50 overall, and then we go to where are we? I'm trying to get to it. That's it. Those are all of them.
Okay.
I'm not even mad at that, to be honest.
So it's just a lack of value of the running back position generally. But
Bijan, I kind of question a little bit Bijan. Maybe I'm just thinking about UTB Bijan. Maybe he going to break out this year, but I don't really have an issue with
And remember when we were talking about Nico Collins maybe being the best receiver in the NFL at some point with a couple things? Well, these are the receivers that are ahead of him. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase.
Fair.
CeeDee Lamb, Tyreek Hill.
Ooh, okay.
A.J. Brown, Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, there's. Okay. I'm going to really lean into what the 832 is texting in here. There's a lot of hype and recency bias that we're doing here.
Malik Neighbors is 45.
There's all right, man.
And what's crazy about this is that Nico was a top 5 receiver this past year in like.
Hey, this is a good look for you if you're a second-year player.
Oh, I'm not done yet. Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then Puka Nacua. And after Puka Nacua is 63, Nico Collins is 67. So they got all those guys ahead of Nico.
And maybe this is because Nico missed 5 games last year. So like actual yards wise, he just broke 1,000. So he was only 22. He was only 22nd in yards. But you go yards per game, and he's up there, right? He is up there as a top wide receiver. So as you start getting even further into analytics, it's very evident. Wow, that is wild to view it that way. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if I'm more upset about Nico Collins, being where he is, or if I'm more upset about like Joe Mixon was that level of player.
Yeah, actually, CJ, you ain't even in the top 11.
Yeah.
I think all these rankings on the offensive side, Joe Mixon, Nico Collins, and obviously CJ Stroud, I think they all still point back to CJ Stroud. Because the team didn't have the offensive year or the offensive line, however you want to do it. The year that they had offensively is just hurting everybody.
I mean, Joe Mixon was also 15th in yards with 3 fewer games played than a majority of the players up top. Although Jonathan Taylor only played 14 games. 1,400.
Yeah, 1,400 yards.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at that list. Would you take any of those over Joe Mixon?
Like who?
Well, on that list.
Yes. Well, I would take Saquon Barkley over Joe Mixon, but that's not really fair.
No, I'm just talking about towards the end of the list, though.
Outside of like Gibbs.
Because I feel like it's kind of fair when you think about it a little bit.
Jonathan Taylor is. When you start talking about like the youth of this, or what have you, maybe, and Bijan, obviously that youth as well, utilizing them and having more years. But I think for what you have, I'm good with Joe Mixon by all stretches. Like I'm not upset. I just feel like.
Would you take Bijan?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would.
I would.
And I mean, again, that
I
is
think
no disrespect.
everybody ahead of him, I will probably take over him, to be honest.
Josh Jacobs?
Josh Jacobs, I don't know about that one.
And one of the things I am
a little older.
I think also one of the things that we have to talk about this offensively is, hey man, Bobby Slowick. You know what I mean?
Like everything about the offense is affecting this list.
100%. Because Joe Mixon also, we didn't get the effect of Joe Mixon in the passing game. It's one of those things that we clamor for.
Very little.
If Joe Mixon in the passing game is more demonstrative and more evident in the 2024 season, there's no way that you at least don't give him a nod towards the back end of this, I don't think.
Yeah.
Compared to, and obviously the injuries would give you a little bit of difference there, but I think that's one of those things that you would hope that shows up a little bit better. But yeah, man, that list is very interesting. All right, so this time next year, how many of shift in your mindset?
4 total.
4 total top 100 players.
I would say at least 6 or 7, right?
Who are the guys that
CJ?
None of the guys that are on there are falling off for you.
Yeah.
With Will Anderson Jr., Nico Collins, Stingley, and Hunter.
I would say
Hunter.
CJ.
CJ gets back in.
Kamari.
You think Kamari slides in?
I think he could. Either Kamari or Bullock.
Okay.
Because that secondary is going to be so good. Somebody's going to get theirs. You know what I mean? And then would Mixon pop in?
I think it's a chance.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not if things go the way that your guys are talking about with Nick Chubb, and this becomes a tandem that fully allows them to do both of those.
Maybe Chubb healthy. Something along those lines.
All right, so maybe not a lot of love when it comes to the top end talent of this Texas team, but thankfully, like the way that this Texas team is built to be truly a team. It's not necessarily the individual performances; it's the fact that there's a number of guys that give you a level of performance and do their job within the context of what's happening for this to show up. But hey, man, Nick Caley has a job to do where he could very much add 1, 2, maybe people into this list in the 2025 year. But Pete Prisco, you're on my bad list. I'm just gonna be honest. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll get into our lunchtime confessions. We will do that next.
What should Texans fans expect to see from the new?
Yo 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, got a quote here for my first confession.
A quote?
A quote. I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport. Who said it, and what are they talking about?
That was Adam Silver. And he is talking about, was that the ratings conversation?
Incorrect.
It was Adam Silver, though, right?
No.
Dang it.
I don't know.
I thought it was Reggie.
I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport as Reggie. Figgy, you have any guess?
Nah, I have no clue.
LeBron James about championships.
Oh, God.
What?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's on the
I saw it on
the podcast.
Man, I saw it on they was talking about it on First Take.
My confession is I just can't believe a lot of the things that he says are I don't understand what his goal is. Like what
are you
How
getting
do
at
you
here?
not know
What are you trying to do here,
but
brother?
Generally, it's like LeBron James, trying to make himself look smart or trying to make himself look this way or that way or whatever. Not that he's not smart. I'm just saying, he always has like an end game. What is his end game to say that he doesn't know why championships are discussed so much in sports? Yes, you do. If LeBron James was sitting there and hadn't won a single championship, it would be the most obsessive thing in his life.
I do think I know what his end game is there. I don't appreciate the idea of trying to play it like you don't know. You do know. Like,
he knows.
I think
he's talking about the Jordan stands and all that stuff that bring up rings.
Maybe that's it. What did you say?
I think, I think that he does know, but I think what he's probably trying to get at is something that I feel like there's benefit or there's things that are worth discussing that are not. Everything can't be put within the context of, okay, but championship though. Okay,
and
but
I
rings,
agree with
though.
that, but you know why championship is number one.
No, and I think that he needs to be clear, and maybe obviously it's a podcast. Maybe at some point he does try and actually flesh that out and get to the point.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that, and I would agree with him if this is ultimately his point. The idea of championship being the only goal and being it consumes too much of the oxygen within the discussion of, at the very least, basketball in particular. Mm-hmm. But I think a lot of American sport. And it's one of the reasons why I personally am excited about the possibility of like the NBA Cup becoming something that could be interesting. Now, I don't think it's going to happen in this immediate generation, next generation to become something. But I do appreciate, and of course, as a fan of like soccer, the idea of having different tiers of accomplishment for different teams, so that there's more variety and there's more texture to it. Almost like college football for the longest time. It's one of the reasons why college football for me is getting to a place where it feels like more like that. It used to be that, hey man, some teams, we got a 6-win season. We were incredible. But if everything is like all about the national championship, of course, like Sam Houston State is rarely going to be in a place where they can have like fun and have enjoyment with it if everything is going to be within the national championship.
I get your point, but I'm talking about like at the highest level, at the NBA and NFL level.
Right.
Because he said, I don't know why it's discussed so much. Yes, you do.
Oh, he does.
Yes,
I feel like he's talking about all the people that keep saying LeBron or Jordan and rings.
Yeah,
I feel like he's talking to those people.
It might be somewhere
because I think he lying to himself if he feel like why is it so important.
Agreed.
But no, I think he's talking about the I was gonna say the Nick Wright. Nick Wright is on his side.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, he's talking about the Stephen A's and the Mad Dogs and the people like that just bring up. Look how many rings Jordan got.
I hadn't even really. That's probably.
Oh yeah,
that's exactly what it is.
It's definitely part of it. Like I'm giving him the best argument because I think it's more of kind of where I'm viewing it. But there's absolutely a part of this which is him negotiating in the media for the larger debate, where it's like, hey, why aren't we considering more of what kind of circumstances? Why aren't we talking about when we talk about the GOAT? Depending on who you want to select. Who played with them and how many times they had to carry Eric Snow. You know what I mean? Why isn't that part of the metric here?
And then you got some people that don't give a damn about what LeBron did. Hell, he got the most points in history. And no matter what he accomplished, it would never add up to the 6 rings Michael Jordan got, or the undefeated finals that Michael Jordan got. So I think that's why he's bringing that up.
But it is worth noting, I do think that we need to be a little bit like sometimes, and maybe this is more bringing it back to like the Rockets or some other teams where, hey, having a really good season, there's nobility in being good.
There is.
Like, I do hate that we have gotten to a place where the middle is no longer at all
I
valuable.
get it. And you're right, there is. But I wouldn't even say too much oxygen is spent on championships, because the championships are the ultimate goal for everybody. And, oh, by the way, even a mid-season tournament is a championship at some level.
Sure.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I happened to catch a little bit after game 5 of the NBA Finals, a little bit of the Hoop Collective podcast, Brian Windhurst's podcast, and I think oftentimes you'll have some other guys, like obviously Tim McMahon will be on there, some other folks. Iman Shumpert was on it a little bit after game 5, and I was listening to a little bit of this, and I want you to hear some of his analysis here.
Block, my God.
And I loved it because even when they didn't get the block or the steal, sometimes it's just a deflection. Sometimes it's just a deflection just to rattle somebody. Sometimes it's just messing somebody's dribble up. But they were everywhere tonight. Halliburton surveyed. He probed down the baseline. He did everything he could. There was no getting in the paint.
Yeah, there was some passes the Pacers threw that were not good.
Unaggressive.
Yeah.
But that's what happens. If you lose all your angles, if you're a player that leads with aggression, if you lose that angle, 9 times out of 10, there is no pass available. Sometimes you really have to get by somebody to make a defensive mistake. Otherwise, that shell gets really tight.
All right, I feel like that's good.
Yeah.
But, Iman Shumpert is really good at this, and I need ESPN to pull their you-know-what out of their you-know-what and, like, elevate this cat instead of some of the cats that you have talking about hoops. And really, I mean, I think we could talk about this in a grander scale. I feel like sometimes, and I guess this is my confession, the wrong dudes get too much burn here.
Yeah.
Like Stephen A. Smith was on, I don't remember what he was on, actually talking about the solitaire thing. And
I don't give a bleep about y'all.
Yeah, I'm like, how is this the way that you decide to play? He's like, well, I'm working all the damn time, and if I take 2 minutes, but you're in the middle of work right now.
Yeah.
How about you, if you paid attention, you might be able to give us some analysis like Iman Shumpert did about what's actually happening on the court.
Yeah, they do need to put him in a different position, because it seemed like, maybe I'm wrong, but it seemed like they had Iman as like a reporter on the scene a little bit. And I feel like he probably need to be in more, I don't want to say a podcast setting, but he need to analyze a little more, maybe like a Dan Orlowski, the NBA type thing.
I do think y'all are going to get your wish. I think they're grooming him. You're going to get you. He's going to be one of the main voices. He's certainly better than Kendrick Perkins.
Hey, be careful with the Pride of Beaumont, Texas. He might come talk to you.
Love you, Kendrick, but I think they're grooming him. He's going to be up there.
Yeah, I mean, look, as much as I would take him at this point, and again, with all due respect to the Pride of Beaumont, Texas himself, I take, at least from what I could tell, him over Perk. I think I'd take him over both of the Morris twins collectively.
I was about to say that too. To be fair, I'm not sure how they do. I always see them on First Take. It seems like every single day at this point. I don't know if it's their show or Stephen A's show.
Yeah,
but I'm like, man, put Iman on there, man. Break down some game. Maybe
he needs to get his hair back too, right?
The box. Yeah.
Houston Rockets legend Iman Shumpert. Is that what we're doing here?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
I forgot he played for the Rockets.
I wouldn't go that far.
These are my confessions.
So I got to confess, man. So tomorrow I'll be off. Just so happen to take the holiday off.
What holiday is that?
Juneteenth.
That's right. Shout out to Galveston.
Yeah. So no real reason. They just asked if I wanted it off. I'm like, sure. So I took it off. I kind of regret taking it off, man, because my wife is off too. And she said, oh, great. We both would be off.
Oh, no. She's got an agenda.
You got something. You got to be cleaning the house.
Not only that, I got the agenda. So she said, yeah, so I think tomorrow, since we're both off, we can wake up early and we can just do a lot of cleaning. Just clean the house.
That's the itinerary?
You're going to be up listening to Anita
music.
Oh, okay, very good.
Some old school gospel music. Well, I'm like, man, I ain't trying to do all that on my day. I should have went to work then.
Listening to the wine.
Let you clean up everything then.
Oh, this is right. I like what Rob Torres is doing here on the YouTube or on the Twitch chat. No, it's the YouTube page rather. Sounds like there's an emergency meeting at the station tomorrow, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, they actually, sorry, baby, they calling me in. I gotta go.
They called and I gotta go.
Man, somebody called off, so I gotta go in.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna be on the air or anything, just in case you check.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna be on the air. I gotta work behind the scenes and
I'm
and all that
producing.
stuff.
I'm recording some stuff.
Yeah, man. They got me doing some behind the scenes type stuff.
It's gonna be a long day too. I'm not gonna get back till 5.
I won't be on the air at all, but I will be at work. Don't come up and bring me anything either. So I'm good. So yeah, just stay at home, clean up and all that.
Me.
I'll be home at the same time I usually come home.
That's even worse than I thought. I thought she had you like going out.
I would have preferred that.
Yeah.
I would have preferred that. I would, if we get out and about, go somewhere. I would have been fine with that. But man, we just gonna use this off day to clean up.
You might need.
I ain't taking no more off days.
Yeah, man, you might need to make that one happen where you're like, actually, let's go out to breakfast. Treat her and then get her out, and so that at least you could come back and clean on Saturday. Saturday is always there waiting for you. Enjoy a Juneteenth, baby. Enjoy that.
Yeah, she wants to spend the whole day cleaning. I'm like, man, I ain't taking no more days off with you.
On those baseboards, you're gonna be. All that.
Oh, not the deep clean is the worst. Pulling out the fridge and getting back.
Yeah, she's gonna have the 80 filter.
Oh man,
all that stuff.
Yeah,
all that stuff.
Man, that sucks.
These are my confessions.
Look, this is a confession, redux times 75. But I think the second part of basically anytime any of the Astros talk about an injury, I just don't even. I mean, it doesn't even register. Like I don't even think. But today I did have a question. Was it Joe Spada or Dana Brown?
It was Dana.
It was Dana Brown. Talking about Yordan Alvarez. He said it's a day-to-day thing. He feels a lot better. My mind immediately went, okay, is he 65% now?
All right.
He was at 60% before. Can you put a percentage on it? Is it 65, 68? Yeah, it's infuriating. It's gotten to the point where it's just infuriating.
I'm really curious what they're going to say about Lance McCullers, man. I wonder next time they speak on Lance McCullers, how that's going to look.
On his possible ankle injury, foot injury?
Foot sprain is what we got. I imagine Lance will let us know straight up if he's got to do. All right, I'm not reading that 713. That's crazy. But for the 832, they did say, Figgy, meet me at the strip club. So that's a real swing from you supposed to be at the house cleaning to sneaking out to go to the booty club. That is entirely not what they anticipate.
Hey, sweetie,
don't come see me at work.
Hey, sweetie, I'm about to go get. I'm gonna go to work and then I'm gonna go get coffee with somebody. Just disregard the glitter. If you see any glitter,
disregard the glitter is.
Yeah. That strawberry smell, it's nothing.
Yeah, you're not winning that one. I can't advise that one, actually. All right, those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, the Texans have actually addressed the cornerback depth with a signing today. Did they get the right dude? Let's talk about it next.
Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing, man. D&M Auto Leasing, you know the drill. You know the story here. If you're purchasing your vehicle,
SportsRadio.com/radio.
Exclusive furniture. Where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 6. John, they have addressed the cornerback depth that looked like it became an issue again once Ronald Darby.
Is it Zaire?
Are you?
Well, he did sign.
Oh, Jair Alexander did sign, but not to the Texans. I don't want to get our listeners' hopes up the way that you're doing this. But yeah, the creation. There was a little bit of a hole there that you had thought you had plugged with Ronald Darby, who had previously played for the Jaguars. And nope, he decided to retire. What was that, in the midst of, or was it after OTAs? And so it was the midst of OTAs. And so that was one of the things we were talking about. Man, what are you going to do depth-wise? Jair Alexander did sign. We'll talk about him in a second, but the newest cornerback is a cornerback that is not entirely new to the city of Houston because he was playing with the Roughnecks recently. His name is Damon Arnett, drafted in the NFL in 2020, played a couple of years with the Oakland Raiders, and then he was let go. He was let go for the Raiders, not because he couldn't play, but because he had a little bit of a weapons charge thing that happened, and it's one of the things that Damon Arnett has talked about. I know that Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 has talked to him. And he's 28 years old now, and he said that he feels like he's back on the right track. Before, he said he's a dog on the field, but he's more of a professional now than he ever was before. He wasn't a professional before, just a dog. So the professionalism, he found that. But yeah, Damon Arnett is the guy that you get who, has NFL level talent, but needed to go to the UFL.
High draft pick talent.
Yeah, man, he was. I got to go back and see what the actual draft selection was for him. I believe he was and of course, I can't find it as soon as I go to it. Back in 2020.
First round pick.
But, was out of league for the professionalism. And so with this, I asked you, Lopez, did the Texans get the right guy in the idea of a depth guy? Drafted the same draft as C.J. Henderson, who you brought in last year, hoping to get something out of him. This is a reclamation project, but a different one than I think some of the other ones, like the Jeff Okudah, the C.J. Henderson was last year.
Yeah, I don't know how you can't like it. It's not, you're not bound to him like you would be as, for any amount of time, like you would be, when he was drafted. He clearly has at least, expressed and shown to a large degree, that he's a different guy. He's talked about it, as you mentioned. And what's it going to hurt? What's it going to hurt to have that kind of talent here? He's one of at least two guys that they brought in for workouts. So clearly he showed something here. Clearly he showed something with the Roughnecks, and that's not a chump league by any stretch. They got some good players there. So yeah, this is a high, low risk, high reward kind of thing.
Yeah, and and if you watch the Roughnecks play, first and foremost, kudos to you. But secondly, you've seen him at the very least have pick six type performance. So it's not like he's nothing. I'm still intrigued to see what that looks like at this level, especially if. And I guess maybe I asked this as a question. Do you believe this is kind of front end of the depth chart on a cornerback or back end of the depth chart type? Do you feel like he slots in ahead of Tremont Smith on the depth chart, or ahead of D'Angelo Ross on the depth chart, or behind them, considering these? He has talent, but he is coming in from a place where he hasn't played. Last time he played in the NFL was 2021.
You're not, as much as, like I said, low risk, high reward. He hasn't, this is going to be the epitome of the D'Amico Ryans. Everybody's competing. And to be fair, we haven't really talked about this a whole lot. We have a little bit. They have guys that, can. Well, first of all, they drafted Jalen Smith. We'll see how that plays out. D'Angelo Ross has played. Some of these guys have played. So it's going to be Tremont Smith. You mentioned him. I think you're just slotting him in the rotation, see what he's got.
Yeah, but when we talk about has played, I don't think that's the bar of at least what I'm looking for. And maybe what I'm looking for is an unfair expectation. I open myself to the possibility of that being the case. But what I'm looking for is, should you lose one of your outside cornerbacks, or should you have Kamari Lassiter need to move inside or what have you? Do you have a guy that you put out there and the level is not there's a negligible drop in level? Because that was not the case of what you had last year. Right?
Yeah,
last year you had to put some guys in that immediately was okay, so that's the mark over there where teams could try and attack them. And what has been a defense where there's not a lot of places to attack, it becomes even more evident that there's a weak link out there if someone has to jump into that circumstance.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't disagree with you at all. And maybe he's that guy. What I'm saying is you don't slot him in anywhere.
Certainly, fair enough.
You don't put him there. He's gonna have to show that he's better, that he can be that guy, that he's better than these others.
I think we agree, but I'm thinking more of what do you anticipate or what do you foresee?
Where does it end?
Right, where do you foresee? Because obviously in this moment we haven't even gone to camp. Camp is ultimately the cream will rise to the football team, right? That is what the idea of training camp is. Everybody get out here, compete. Let's see what we have, and help us slot our roster or our depth chart the way that we need to. However, you can have an eye on what you're doing and trying to put that in there. For me, I very much was hoping to find a guy at the top of that cornerback depth chart, obviously outside of your top two, that you slide in and you go, I feel comfortable should push come to shove and this guy needs to step in, that they will.
Yeah, but Jair Alexander was not that guy, and there weren't a lot of other options out there. So that's why I think this is the high reward thing. To answer your question, yeah, I'd love for him to be that guy where there's no big drop if he has to play, but he hasn't shown any of that yet, you know?
Yeah, so I'm intrigued with that. And the reason why I asked did they get the right guy is you mentioned Figgy, Jair Alexander. That is a cornerback that's been out there, especially after he could not get the numbers right with the Green Bay Packers, and the Green Bay Packers decided to straight up release him. Jair Alexander has a new team. As you know, it's not the Houston Texans. The rich get richer. The Baltimore Ravens are going to sign Jair Alexander. But here's the kicker. It's a 1-year, $4 million deal that can go up to $6 million. Downright, I guess, doable for. I mean, and of course, I don't know what the Damon Arnett signing is, and I highly doubt that it's that much money. And I mean, I'm not saying that is negligible because it's still a good amount of money, I think, on a 1-year deal. But does that not feel like? I mean, you would love to have Jair. Does that feel like at all something that would have been doable, or is that just a pipe dream that we do when we just see a big name out there and every team wants to sign him?
Don't you feel like it was more pipe dream?
I didn't think that was happening.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of confidence that would happen here at all. To be honest,
I did think about the possibility though. When if it did happen?
Yeah, it would have been sweet.
Yeah, but once you see that number at $4 million, does that then make? I mean, $4 million is akin to what Tim Settle is making this year, right? Does that then take you to a place where you go, huh?
No, the money for sure was doable. I just didn't think him as a player.
Fair enough, and I think that's ultimately where I still get to. I was probably trying to get gas you up a little bit, put a battery in your back. Yeah, no, the tough thing about that is it does make me wonder though, what role is he taking there in Baltimore with the Ravens? Because that's ultimately, I think, part of this as well. I honestly did think though that there would be more money that Jair Alexander would be trying to wring out of the circumstances, considering the reason why he, is no longer on the Packers was trying to find out figure out the money of that. But he also very much profiles as starting cornerback. I don't think that he is in a place where you're like, no, he's not going to start. And I think he slides in probably as a starter for the Ravens in a way that he would not have slid in as a starter here for the Texans.
That's why he wasn't going to be here. He can slide right in and boy, they, Kyle Hamilton and he and it's the Ravens. they're getting richer, and he had the opportunity. That's what the Ravens had that the Texans did not. I mean, no one was going to displace either of these guys.
No, so I mean, that's the opportunity that's there. It feels like somewhat of a prove-it deal, but not at too bad of money necessarily, but definitely a little bit of a prove-it deal for Jair to see if he gets back out there. But are you at this place where now the cornerback, or are you just more? I want to see what it looks like. Where are you? Okay, I guess optimism with the signing of Damon Arnett. 1 being, and 10 being, I feel great about this. Let's go play football.
Yeah, I can't go more than about 6 or 7, right?
But that's still 6 or 7 is pretty good.
Better chance. Because I think he's got a better than 50-50 chance of being the guy. But I don't know how good he's going to be.
And when you say the guy, I do just want to make sure that it's clear.
The third guy.
The third guy that you feel comfortable putting in that space. Before I go here, I like going back to, with most players, going back to what their draft profile was. It's not the end-all, be-all by any means, but it's always interesting. And this is per my favorite, Dane Brugler of The Athletic, from 2020 when Damon Arnett was coming into the league out of, where, Figgy? Ohio State. That's right.
University.
His strengths: quick-footed athlete with easy acceleration, clean footwork in his transition, smoothly flips his hips and stays on the same plane vertically, patient in press, mirroring movements of receivers, hungry, reliable run defender, always rallies to the football. Does that not feel swarmy? Settles his feet as a tackler, strikes to the finish. Does that not feel swarmy? Quick to shed blocks, displays toughness to play through injuries, all of that. When it comes to weaknesses, he cut down on downfield contact in his final year at Ohio State, but
I remember that. He was he got a lot of pass interference.
Yeah. Handsy.
Yeah.
And at that point, labeled mediocre ball skills. You're not getting, 22-year-old Damon Arnett, though. You are getting 28-year-old Damon Arnett, so you hope that that's advanced. But physical guy that you're bringing in, so at least you know that fits as well. Like, that fits in with the general MO and ethos of what a DeMeco Ryans defense is.
Well, the tackling part. You can, Derek Stingley, all pro, but
fair. I know what you're trying to say. Okay, I see you.
All pro, but maybe,
don't say it. Don't say it.
Let's just apropos of nothing, tackling could be a big issue.
All right, so Damon Arnett signed to the Texans, adds that cornerback depth. Jair Alexander not signed to the Texans; he's going to the Ravens. But ultimately, excited to see. I mean, look, they'll have an opportunity. He'll have an opportunity to see this Texans team, and hopefully, when he does,
we gotta get some more info on training camp, man.
On when?
On Texans, yeah. That's got to drop here pretty soon, doesn't it?
Because that's another interesting thing that now there is to watch once training camp comes. Like, what do the cornerback depth look like, and is Damon Arnett or is Tremont Smith?
And I'm talking schedule too.
Or is Jalen Smith? No, of course, for sure. But I'm like. That's
Lopez like, when we gonna be out there?
Yeah, he's like, what days do I have to anticipate being at NRG Park? I'm over here like, which of these cornerbacks gets to be cornerback 3? All of those things.
Get there, man. I want to see, their practices. Their Saturday. Are they gonna? Which ones are gonna be open?
Well, you got some weeks. You got some weeks till we get
days.
there. We
got some days.
Yeah, we got some days. You can ease. Like, you also can enjoy this time period before we ramp up for football season getting going. I think I saw someone earlier say we're under 80 days. At this point,
to the season,
to football, man, that feels great. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, based on historical precedent profile of a World Series winner, are the Astros one of them? Let's talk about it next.
Just when we thought the injury situation. And Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Yep. Thank you, Big Voice Man. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to figure out definitively, I think, whether or not the Astros are a World Series winning type team this year. We'll do that here in a second. But if you are just joining us, if you did not see it earlier or have not seen it yet, the Texans are signing Damon Arnett, cornerback, who last played in the NFL at the very least with the Raiders. He was drafted by the Raiders, the 19th overall pick in the 2020 NFL draft out of Ohio State. Most recently playing football in the UFL with the Houston Roughnecks, and now he steps in to add cornerback depth to what the Texans are doing. That's another place that I think I personally am going to be very intrigued to watch during camp when that gets here sometime next month.
Yeah.
Sometime.
Hopefully sooner. We got to get that. We got to text people.
I have no control over such things. And I don't think you want me to have control over such things. I'm bad at scheduling and planning my life. Are you a good planner, or is that what the wife is for?
I plan everything. Anytime somebody says, "Hey, can you go?" You've seen me. Immediately open my calendar.
Oh, you a good planner? Good for you.
If I don't put it in my calendar, it's gone.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Figgy, good planner?
Nah, I'm not. I tried the digital planner just to put stuff on the calendar. I always forget. I tried the physical planner, which my wife is really good at.
She do color code, don't she?
Oh, yeah. She have the actual physical planner.
Yep.
She create her own thing, write things
The big
down.
book, the 8.5 by 11. I used to have those every year.
She's good with that.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
I don't do those anymore, but man, for decades, I still have a stack somewhere.
She tell me all the time, "Hey, you got something planned? Can you put it on the calendar so I can know?" Like, all right, I'll do it. Never do it.
Never. Not once. I still live my life like a part-timer, where I live my life, I like to say 2 weeks at a time, as if they are putting in my schedule every other week. So
you tell me when I got to work.
Yeah, man, it's not good, but hopefully I'll get better at it. Anyways, that's way off the point.
Yeah.
There's historical precedent, and The Athletic did this dating back to 1998 on the statistical and the things that point to a team being, a World Series caliber team. And of course, like, this fits in dating back to, as I mentioned, 1998. Do you think the Astros are one of those teams that fit into it thus far this season?
And you're looking at just this season?
Yes, this season. That's what this is. I imagine. Like, what is happening here?
That's
so
a tough one.
We'll work through it.
Yeah.
And to be fair, the data is as the teen run extravaganza that happened.
Well, nevertheless, they've been on a bit of a run.
They have. I mean, a good month and a half.
Good
at
bit
least,
of a run.
at the very least, where this team has been playing.
I'm gonna give you an answer first, and then see if it plays out with their. I'm guessing they have parameters and
they do. They have various factors, and we'll roll through
factors. I'm going to say no.
Okay, Figgy, you think they're a World Series type team right now?
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, all right. So Figgy says yes. Lopez says no. There will be a winner and a loser in this segment. That's how I like to live my life. All right, factor number one: you have to rank among the top 13 in two of these three categories: win percentage, run differential, or wins above replacement. 25 of the last 26 champions fell into that, with only the exception of the 2003 Florida Marlins that basically bought their team.
Win percentage, run differential, and what?
And wins above replacement. If you're top 13 in two of those categories.
I think they fit that, don't they?
They do indeed fit that. Teams that didn't, notably the Athletics. I just said that because I want to be a jerk because they're playing them right now. Obviously, the Braves don't, but I mean, there's not a lot of great. The Rangers don't fit that, so goodbye Rangers. You're not a World Series contender this year. Not that we needed this to tell us that. All right, factor number two here.
Okay.
Rank among the top 17 in on-base percentage or top 11 in slugging. And I feel like we're leaning on base percentage because the slugging has not been there in a great way. But 25 of the last 26 champions
17
also
is pretty generous.
Pretty generous, but at least you got to be at least average.
I'm going to say yes on that.
Razors do not, though. So
where are they? Do you know?
I don't have that specifically in front of me, but I'll pull it up here in a second if you don't. If you're cool with that, cool. I will.
I was just curious because I think they're probably in the 10-12 range, somewhere in there.
That's good.
On base percentage.
On base percentage. I'll have to check that for the Astros again to make sure that I have this correct. But they do fit that, I will say. All right, factor number three: rank in the top 11 in opponent batting average or top 16 in whip, walks and hits.
I think they're probably ranking both those.
I'm sure they're great in both of those,
Yeah.
in fact. Interestingly enough, and I want to stop down here for a second, the Dodgers do not fit in here.
Well, Shohei's just getting started.
Oh, is that what you're going to put this here? Like, well, Shohei hasn't been available, and so that's why.
Speaking of which, they got a little spicy there last night.
They
too.
did.
Yeah.
How did you feel about Shohei getting thrown at?
I didn't. It didn't really bother me that much. Dave Roberts was bothered. He got tossed from the game. You know, whether it was an accident or not, I'm still not even sure that Tatis getting hit was an accident, but they all said it was. You're the next batter up. You're gonna get hit, especially if you're Ohtani. It stinks, but didn't really surprise me.
12th, mind you, in on-base percentage for the Astros.
That's what I thought, 10, 12, somewhere
100%. All right, so they do pitching wise. I mean, the pitching metrics are
Yeah.
fantastic. We should know this. Fact number 4: rank in the top 13 in quality starts or fewest meltdowns, and that's, I mean, again, pitching metrics. This has been one of it's either 1A or 1B on what's been great about this team. It's like you're starting, of course, given. Mets and Twins, however, have not. As 24 of the 26 teams that have won the championship have fit in that. Factor 5, check at least 4 out of 5 of the boxes where lowest top 11 rather, and lowest base batting average on balls in play.
Okay,
that's that. Top 20 in clutch batting, which it feels like the Astros absolutely are there. Top 20 in fewest home runs allowed per 9. Which, again, not giving up a lot of home runs, which the Texans, Astros absolutely don't do. Lowest batting strikeout rate, top 25, and top 25 in speed score. And the Astros fit all that. So there are 5 teams, and you notice the Astros have fit all this, 5 teams that would fit the checklist that 25 or 24 of the championship teams all the way through dating back to 98 have fit.
And they're one of the 5.
Yankees,
how about that?
Tigers, Padres, Cubs, and Astros.
No Dodgers.
No Dodgers.
And no, who's another really good team? You said Tigers.
Mm-hmm. Tigers and the Yankees are the teams that are, along with the Astros, that have been a top win rise in the AL. And then Cubs and Padres in the NL are the teams that, at least when it comes to metrics at this point, again, we haven't hit the All-Star break and there's still more baseball to be played. But at this point, these are the teams that fit. Like, these are the teams that the Astros are amongst. And that, again, puts the Astros squarely in this place where they're championship contenders. Like, this is, and how incredible it is to be in this place comparatively to where you were, a month into the season, and even where we were, I think, even in spring training.
Oh, for sure. And we may have touched on this, here and there. Like, this is truly, like, depending on how long they keep this going, and if they do make a run, I think this will be one of, if not the most important run into the postseason that they've ever made. I know they had the big comeback last year, but in terms of just a squad that is getting it done, hitting those numbers as you talked about, and certainly showing, that they're just as good as ever with so many new faces. Like, again, we are getting ahead of ourselves, but I think this is potentially one of the more impressive runs that they could make, and they've made some runs. We know that.
How confident do you feel in the Astros being able to actually do this, though, at this point? Because, again, these are the fun statistical anomaly
Like, get to
type
the AL
things.
championship, start projecting there. I can't do that. I feel very strongly that they're going to win the division and make a little noise in the postseason. That's about where you have to draw the line.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit about Dana Brown talking earlier today. Obviously, the Jordan portion of this was interesting. He gave Joe Espada a level of love that I appreciated, talking about the move for Jeremy Pena to be the leadoff man. He said that was entirely Joe Espada. Like, how much credit do we need to give Joe Espada at this point and what he's been able to do? I saw earlier someone talking about the notion of if with this number of injuries, Dusty Baker, they did not feel like Dusty Baker would be able to keep this.
Hey,
this
they're
steady
ripping on
away.
Dusty again.
They are, and of course, it is ripping on Dusty, but it is in service of giving Joe Espada his credit. Like, we've seen pretty expertly to be also. You got to keep in mind, this is year 2 for him at the helm of this thing, to have managed to navigate the waters this well. You got to give him a lot of credit.
You have to give him a lot of credit. Part of Joe Espada's problem, if you want to call it a problem, has been, he has been just assumed, that he's surrounded and helped by so many others, from Jim Crane, being involved, to what Dana Brown has done, to all the other advisors, to, obviously having a player like Altuve still around in Jordan. But what he's done on the field and the decisions he's made and the way he's handled the pitching staff, all the injuries you talked about, that you have to at some point start, putting him in the conversation of one of the best managerial jobs of the year. You have to.
Manager of the year is where you're looking at for him.
Well, one of for sure. Maybe a candidate. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Look at the injuries. Look at what the expectation was. You mentioned this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have high expectations for this team. I mean, I thought they'd be okay. I think I called it sort of a bridge year. Maybe they'll win some games, but okay. Well, how good can they really be? And that's before all the injuries. Just because of the losing to Tucker and losing Bregman and Verlander, you can add him in there, and some of the other things. That ultimately, no matter how much support you have, how many other people are involved in player acquisition and coaching and all that, ultimately the manager has to get some credit here with that many injuries and that many setbacks.
I think that's fair. I think that's 100% fair. One thing I've been kind of talked about, we're talking about, we mentioned Wes Clark, the first baseman and catcher that the Astros added. He's had a little bit. Strike out a lot, and obviously he's not swinging the bat incredible right now. That's probably he does have some home runs, but I think that's maybe a move at least right now to just add more talent to the AAA level, seeing as you've had to lean on it so much.
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot of talk about Miguel Ullola, who is a pitcher in this system, who's currently, he's had, I think, 12 games at the AAA level. And, he's been really good thus far. He feels like he might be the next pitcher in this circumstance for the Astros. Like, he's been really solid to the point where I think he is 3-2 with a 3.33 ERA. So, it's not like he's throwing a sub-2 or anything, but, he's been good at that level. I'm interested to see, what he ends up being because, again, I have a lot of praise for the guys that have come up, and Jason Alexander held his own incredibly well last night as well, being the latest of I saw them described as quadruple A, which typically I always view as a kind of a pejorative. The guys that don't actually
but I think
fit.
It's accurate
as of right now. Maybe those guys end up being that. Ullola is one of those guys that around baseball, the Baseball Americas and Baseball Prospectus of the world are talking about, could he be another guy that comes up and actually is that level for the Astros?
Yeah, but we mentioned this yesterday. How much more of this can you withstand? You're always having to make those. And I said this morning, it's not an accident that these pitchers come out at seemingly levels as they get to the big leagues. The Astros know how to handle pitchers, know how to fix their approach or mechanics or pitches that they throw. But boy, I'd rather get Eric Getty back.
Sure.
I'd rather get one of those guys.
Or Christian Javier, or JP France.
Yeah. I love what they're doing with these unknowns, but I'd rather not at this point.
All right, now, Figgy, I'm about to prey on Lopez's doubts here, all right? Do you feel more confident in getting two of those guys that you mentioned?
Eric Getty, France, and anyone?
Javier, any of those guys back. Even Lance McCullers Jr. Do you feel better about getting a couple of Garcia? There's so many of them. Do you feel better about getting some of those guys back on the run, or continuing to get this level of play through all of your, I guess, as they've been termed to some degree, quadruple A guys for the remainder of the season?
Well, how many more layups are you going to give me? You can't. You cannot. You're fooling yourself. You cannot have confidence that those guys are going to get back sooner rather than later. Can't do it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So welcome Iola.
What'd you call him?
A Yayola.
Okay.
But you said another thing.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think that's the word that you're supposed to say. But yeah, man, shout out to the Astros who are continuing to do this, and hopefully, I'm just looking forward to give me more explosive offense, especially something I can lean on going forward. That'd be very, very awesome. Or at least just pump up the number some more. I can appreciate that as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio, your Astros in Sacramento. Another 9:05 one. Talking about scheduling. Schedule you not getting a lot of sleep here Unless maybe you record it and watch it in the morning. I don't know if you're one of those. I can't do that though. I gotta watch it to the end. But yeah, something I always want to see out is the mixtape with Figgy Fig. That's what's coming up next. Fig, what you got for us?
Yeah, so we got to put our A&R hats on, man. I'm gonna play a song, and I want us to be an A&R. I want us to fix this song. Plus, somebody should be in jail for something they did, man. And it's very innocent, but they should be put in jail for at least 2 hours.
2 hours.
Huh, okay. Figgy putting people in jail for 2 hours. Let's find out who together next.
All right, let's get it done, man. Let's get it done and fulfill your dream over at Driftwood.
6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, it's Figgy's Mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So Will Smith, he has a new song out right now. Have you guys heard it?
I have, actually.
I have not.
Okay, so it's a new song called Pretty Girls. And to be honest, it was kind of getting destroyed online. But somebody came up with a solution to make it better. So it's a guy on Twitter by the name of Michael Christmas, whose Twitter name is @MickeyChristmas, made a suggestion on how to make this song sound better. And I want to ask y'all this. Are you guys familiar on Twitter where you can kind of speed up a video or slow it down?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So Michael Christmas tweeted this. This is just a tempo issue. Speed it up to 1.25 or slow it down to 0.75 and watch. Much more fire song.
Okay, we got to hear this.
So I kind of want us to put our A&R hats on, and I want to give it a shot. I want to see which one is better.
I love this kind of stuff, by the way. Remember when we were doing all the songs that I was breaking down? I love messing with stuff like that.
So here is the original version of Will Smith's song, Pretty Girls.
I like pretty girls. Girls. I love pretty girls. I like pretty girls. Girls. I love pretty girls. Girls. You don't gotta wait in line tonight. You're too fine for the line tonight. 5 + 5, you a dime tonight. It's a full house, better play your cards right.
Yeah, it's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me, dog.
So is it the lyrics or everything, or
it's everything? But I mean,
sounds like a college project. Like somebody who is a wannabe musician, entertainer, rapper, put together this for like a final exam.
It actually sounds like, to me, if Will Smith never did any music and he was just the actor Will Smith.
Exactly.
That's what it sounds like. It's like he forgot that he used to rap. Like he used to do this for a living.
That's true.
It's
like Shaq rapping.
He has so much like at his
Shaq
disposal.
got a little more bars though.
100%. It feels like
what?
I'm like you should have with all the money and studio time more access to have a better output than that. I say.
Yeah. So I want to play it slowed up real quick, slowed down, however you want to say it. So here's the same song, Will Smith.
Is it chopped and screwed?
It's not. Nah. They ain't got time to do
That'd
all
make
that.
it better,
man.
sure.
Yeah, maybe chop, not slop. My folks over there might do it, but here's it just slowed down a little bit.
I like pretty girls. I love pretty girls.
Okay.
I would say better. I want to hear. Let's hear the next part.
All right. Next part of the song?
Yeah.
All right.
You don't gotta wait in line tonight.
Oh yeah,
it hits better. The lyrics are still going to be problems.
Once
we get to that
100%,
part. But I mean, this definitely sounds better. It sounds more intentional. Somebody said, "All right, so Gus and Katie, we gonna disagree here." From the 832, Will Smith's singing career. First of all, he called it singing career as opposed to. I mean, he was rapping.
Yeah.
They said he sucked then and it sucks now. I mean, the Fresh Prince had some jams.
Some early hip hop stuff was cool. It's really debatable because the Will Smith, not Fresh Prince, but the Will Smith era, that was a little bit debatable because
like
people
people
thought it was a little corny, but I thought it was fine. It wasn't cheesy like
good.
this.
It was good.
Yeah, it was a little bit cheesy. So here is this sped up version. I want to see what y'all feel about this version.
I like pretty girls.
Nope.
I love pretty girls. I like pretty girls.
Nah, that's a no for me too.
I actually do like the sped up version because
yeah,
the bars actually sound better. Well, I mean, the delivery sounds better faster. The actual, again, the writing needs work. But I think 832 is right. It does sound like a song that should be featured on a show. Like, it sounds like a song that's made specifically for a television show.
Yeah.
Either as like an intro club scene that they have.
Kix Rock says Miss Rachel slams harder than that.
Shout out to Miss Rachel.
I won't disagree.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a lot of experience with that.
Yeah.
This actually sound like a song, probably like on a some type of TV show where they walk into a club.
Exactly.
Where they can't play no real music because it's licensed, so they got to make up something. And let's make a club type of song. But I kind of like the sped up version a little more. It kind of give you a little EDM feel to it. It got a little more bounce to it.
Either way, like whichever way that you put it, this is substandard.
Yeah. Nah, this don't look. This is kind of sad a little bit, especially coming from Will Smith and what he accomplished over his career.
Yeah,
he was the first rapper to win a Grammy.
That's true.
Yeah, so just look at all of that type of stuff. It's like, man, this is the best you got.
Why do you feel the need to do this? Is the question I have more than anything.
I don't know. It ain't, man. Like, I hope he don't have any money problems. And thinking this.
I can't imagine.
I hope not. But I feel like a money grab, trying to get some money. Now let me get back to what I used to do back in the day. It's like, dog, just make some more movies, man. You ain't gotta go down this route. But so which one? So
slow down.
Slow down. Do you feel like, Reggie, slow down is better? If you had to put this song out,
just
which
one
version?
of them.
Yeah, just one.
Sped up because you slow down. We got to get through the song as well. You want people to finish it. From the 281 though, this is a good point. Slow down just kind of the chorus is better. The actual verse.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know that you can merge those that go from slow to fast in that particular way.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that's fair.
But is it fair to say that the other versions are better than the original one?
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
They're varying different degrees of cheek.
It's crazy how that made a big difference.
Yeah.
That
I'm
made
going to
a
start
big
doing
difference.
that now. If I don't like a song, just speed it up.
Something Christmas. I'm impressed with that guy.
Michael Christmas.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Is this just somebody's name on Twitter that you're saying, or is this like somebody that I should probably know?
I don't know who that is, but his name on there is Michael Christmas.
Gotcha.
His Twitter name is Mickey Christmas. I think he do music too. So
good. Well, good for Michael Christmas.
Yeah, so he got a good ear, man.
Yeah.
It's a mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. So I think this person should go to jail for maybe
to jail
for like 2 hours.
I ain't gonna for that song.
Well, he probably got worse songs than that, to be honest. And I listened to that album, his last album. I'm like, yeah, what are you doing?
What you mean his last album? When did he put that out?
His recent album.
He put out recent music. Oh,
yeah, he did, and I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed.
Okay,
but so this guy should probably spend like 2 hours in jail, maybe some community service. So Lopez, you are familiar with a guy by the name of Jason Day?
Oh yeah, the Aussie golfer.
Yeah. So he was asked by reporters. So apparently he was walking around with a bag was black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. And the reporter decided to ask him about this bag and if it meant something.
I noticed that your bag is yellow and black. You were wearing a Man of Steel outfit today. Is this an homage to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
You know what? No, unfortunately not. I do like the Steel. I do like Pittsburgh sports in general, even though I do live in Columbus, Ohio, and my favorite football team is the Cleveland Browns. Even though I have a rivalry, my second favorite team is Pittsburgh, and I know I'm going to get a lot of slack for that. But I do have the Pittsburgh colors on today, so I'll just leave it at that.
Now, jail might be a little too far.
No,
but
maybe not.
Should he do some community service for this? This is crazy.
It can't be that.
Okay.
This don't even make sense.
It can't be that. Like
that's like saying I'm tall and short.
Yeah, no.
Which are the Cleveland Browns the tall or the short there?
You pick.
All right.
I'll tell you exactly what this is. He's a Steelers fan, but he just lives in Ohio. We get that all the time right here. We get that all the time. Well, I'm a Texans fan, but I like Dallas too. Okay, you're a Cowboys fan. We get that all the time. I mean, when somebody tells me that, I like the Texans, but I also like the Cowboys. And I hear that a lot. I'm sure our listeners do too. That's all I need to know. You are a Cowboys fan that just doesn't want to admit it in this city.
That don't make.
He's a Steelers fan.
That don't make any sense, man. That's like me saying, I'm an Ohio State fan, but I'm also a Michigan fan too. Like, you see how stupid that sounds?
Yes. And here's
even
the
if you, I know people. Nothing but Ohio State fans, and that one person in that household is a Michigan fan.
Yeah. Well, usually they became a Michigan fan because of them other people in that household. That's what happened. It's like, y'all Ohio State fans? Well, I'm going to talk trash in here.
But see, it's not like that all the time, though, man.
Yeah.
You always
Sometimes they are.
Yeah, and they got to stand their ground, man. They don't be sitting there rooting for both.
Yeah.
I try not to police people's fandom because, people come to fandom in different ways. But I feel like if that's like direct rivalries, being on both sides is kind of crazy unless you have like a very specific reason, like my mom went to one school, my dad went to the other one, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
It just felt like he was like, nah, I mean, they cool, but this is my team over here. Like, it didn't feel like there was a good reason, which feels very much like I work in a sport where I would like as many people to like me and watch my tournaments as possible.
He wants to stay in Ohio with no flack.
Nah.
He's a Steelers fan.
Hey. It sound and his accent kind of give it away too, but it sounds like he's not from this country.
Well, thanks.
I'm trying. Y'all are the soccer experts.
He's Australian, yeah.
What are some rivalry soccer teams over in Europe?
I'm a Liverpool fan, but I also like Chelsea. No.
I was going to say Everton is probably more direct, but I mean, that hasn't been. I mean, Manchester United, Manchester City is going to be an obvious one. Barcelona and Real Madrid is going to be a huge one.
Yeah, that's the best one.
I mean, I'm a Barcelona, or I'm a Real Madrid fan, but, Messi, over there. And you know what? Even that would be a little bit like, if he was like huge level of respect for TJ Watt or something like that. That'd be a little different than, but I also like the Steelers.
He said the Steelers are my second favorite team.
And let's not bury the fact that he was wearing yellow and black.
Yes, and try to say, oh no, that had nothing to do with it.
All right, so can I ask you guys this? Because this came in on the text line again, 713-572-4610. They said they hate the people that are like, I'm a Texas sports fan. So just Rangers.
Also like McClain.
Like McClain.
I'm
just glad a team from Texas is winning.
Are you in that? Because this is the funny thing is like people are in that, but then there will be the people that root for like the SEC and everything or something like that. Like, how far does this go?
I'm definitely not that person.
You're not a Big Ten or bust?
Nah. I mean, I salute the Big Ten for making a run, but I'm not rooting. Michigan, I wasn't rooting for Michigan to win.
No. Yeah, but that's direct rival, right? I'm not going to expect that from you. But like, let's say for some reason Ohio State is out of something, but Maryland is over here doing it. I don't know what competition Maryland would be doing, but I just wanted to throw something out there that would be inoffensive, or like Northwestern or something.
I will root for them if they're the underdog. If it's like a good underdog story or something like that. But like even this year, I wouldn't root for Indiana.
Yeah.
Like, I don't give a damn about Indiana. And that was somewhat of an underdog story a little bit.
Not somewhat. Yeah. They had never won that many. Did they win 12? Did they win 11 or 12? Like, they had never done that in their lives.
Yeah, I wasn't sitting there like, I want Indiana to win. I don't give a damn about Indiana.
To me, it varies. I'm just glad it's a team from Texas. But it's also like, is it a team that I like? Like, I remember when Baylor, I don't know if it was the year they won the national championship or were making a run. I liked that Baylor team, and I was kind of pulling for Baylor. And they're somewhat of a rival. They're not in the SEC anymore, so I was pulling for them. I remember the big one, and I speaking of taking a lot of flack for it, 05 VY. I was pulling for Texas in that. And
here he is.
Haven't pulled for him since or before.
Yeah, it kind of got a little tricky. I think it was the 2020 Super Bowl, where you had, I think it was Cincinnati and the Rams. Mm-hmm. And it was a lot of Browns fans. It was pretty much divided because they're like, oh, we should root for Cincinnati. And everybody was like, no, you don't root for we don't rock with Cincinnati at all. What you rooting for Cincinnati for? Mm-hmm. Like, it don't matter if they're in the same state. These two different cities.
Yeah.
And we in the same in the same division. So no. And then me personally, I like Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow is cool going back to the LSU days. So I was kind of rooting for Joe Burrow, but I don't really care about Cincinnati. I don't care about nothing in Cincinnati.
That's the thing. It wouldn't have broken my heart, if Baylor had lost or Texas had lost. But I'm just saying, I kind of like those teams.
Have you ever found yourself in a place, though, where, like, you know what the right answer should be for you, and then you're in the game and you're like, oh, no, I'm actually rooting for a team. Like,
all the time.
There's a lot of times where we say, no, I'm rooting for this team, and then you're actually in the game,
then
and
you
find out what you actually are rooting for because you're like, damn, why did I not like that? Oh, I'm actually rooting for the other.
I say that all the time. A lot of times when I'm watching a game, I don't know exactly who I'm going to be pulling for until I sit down and you start feeling it.
How do you feel about the people that say they're Texans fans, but they also root for the Titans, who used to be here?
You're a Titans fan. Same thing. You just don't want to admit it. Just like Jason Day.
Yeah, that one feels like a bridge too far because not like there's multiple levels of that used to be the Oilers and they took the team. They're also in division as a rival with your team currently, and on that same because again we talk about the Houston Dallas, which is that's just something else, right? That is life rivalry as opposed to
that's just Houston Dallas, period.
But then Houston Dallas when it comes to Texans Cowboys, or like you mentioned Cincinnati and Cleveland when it comes to Bengals and Browns. At least those are in different divisions and different conferences. Titans, Texans, it's the same damn division. You can't be on the same page there.
Well, the Browns and Bengals in the same division too. Which
that is true. They are different.
Which make it kind of tough.
Yeah,
too.
so that one shouldn't happen either.
Honestly, and that's the same thing. And I say
rest my case.
Yeah, and I say that because I know some Ravens fans that just became Ravens fans because that used to be the Browns organization. It's pretty much the same thing with the Titans.
Yeah.
And you got some of them like, I'm cool with the Browns. I don't mind them, but, I'm more of a Ravens fan because
then you're a Ravens fan.
I'm just like, man, come on, man.
There's a lot of John McClane slander in this segment, I got to admit. Sorry, John, love you. All right, that is Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. At the
They should be in jail for 2 hours.
I'll give them that.
I mean,
just 2 hours, man.
I ain't saying you
Columbus,
Ohio.
I ain't saying you got to go to prison or anything like that. Just sit in the cell for 2 hours. That's it, man.
We just got to take a couple hours for that.
Think about what you said.
Can't trust those people, says Case Rocks. All right, at the Figgy Fig on social media, if you see something mixtape worthy, let him know. He'll shout you out and make you famous, I guess. I don't know if that's how that works, but whatever. All right, in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. We get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But with the KD watch that we've been continually doing, I kind of want to figure out what's the best space for him to land. And not just from the perspective that you're thinking of. What would be the best of his suitors for his legacy? 713-572-4610. What is it, Houston? Let's do that next.
What should Texans fans expect to see from the new look offense?
Expect, a lot of
2025 Verizon.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, thanks for rolling with us on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. If you missed it earlier, Damon Arnett, the Houston Roughneck, former Las Vegas, actually Texas at that point was the Oakland Raiders. And he was drafted there, and former Ohio State Buckeye is now the latest Houston Texan. He'll play cornerback, or he at least has an opportunity to play cornerback for the Texans. And it seems like there's a level of a draft that we were talking about once Ronald Darby decided to retire. So I've said it earlier, I'm very intrigued to see what that part of the depth chart looks like. Because the defense has been stout. The only thing that I look at that could cause the defense a level of issue is possibly if a team really finds a way to force the linebackers into coverage, and then if injury hits you at that particular, in the secondary in particular, and you're, asking some guys to step in. And I mean, Jalen Smith himself also will matter a good amount, seeing how much he comes along as a cornerback, how quickly he can add into what you're doing here.
Well, I think he's going to be in the mix.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but just the draft pick, opportunity. The competition is probably going to be as wide open and legitimately wide open as you can get. But boy, isn't it nice to be in a place where, but what about that third cornerback?
Yeah, defensively, that's been fantastic.
Yeah, they're going to be great. But what about the third cornerback? What about the fourth defensive tackle? That's where we are. So it's a good spot.
No, I mean it's great to have something that you come into the season knowing that you have. It's evident that you're going to be good at, that it's probably there that you have the opportunity to be elite at in the season when it comes to defense. And so excited to see what that is with your Texans. All right, so I set this up as such. We've been on Kevin Durant watch. Obviously, we've gotten various different pieces of information at times, what the Rockets are not willing to do, what they are willing to do to some degree, and to possibly make a deal as we continue to march towards the NBA draft, which feels like the line of demarcation. But outside of all of those things, which of these suitors, which of these landing spots would do the most or would have the opportunity to do the most for his legacy? Because we know Kevin Durant started with Oklahoma City and he left to go to Golden State, and there was a lot of people, if you are inclined to poo-poo on his legacy or what have you, that'd be the thing. Like the idea that he went and he won championships, but he won them going to a team that was already pretty well established, that had won 72 games, even if they had lost that particular championship the year before. And people have held that against him. Like, what would go the furthest in helping cement his legacy? Obviously, there's the Rockets out here, the Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, the New York Knicks. Those seem to be the big teams that are vying. And the Toronto Raptors are in there as a dark horse candidate.
Dark horse.
Apparently, they're willing to give up their 9th overall pick in the draft. But which of those teams do you look at and you go, if he goes there, and obviously if he finds a way to do a level of winning, that people would give him the most credit in his space for?
I don't want to just get a giant 5-gallon bucket of water and dump it all over this topic, because I think it's a good, fair question. My answer, though, is I think his legacy is already established.
Interesting.
Because of everything you laid out, the mercenary kind of ways that he's gone about things. And that has a bad connotation, but you get the point. He's moved around, looked for championships, looked for the right fit. And to his credit, as you've repeatedly brought up, he gets more blame than he deserves on some of the shortcomings, some of the times he didn't win it. But hasn't that already, like moving to San Antonio or the Rocks, is that really going to cement a different legacy? I think his legacy is already cemented.
I think to some degree, maybe, again, it's one of the things I usually will point to is the legacy is one of those things where we look back after in totality. It's almost like my genuine gripe with the college football, playoff, what is it, the rankings that they'll put off periodically. How are we establishing what your resume is without the fullness of your resume? However, it feels like, at least narratively, there could be an instance if your gripe is, well, he went to another team to win a championship. Well, what happens if he goes to, or a team that's well built? What if it happens if he goes to a team where, again, he is the focal point and he is the one that's pulling them up? There's a number of people that have talked about during the course of this on the text line here that, oh man, well, when was the last time Kevin Durant won? Well, if he goes and he wins in a place where he's like, yo, I showed up to, let's say, the Toronto Raptors, and what did they have here that was developed before I came here, and here's a championship. Does that change it, or do people say, hey, man, it's the East or what have you? The Miami Heat, like, again, I do wonder, how do you feel the Rockets fall in there? Because this is a team that was number 2 in the West, but I think also you could look at the youth of it and really the lack of offense and say that maybe if he drops in here, then maybe people give him a level of credit for it.
Yeah, like I said, I kind of feel it's going to be a tough road to hoe for him to repair, or I shouldn't repair because he's great. He's awesome. He's got a great legacy. It's just that part of it. But if I had to choose, I would say Rockets or Spurs because of the youth factor. If he comes in, let's say Houston, and really shows the way he gets his points, whenever they need him, the identity that we've talked about, he becomes that offensive identity in the postseason. It would probably help the most in Houston or San Antonio. I don't know if it would change how people are going to remember him altogether.
New York at all? Like, how do you view it if he's like, I go to the New York Knicks? I mean, that's a team that
I don't think that would help at all.
You don't?
Yeah.
Not even with the amount of people that love the New York Knicks and have seen the fact that they haven't won since in literally like over 50 years.
But it's another team that's close.
But see, I think that will help because that'd be their first championship since 73 or whatever it was.
That is right. Yeah.
And plus it's New York with all of these media members probably going to turn the other cheek and just say, I think that will help more.
No, he'll become an icon in New York. But we're talking about his legacy as an NBA player.
Fair enough.
And what I'm seeing if he goes to New York is what he did trying to go to Brooklyn, what he did going to Golden State, what he did, hey, they're close. Let me see if I can win one there. I think San Antonio and Houston would probably be best.
And then just to round it out.
Changing anything.
Just to round it because we didn't mention Minnesota there. How do you view the possibility of him landing in Minnesota even though he doesn't want to go there?
Well, I mean, I don't at this point, I mentioned this earlier, like there are so many different people reporting so many different things. I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be a little bit surprised because he doesn't want to go there, but I wouldn't be shocked. Well, how would you rank them right now? I think the Rockets are back near the top, or if not at the top.
I was thinking that probably like I look at maybe. So I think the ones that he's not going to get love for, just generally, it feels like, again, New York is pretty built, even though I understand that they just won or they just went to the Eastern Conference. Was that the Eastern Conference Finals? Yeah,
it was the finals.
Yeah. Look
First time in like 25 years.
Doing incredible things. Minnesota would be the one that he gets the least credit for because he goes and he's second fiddle to Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
And anything that happens is going to be an Anthony Edwards bonanza, and it's like, oh, well, KD came along, and I don't think that answers those questions. I think maybe New York after that, and I think Houston was probably right in the middle of the of the five that I was talking about, just because Ime has already kind of established a really good defense, and they were second in the West, and I think people will do the thing that they've done.
But they're young
with the Golden State. They are young, and I think there would be reason with all of these, obviously, to give him a level of credit. I don't know that people would be inclined to give him credit. I think, it'd probably be Miami where he gets a lot of love for it, in my mind. Although it'd be easier, I imagine, to some degree in the East, although we're seeing that the East is not necessarily a cakewalk with some of the teams that they have out there. But, yeah, that's not a team that's built up necessarily. I think that he could go in and kind of establish himself as some level of leader and go do that.
Yeah, look, I think
San Antonio.
I think San Antonio would be the one that if. Again, I don't think anything is going to change his legacy. It's established. Okay. He's done what he's done. He's moved around. He's been an unbelievable player, one of the best pure scorers in history. But he has a certain, legacy already, reputation.
979 believes any team he goes to will have to shed too much talent. It seems the cost of the price of the brick is real low right now. But we'll see. I'm actually intrigued in what Ron the Show Hughley has to think about his basketball brain, as we welcome in, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's it looking like for you on this Wednesday?
It's looking good, baby. Good?
Good, doing good.
Fantastic.
Did you want to weigh in at all? Because I saw you kind of like nodding a little bit or shake your head.
Let me get exactly what you guys. I know it's.
He
Durant.
said which
of the teams that are like vying for the services of Kevin Durant
would help his legacy the most, and I'm at the point where I think his legacy is established, and not a lot would change it. Maybe San Antonio, maybe Houston because of the youth factor.
No,
I think he gets the least level of credit if he ends up in Minnesota. But I was trying to look at it from like if that was in some way weighing into it, because it seems like Kevin Durant as a dude has wanted to be loved by the public for the longest time. It seems like he might be getting over that and getting to a place where he just kind of exists in his own skin, which I am happy for him. But I'm like, would Houston do that for him?
I don't know if that is the case. I think Houston, I think there is, like, I don't think he's in a situation where he's like Steph or LeBron, where it is. I still think there is even though he was the best player on the team and was the MVP of both of those championships, it was clearly the best player on the floor and was the difference. I still think there is he had to go and play with Steph, and if he were to win a championship with Alfred Şengün and Amin Thompson, and he is the one that is scoring like he is. I do think at 37, 38, if he won a championship here, it would improve and kind of change his legacy, because then it's all right. You had the Golden State ones, because right now we just get amnesia and act like he wasn't the best player on that team.
He was 100%.
like he didn't win those Finals MVPs. Like we act like, and if he were to come here and do that, where he is, because like Houston is the one where. See, Wemby is still there, and I think people still probably think Wemby's the best player. Could make that argument, and so and so with that.
But see, I think that would help, because he's going to take a step back, and even here might, to a certain degree, and not have to be the guy, and maybe play a different role, even though he's scoring like crazy.
Yeah, but that wouldn't help his legacy.
I think it might.
Nah, I think the people are inclined to try and knock him. I think you got to find the Teflon space for him at this point.
I think if Durant comes to Houston and Durant takes an program organization full of youngsters that ain't never done it, and a head coach that ain't been close but ain't been there.
Yeah, that would take.
That's kind of what like he's sort of humbling himself, taking a different role.
And if he did it with this crew, and he was really the only quote unquote superstar, not quote unquote, I guess he's the only true blue superstar. It's not a bunch of other all stars that he's joining. I think it would be huge for his legacy. We can talk about the way he played and played well. He was the best player and he was the MVP. All that's fine, but I mean they were winning champion. He joined a championship caliber team. You come down here and take this young group to a whole other level.
Let's go Rockets.
I mean, I got to believe that moves the needle in a major way.
I don't think there's an asterisk that you can put on it if he won it here. It shouldn't be one with Golden State, because I know they were winning championships, but they couldn't win the previous year's one, and then they had to go and call him to help him out. So it shouldn't, but I think it would, because like Clint is saying, San Antonio, there's another All-NBA player there in Wemby that I think a lot of people think of, and that's a star. In Minnesota, obviously Anthony Edwards is a star and an All-NBA player. Miami and Houston are probably the only spots where there isn't that. There's Bam in Miami, and then there's Şengün here.
Yeah.
And then the 7, 8, 9, 10 guy.
Great landing spot.
Would be. I want it back.
I think it'd be tremendous. I think it'd be tremendous, boys.
We'll see what it looks like.
These people drive me crazy. KD turns 37 in September. Stop it. No, you stop it.
Well, yes, I don't think anybody's denying that he turns 37. I can say that for sure.
Fred turns 30. Who cares?
Hold on, so.
Fred couldn't drive you there. Out of here with that, man. Boy, that gets me there. Boy.
I bet it does. I bet
he's old. He's never been the
spicy show today.
He's never been the number one guy on a team. What?
Yeah.
Is that my boy Ron?
Hey,
what?
That's
him. What?
Clint, we in the crosshairs, ain't we?
Only thing I got today, boys, is Figgy took that day off. They didn't take the day off. He decided he was going to go ahead and accept the day off.
Yeah, that's right.
And his old lady hits him with, good, we'll clean some house.
No, God!
Big, I think it's what you ought to do. I think you ought to get up mid-morning, get you some good rest. I think you ought to get that weed whacker I heard you talking about a couple days ago. And get that weed whacker. Say, baby, you handle this in the house stuff. I'm going to get outside and I'm going to get my weed whacker going. I'm going to get a little sweat going. Get this yard dressed up a little bit. And then when you get done with that, grab you one of them cold Coors Light out of that fridge and tell me how good it tastes. You know what I mean? And then enjoy your afternoon. Do that about mid-morning. But be done by about 11.
Yeah.
Hey, man, cold beer by 11:30, lunch.
Yeah.
Enjoy your Juneteenth,
That's
man.
a plan right there.
Or just tell wifey, hell no, we ain't doing no work.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
Today's a day to grill out and get
And let
with
me
the
know
people.
how that goes.
Yeah, I was like, which of those is more successful?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know I don't know Figgy's wife, but I know it wouldn't be real hard to talk mine out of doing some housework.
Well, okay.
I'm gonna tell you, I mean, it wouldn't be real. If mine said, I'm gonna clean the house tomorrow, and I got up and said, hey, babe, no, we ain't cleaning the house. We're gonna go.
All right.
She'd be like, all right, what time do I need to be ready?
Yeah, I tried to convince him of that. We'll see how it goes when we check in on Friday. Happy Juneteenth to everybody. We're done for the day. We'll catch you later. Right now, we leave you in the capable hands of the fine fellas of The Drive. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
That's right. The Drive is live. There it is. Clint Stoerner, you see him in the building. Tyler Milner right there as well. From the text line, y'all really want Katie to come in your citizen home. Katie has done nothing for the last few teams, and now he's washed. I just think that you are probably one of the people who don't watch basketball, and I'm not surprised at that. But that thought of the hell with KD, let's just sprint it back, just blows me away. You want to give me a different player, something else? Okay, that one there, senior citizen home. Okay. Sounds good.
Let's go, Rocky.
There we go. Sounds good. There we go. Nah, man, let's roll the ball out there with Jalen Green.
I don't get
Let's
that
keep
one,
rolling it out there with Jalen Green, man. Let's do it, man. You know, he'll take the next step.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll take it, man.
I've fallen,
Man,
and
this
I
is squad in
can't
Houston,
get
man.
up.
All you need is somebody that can fill it up, baby.
You're there. You are there. This is what you wanted to get to. You're there. You are there.
And he's available.
Somebody is available. You're there. You have gotten all these terrible draft picks, and you have turned it into, as Clint said, let's get the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5 together. Man, you made a fool around and got 2 2s, and they're young.
Stumbled up on a great coach, too.
And you got slipped into a great coach because he couldn't keep his snake in his pants.
Yeah.
2 2s.
Shout out. Damn, Nia. Still, I love you, Queen. But
Queen.
Yeah, Nia Long, baby. Come on now. You stumbled into Cuba Gooding Jr. still throwing them air punches. But you stumbled into a coach that everybody would love to have. You got your D'Amico Ryans, and he turned that thing around immediately.
Yep.
And now you got all these assets. You don't want to draft another person in the top 10. You keep drafting them, and you keep drafting the same ones. You got a Reed Shepard here. You got a Jabari Smith here. You got a bunch of role players that you've gotten. And then you got Şengün and Thompson, who's ready. They could be 2s or 3s on a team. You're the 2 seed. You're right there.
And Durant's available, and you stuck on that age.
Let's roll it. Let's roll it out there.
I'm telling you, I like it. The more you talk about it, Ron, the more I like it.
You watched last year. You just in the playoffs, you had to put the ball in Fred Fleet's hands.
Which is not good
At
enough.
the end of the game and said, hey, man, let's go. You had to go, hey, Şengün, head up against Draymond Green. That's our best option. You couldn't have anybody to score at the end of the game. Get out of here.
We do have spicy show today. I had a feeling.
Jesus. Hey, I just
It was just a matter of time.
You're right there. You're right there.
I was picking up on his spicy vibes.
You're right there. You're the 2 seed last year. Nah, man, Minnesota, you take it. Now let's get Minnesota. Let's get Minnesota to have. Let's add Kevin Durant over there with that crew.
Yeah.
Oh no, San Antonio, you take him. No, let's add.
God
there.
bless.
Well, I mean, if you pass, if you're not a KD guy and to the Rockets guy, then what is the alternative?
Give me another one. Because if your alternative is, hey, let's let these cats grow again. Stop.
Yeah. Agreed.
You don't have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on this team. Don't have him. It's a pipe dream if you think Jalen Green is going to do that. I saw somebody texted yesterday, watch Jalen's going to average 30 somewhere. Okay.
Make it rocket ship.
All right. Texans, they got C.J. Stroud. They got him. You got to go get this cat.
God bless, brother.
It's just, you are right here. You are right here to run the West. You are right here to compete with OKC.
To the Stars.
Y'all up there talking about, nah, man, I got to hold on to Jabari Smith. Tari Eason.
Oh, my God.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
There you go. I love your passion.
Morning.
You got to give me, you can't be running back. Because you running back, your ass going to be a 6 or 7 seed.
Agreed.
News from the Texans, by the way, as we submarine in. Will Kunkel coming up in the next couple of segments. That'll be fun talking to him as well. But he'll be in studio, right? We get to see Will's pretty face.
Oh, the conch shell?
Yeah. The conch. Yeah, we'll get to see his pretty face coming up here.
Great hair.
Really, championship. Right? Pellicero, who told us he uses coconut oil in his hair. Like to see what his secret is. That's not just Pert Plus, I'll tell you that.
Walter Cronkite.
I'll tell you, hey, I'll never forget my black ass thought, man, I'm thinking about wanting to go use that herbal essence. The way that lady is just getting so turned on in that commercial. She's in that commercial. I said, hell, man, I'm going to go in there.
Let me get a little herbal
essence. See what this herbal essence is about.
She wasn't even using conditioner.
I said, let me see what this is about. But no, Will coming up in a bit. News from the Texans, Clint. We knew that they had worked him out, and shout out to Aaron Wilson. He's been on this story a lot. But the Texans are signing XFL Houston Roughnecks corner, former first-round pick of the Raiders. He last played in the league a couple of years ago with the Chiefs, or at least was the last on a roster, was with the Chiefs. But they are signing Damon Arnett Jr. We talked about they brought him in for a workout. It is a one-year contract for Damon Arnett Jr. According to Aaron Wilson, more on how he has reordered his life and his path. He said, I'm a dog on the field. I'm more of a professional now than I ever was before. I wasn't a professional before. I was just a dog. I found professionalism and claim in a calm state of mind. I feel like I'm the best version of myself that I've ever been. So they are bringing Damon Arnett Jr. in. And I think on the surface, like a big of a deal, and maybe it's not. I'm not saying Damon Arnett is a huge deal, Clint, but I do think the position that they're bringing him in potentially to compete for, the third corner, the fourth corner. I mean, mind you, the last couple of years we've watched the injuries that this team, they had to go run back and say, hey, Dez King, we may need you to come on back here for a little. Yeah. Like they've had some injuries there. That is, to me, a bigger question of what's behind Kamari Lassiter and what's behind Derek Stingley Jr. Their front line, they may have the best cornerback tandem in football. Ooh. But in both those guys have missed games, right? We understand the history of Derek Stingley Jr., knock on wood. And then we also know Kamari last year missed 2 games as well. So I do think maybe his signing isn't, but that position that he's competing for is a bigger question, and I think we really kind of looked at.
Absolutely, it is. I mean that third corner is going to be critical. I mean, you ideally in a perfect world, you'd like to have that flexibility that I've talked about multiple times with Kamari Lassiter. The ability to move him inside. We saw him do it late last season several times, and he really he can impact the game in a different way from in there. The only way that you're able to do that is if you have another corner outside that you're comfortable with. And I think they like a few of the guys that they have in here. I don't know that they are necessarily these guys can get it done. So you got a rookie out of USC. I really like him. Kalen Bullock, he's Kalen Bullock's dude, so they know him, I would imagine, intimately through Kalen Bullock. So he could be the one to step up. This Damon Arnett thing for me, Ron, I'm always fascinated with the player that obviously has the crazy elite tangible skill set, right? I mean,
big time prospect coming out of Ohio State.
First round draft pick. I think he was 19th overall to
the Raiders.
The Raiders. when you've got that kind of talent, if he can somehow harness it, and everything that Damon Arnett just said about being a true professional now and not just being a dog, if you can harness that, you never know what could happen. I like him in the mix in the competition in that backup corner room, if you will. And hey, it could be. He has been playing with the XFL Roughnecks, so it's not a guy that is coming off the streets. He has been playing football and doing football things and drilling and being around a team. So it's not like he's fresh off the streets and just has a little bit of talent. He's been playing, so that's big. But the immediate, can this guy play? Can he help you as a depth corner right now? And then I think the longer play here, Ron, is interesting. You take a guy that hasn't played NFL caliber football in 4 years, 3 years, whatever it's been. I can't remember how many years he lasted before he booted himself up out of the Raiders. You put a guy like that in a professional organization that's ran the right way, which Houston obviously is. You never know long term what this guy could get to, what he could turn. It may take him a while to get back to his peak self, but you never know what the ceiling looks like with a guy like this. And on the flip side of it, hell, you never know what the floor looked like. He may go back to his old ways when he gets a little attention and starts getting that NFL money again. He may go back to his old ways. You never know, but low floor, high ceiling. We'll see where he lands.
Yeah, we'll see. So that is the latest. They do bring in another corner to compete, as you said, that third cornerback spot, compete with the likes of Tremont Smith, who is really normally used as a punt returner, D'Angelo Ross, the guy that filled in for Kamari Lassiter last year. If you remember the Packers game and the Patriots game, really had some struggles in the Packers game. And then Jalen Smith, the rookie, and now Damon Arnett Jr. So that is the latest there on the move. How about the Astros last night? Hopefully they made you some money, Tyler.
Yeah. Best bets was okay. Overall, I had a decent night of wagers.
Yeah, I was going to say 13-3. That feels like big performances from a lot of people.
That's where live.
Cam went off. Dubon had another big day. Who didn't hit home runs? Hamill. I didn't know Hamill was on the team. He pulled one out. Christian Walker went deep.
In flight.
Everybody. Jake got it kicked off with a broken bat single to make it 2-0. Whoever that is, the guy from Seinfeld, he came through and just did what everybody does. I mean, what was the biggest story to you last night? What was the biggest story to me?
13 runs.
13 runs. Cam goes 4 for 5. He goes deep twice. 3 extra base hits with a double as well. Jason Alexander, another one just comes out of nowhere. 6 innings.
Yeah.
3 hits, 2 earned, 4 Ks. Like, what was the biggest story? You can jump in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well.
I got to go with Jason Alexander.
I'm telling you, man.
I mean, the amount of injuries that the Astros in general have had, but definitely to their starting rotation, it is obviously critical right now if they can just find guys that can help chew innings in a 162-game season, right? If we get to the playoffs and you've got, 3 of your top 4, if not all 4 of them healthy, being Lance McCullers, Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, and Framber Valdez, if you have 3 of those 4 or all 4, then we're good. We're good to rock and roll, right? But getting there is going to be the problem. And I'm going to tell you, man, Ryan Gusto, right? Brandon Walters. Is it Walters or Walter? Is there an S on there? No S?
Wait, I would have said S.
My man Gordo.
Yeah.
My man Gordo and now Jason Alexander. We're talking about chewing innings here.
Plenty
to 162 game season. That's going to be big.
It's like it doesn't even matter who they throw out.
Doesn't matter.
Except for Henley. But it doesn't it like
no low glove.
I'm just saying, was it Blaine who was it? Blaine Henley. Who was it last year that just got Blair? That's right, Blair Henley.
You called him the Blair Pitch Project.
Yeah, that's right. And then there was another guy who they kept panning over to his grandparents and his mother, his family when he gave up a grand slam earlier this year. Those are the only 2 people who ain't worked. Everybody else is like, all right, man, going out there.
Their hit rate is really good.
It doesn't matter who the catcher is. Doesn't matter who it doesn't matter. Here, is it Caratini? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's just crazy. It's Jason Alexander going out. I look up there, man. We've rolled into the 6th inning. He ain't gave up nothing. It's just like, all right. Okay. I just watched the A's whip the Royals' ass up and down the field, and they couldn't hit nothing off of the guy from Simon. Crazy.
That looks like the first place West team against the basement.
It's crazy.
What are we going to do tonight, T? We going to make some money tonight?
Of course.
Let's load up on these Stros. They're going to score 10+ again tonight.
Yeah, I'm feeling some momentum building up.
All right, let's load up.
Okay.
Load
like
up.
When a giant wave starts forming, like when you're out trying to catch some waves, doing some surfing.
Ain't never been there, but let's load up.
Start building up. It's kind of like that, but I feel it down in my plums.
Yeah,
I knew when you started talking about swells, you were eventually going to land in your plums somewhere.
I've been known to swell.
You weren't going to stay in the ocean. I know that much.
Yeah.
Last night, here we go. Cam easily. He hasn't hit a home run since April, and then someone looking to have fun. Pals. The A's are terrible. That's the biggest story from the series. All right. Go that way with it. All right, coming up. Join us. Get his thoughts. The big conch is in the building. I see him screaming.
The conch chow.
I hate this guy. He's got a good solid polo on and a backwards hat. Really pushing it up. He'll join us. We'll get his thoughts on so many subjects here with the Texans and the Astros. So that's coming up here as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before we do that, guys, Clayton Homes, their sign and sales save event. It's going on right now. And remember, and I've told you this, it is going on through August 31st. So you got some time, but you might want to get on it right now because restrictions do apply. You might want to talk to your realtor for
Every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Will Conkle in the building with us. I'm looking at the text line, Will, and Clint. Forgive me. I did not mean to get into the KD conversation. I am just outdone with some of the opinions of others. Ron, I'm going to save this snippet on the Odyssey app. Shout out to you for listening to the Odyssey app. We appreciate you doing that. And when Jalen Green takes the next step, so you can eat your words, brother, your mama too.
Hey,
like we're you're serious right now. Like we're serious right now. Like, is it impossible that Jalen Green can take the next step? Sure, it's possible. But I mean, you really feel good about that one. You right there, Texas. You feel really good. Like I'm sorry, guys, and maybe I'm being unfair, Will and Clint. That dude went out there and went 7, 8, 9, 10. He had an 11. Somewhere he almost outside of that big 38-point performance, he went 7, 8, 9. He almost hit if he'd had another bucket, he had 2 8s. He'd have got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All the other games.
He had the old straight, huh?
Yeah, he'd had the straight.
He was worthless as a scorer.
You don't just I'm gonna grow from that. In that moment, like he didn't even want to shoot.
Here's my problem. So like I'm in the camp of yes, you can grow from that, but you have to do it within the series, at least a little bit. Because it's 7 games. We're not talking about one playoff game in the NFL where it's like you got to wait a whole nother year to come back and prove that you grew from it. Bro, you had 7 games. And so when we talked to him in the locker room, he was like, I got to be better. I got to be more aggressive. Bro, did you not think that after game 3? How about 4? What about 5? 6? Like at any point?
I tell you, the part for
7.
The part for me
went 8 and 7.
The part for me that put the nail in the coffin and Jalen Green coffin for me, because I returned. I was out on Jalen Green. I came back over to that way of thinking, and then the nail in the coffin for me was not once but 2 times in that series, self-admittedly saying, "Hey, the moment was too big." Like that's. I can understand. I can understand the points not being there. I can understand the production not being there, not knocking down shots. I can even understand being a young player. The moment being too big multiple times in a playoff run is the part that really concerns me. In terms of is Jalen Green a guy that can go take this franchise and be the number one guy?
I have no problem admitting the moment was too big after game 1. Like
I liked it. I actually liked it.
I thought it was like, there's some self-awareness.
Yeah.
And then he came out in game 2 and then dropped 38 or whatever it was. It's like, that's what's up. You admitted it. You weren't afraid to admit it. You came out. You dropped the onions. It's ready to roll. Game 3, oh, God. Game 4, oh no.
Big
Game
moments.
5, oh, my gosh. Game 6, like, it happened. Repeat. 7 games in an NFL season's half the year. Bro, you can't. And this whole nonsense of it's the first time in the playoffs. Dude, we've talked about this, I think, Clint. Like in the NFL, after a season of games, you're no longer a rookie. This dude's been in the league for 4 years, nearly half a decade. What are we talking about?
Well, if it is, the thing is, when you get there, like the first game, I get it, right? You get into a playoff series, you get into the second series, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, that should all be water under the bridge, and we should be moving on, right? And the other part with Jalen Green that was so concerning was the seemingly being okay with just being on the pine in critical fourth quarter minutes. Those things there, like, I'm sorry, man, whether your production is killer is irrelevant. If you're a killer, if you're one of with that instinct in you, you can't be okay with that.
People texting in. James Harden did the same thing. Ant-Man did the same thing. No, let me be very clear.
Which is not good enough.
See, I would feel different about Jalen. 3 for 17. 2 for 15. If you're putting up tour dates. You're putting up. Give me a January 16th. Give me a February 17th. Nah, man, he up here too. He's 2 for 6.
Yeah.
All the time.
He's one like it's one thing. No, you can say Ant has had some bad games.
Everyone has bad games.
But Ant and Harden, maybe Harden except for that one Spurs game that was weird. But it wasn't like Harden just checked out from shooting.
But bro,
like they were like he just wasn't. He may have been 4 for 20, but that was it. My man is out here. You're the leading scorer on the team all season, and you're like, nah, man, I'm good.
The anomaly can't be the good game. Like the anomaly for Ant is the what happened in that one game. That was really weird. Bad, can't happen. Okay, one game. The one game was the good game for Jalen.
Yeah.
Like that was the anomaly. That's the outlier.
Well, bottom line is right. To me, there's no place for a Jalen Green conversation right now as it pertains to a Kevin Durant conversation. No. That's where I'm at. Like he either leaves you in a trade and you're just willing to take whatever happens, right, down the stretch, whether it's Reed Shepherd or Jalen Green or Jabari Smith, whatever they turn into, it is what it is.
By the way, the Suns are like, nah, man, we good on Jalen.
Right.
Well, that's another thing.
They don't want to. They have tried to include him in it. No,
you're going to get KD, do you really think that Jalen's going to be the centerpiece of that deal?
Are the Suns according to Phoenix, it's not.
No, it happens all the time in cities, right? Like you overvalue what you have on your rosters all the time. And Jalen is that dude if you're trying. Like Jalen is not the centerpiece of a trade for Kevin Durant. I know he doesn't have a lot of years left in him.
And again, listen, I hope all these young
sexier parts for me, Will.
I hope all these young dudes flourish. Like I do. I hope he finds it. He's a talented cat.
Of course,
it'd be great. But if I'm gonna sit here and say, hey man, I'm gonna be somebody saving something from the Odyssey app to put forth on you. Watch this boy, he got it. Like, nah, man, they're like the big thing for me is it wasn't like we've seen guys struggle, right? There wasn't an injury like Halliburton clearly has right now. There wasn't an injury. This was nah, man, I'm good on taking the shots.
Yeah,
like, I don't even want to shoot. I don't even want to shoot the shots.
Arguably, your most impressive offensive player cannot be a detriment on the offensive side of the ball. And just to throw it out there, yes, he played good defense and he did some other things well, but that's not what he's here for. He's not a glue guy. He's not an X factor guy. He's supposed to be the guy that leads you.
My man said, let's throw Steven Adams out here.
That was a matchup thing.
Let's sit him on the bench.
That was for matchups.
Let's throw Steven Adams out here. Yeah, but
I don't have a problem with that because Steven Adams didn't go in for Jalen.
Hell, he was out there. He was out there.
But he played a role on that team against a small Warriors.
He was out there. He was out there. Let me get Steven Adams.
Why is
Right, Steven? No, I agree. He should have been in there. He was playing better. I'm just saying he looked down that bench and he said,
"What about the interesting?
I'd rather put Steve Adams in there, man. Get Steve on here, man. Steve will shoot it."
I was watching Cam Whitmore at the end of that series, and Cam Whitmore wasn't talking to anybody. He wasn't getting off the bench, looking at anybody, dapping anybody up in timeouts because he was pissed he wasn't playing.
Yeah, he couldn't get in mop up duty.
I'm not saying he should have been in. I'm just saying like that's at least a different mindset versus Jalen. Like I'm good.
I think he could have made mop up duty. All right, we continue coming up as Will joins us. He'll be with us again through the bottom of the hour as we'll talk a little bit of a little Astros, a little Texans, and we got to get Will's thoughts on. I mean, the take of the year from Tyler Milner yesterday. The absolute take of the year. And I respect him so much. He's 11 toes down on that take. The Beatles, Nirvana, overrated. That's next.
Whoa. Get the hell out of here.
All right, fellas. I tell you what. All my fellas that are out there,
9313 or visit them online at drbenzsalento.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Will Conkle back in the building, covers the Texans, covers the Astros all around. Real quick, what'd you think about that Arnett news that came through? They got the new corner. As I said to him earlier, I was like, hey, man, it's not him, so to speak. But there's some questions. There's some questions on the O-line, obviously. There's some questions. I know Clint has some questions in the receiving room. He feels better about it. But that quarterback situation outside of the top two guys right there, there's starting to be some question right there. And if any of those come off field, you're looking at Tremont Smith, you're looking at D'Angelo Ross, maybe a guy who is just playing in the XFL.
They got exposed last year, too, with
they had some
lack of cornerback depth. Like, here's the good news is that we're starting to parse on that defense of, like, well, they don't have extra corners, or they don't have extra this or that. Like, their top-line guys in that defense are elite. I love this pickup because it's a why-not pickup. You're not losing anything. And if he has figured it out, give him a chance, get his life back together, and be again, he's not a starter, then awesome. Why not? They did the same thing with C.J. Henderson, then cut him. Like, it just didn't work out, and you're just trying to plug and play with that position.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it several times since we've been covering the Texans. Since I've been here covering the Texans, we've seen it with several players, former or first round picks, younger guys that they're whatever for whatever reason their career went down the tubes and they couldn't figure it out. And I'm just here, whether it's the older player that has a little bit of tread left on the tire, or it's a young player that got in a little bit of trouble and is obviously uber talented. I'm fascinated by seeing, okay, can these guys put it together?
It's a lightning in the bottle lottery ticket kind of move.
Absolutely. Now, as a fan of the Texans, I would rather it not be a frontline starter, which it's not. It'd be hard for me to be fascinated with it if it was a frontline starter.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's a depth guy and maybe even a future play kind of deal is that whole story always fascinates me to watch it, kind of how it unfolds. Usually, it doesn't work out.
The importance of depth in the NFL or in any sport is so undervalued.
Yeah.
Because it's a war of attrition, especially in the NFL. And with their bye week at week 6, they got a long playoffs.
No, and the depth thing is something that, sometimes you get your thoughts so much on the front line thing. Mm-hmm. And when it comes to the offensive line, a lot of the mindset was like, oh, man. They had problems in the interior, man, and they solved it with Lakin Tomlinson and moving Titus inside, and now it's Andrews instead of. But the part that we talked about a bit that is something that you can really see is their depth there. Like, it's the reverse of what the cornerback situation is. Their depth there at the offensive line spot. If somebody's got to come in, you got a second-round pick you moved up to go get, and Juice Scruggs that comes in. And fills that role instead of that guy with them little arms that played fullback for the Steelers and Kendrick Green. All right, now you're not having to slide Titus inside and then bring somebody out. That part of it is Trent Brown may be one of your swing tackles, or Ariante Ursery may be one of your swing tackles. That's a different piece, and when it comes to depth, makes a huge difference in what they're doing right now.
What do you think, Clint, about the new scheme, the new offense going in, and how that's going to help that?
Well, I don't know much about the new scheme. I know they're saying the right things. Mm-hmm. We're going to get it to the right guys. We're going to play to the strengths of our players. That's what our offense is. To me, I think it's a bit of a cop-out. I mean, I think all coordinators, young and old, will say, well, my job is to get the players, in the position to make their, play to their strengths and be explosive. Well, hell, that's the name. Having never done that, we don't know. I mean, I have no idea what the hell the scheme is going to look like. Okay. What we can, I think gather from OTAs and mandatory minicamp, Will, is D'Amico Ryans has got his eyes set on knowing what the hell's going on with the offensive line and knowing what the hell's going on the offensive side of the football. I think, as Ron said, I think the depth of, even up until hell in the offseason when Nick Caserio comes on with Payne and Pendergast, he's talking about, we're going to get our best 5 offensive line.
Pendergast and Payne.
We got guys that can play their position flex. They can do different things. So that part really scared me. to go watch them and go, hey, no, they got 2 centers, they got guards, they got tackles. That part makes me feel good about it. So there's little things that I feel like we can pull from OTAs and minicamp as it pertains to the offensive line and maybe feel a little bit better. But ultimately, scheme-wise, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think the most important thing right now, because the most important thing as an offensive lineman is to move bodies. That's the most important thing, and we're not going to see that right now.
Mm-hmm.
What we can see right now is that the culture's changed. Like, there is a shift with those guys, and D'Amico talked about that as well. And, like, Laramie was just bad for that room and culture. It wasn't bad, like no one liked him type. It wasn't toxic, like some people have said, but he was not the right leader for that room, and that's at least changed, and that's what you're seeing right now.
No, I know what I think about the scheme.
What do you think, Ronald?
It's Ron. William.
Is that my boy Ron?
That damn Bobby Slowik boy must have been real bad.
That's what I was thinking too. Like, it's way worse than we thought.
It must have been real bad.
Anybody else's fingers?
I mean, I remember my man Nico Collins earlier this week. Yeah, man, he ain't going.
Even D'Amico.
He said Nick Caley ain't gonna put you in a place where you're doing stuff that you don't know what you're doing.
Dang it, Bobby.
Damn, what's that mean?
Yeah, everybody.
I mean, it must have been bad.
Everybody we've heard of on the offensive side of the football has spoke to the media. You could take a good bit of what they say and relate it directly back to Bobby Slowik in a negative light.
It must have been for sure. And shout out to D'Amico for having that building on lockdown to have that not spill out during the middle of the season. Ooh. Like, that's important.
It feels like to me they should have made a move in the season.
He should have made a move. Well,
like if it was like that in the season.
That's
like, if it was like that.
He allowed Bobby to hang himself.
The thing about here's the deal with you, Will. You mentioned the culture and the standard in that room. Again, I like what they're saying, but we all know, we've all lived long enough to know that we don't know what that standard is going to be, who's going to lead that room until some serious adversity hits. I think that was the biggest tell-all last year is when your quarterback's getting the hell beat out of him back there, when your quarterback's getting pressured at a rate that is higher than everybody but Caleb Williams. Like, how do you act in that moment? Like, right now, it's easy to be over here at the Houston Texans. They've rebuilt this thing. They brought a bunch of guys in. They got a new coach. Boy, everybody feels good about it. It's easy to be a good dude, a good teammate, and set the standard and work your ass off and all that stuff right now. The problem is, in that first month of the season of running the fall, what does that look like?
And let's not act like we weren't in the same exact position with the same exact optimism last year.
Sure.
All the weapons.
This
is the year.
Off-season's easy to lead, man.
Exactly. Everything looks great on paper.
That's right.
When there's another team that wants to beat your ass as well.
That's right.
They're all fixable.
Look great on paper.
Stop it.
Tyler had the Beatles overrated.
Bro, can we talk? Wait, what?
Just call
what does
it like
overrated mean?
Con.
Like, what does that mean?
Okay, thank you for asking that. We're on the show, Hughley over there, and flaming my comments and opinions.
You could have just said it.
I'm glad you asked, Conk. The deal is, the Beatles, I don't hate their music. I'm not saying they sucked or they were just not a great musical act. Nothing like that. And I don't doubt or say that they didn't have any impact on the musical industry, on the music industry.
Okay, so
but I think their level of impact and effect and paving of the way, if you will, for music and the weight that people associate with the Beatles as far as their impact on music, I think that can be at times a bit hyperbolic.
Will's completely turned around, legs up.
I'm locked into this dude. I have to see if his face is messing with me right now.
How does he know?
Oh, he's dead ass serious.
He wasn't even there.
So who are you putting above
by
that?
I mean,
they led an entire charge from Europe over here from Britain to here.
Listen,
and then Nirvana, if you feel that way about Nirvana, they invented an entire genre.
Okay, I didn't feel that way about Nirvana. That was BS. A listener texted in that they also felt that way about Nirvana, and I said I could maybe hear an argument.
And then he said he could hear an argument.
Nirvana invented grunge music.
Yes, I said that yesterday, Conk. We're on the same page there.
No, the reason why that when you say, if you're to say that their impact was overvalued,
in my opinion,
understanding your opinion, I think that's hard for you to say if you weren't there to see what they.
Who are you putting over them as more impactful then? Like, where are you shuffling this lineup?
First, Ron, then why can people say they were so impactful if they weren't around to hear it whenever it was live and happening at the time? And then secondly, I'm just saying it's overstated. It's
fine, but
overstated.
how are you altering it then? Like, if you think it's wrong, how's it right?
I just think there's a lot of butterflies and rainbows and good feelings for people with the Beatles, and they hyper.
No, I understand what you're saying, but how are you altering it to correct it?
I can't correct him,
like,
man.
It's like when a fan says, fire the coach. All right, fine. But who are you going to hire? Like, how are you altering the Beatles? Where are you putting? Who's going above them?
But that's the thing. I'm not even trying to hate on them or trying to knock them down a peg. I guess I'm technically
so you
knocking
listened
them down
to their
a peg.
music and you said, no, this ain't it. Or not
this ain't
it. This is
this won't
overblown.
hold.
When I hear Yellow Submarine, I do not crank that bass up and just live in the moment.
Well, I don't look at Anthony Edwards' worst game and say that he's not good.
That might be a whole different conversation.
When I hear Friends in Low Places, I don't crank it up, but I can understand it.
Yes, everybody does.
I don't trust me. Everyone
couple soda
does
pops
not.
and let's roll.
Yeah, no, everyone does not. Yes, Garth Brooks. Yes, no, everyone
Yellow
does
belly
not.
and a microphone.
But
Let's
I'm certainly not going to roll through and say that Garth Brooks, who took country in a completely different place, is overrated.
Cause I got
you know what? I got another one for you. I would say NSYNC is overrated either, and I know how you feel about them. The boy band trend,
we all know the impact.
And they the Backstreet Boys.
Them and Backstreet Boys, I think it's a similar thing.
Backstreet's close
but
second.
But he's when I said, well, if it isn't the Beatles, then who else? And he rattled off Elvis, and then he got
Michael Jackson,
and then I believe he then got to NSYNC
that was tongue in cheek though. They are legendary.
The boy band movement, just like the grunge music movement. You're onto something there. You're just not a big fan of.
It's on.
It's not a big fan of the Beatles, man.
And that's fine. Like, don't be a fan, but it's hard to say like they didn't impact the industry.
They did impact it, just not as much as people like to pretend.
Like, I don't know how to argue that because you're not giving me
People try to
concrete. Like,
pretend.
it should be here versus there. I have a weird take for you. I'll put this out on X. What's your worst sports take ever?
Ron's was David Anderson.
I've missed on some guys.
Mine was Jimmy Clausen. Man, I'll eat that.
I think I've got one worse than that.
Damn.
Now I'm done.
I can't remember.
Johnny Manziel, because it never even came to fruition. There's been a couple that were rough for a couple years and then came back to accept them. Johnny Manziel got me. I was beside myself. I thought the Texans should have took him. I thought the Cowboys should have took him. I thought everybody should have took him. I'm going, what are we doing? This is crazy. Well, and I knew his daddy. I didn't believe what his daddy. I didn't believe
that's why.
I didn't believe what his daddy was telling me. But I put it that way. That's how hard headed I was about it.
Well, guess what else you may not believe somebody's telling you is Chris Sims. Wait till you hear what he has to say.
That guy.
You're gonna love him, boy. Whoever's the biggest C.J. Stroud believer. Move over, because Chris Sims is serious. Wait to hear what he had to say about your quarterback. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, summer is the best time to feel and look your best. I'm not talking about your abs or your tan, fellas. I'm talking about your hair, man. So look it.
today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Take a rocket ship to the stars.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Will said, he said, "Nah, man, I need a little bit more time." And they killing Will on here, saying they did not invent grunge.
Has anyone suggested who did, or are they just going to say no and yell into the?
This is kick rocks.
Hey, all the Seattle bands group together if you want.
Fine, but who came out with the first album out there? It was
Nirvana. Mr. Kurt Cobain.
Tell me I'm wrong. I don't care, but tell me who.
False.
What's true
then?
Nirvana.
They did not invent grunge.
Kicks Rocks, you are incorrect.
Fine, Kicks Rocks. Who did then? And who did?
Pearl Jam.
They came out, their first album was 5 years later.
He said 5 years. He got it. He said Eddie Vedder was 5 years later.
I'm a big fan of both of those, by the way. I didn't know.
Kick Rock said Soundgarden did.
Soundgarden, huh?
I wouldn't say they're grunge.
Well, I'm just.
No, I think
say they're more leaning towards the alternative kind of sector of the genre.
I think I'm no music.
I'm no music buff or anything, but I'd say Nirvana's on a whole different level, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Change the game.
Well, no, I'm not going to change the game. I'm just talking about from popularity to notoriety, people that recognize I know I ain't got a Soundgarden song for you.
Yeah.
I know a couple of them. I used to I had them JL Audio 10s underneath the back seat of that Chevy, man. I used to bang some Soundgarden, no question. But I ain't got the name of the songs. Nirvana?
I don't have
that album with that little naked baby floating in the pool?
Never mind.
Top to bottom, baby.
Everybody
Front to
knows
back. That album right there.
Everybody knows Smells Like Teen Spirit.
No question.
That's it.
Oh, hell, man.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of here.
All that. Right, Ron?
Oh, I like Nevermind. Great album. But
Ron's a big Kings of Leon guy.
I love Kings.
Huge
big
fan.
Kings guy.
Huge.
Would that be grunge?
No.
That's all
rock.
That's rock?
Yeah.
What's the definition of grunge?
Or sex music.
I think that was more of an era versus
rustic.
Today, you probably have no grunge.
It's just coming out of the hair bands and then going into the more of a rustic, hard punch hit.
A little bit depressing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a little bit.
Yeah. A whole lot of it.
Yeah. A whole lot of it. All right. Clint Stoerner's in the building. You see Will right there. I said, Will put his feet up and turned to Tyler. He said, "We have got to
get good and comfortable. We get comfortable with this
got
conversation.
To figure out what the hell is going on." As I said, hey, Chris Sims he is a believer. I don't know if I've ever heard D'Amico talk about C.J. Stroud like this. This is him talking about where he sees CJ, his place, what he thinks about CJ when it comes to the league. And I just want to know, you can listen 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you think he is on target with this, or do you think Chris Sims is being a little aggressive? Here's Chris Sims talking about CJ Stroud.
All in all, it's all on the up and up. And I think way too much of the negatives of the Houston Texans got put on C.J. Stroud last year. He is one of the best quarterbacks in football. He's one of the best throwers in football. He's one of the best passers in football. He's one of the best decision makers in football. And he's clutch as hell. And the team believes in him. He's rare. I love watching C.J. Stroud. I think this year will be better than any year he's had in his career to this point.
First time Will's heard the boner alert there.
A lot of Southern blood flow on this program, Will.
My man, he is a fan. That year one is, as we talked about, Clint, that was a hell of a year. You said, I think you've gone on record and said you're not sure that he will ever have a better quarterback year than that. My man Chris Sims said it's going to be the best year he's ever had.
Yeah, I don't think statistically he'll have a better year. You lead the league in passing yards per game and fewest interceptions. I'd be interested if somebody go back and see how often a quarterback's accomplished that. and win 10 games, drag an organization out of dysfunction into the second round of the playoffs. Yeah, that whole thing was wild. And then you watch how he did it. It was like surgical, like Brady surgical. Like, that's wild. I can get to where Chris Sims is at.
No, I don't think he even said anything crazy.
No, he just said it with a lot of energy and repeated himself a bit. But like,
oh my goodness.
Look, he is an elite processor. Among quarterbacks in the NFL, he's an elite processor. He is an elite passer.
You felt he even showed that last year. Year one, he was that. Because that's one thing that got me was he's one of the best decision makers in football. Year one, yes, that was one of the things.
Well, he was under extreme pressure last year. Now, to your point, Ron, I like where you're going. He's got to be better. I think CJ last year took a lot of flack around here from fans, but like, CJ's got to be better. CJ's got to be better at avoiding pressure. Whether the line's any good or not, CJ's got to make better decisions. CJ's got to be aware of, like, hey, man, my offensive line ain't worth a damn. I got to quit this five-headed monster and being aggressive and stretching the field mentality. Like, CJ's got to be better. But the whole point is, like, the whole package of CJ Stroud, if we're talking about going into year 3, we can't just not talk about year 1, right? And so I think when I look at CJ Stroud right now, I do believe he's an elite processor. I believe he's an elite passer. I believe he's clutch. I believe if you surround him with average, he will make them good to great. I do believe that.
God bless, brother.
I don't know what level of leader he is, like alpha leader he is. Is he a take the bull by the horns and you can literally put the whole organization on his back and he will get everybody in line and keep. I don't know about that, but from a quarterback playing the quarterback position, Will, I firmly believe that he is elite in the areas that you have to be elite to have like sustainable success in the league. He's elite.
If you go back to what Chris said, he didn't say he was top 5 or the best. He said he was one of the best.
Yeah.
So I don't know what does that mean?
Yeah.
So is he top half? Like, for sure.
Yeah.
In all of that. In football, we always do this. We want to put everything on the quarterback. Mm-hmm. We also want to say it's the most team-driven sport in all of sports.
Right.
So you can't really do both. He was under pressure last year. It ruined his career or his game, his season last year.
But
he's somewhere between.
Took out his career.
I think we can all agree.
Kendrick Green, you're ruining his
somewhere between year 1 and year 2, and I think we can all agree he's certainly closer to year 1. But like, you got to have help around you in football to be worth anything, especially at the quarterback position, but also admit he regressed last year and has to be better at processing and keeping himself safe as well.
I just have an issue, not an issue, I just with word choice. Like, I'm just going to be honest. None of some of you going to get pissed at me. You know I don't give a damn. The last time we saw C.J. Stroud, he was not one of the best quarterbacks in football.
Agreed.
Agreed.
I'm just saying the last time. Now I agree with both of you. You have to you combine what we saw year 1, MVP candidate.
But I think we also knew, even through year 1, right, Ron? Like, that wasn't sustainable for a career. Like, that wasn't going to happen year in, year out.
As to steal a line from Clinton Jacob Stoerner, it was pretty convincing. The way he did things, right? It wasn't like, man, he is fitting a lot of balls in tight spaces. No, it was like he's executing the math problem, and just bam, and he's doing that. Hell, Nico could be hurt. I'll still make some things happen. That's why it was more convincing. But last year he was not one of the best quarterbacks we saw. There were factors that are out of his control, but there were also factors that was in his control that he's got to get better than, right? Like, when I'm thinking about the best quarterbacks in the league, you know the names of them. He did not have the season last year. Now, the way I just quabble with word choices of being all of what Chris Sims said. I think he is fully capable of being one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I think he is fully capable of consistently being one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the league, one of the best decision makers of the league. I'm not there to a point to say he is like Chris did. I think he can grow to be to that. I just maybe a quabble with the words.
You've just got to do it all when it matters the most. There's a lot of regular season quarterbacks that have been great and been clutch and been this and been that and been elite, and then all of a sudden you get the playoffs and for whatever reason, whether it's you or your team, you shrink in the moment. And that's what's going to dictate whether C.J. Stroud becomes like if he should be mentioned in the same sentence with those great quarterbacks you're talking about.
And I think
what does he do in the playoffs?
We have a standard, right? Like we got to hold him to the standard we believe he holds himself to.
What's the
Texans hold him
standard?
to.
What is the standard?
Like you have to be the reason you're winning. You have to lead the charge. You're not, every quarterback's a game manager. I hate that term, but like you can put it on your shoulders like you did in that Tampa game at any given moment and think about 80% of the time, 70% of the time, whatever is reasonable, like it's going to come out in your favor.
Yeah. All right. He went on to say more, and I think many people will agree with this. This is Chris Sims talking about the moves made that kind of proves what the Texans feel about CJ from last year.
There's a reason they fired their offensive coordinator after going to the playoffs 2 years in a row. There's a reason they've totally said, the hell with our off 2 years in a row. They're telling you without telling you the problems with the team were not C.J. Stroud. It was our pass protection scheme and our offensive line. And that's what they had to fix. And C.J. Stroud, the Texans, I will not be shocked if they're in the Super Bowl this year.
I don't know how he slid there at the end there. I felt like he was going, and then
the arrows pointed up.
My man was feeling for a dismount, and that dismount went, Super Bowl.
Super Bowl or bust.
But Will, though, to what he's saying, then we should see with now the control is different. Center's not calling out protections anymore. He's gonna have a lot more control and responsibility. If that was it, like the Texans are, because I agree with Chris, the Texans are saying that was it. If that was it, then I don't know. Maybe Clint can tell us how fast this is going to take. But we should see a significant difference from whatever those issues were that plagued him if he's in control.
Well, look, I think it's easy. I mean, the biggest mistake that was made last year was the identity change. I mean, it failed miserably because they couldn't protect the quarterback. Now, we all look at it and go, well, the pass protection sucked. Yeah, well, but it goes back further than that. The very first practice of two-a-days last year, CJ, what would you like to change from last year to this year? We want to be more aggressive. We just signed all these five-headed monsters. We want to be more aggressive, drive the football down the field, do this, do that. And I looked at Ron immediately and said, this season's going to hinge on how well he talented, but still has a product the way he played the game his rookie year. Like, how do you juggle those two things, right? The offensive line couldn't protect with this aggressive, drive the ball down the field, yada, yada, yada stuff. The mentality switched from, we got a young quarterback, let's keep it simple. We got an injured offensive line, let's protect our quarterback and get the football out, scheme some things up. We got all our wide receivers hurt, let's move Nico Collins around and get him the ball in creative ways so we get our best player touches. And they won 10 games in the second round of the playoffs. The next year, they got all this talent. They're going to establish the run. They're going to get digs. They're going to be explosive. They got this and they got that, and the O-line couldn't block. Right? The identity shift was what ultimately was the biggest problem.
Yeah, it became a run-first team coming in. It was you pass and you set up the run, and you use Joe late.
The football should always, like, if they'd have gone into year two the same way that they approached the entire season, year one, Bobby Sloat would still have a job.
Yeah, what do you think?
And C.J. Stroud would not have been the most pressured quarterback last year.
Like, was the line that bad? I think the answer is yes, but also, like, we've learned, Bobby there was no plan B once he got punched in the face. Once someone looked at him, he didn't have another plan.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just don't think there was. I think what drove Bobby up out of here was the hard-headedness, like doing the same stuff. We heard it every week. It was like we just got to execute. He would say it. We got to execute what we're doing, and then you go out there the next week and they wouldn't execute. So there was a resistance to change on the front to protect their young quarterback and all these different things. And that ultimately is, I think, what bit him in the ass.
That's always, to me, is like that same person did all of that stuff the first year.
And but there's no tape on him, right?
And now,
kind of the thing.
Yeah, but I mean, but he would make adjustments. There were changes. There were adjustments. There were different.
Oh, I'd argue there was weekly adjustments that were made. I'm saying the rookie year by CJ and Bobby was ridiculously impressive.
And then all of a sudden, the second year, it feels like
all of a sudden you got issues the second year. Yeah. But goes back to what I'm saying, like the mindset changed, because Bobby said it too, not just CJ. was they had these intentions to, and look at how they built the roster. They clearly had intentions to be more explosive, more versatile, drive the football down the field.
Thought they had a better offensive line that would give them a chance.
Yeah, and it didn't work. And what we talked about earlier, all of a sudden you got some adversity. Mm-hmm. Now, in this instance, it seems like the adversity exposed the staff, the coaching staff, O-line coach and the offensive coordinator, and Laramie Tunsil, I would say, but more of those guys than C.J. Stroud and some of the youngsters. But that adversity, I think exposed them. And somebody got to go.
I think at one point we're going to come to the point in CJ's career, and like we all love CJ, right? Like we hold him, we coddle him, like we can't say anything bad about him without fans going crazy. Well, at some point the kid's gloves got to come off. And, like, it is what it is, and it's going to be what it's going to be, and he has to be accountable, and we have to hold him to that standard versus blaming everybody and everything around him. Like, at some point,
careful. You're going to get over here in Dirty's boat, and you're going to get shots off that text line.
I mean, it is what it is. It's Tom Brady. Like, at some point, if you're that good, the problems are your fault. Well, and I'm not saying that was the case last year.
At some point, the quarterback has to put his foot down and go, I don't give a damn who's calling the plays. Yeah. I'm going to protect my offensive line. I'm going to be aware of the situation. I'm going to do these things. And
you overcome.
You almost arrive and become that guy that is like, we're going to do it my way, and I'm the identity of this offense, and this is how we do things, and I'm going to play a smart brand of ball instead of whatever somebody's preaching into my ear is my approach to football that year.
Stock up, stock down, coming up next right here as we continue live on The Drive.
I'll tell you whose stock is up. Will Kunkel's, also them Cold Coors Light, y'all.
610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Every season brings highs
I'm in my drop top.
and lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, big voice guy. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, H-Town's #1 afternoon sports talk program, 2 to 6 p.m. and every Wednesday, right around this time, 3:20 p.m. locally, we do a little stock up, stock down. Today's flavor is these 2025 NBA Finals. Thunder, Pacers. Thunder currently leading these NBA Finals now 3-2. Game 6 coming up tomorrow night, I believe, Thursday evening. I want to start with you, Ron, the show. What is your stock up for this year's finals between Indiana and OKC?
Yeah, we got to get it in quick here. This thing's about to be done. NBA season's about to be over. A little stock up, stock down.
No more hoops.
My stock up is oddly enough Kevin Durant.
Huh?
The Slim Reaper.
Kevin Durant somehow has become as big, damn near as big a story during the NBA Finals as the NBA Finals has become. Kevin Durant somehow is still at 37 years old, a guy that, whose team didn't make it to the playoffs last year, and still is, at the very least, fellas, the one beast now in the NBA Finals. And it's crazy to still think that he has the power to at least be on the same level of the finals. And that is, like, if you talk about the NBA right now, it's either Kevin Durant or it's the finals right now, and it is a 1-2 punch. So stock up. Kevin Durant, man, even though you're 37, and people feel like you've won fake championships or asterisk championships, you are still a viable, talked about person. Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I heard he was walking around with a cane, man. He's getting up there. But we'll see what happens.
He's walking around with one of them walkers, and he's got tennis balls at the bottom.
Tennis balls. Was that just for grip?
So it slides, G.
Slides.
The rubber thing stops.
Yeah, it slides.
That old rubber ball makes it slide. The tennis ball makes it slide.
I hadn't thought about that since I was like a little kid. All right, this is Stock Up, Stock Down live on the Drive. Stoerner, Hughley. That was around the show, Hughley Stock Up. And today's edition of the Stocks is the NBA Finals. Clint Stoerner, over to you. What is your stock up for the 2025 Finals between OKC and Indiana?
The Energizer Bunny, baby. TJ McConnell. I mean, his stock has never been this high, and I don't know that it'll ever get higher. I mean, he played really well. He set the tone, set the tempo, set the pace. The argument right now is, why the hell didn't he play more in the fourth quarter? What are we going to do? And it looks like, I know Halliburton, I think, is going to give it a go here, but it looks like TJ may get quite a bit of run in Game 6 and be able to impact Game 6 in a big way. TJ McConnell, he may not ever make the stock up to this level ever again.
TJ is working on never having to buy any meals or drinks in the state of Indiana is what he is.
Yeah, that value has never climbed higher for the young man.
I think he's right there. He may be right there next to Caitlin Clark, right there in Indiana, right there.
Oh, and also why his stock's up, his sister's a smoke show.
So I still have not seen.
I'll have to do. I forgot to do that research.
Really?
But me and Cheryl.
I mean, the picture I saw, she was. I mean,
his dad sure is fun.
I mean, it was one of those pictures where I went, that's little TJ, the little Energizer Buzzy that's running around here. That's his sister.
Sister.
Yeah, she plays in the WNBA.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
That's the picture I saw. She was, because he wore her jersey to one of the games. In his little walk-in outfit.
Oh, I did not. Yeah, I did not know that. Good for them, man. That family right there. I haven't looked.
I'm gonna do the research in the break.
She's solid.
All right, this is Stock Up, Stock Down, live on the Drive, Stoerner and Hughley. We got the Stock Ups done with. Today's edition of these stocks is for the 2025 finals. Thunder leading 3-2 over the Pacers. Game 6 coming tomorrow night. Ron, back to you. What is your stock down for these finals?
Well, it certainly isn't Megan McConnell, but I will lean towards just the Pacers in general.
Makes my stock go up.
Yeah, I know it. The Pacers in general, Teams like the Pacers don't get these opportunities, and I don't think that this is a group, fellas, that's going to continue to make runs. Like I don't look at this like some look at OKC, and I'd be willing to look at it too as, they're going to be around for years to come. I think this was a magical year for Indiana when it comes to things falling just right, like Jason Tatum getting injured and them not being on the same side as Jason Tatum, and the Cavs having injuries in that series. They had Garland was hurt, Evan Mobley was hurt. I don't think Mitchell was 100%. It has really fallen well for them, and their best player is a game time decision. And even if he does play, Clint, he's not going to be 100%. And teams like Indiana just don't get chances to win championships like this. And I feel like this may be their best chance in a while. And I don't see them being a regular participant and getting through the East, because I think we're going to see tougher teams in the East get added to. Durant might get to the East. Somebody else might go wherever Giannis is. So that one, my stock down is to the Pacers. This is potentially a lost opportunity.
As we're coming to the end of this 2025 NBA season, the NBA Finals getting ready to wrap up. Game 6 tomorrow. That was on the show Stock Down. Now put a bow on it for us, Dirty Red. Clint Stoerner, what is your stock down for the 2025 Finals, Thunder Pacers?
The Afro-German, man. Martin scene, man. He's cost me a little bit of money. Coming into this thing, that was my lock bet, man. You get 9.5, over, under 9.5. I'm over, man. He's getting double digits.
Should have been betting the bald mamba.
I think he's done it once in the postseason. I think he had 12 points once. Every time 2 points here, 4 points here. The Afro-German, I thought we'd be talking about
his role really has slid down a little.
Yeah, it's diminished, man. It's diminished, and I guess they're playing a little smaller lineup with Chet being
with the pace
figure.
A couple of times, and I think it did work in Game 4. A couple of times they went that double big lineup with him and Chet, but they haven't been doing that, and it's been him.
He's cost me a little money along the way too. So,
shout out to Isaiah.
Speaking of, I think tomorrow, Thursday night for Game 6, best bets at 5:45. That's going to be Game 6 NBA Finals.
You're already claiming it, huh?
Yeah,
you're already feeling it, huh?
That's the long cheese.
Yeah,
that's the last game.
Is that a vertical or horizontal tease?
It's actually diagonal.
Okay.
Slight zigzag, about 3/4.
My two options I gave him wasn't good enough, right?
Man, that's how I win.
Be better, man.
That's how I win. All right, coming up as we continue. She was trending again last night.
Joy?
No.
Taylor?
Kate.
Oh,
Caitlin Clark was trending again last night. Boy, why was she trending? Was it for her greatness? No. We got to discuss that. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all check it out. It's not if.
773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You gonna be up all night with the your Razorbacks?
Ain't all night. 7 o'clock, right?
7 o'clock?
6. I think it's 6 here, isn't it?
Yeah,
6
yeah.
Central.
They got you sucked in right now.
Oh. Yeah, they do.
That kid can't pitch again today, right?
No, he can't pitch again today. No.
I'm about to say he threw a
no
100
hitter. Gage Wood? No.
But Gage tried to get in there. You told him. Now you know they will throw caution to the wind on some of those kids.
Oh no, we get in trouble. He may get us an inning.
He might get.
But the interesting thing was, the bullpen. The bullpen. He rested the bullpen. Like his no hitter is going to allow him to get all. Should allow him to get all the rest that he needs. Because we didn't use obviously anybody other than him in that game, so we should being able. The whole bullpen's fresh. All the starters are fresh. So
what are they? Because they won 7. It was 7-1 when I saw in the play. They have to use them.
I didn't.
I think it was. I think it ended up being 7-2, 7-3 or something like that. But they got LSU tonight. Let's see if you.
That's who knocked them off on Friday.
Let's see if your Hogs will. See if they can advance here. By the way,
thing is that young kid, it's one of the best in college. I think he's number 8 prospect coming out, our shortstop. He is on fire at the plate.
Is it?
Oh, he's on fire at the plate. I mean, it is. Whew. We'll see.
Good luck for you. Someone texted in, Tyler. So when the hell are y'all going to talk about the Florida Panthers winning their 2nd straight Stanley Cup?
I was just about to mention that.
I've been. I had something built in there. No, it is. It has to be. And shout out to Kachuk and them boys out there, Bravowski, and good. I got a few. He's been on a roll.
No one else does.
Been on a roll as a goalie there. Was it Sam Reinhardt? He had 4 goals last night, first time since.
Oh yeah, that glove save the other night.
1960.
Was sick.
No, that's Sam. Sam scored 4 goals last night in the clincher.
Said the other night.
Yeah, I don't think he's a goalie. If a goalie scored 4 goals,
he said the other night. You're right.
Yeah, you didn't see it.
No, I gotta believe those people in Edmonton, they have to be beside themselves. Like if you would think about, like I ain't gonna act like we know a lot about hockey here, but what we do know is, I would imagine in Edmonton, this is like this here. They've been to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals, and they lost. They got the best player in Connor McDavid, and they lost both times to that team in Miami. And how much do you think the people of Miami give a damn about? What do you think the care factor? I'm not gonna say that nobody does, but what do you think the care factor is? Like if you think about any of the other teams in all of the National Hockey League whose give a rip factor about winning the Stanley Cup comparative to Edmonton. I mean, what, Vegas? I mean, those people in Miami, they don't even care about the Dolphins. Again, I mean, there may be some Panther fans listening. I'm not saying there aren't any, but my God, they don't.
Maybe.
I mean, it has to be killing. It has to be killing Edmonton. Their entire year is completely built around this.
Yeah,
and
Canada doesn't have a lot else to look forward to.
And those bastards in Miami are the ones who are just winning this.
Now
Salsa dancing, don't even give a damn. Half the people don't even know what happened.
The Edmonton fans now just going to be pissed off and cold forever.
If this happened in if the Blues, they can handle it. If
St. Louis?
If the Bruins did it, they can handle it. They can handle it. Hell, the Rangers.
Boston fans are pretty
they can handle it.
hard, aren't they?
Not Miami. And they got a dynasty. They've been to 3 straight Stanley Cup finals. Won the last 2. Shout out. So shout out to them. We mentioned
Gordon Bay would have been proud.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
He would have never rolled with that strategy.
That's one of my favorite movies. Well, I got all of them.
I loved them, man.
Quack, 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 Mr. Ducksworth. Quack, 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 Mr. Ducksworth. You don't deserve to wear that jersey. You may own it. You don't deserve to wear that.
Goldberg was so funny.
Oh, my God, man.
I love that chubby little kid.
I'll tell you, I can get into the flying V right now. I was Jesse Hall.
Not a tough formation.
I was Jesse Hall. Of course, the
flying V, huh?
Yeah, I was Jesse Hall. Of course, I kind of slid towards the black gentleman of the group.
We identify with those that most look and resemble
Clint
ourselves.
looks like he identified with Fulton Reed.
Does that have to do with the lasso?
No. Fulton Reed is the one that.
Oh, he's got to be the guy with the lasso.
No, Fulton Reed was the big dude that had the power shot that just, took folks out.
Slap shot.
Yeah, the guy from Iceland had the save, and he had the imprint of the putt because Fulton Reed.
They'd zoom in real hard onto the goalie whenever he hit it.
Yeah. Shout out. Yeah, you got on there. Not the cowboy from Austin, Texas. Right now, I can't remember his name. Text line, come through. What was the cowboy's name from Austin, Texas? I can't remember his name. That pissed me off. All right, Caitlin Clark was trending last night.
That happens ever so often lately, huh?
It does. It does. And so Saturday, she was trending because she was shooting from 30 feet and continued 3 after 3 and made 6 in the first half and scored 32. And that's the way you want the trending. Yesterday, she was trending because there was a dust-up in Indianapolis. There was a dust-up between the Connecticut Sun and the Indiana Fever, and Caitlin Clark was in the middle of it. And Clint, I know you saw it. I saw you comment about it. What was your takeaway from this Caitlin Clark? Did you think it was that big of a deal?
I mean, yeah, I thought it was over the top. Yeah, I thought it was outside the norm. I thought it was a bit much, a bit aggressive, even given the circumstances. I thought the way they rushed her was something that was kind of was outside the norm. But the biggest thing for me, Ron, is not, the treatment that Caitlin Clark is or isn't getting, or was it fair or was it not? The crazy part to me with Caitlin Clark is how soft her teammates are. I mean, I watched that video time and time and time again, and when big girl rushed Caitlin Clark from the Connecticut Sun and knocked her to the ground, there was other Connecticut Sun players that were more aggressive and had more sense of urgency getting over there to get in the mix and see what was going on and talk that trash than Caitlin Clark's own teammates were to get over there and aggressively defend her. And
they were more trying to pull them away and get.
Yeah, well, the one gal that later on in the game, she kind of stepped in between the girl that Caitlin was guarding and Caitlin was, but the other ones that came out of nowhere and bum rushed her was like, you got two other bigger girls that play with Caitlin that literally looked like they were disinterested in what was going on right there. Like I thought the same thing last year. Like, forget about why, right, wrong, all the bull job that goes on.
That was the biggest thing that jumped out to you.
Like, hey man, like just somebody. Like, if you don't have, like, if the Fever don't have that, go find the person that's going to be the enforcer.
Well, Sophie took her out later.
Sophie, she handled up later on. I just don't like. And maybe that gal that rushed Caitlin and knocked her down, maybe she's just that gal that's just that bad and nobody wants to mess with her. But like, I mentioned her name earlier. What's my girl? Aaliyah Boston. Like, she is like disinterested in ever having any level of confrontation.
She's more peacemaker.
Oh yeah, but it's like somebody's got. Indiana has to find somebody that is going to be like the hockey enforcer of like, I know she's talking trash. I know she's good. I know she's knocking down threes. I know you may have a little chip on your shoulder about the notoriety she gets or whatever. But you ain't gonna come at her like that. Like, somebody's gotta. Like, I am blown away that nobody really. I mean, with the exception, like I said, Sophie got her later, and Sophie did get in between the two that initially started. But golly, the thought that right there isn't a shoving match, at least with the big girls on the team, blows my mind.
See, like that to me is in the realm of the sport, like the normality of sports, right? I think you would do that if somebody came up and leveled Anthony Edwards and Rudy just stood there,
yes.
right? Or you would, yes. Like that would be your biggest thing. My thing is, it feels like
I'd be quicker to defend you in public.
Yeah,
and there's a chance I could get shanked or shot for you. They're protected being on the court.
Yeah, I feel like some people are leaving their sports brains, their sports brains at the door when it comes to women's basketball, in particular with Caitlin Clark. Like this is a. I agree. Last year, the Chicago Sky situation with Kennedy Carter just would appear to be no real reason, just absolutely blindsided her from behind, and then their bench along with Angel Reese are celebrating on the sideline. That felt a little bit extra than like, hey man, we're competing. This game was chippy from the jump. They had multiple situations where things were going, both teams going back and forth. This wasn't the first time, like technicals, whatever. There were multiple ejections and technicals in this game. There were probably 2 other incidents from the one that Caitlin was in. So it was a chippy game. And to me, it's like, Caitlin got a foul, got poked in the eye. She kind of pushed the girl who poked her, and then their teammate came and chested her to the ground. And then, like you said, somebody for the Fever should have probably did it to her. Like, we see that in basketball a lot. And to me, that isn't unusual to me. And I do feel like some people are taking this to another space of saying, like, the thought of like, hey, Caitlin is the one that's bringing eyes here. She's the one that's bringing eyeballs here. Like, hey. Like, what are you all doing? Now you're trying to hurt her. No, I think it's competition. Like, I don't think that they got up there and like, all right, man, we're going to sit her ass down. Like, we're going to take her ass out. I think this is a lot like when Jordan was running to the Celtics and the Pistons. This is a lot like when LeBron has run into people, taking him out. This is Steph will run into people, and I think it should have been flagrant. I think Sophie should have been ejected when she just came down there and just said, to hell with it, man. I'm just going to take her down in midair. I think that's the case, but I don't think this would be as big a deal if it was in the NBA. Even to LeBron or Steph, wherever the top player is. Look, I don't think people would be going in and saying the league needs to protect LeBron.
Yeah, I don't know. Steph. I don't know how much the league needs to protect her. I mean, I don't think that's a reality. I don't know how much the league can do that. I think her teammates need to. I think her teammates need to make a statement of, hey, look, you. And it's not about this girl selling tickets. It's about, hey, this is our best player. She's one of our smaller players. Just like the Connecticut Sun big girls did for their guard last night when Caitlin got back and pushed her. That's exactly what they should be doing for the best player in the damn league. That's what they should there. Asia's pretty good. Asia was. But they should be defending her, and they don't. That's the crazy part to me. Forget all the other stuff, man. I don't even. I think in reality it probably falls somewhere in the middle. Do I think that that a good chunk of the league has it out for Caitlin Clark a little more than they do everybody else, and maybe treat her and a little more aggressive than everybody else? Yes. Do I think it's worth debating and arguing about? No, it's not. At the end of the day, defend your own, and let's keep it moving. And I'm just shocked that they don't defend O'Gale more.
No, I just like watch Cooper Flagg. He gets out there, they're gonna be on his ass.
If I were if I were that coach, I don't know how she doesn't play the film and go, hey, look, you see how when Caitlin pushed this girl, these other two girls came to her defense. Now what the hell y'all two doing? The hell y'all waiting on?
Text line 100% racism because Clark is white. Period. Those were two white women who pushed Caitlin last night.
That's what the whites used to do.
Damn it, that didn't fit. Damn it.
That's what she said.
Damn it. Oh, they were white. Pushed her. Doggone it. It was close, though. It was close. What you got coming up?
There was a black chick in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, she was standing.
There was a couple black chicks on the floor.
I've seen a ton of shots where it's Tina Charles standing and she's on the ground like this, and it looks, they got the perfect one, huh?
Hey, why was she standing there? Mean looking girl. Oh shit! All right, y'all. Oh, gotta dump that.
Now y'all both have said that word. Great job, guys. Be professional.
I mean, that was an accident, man. That was an accident. Sorry, boys. To the.
Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
KILT FM HD2 Houston and Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Who's your daddy now? Should I say the Astros?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Zone and in the zone. Cam hits a high fly ball deep to left field. Cam Smith may have just hit his first home run since April the 18th. Cam Smith, number 4 on the season, connects on a home run to make it 3-0 Astros.
That's what we like to see. Elevate to celebrate for Cam Smith.
He drills one high and deep. Forget about it. Back-to-back jacks for Cam Smith. And the Astros lead 4-0. Dana Brown said they'd come in bunches, 2-2 at bat.
That was a bomb.
Big scam.
Name dropping the GM right there. That's big time. Dana Brown said they come in bunches. Dana Brown also said Abreu was going to come around.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Come on, Dana.
100%.
Hey, look here. Dirty's Daily, baby, brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Easy to dial. I mean, hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. You just heard Cam Smith absolutely lighting it up. Lighting it. Hey, look, is back-to-back jacks, is that one of the best baseball phrases?
A good one.
I mean, that is really good.
There's a lot.
What else would it be about, Tyler?
It's natural horniness. But no, that is one of the best phrases out there in the game.
Well, the Astros, they went off last night.
Natural horniness is a pretty good one, too. But go ahead.
The Astros went off last night in Sacramento, boys. 13-3 over the A's.
Astros won today.
Paredes, if you're worried about Paredes' hamstring, I don't want to jinx my man, but I don't know that I'd worry too much more. 2 walks, 2 hits, couple of RBIs. I know when I turned the game on, and at one point, I can't remember if it was the first time or the second time after putting the babies down, but I looked up, and he was jogging across home plate, scored from second. Ron, I mean, so clearly that hamstring.
I thought made a hell of a play in the field too.
Yeah, man. I thought maybe he's just out there and he's just kind of gimping around. No. He's running bases now.
Must have been just a scare. Maybe it was a cramp or something. Whatever.
Maybe it had to be more of a cramp, right? I mean, that's
he did miss 3 games. He did miss a weekend.
That's miraculous. Yeah. If he had any kind of real pull. Christian Walker had a couple of hits. One was a bomb. Jake Myers actually gets a base hit off the handle of the bat, right over the shortstop's head with bases loaded to get the first 2 runs, get the scoring started last night. Dubon 3 for 3 with a bomb. And my man Cam Smith, you just heard the highlights. 4 for 5 with 2 bombs. Ron, I don't want to oversell the Cam Smith thing with the Astros. Be one of my favorite Astros. I don't want to oversell it right now.
No, don't hold back.
Well, no, I just because I don't. He hadn't hit a bomb since April, so it's not like he's just crushing the ball. But when everybody expected the kid to possibly not even make the opening day roster, and then if he did, the only conversation was, boy, if he's going to struggle. Remember what Bregman did? Boy, this guy's going to make. If he struggles, what's going to happen? I mean, what's he hitting right now, Ron? What is Cam Smith hitting right now? It's
around the 260s.
It's above 260, I believe. I think it was.
Especially with 4 for 5 last night.
I think it was 260 going into last night.
266 for young Cam.
Yeah, so he bumped it 4 or 5 spots last night. I mean, look, Kyle Tucker obviously in right field is irreplaceable. But with Paredes doing what he's doing and Cam Smith looking like he's going to have one hell of a rookie year if he just keeps swinging it the way he swung the bat of late, and he's fine in right field. It's not like he's out of pocket, right? I mean, he was a third baseman and played in the outfield a bit. It's not like he's out of pocket. Those 2 guys, I'm gonna forget the fact that Wisniewski got hurt, but those 2 guys playing well, Paredes and Cam Smith playing well, makes it a lot easier to stomach Kyle Tucker swinging the bat the way he has in Chicago.
No,
it feels huge.
Yeah, Paredes especially. When you talk about what he has done.
Yes.
And Cam Smith, we should have known. Like, I know his spring training got us all excited and amped up.
Right.
But we should know, like, it's going to take a little bit. But I would have pressed the button by June 18th. He was hitting 266. Now, I would have thought he'd had a little bit more power to this. Yeah. But this is pretty solid right now for what he's been for a rookie year, because he don't have that many games in the minors.
Yeah, well, Cam is the 4 for 5 with 2 bombs. Is being a rookie is the headliner, but we gotta talk about these arms that are arriving in Houston. Jason Alexander last night gives us a quality start. He got bumped up when Lance McCullers did whatever he did with his big toe, his foot, his sprain, whatever he's got going on. Jason Alexander gets bumped up, and he goes out there, no big deal, quality start. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, and 4 strikeouts. And I think big picture here, I said this in the tease, the Astros, they've got to get to the finish line. That's the key for the Astros. I think once the Astros, if they can get to the playoffs, if they can be healthy and whole when they get to the playoffs, they got a real shot here. They got a real shot at being one of the better teams in the playoffs.
Dana said they're more built for playoff.
They got to be healthy, right? That's the key. But right now, they're not healthy, and getting there is going to be the key. Now, it looks like they're going to get there just, effortless. It looks like they're going to get there and have room to spare. But getting there with a starting rotation is going to be key. Whether you talking about this last outing, he went 5 innings, but he got bumped up in the rotation, so a little bit unexpected there. But Ryan Gusto with 2 in a row, Walter with 1. He gave us a quality start. Hell, I think it was even better than a quality start. Gordo, Tyler's guy, Colton Gordon, he's pitching. He's pitching, and we're talking about chewing up innings. We're not talking about guys that can help you win games in the playoffs.
Nobody's damn sure not been just a train wreck.
Yeah, but this very well could have been a train wreck. Last night could have been a train wreck. But again, we find one more arm. So here's where we find ourselves, Ron, is yes, we got a bunch of our premier quality starting pitchers hurt right now. Hopefully Lance gets back. Hopefully Spencer Arrieta gets back sooner rather than later. But in a moment where you thought, damn, what are we going to do? I've
thought it about 3 or 4 times. I've thought it about 3 or 4 times.
Well, now you've got 4 guys, Ron, that you, at least right now. Now, I'm not saying that once the league gets a bunch of film on them and once they get studied up real good that hitters aren't going to adjust. But we've been through a pretty damn good stretch of the schedule. I'm talking about quality opponents, relatively speaking. Each of those guys, with the exception of Jason Anderson here, has had multiple starts. We've got 4 other guys that, when we're talking just chewing innings in a long season, that appear to be up to task.
Yeah, they have done a great job of just giving you a chance. Or just giving you a chance to be in games. There's not the, oh boy, seven giving up. Like we've seen by some of these young. Like some of these 7 giving up in 2 innings or 3 innings or something. They have given this team a chance. And, Clint, if we're honest, that is different than maybe other years. This team has had injuries the past several years. We've seen Verlander go down. Obviously, Lance has had injuries. They've had ACLs for multiple years.
It's not ideal.
But when we're talking about giving this team a chance to win, that's a little different than past years because the lineup is a lot different. So they haven't. It's not just giving them a chance to win. They've won some 3-1 ball games, some tighter ball games, because it's not like the Astros just roll out there and score 4 or 5 a night and you can depend on that.
Right. Which one was more impressive, Ron? You asked this question earlier. I'm stealing it from you. Which one's more impressive? Cam Smith, 2 bombs, 4 for 5. In a game where you score 13 runs, seems like everybody's going off, but Cam Smith, the rookie, goes off as well. Or Jason Alexander, 6 innings pitched, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks, and it looks like the Astros have a 4th arm that they can at least feel comfortable going to as they weather the storm of these injuries to their starting rotation.
So, like, the Alexander thing is almost just bigger than him. It's like
no doubt it is.
All of the guys that they just keep finding dudes to deal with, right? Like, I mean, that guy, Nick Krutz or whatever, he hit that ball, and it still hasn't landed in Sacramento. And he hit it off Brian Abreu. And then Jason Alexander just waltzes through their lineup. The first gets through 6 innings, and this is his first start. Like, so, you know, and it's one after another, right? That and you kind of outlined it here just a bit. So, for me, impressive. The most important down the line is Cam Smith, you know, getting hot. But the most impressive is just like, it don't matter who they put out there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I think when you take the non-Jason Alexander part of this with the injuries and like how in need of arms that can chew innings this team is, Jason Alexander probably takes the prize for me too. But Cam Smith, man, like I said earlier, he's got a real chance. A big dude that obviously brings some power, plays with the swag and has the personality that I think the team needs, and really, to be honest with you, one that I greatly appreciate. The juice that he brings to the diamond, the juice that he brings to the moments in a game. I love that about Cam Smith. So not minimizing his performance at all. 4 for 5, 2 bombs, big time night for the Astros. As I said, Tyler, I hope you got some space for me tonight. We're jumping in on these.
I do, my friend.
We're jumping in on these Stros. Big night for the Stros. We're gonna score a bunch more runs tonight in Sacramento. So we're loading up. We'll do that later. Best bets coming up. Tyler's fixing to get hot. Turn the corner. Get back right, and I'm gonna win some money with you, T. So get ready.
Sounds like a damn plan.
There you go. That's Tyler Milner. You're here right there. Ryan Hughley's to my left. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Real quick, we hadn't done this in a while, boys. What are y'all streaming? What are y'all watching? What's? I think I heard y'all talking a little earlier about something that you really like.
Just I know you did too. I watched over the weekend the Travis Scott Astro World tragedy.
I gotta watch it. Is that on Netflix?
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
I watched it last night. Very, very tough watch, but good watch.
I gotta watch that. I gotta watch that tonight.
Godfather of Harlem on that too.
That one I gotta circle back. I'm mad at myself on that one, man. That had me hooked.
He's got a good control of that eye in it too. Forrest Whitaker.
Yeah, not Forrest Whitley. Forrest Whitaker. Here's the guys. Have y'all seen Shaq's Reebok documentary?
Nothing draws me to click on it. I see it coming across. Nothing draws me to click on it.
Sounds super enticing.
I watched his show that he had on TNT.
Yeah,
that kind of followed his life, and it was all right. I didn't feel like I needed that again.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I didn't. I was with you. I was kind of like, should I? And then I just kind of clicked on it. He's fast, and I really like AI. I really like Allen Iverson. He's a part of it.
Oh,
obviously being well. I mean, him and Shaq are the two big ambassadors over the last 25 or 30 years for Reebok, and they have bought the company.
Oh, they have.
Well, I don't know if they bought the company, but Shaq is now the president, and
Shaq's got his hands in a lot.
Allen Iverson is the vice president. So I don't know if they bought the company, bought into the company. It sure seems like it, based on how they're portrayed in this deal. It's pretty solid. It's a good get.
Little fella with a big fella. Huh?
So it's about Reebok. I didn't.
It's about them taking over Reebok and bringing Reebok back and going and getting ambassadors. They go after the kind of groom guys that are coming up and get them on board with them now.
They actually build. You pumped?
Yeah, that was Shaq's. That was Shaq. That was.
Oh, was it?
That's how.
I didn't remember that.
That was Shaq's first one.
I had the answers. I had them AIs.
I definitely had AIs. Yeah, no question. No. Them AIs are the cleanest ever.
I had Frank Thomas's. Didn't Frank Thomas the Big Hurt? The baseball cleats. Yeah.
He was Nike though, wasn't he?
No, I think it was Reebok.
Hey, I'm certain I had those. Them AIs were some of the cleanest basketball shoes ever.
Yeah. Better not have been wearing them to practice.
Them Griffies hurt my feet. Tried to wear those. I tried to fight it. I tried multiple games just to look good. I said, man, Teresa, these things hurt my feet.
The showman.
Got to go get me some Big Hurts is what I need to get. All right, coming up as we continue, the latest on the biggest story right now happening here in Houston, and it gives us a little bit more understanding of what's potentially on the line. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. Look, if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, I'm telling you right now, QC Kinetics is who you need to call. I don't care how old you are. I don't care what's caused.
inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, Houston fans. I am so happy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Apparently, the Florida Panthers, they messed up the Stanley Cup last night in their celebration.
I feel like that happens in hockey more than any of the other sports.
I feel like it's all right. It should happen. What'd they do?
Denton cracked it.
All right, he had a good time. That's how you're supposed to celebrate.
The bowl of the famous trophy is cracked, and the bottom is dented. Not for the first time, and likely not the last time.
Oh, is it? Did they pass the same trophy around every year?
It's the same one.
Oh, it's not theirs?
It's the same one. They put the team name on it every year. They got to be running out of space here now. To be honest with you.
Hell, I'd like to be a part of the team that cracks it and dents it too.
Do you?
I mean, I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be the one specifically responsible for it, but I'd like to be a part of the team.
Well, they went that Tom Brady on it. Didn't Tom Brady mess it up?
No, he threw it. It about landed in that water. Remember from boat to boat?
I know, but didn't it?
No, he was just careless.
That was Rob Gronkowski that did that dented it.
He threw it from one boat to another. Tom threw it all.
I know it was, but wasn't it that same?
I don't think he messed it up.
But there was that Bucks, but it was maybe. Rob. You said
I thought it was Rob Gronkowski that did something stupid with it.
All I remember is Tom being wasted that entire aftermath.
Weekend at Bernie's when he got off. I can't believe they got him on film, man.
I know. I wonder what he's more pissed off about, that roast he did, or and how he looked at that, or that right there. He was gone, man, throwing the damn trophy over.
I mean, there's two people holding him up.
Yeah. Damn, Tom.
The guy is drunk.
Ain't this damn thing. All right, here is the latest here, fellas, on the Kevin Durant situation. The Rockets, they have currently kept Jabari Smith Jr. and Tari Eason off limits in an ongoing Kevin Durant trade discussion with the Suns. Houston, Clint, is willing to include Jalen Green. Oh, that's the Field Yates when he tore his labrum. Hitting the tackle at dummy. Anyway.
Oh, no.
But Houston is willing to include Jalen Green, but Phoenix has little to no interest in the former number 2 overall pick because of...
It's jacked up, ain't it?
Because of his...
no, thank you.
Because of his fit with Devin Booker, which makes sense. But they don't even want to take him as a piece to trade him to get something else. No, we're good. Because they want to get Şengün to pair with. The Suns view the Timberwolves as the best offer on the table right now for Durant. That package would include Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, and Rob Dillingham, who is 1 year removed from playing for Kentucky last year. Was a first-round pick last year. Point guard, scoring point guard. So that's the best package on the table. I know that the Rockets, Clint, can do better than that without having to give up Şengün or Amen Thompson.
Yeah, look,
I know they can. How old is Rudy? Rudy's got to be in his mid-30s.
As a fan, I look at this and I'm thinking, if Minnesota's package, the best package that the Suns have received is Rudy Gobert, DiVincenzo, and Dillingham. If that's the best package and the Rockets don't go get Kevin Durant, then they just don't flat ass want him.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah.
They just flat ass don't want him. That can't. And I understand. And by the way, I greatly appreciate the fact that the Rockets have kept Jabari Smith and Tari Eason off limits and ongoing Kevin Durant trade
as much as they can.
Well, I mean, you can't put him in the first. You can't put those guys in the first package. You got to give them your ideal situation, and the ideal situation has to be right.
Jalen Green included.
Jalen Green and picks. That's where it's got to start for the Rockets. Now, if you end up having to throw Jabari or Tari in there, okay.
Or Reed. Reed is in there.
Well, sure. I mean, sure. If they so, I don't think they got that far down yet. But if they do, that's fine. But I mean, that can't be your first offer is to throw Jabari out there.
No, I think I just really wanted to bring that Minnesota part. That is not. Clearly, the Suns know that the Rockets can do better than that, but that's not a daunting task. Rudy's 32, Dante's 28. Now Rob is young, but I mean, you're not. I mean, he couldn't get on the court last year, so I'm not certain that that's a guy that you can roll through. I know you wouldn't want to include Jabari and Tari, like especially not both of them, but I'll be damned, Clint. Like this feels doable if that's indeed the best. And this is coming from some of the top reporters in the sport. This is indeed very, very doable for the Rockets.
Absolutely.
Very, very doable. In a bunch of different ways. They can Jalen Green.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
You talked about it during the playoffs. Man, did he mess up?
I didn't think it was going to come to that fruition that quickly.
Damn. They're like, nah, man, we out. We good.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, though, with this Rockets deal, Ron. It sure seems like if the Rockets want to, and I'm not talking about getting desperate or getting even aggressive. If the Rockets want to, they could sweeten the spot significantly beyond where they are right now.
Absolutely. And a bunch of different, whatever it is right now. Because I'm trying to think, Clint, if Tari Eason and Jabari Smith Jr. are off limits, then we damn sure know Şengün and Amin are off limits. And we hear Jalen. Like, is that like? I'm certain that Dylan Brooks isn't off limits. I'm certain. I mean, maybe Reed Shepard is also one that's off limits. I bet you they probably run Cam in there, Cam Whitmore in there. So I'd like Cam Whitmore has shown more promise than Rob Dillingham, right? And they're both young, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it is. If that is the best, because Rudy, I mean, Phoenix ain't doing nothing with Rudy at 32.
Well, the way that, and maybe this has always happened, but the way the league is going, it's to have the ability to go to like a double big or have the ability to have somebody you can throw in there and pose it. But to have a guy that starts every night that can't do diddly ass squat on the offensive end of the floor.
Yeah.
Like that I mean, that's got to be.
And at times struggles to cover certain spots.
Damn sure can't extend out on the floor.
I'm not saying he's not valuable. I mean, he's won 4 Defensive Players of the Year awards, but I'm just saying comparative to
you lose the matchup game.
32-year-old player, this is compared to some of the young guys the Rockets have.
Yeah.
Right. Like we read yesterday, it was reported that the Rockets were 1 or 2 pieces away from making a deal. And I will say overall, I do like what I'm hearing. They are fighting to keep Jabari Smith. They're fighting to keep some of these young guys that they're not willing to pull the trigger on.
Well, I bet Jabari and Tari are both going, man, golly, man, don't send me to Phoenix with that just mess over there.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they like Dev.
Dev's all right, but I mean, damn, you right here in H-Town, man, with something that looks like
you're in a great place to live already. Damn. We'll see. I want to get Brandon Scott's thoughts on this. We'll get a little text. We'll do a little Texans report coming up, but Brandon's our Rockets guy. We'll get his thoughts on the latest because Durant. That's I think right now the biggest lingering sports story happening in the city right now. With Durant. So I'll get his thoughts on that and a little Texans report. Brandon Scott, it is a Wednesday, 4:40. He's coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, fellas, you've heard me talk about the men's clinic. You've heard me talk about how successful they have been with the men's clinic. When I say successful, they've got a 95% success.
easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted LegacyBox. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Rock and roll, meow.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as it is 4:40 on a beautiful Monday, and that means our guy Brandon Scott in for his Texans report. And I do want to get to the Texans. They did make a move today. Interesting to get your thoughts on it and everything going on with the Texans. But you also do the Rockets report.
Yep.
And I do personally think this Kevin Durant situation is this lingers that the Rockets are right in the middle of is a big thing. We just talked about on the other side that the Rockets have currently reports kept Jabari Smith Jr., Tari Eason off limits. Before we get any further, you surprised of that? We all thought Amin Thompson and maybe Şengün off limits. Are you surprised Jabari Smith and Tari Eason are off limits?
I'm not surprised because that's smart negotiation, right? Like to say that they're off limits or to try to keep them off limits does not necessarily make them off limits. And if I'm negotiating and if I'm on the Rocket side of things, I feel like I've got all of the leverage here. You know, I've got your picks. I've got all of these young players. Like, pick your poison on how you want me to make your team better to do this trade that you're going to do one way or another. So that's what it comes down to. Like, from the Rocket side, I've got the most to offer.
So you don't think they're really off limits? You could see them being like, I think Amin Thompson's off limits. Right.
I don't think that they're actually off limits. I think that that's a negotiation tactic, and that you're going to do the best that you can. Maybe you flirt with those picks. Like, what do you value more, your future or Jabari Smith Jr.? Maybe I sell you more on the 2027 pick, which some people don't want to give up. Maybe some people would rather give up Jabari than the 2027 pick. View it as more valuable. But how do you view it? There's more than one way to get this done. So I don't think they're actually off limits, but it's smart to want to keep as many players that you like as possible, especially when you have all of these draft picks and you're dealing with the team whose draft picks they are. Yeah. Like, I think that part is important.
Scott, as you start kind of seeing the reports, it just seems like two things. One, if Gobert, DiVincenzo, and Dillingham is the sweetest package they got right now, if the Rockets can't top that, it's because they don't want to. Number one. Number two, it seems like the Rockets have the most pieces, and there's a lot of moving parts, but the most pieces in the conversation to quote-unquote sweeten the pot to get there.
Yeah, so the Gobert thing, I'm glad you mentioned that because I don't know what to read. Because here's the thing with the Gobert thing. If that's real, then I think that's actually the sweetest package. Like, you get
really,
yeah, I really do. Like, unless it's the
Gobert?
I mean, yeah, unless
unless
you're starting to talk about him in Thompson or something like that, something that we've already decided is off the table. But yeah, Gobert to me changes the calculus. I just don't really buy into that. I know that's out there, but I don't buy into it just for the simple fact that Kevin Durant has made it clear that he doesn't want to go there. And it just makes more sense for him to want to end up at one of these spots that he does want to go to that also have the assets to get him. Yeah. The places he wants to go can get him. Houston, San Antonio, and we hear that San Antonio is not as active, but if they want him, they can get him.
They've got the pieces.
Miami. So, like, all of these other places that he actually wants to go and will be willing to sign an extension at, not actually be a one-year rental, those places can get him. So I don't really buy into it as much. But if it is real, then that changes the calculus to me.
All right, as Clint just talked about, they're saying the best package they see. Rudy Gobert, 32 years old. Dante DiVincenzo, a role player, but who has just finished his first year, little point guard from Kentucky.
You got to think about it from the Suns' standpoint. Are they trying to tear this thing down, or are they actually just trying to retool and try to be good next year? And I could see how they could convince themselves that a Devin Booker, Rudy Gobert-led team would be at least
a middling team in the Western Conference. I don't necessarily buy into it, but we understand that Ishbia over there in Phoenix has had some, let's say, some growing pains and being a new owner, doesn't actually quite get it. I could see them making that mistake, but I also could see the logic in it.
Yeah. Also, it was reports Houston's willing to include Jalen Green in this thing, but the Suns want no parts of it.
Yeah, I also don't necessarily buy into that.
Talking about the fit with Devin Booker is what the report.
I think that's the key part. It's less about not wanting Jalen Green as just seeing the redundancy in his game and him as a potential asset, like his contract. Like Jalen Green, for what his potential is and what that contract is that he signed with the Rockets last offseason, is a pretty valuable trade asset at this point, whether it's the Rockets or if it's the Phoenix Suns acquiring him for the Rockets, for anybody that has that contract. So, like, it seems like such a knock on Jalen Green because it's like, nobody wants him or he's kind of like this lost player. He's definitely got some things that he's got to figure out.
Why don't he want me, man?
And he does feel like a man without a country right now because the team that's got him floated out there in trade rumors. The team that could trade for him potentially doesn't want him. Green, if or not his contract alone.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Well, what do you jumping over to the Texans? You ready to make that move? Jumping over to the Texans, they made a move. Yes! The Texans have signed XFL Roughnecks corner former Raiders first round draft pick Damon Arnett Jr. Just your thoughts on the Texans bringing in a corner, that corner specifically. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is an important low-risk move that's not terribly dissimilar to what they did last week with Nick Chubb. Now, we're talking about two totally different type of characters, two totally different types of players. I understand that difference. But in terms of the low-risk, high-reward potential, like Nick Chubb, obviously, if he's Nick Chubb, could be your top running back, right? We don't expect this guy, Damon Arnett, to be your top anything, right? I understand that.
Right.
But if he can just come in there and do simply what they're signing him to do, which is just do your job. You're not the 19th overall pick in the 2020 draft anymore. Forget all of that.
Yeah.
You don't have like this is a
corner.
You're a reserve corner, and you were the 19th pick in the 2020 draft for a reason. So you're a cornerback. You're a professional cornerback. If you can keep your head on straight, if you can keep your head and just focus, you are a professional NFL cornerback. Just come here and do that and be that. And if he's that, he answers what I think is still an important question for the Texans. Not just like that position group. I think about the cornerback position. It's really the only position group where I've got the question about depth, talent on certain position groups. But y'all were talking about this earlier with the offensive line, perhaps coming out of minicamp and coming out of OTAs feeling like, maybe they got the depth at offensive line, even if they don't have the dudes. I feel like that is the case across the board except for cornerback. Like, there's just absolutely no depth there. And the Ronald Darby thing caught them by surprise. Yeah. And so you understand why they're in this position, why they would go after a guy like this, even if it's not under the most ideal circumstances. So it's a low risk, potentially medium to high reward type of situation.
Jimmy Ward done?
I can't see how he's not, man. I can't see how he's not if the accusation is like it. I was talking about this with a couple of other people at an event the other night. A couple of other people that cover the Texans, and it's like there's a lot of nuance to what's going on here with Jimmy Ward, but the part where there isn't is like, did you choke this woman or not? Like, and that's a obviously hard question to answer today, right? Like, he's just barely been charged since last week. This thing's got to kind of play itself out. But like, do the Texans think that he choked this woman, right? And if they do, they're gonna let him go. Yeah. It feels kind of as simple as that. Like, and you can already see from a football standpoint, we've already sort of painted the picture of phasing Jimmy Ward. Like, we understand his leadership role, the mentality, the attitude, his understanding of the defense, his connection to DeMeco Ryans.
That's gonna kick rocks right there.
Well, we understand that to be the value of having him around. I guess that's why they would extend him the way that they did last year. Everybody thought that contract extension was curious to buy, but they also kind of phased him out by, obviously having the emergence of Kalen Bullock. And I don't think that they need him as much as they did before. So what's you talk about risk reward, like what is the reward of having a guy that is accused of strangling a woman who's like kind of playing for you and supposedly carrying some type of captain leadership role. Yeah. Is that the message you want to send in terms of leadership? Attitude reflect leadership, right? So, like, it's one of those things, and we understand the McNair family historically, like, that's not really the waters that they like to wade in, you know. So I think he's done.
Yeah, that'd be tough. What'd you think on my take yesterday on the running back position? How'd you feel about that?
Yeah, so
best case scenario.
I think that is the best case scenario, that Nick Chubb is. Because you preface it basically like Nick Chubb is Nick Chubb,
yeah,
or some
the best of both dudes.
Some close, yeah, right? Okay, so the best of both dudes. The best of both dudes would be Nick Chubb is your top running back, and maybe even your offense looks a lot different if you got a Nick Chubb. Like, that just hasn't been in the imagination of the Texans for a very long time, if ever, quite a back like Nick Chubb specifically. So that is the best case scenario. I agree with that, but I also don't necessarily think it's a realistic scenario.
Probably ain't.
Or something that you can expect from Nick Chubb.
Not.
Like the best case realistic scenario is that you do get some version of Nick Chubb that can do a lot of the things that you're talking about. But more so to my point, Clint, it's like, can spell Joe Mixon, and I've been on this for a while. But last year, it's not the workload that he needs to have this year. And ideally is not the workload that he has if Nick Chubb is right. And even if you hadn't signed Nick Chubb, you'd hopefully find an answer. If it ain't Dameon Pierce, if we've already given up on that dream, maybe it's Woody Marks. You got to find an answer somewhere there. To me, it would be unacceptable for Joe Mixon to carry a similar workload this year as he did last year.
Well, the interesting thing is you're right. We went into it. I know it's far-fetched. It's an extreme long shot.
I'll dream with you. I'll dream with you, Clint.
Ron's point was even more valid, really, was even if it is the case and we get the better, like a crazy, lucky, good version of Nick Chubb, like, I don't think the Texans would ever go in there and go like, "Hey, Joe, I need you to be this kind of second-hand third guy, third down back, more of a spread offense back." Like, that would be that move ever happening would be
a healthy Joe to get to a point of Joe going into the games or thoughts is like the second one in terms of touches.
Well, not being the first one on the field. Period. I mean, that's just the reality of it is because I don't
get to that point.
They're never going to be. I think Joe's smart. I don't think Joe's ever going to be like, "Oh, well, he had more carries than me." No, I mean, the game dictates a different flow, but the reality of it is who walks their ass out there to start that game.
Yeah,
and that would be a tough pill for Joe Mixon to swallow if that ever weren't him.
Yeah, and you know what? It doesn't have to be that way. Like, it could become an unspoken thing. Like, Joe Mixon, let's remember, like, he's good enough to just go out there and start. And if like you said, Clint, if the game dictates carry, Joe Mixon was the first guy to go out there. Like, don't y'all think that both of those guys are made enough at this point?
I would think,
to accept whatever role, to kind of fit into whatever role the team dictates.
I don't know.
I think so. I think so.
Raphael Devers in here, boy. I don't know.
I think so. I think especially if they're winning and it works, that would be key.
Yeah.
You know, I think they absolutely could, because they've both been that guy already before.
To me, Nick Chubb has experienced it. I just think it will be reversed this time. I think when Kareem Hunt got to Cleveland, Kareem Hunt was still, in his mind, a prime running back. He had just gotten into some trouble. But Nick Chubb was still the lead guy. He was still the lead guy, but they made it work to where I think Chubb was over 1,000. He was over 800.
Yeah, if Nick Chubb can be Kareem Hunt and Joe Mixon can just be Joe Mixon, stay healthy and all of that.
And I think that's, to me, that's the hope and the potential best case scenario.
I see it.
All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros tonight as they look to win Game 3 of this 4-game set. Framber night, so we'll get you ready for that. Also, a little bit more on the deal the Texans made and huge money news coming out of the NBA. We will discuss all of that. Little 5 o'clock fire coming up next right here on The Drive.
You heard it. The Astros playing tonight. You know where you can get that unbelievable Astro gear? You can get it over at Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can get it at prices that you'll love. The selection of licensed Astros gear is second to none in the city, y'all. Get down to your nearest Academy Sports and Outdoors and make sure you're supporting them Astros. They are in first place.
To big upgrades. eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only.
LT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock, and the Astros are looking to get another dub. And they should be in good shape to do it with Framber Valdez on the mound. And by the way, old Framber starting to get on one of them Framber runs, isn't he? About the last 7-8 starts, it's just been
Cypher sore eyes.
Like he gets like Framber gets to these spots, and I know every single year that I've been here, he has frustrated people in some form or fashion who head case think of him in some way. And right now, as we sit here, he's sitting there 7-4, ERA just over 3. And has been rolling his last several starts, including last game out, 5 innings, 12 strikeouts, 1 walk in his last outing. And this is an A's team that you would think he should be able to handle. So Framber is, by the way, which is great, Framber is starting to get into his stride here. He is starting to get into that space where he's consistent, Clint, and you pretty much know what you're going to get.
It's
his floor is like so. Hey, 6-7 innings, 3 runs.
Well,
feels like it's
even when he struggles early, Ron, we're going on years now of a sample size here of him struggling, maybe being a little bit of a head case to figuring things out, maybe get a couple of runs early on, maybe walks a couple of guys early on, and then all of a sudden you look up and he's still in the game and it's in the 7th inning. Or it's in the 6th inning. It's like he's going to get another quality start after an ugly first inning where he threw 32 pitches and walked 2 batters. But he's again. I mean, I think if you just watch him in a vacuum, watch him 1 or 2 games, you think, yeah, head case. Like hell, last time the damn pitching coach had to go out there and settle him down, hand on his shoulder. Hey man, settle down. He's snatching balls out of the air from Pena. But again, to your point, I mean, we're going on years of a sample size here of the guy just being absolute nails and putting you in a place to win. Significantly more than not.
Extremely dependable. I am intrigued. I'm guessing Tyler did all right yesterday when it comes to best bets. And I didn't.
Don't do it, Tyler. You're getting accustomed to losing.
Oh,
do
God.
not do it.
Man, he missed all the Astro ones. Sorry about that.
Another red day for best
Another
bets.
red day. Never mind.
I'm legit freaking out.
I'm Astros one last night. What'd you miss last night on the Astros?
The only 2 I did for best bets were the Pena prop and the Altuve prop.
I got Altuve and Jake.
Yeah.
And Jake set it off right off the bat.
Yeah,
that's easy. That's what I'm saying. Now, what's your thought?
Fromber innings, Fromber total innings.
I was going to say, what's your thought when it comes to, all right, man, they just scored 13 runs the night before. Like, I
just got to get back to basics right now, man. I got to go back to what I know, my go-to strategies in this wagering thing around pro sports. I got to get back to me, and we'll be fine. We'll be okay.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think I jinxed Pena, boys.
Yeah, you did, you ass.
I mean, since I had a bone to pick with Tyler about Pena, that night he went off again, had 3 or 4 hits, and I won the bet. Since that night, I don't know if he's had a hit in 3 games, hit 3 or 4 games.
Damn it, dirty. That's not going to drop no panties.
I'm telling you. Now's the time to get away from old Pena.
He is not going to
You going to jump on Cam now? Cam with them 4 hits?
No. I'm going to get back on that Paredes train and that Doobie. I'm on that Doobie train. I got on that Doobie train.
We'll see if he plays. Never sure if he going to play. But no, they put up 13 last night. I don't know that they'll need 13 with Framber tonight, but the Astros are in good shape tonight to grab Game 3 of this series. A 4-game set in Sacramento. By the way, when y'all watch this, I feel bad for them. I mean, they're not playing in the major leagues. I mean, I don't feel bad for them. That ballpark. I'm just the players. The players have anything to do. I'm just saying
I definitely don't feel bad for them.
The players. The AAA
just get warm.
The AAA stadium they got to roll through. Did you see Abreu the other night? Thought about walking back to the clubhouse, but forgot. No, that ain't the clubhouse. The clubhouse is through the bullpen. Everybody got people running into each other while they're celebrating or in the handshake line because they got to go to the. I mean, it's a nice AAA ballpark, but I mean, damn, I feel bad for them cats. Because there's somebody on that team that's not going to be a major leaguer for long. Yeah, I know it, man. Tyler, I do wish sometimes.
What I do?
I wish some people could read some of the things that I have to stop myself from reading on the air that Tyler types in.
I'm gonna tell you, I love Tyler like a play cousin, but boy, you don't ever want to be down and out with T. You don't. Boy, he will step on his throat.
I'll just say he didn't say Game 3 versus the Athletics.
Oh, y'all laughing at what I put in the rundown. I forgot about that.
He went a different direction.
Bitch ass homeless Athletics.
Homeless a-holes.
Yeah, let's see if them benches can get worn one more time this series, you ass hats.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Jake. And Patrick Creighton. It's his birthday as well.
It's PC's birthday?
Happy birthday, Patrick Creighton and Jake Myers. Are you crazy? Those two share the same birthday?
That's probably why he's the president of the fan base.
God, that's what we've... Oh, man. They share the same birthday. That's why he was fighting so hard. Wow. A couple of
costs with Creighton tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we talked about a little bit with Brandon, a little bit more details here. The Texans, they signed, he was a XFL, played for the Roughnecks here in Houston, cornerback, former first-round pick of the Raiders, Damon Arnett Jr. out of Ohio State. He was last in the league in 2022, and he was playing with the Chiefs for a bit. They signed him to a 1-year contract for Damon Arnett Jr. A couple of things here before you kind of get to on the field, which is something that I like to see, is he seemed to have gotten himself together and taken the route. Clint, I know you've not had the off the field issues he's had, but you can understand the route at your time. It's NFL Europe and going all over the place, baby. And he's made some steps and moves to now giving himself an opportunity to be on the roster, at least during training camp, to try to make this roster with the Texans. So first, shout out to him for getting himself back on track, and I'm extremely happy for him that he got and made this path back to the league. But Clint, I do think this is a legit chance for him, because there is a legit position of need there that he is competing with, and he's competing with people that I think he has a chance. If you get behind Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr., maybe the best cornerback tandem in the league. After that, Clint, Arnett Jr., he has the ability to say to himself, I can roll with any of these guys that are right there for that third cornerback position.
Yeah, look, there's a need here, obviously. The key to me about Damon Arnett Jr. is that he's been playing football, right? I mean, he was with the Raiders 2021. He was with the Dolphins 2021. He was with Kansas City Chiefs 2022. And when I say with them, either practice squad or, he was around football. And then he's been back with the Roughnecks for a year. So, yes, the 23-24 year, he was out and not sure what he was doing, but he's been playing football things. This isn't just a project that's coming off the streets that is just trying to sell that he's now a professional after being a hardhead, knucklehead off the field. And so, it seems like he's been doing football things, so it's a little bit more promising there. I've always been fascinated with these kind of stories. I don't want my team taking this kind of risk with the starting player, obviously, but right now, a backup corner, there's a desperate need there. There's going to be a competition with 2 or 3 other dudes that have been in the organization. There's going to be a competition there with the Smith kid that got drafted out of USC this year. He's going to have to go in there and win a position. And he once was an unbelievably gifted, talented cornerback, getting drafted 19 overall in 2020. And how much of that's still left in him, we'll see. If he really has turned his life around from an off-the-field standpoint, he's still got that dog in him. It's how he approaches the game. But he's turned his life around. He's more professional. He's taking care of his body. He's resting. His nutrition is right, all that kind of stuff. Who knows what the sky could be the limit. We'll see. He obviously has a very high ceiling. We'll see where he lands in between two.
And I would say, Clint, he's got to be looking at himself saying, all right, I can compete with D'Angelo Ross. I can compete with Tremont Smith.
Well, you sure hope.
I can compete with, a rookie that's just coming into the league to get one of these spots. So that's what they're doing. They're adding to that cornerback situation. And I would say leaving camp with and I think Brandon had a good point, that Ronald Darby caught him off guard. I don't think they expected that. I think they expected Ronald Darby to fill that void, and that happened kind of late. And now they're trying to figure out a way to fill that void. But it is quickly, Clint, one of the top questions on this team is, hey, what happens? And it's not just a what happened, right? We understand Derek Stingley's history. Shout out to him for making it through all of the games last year. But we know Kamari Lassiter missed a couple. So that is something that is very, very serious to look at.
Ryan, you'd also, we saw Kamari Lassiter play some inside corner, some nickel defender last year. We've talked this year about how defense first this team's going to be, how defensive driven this team's going to be. And I think when you look at the secondary, they got a chance to be one of the best secondaries in football, at least the starting line. If you get into the deeper conversation of D'Amico Ryans and what kind of weapons does he have, and the Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, or the Jalen Petrie, Jalen Smith combination at that nickel defender position. Right now, Miles Bryant, I believe, is running in there some. You mentioned Ross earlier. he was running their real weapon as an adjustment or as a game plan weapon for DeMeco Ryans. And I think it's going to hinge on the ability to move Kamari Lassiter. Where I'm going with it, the ability to move Kamari Lassiter around and have him and use him in unique ways is going to hinge on whether they've got a third corner that they trust or not. Yeah. And this guy falls in that competition.
All right, that is the latest is the Texans. They brought him in for a tryout, and now they've eventually made the decision to go ahead and sign him on a one-year deal.
You're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us.
5 o'clock fire.
Thanks, D'Amico. Big news coming out of the sports world, and in the NBA. The Buss family, who have been the longtime owners of the Los Angeles Lakers, Clint. The Buss family, including Jenny Buss, who is the who kind of runs the show there. They are entering an agreement to sell the majority ownership of the Lakers to Mark Walter for a franchise valuation of approximately $10 billion.
Wow, dude.
This would be the largest sale of a professional sports franchise in the world. $10 billion with the Lakers. And
show would do it.
Well, I bet you, and I've watched a lot of these docs and these shows on the Lakers and how they started to come up winning time with
that was good.
The Buss family and Jerry Buss.
That was really good.
Jerry to kill Jenny, I believe. If he'd have tried to kill her, if she'd have tried to do this while he was alive.
How long's the Buss family owned?
70s, 80s, something like that.
Oh wow.
Cheryl.
But it was his everything. He was dead broke, and he would still that was what he. And then he obviously started to make some money of it as they got really popular. But that was it was everything to him. And now apparently she will still have a major role with the team, but they would be selling the majority ownership to Mark Walter for $10 billion. $10 billion.
46 years of ownership for the Buss family late show.
I'm telling you, Jerry would have been about this. No, man, we're going to figgre something else out.
He's doing cartwheels at his damn grave right now.
He is pissed. He might come back.
Is that 79?
Yeah. My man, Brandon said, I'd just throw some money down at him. He's rolling around in that grave.
hey, tuck this in the side so you can't roll around so much.
$10 billion.
Big fella.
What do you think the Cowboys would go for? If this is the biggest
sale,
if this is the biggest sale we've ever seen in professional sports, the Cowboys is right? That's the Cowboys right now. If the Lakers are it, the Cowboys would be the team that would go for the most, right? Of any professional sports team,
there was glory hole,
and I'll say at least America, North America. I would imagine
soccer stuff's
wild.
wild.
I would imagine that if the Lakers have beat some of these soccer teams, I think the Cowboys would too.
Sure.
I mean, if the Lakers are going for 10, the Cowboys. Jerry could probably sell them. He'd never do it, but Jerry could probably sell them suckers. Steven could sell them suckers for about $15-20 billion.
It isn't on my schedule.
I don't know exactly, but I would think.
Because the Cowboys would be valued more than the Lakers, even though it's L.A. and everything, but the Cowboys, everything that comes with it. It's crazy how much these cats get. $10 billion. My goodness. Go ahead, Jenny Buss and the Buss family. So that is the latest there. It's the Lakers are on the move. No longer will the Buss family be the majority owners for them. Coming up, I think you will get excited. Now, some of you may say, whoa, slow down a little bit. But I think you will get extremely excited when you hear one of the NFL talkers and what he has to say about C.J. Stroud. That's next.
All right, y'all. Look, if you listen to this right here, dang it.
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, gonna do a little Perry Steakhouse tonight, fellas.
Oh,
yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
I didn't get you a pork chop.
You going home and getting dressed first?
Yeah, I told Clint this in one of the breaks. He missed it.
I know. I heard you say it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you did.
I answered. I told you I ain't never been.
Yeah, I didn't even say that.
Oh, so you weren't listening wrong.
The way you just sold that right there, it sounded like that was the first time you ever heard me say that.
I believed it sounded like Mattress Mac pitching a hell of a deal.
I'll tell you. No, yeah, good times, man. I hear everybody says steakhouse, but everything I keep hearing is the pork chop.
That's what they're legendary for.
Oh, hell, I thought we had a conversation. Can't do that. Go to a steakhouse and get a pork chop?
Yeah, no.
Go to a seafood place and get something else?
They were made famous by the particular dish, though.
It is.
And I feel like that
the
might be an
famous. I
exception.
think there is an out on that. It is the famous. It's the famous dish.
I wouldn't know. I don't like pork chops.
What?
Yeah, I'm not a. It's like one of few proteins. I don't think it's like disgusting. It's just not like a go-to protein for me. I don't think the taste of anything.
Oh, okay.
All that.
So
great.
you said you don't like it. Like,
I'm not saying it like sucks like the Beatles do, but
I was just fixing to say, I don't know, put it in the Beatles category. But it sounds like you're not.
The hell out of here, Paul McCartney. Ass.
That poor. Okay. Thankfully, you chose him.
I'm with you on this, though, T. Not the Beatles. I'm with you on this pork chop.
Look at this sucker.
Yeah, I've tried it. It's
looks
good.
tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
Looks tremendous. I'm sure it's good.
It's like $3 million.
You're not a pork chop person, really?
I like back in the day. Mom and Dad. I remember who used to do it. I don't want to piss Linda off. I know she's listening. So one of them used to cook pork chops. They were about 1/10 as thick as that one you just showed me right there. They were thin.
My mom used to cook pork chops growing up, and I ate them.
Pork chops, gravy, mashed taters. And those were good. I just don't. I've had some really good pork chops in my time. I remember going to places where, like you said, like that's what they're famous for.
What they're famous,
and it's good, but I ain't going back.
You ain't going back for it? Oh, I love it. Boy, I love a good pork chop. Houston's used to have a real good one.
Yeah? What makes
Houston,
a good pork chop, you reckon?
I like the thickness.
Just how thick it is. Well, that sunbuck you just showed me is going to hurt. One you just showed me is going to be
because
tremendous.
It can be really easy to dry out and to overcook, but when it is perfect, good. They look like they're pairing it with a little applesauce or something like that.
Want a big girthy bitch. They do pair with applesauce.
Yeah. Someone just texted and said she'll get the pork chop.
Somebody.
That was Doug's dog's name too.
What's the occasion?
Text line coming through, Ron. How do you like your steak? Medium rare.
That's the way it should be.
What's the occasion?
Just hanging out. Got the grandparents in town, so maybe we get out and grab a little.
Oh, so you and the wife get out and do a little something.
Grab a little dinner. Yeah.
Hump day horniness.
Well, he just.
Yeah. That's what I call it.
Maybe
you don't.
Right.
Have to.
Yeah. Throw her down right in front, right with her parents next to her. There it is.
I wasn't saying.
No. I think it's a hell of an idea.
I think
it'd be a little uncomfortable.
I think you should hit old side street. I think you hit old side street. Surprise on court.
Hello. On the clock and go to work, son.
I don't know, man. Just telling you, man. May ease up on a parking lot or something, man. You never know.
How many times this week do you think I could get Ron to throw his glasses off? Because I believe I've gotten Ron. We are in Wednesday. 30 minutes left in the show. I believe I've had him throw his glasses off at least 3 or 4 times so far this week.
Punch that clock. and go to
what
work.
my boy's all about. I see.
I know what my boy's all about.
And go to work, son.
Get your size. You don't have to go all the way, man. You just get over some heavy petting, just take it back to the old days,
My boy Ron ain't scared of a little sweat in the sack. Let's get it.
This wouldn't be the sack, right? This.
See.
Oh, it's just it's a term.
I don't know, man. That Camry doesn't have as much space as it used to.
I don't mean your Camry. You're gonna take that. You're gonna take that green. You're gonna take that green. Oh, yeah, no question.
Yeah, it's gonna take the Camry
on the hood,
right, man?
Take it to Pleasure Town.
That's maybe the trunk. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, try it out, bud. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
See, we're on to something here. Court, you better put your best on, sister. Put your best on. We done planted a seed in Ron's mind. He's over here.
I got a little Crystal's hot sauce in the trunk, too, man.
What?
Oh, little Crystal sounds like a spicy mama.
Tastes a little bit of this.
Easy show.
Spicy Crystal got me talking Spanish.
Speaking of Chris Sims,
Chris Sims, damn.
He said, listen, the Texans have let us know. This ain't about this. The moves they made show us that it wasn't at all C.J. Stroud last year.
There's a reason they fired their offensive coordinator after going to the playoffs 2 years in a row. There's a reason they've totally said, the hell with our offensive line after going to the playoffs 2 years in a row. They're telling you without telling you, the problems with the team were not C.J. Stroud. It was our pass protection scheme and our offensive line. And that's what they had to fix. And C.J. Stroud, the Texans, I will not be shocked if they're in the Super Bowl this year.
Clint, he really he laid into that one. But Clint, when I hear him say that, and I will say Chris Sims is dead on with the assessment of what the Texans did, because the Texans seem to operate and make moves like he's saying exactly how they felt. They made moves as if to say, no, it ain't him. No, he needs more responsibility. No, we need to move these different guys. We need to change the OC. We need to change the play caller. And to me, Clint, if that is the case, then we should see a real change of things. If that's the case, we should see a real difference in how this offense functions with the changes they've made now.
Well, look, he states the obvious. I mean, obviously they weren't going to get rid of C.J. Stroud and say our quarterback sucked after last year. So, what the point is an obvious point. It was what was going on around C.J. Stroud. And the reality of it with the Texans is, yes, the problems that needed to be completely replaced were those obviously around C.J. Stroud. But what I don't like about what Chris is saying is just through the quarterback eye, like C.J. Stroud did nothing last year to protect his offensive line. Now, a lot of that
part out to you.
Yes, a lot of that I think was due to coaches preaching and changing identity, as I mentioned earlier before the season started. A lot of that may have been, hey, he was handcuffed and he couldn't communicate and he couldn't protect himself. Okay, I can get with that. So it's not, but that's the quarterback, right? And so where I'm going with it is, they can get better on the offensive line. These two young receivers can be really good, and if C.J. Stroud doesn't shift back to closer to the way he played the game in the first year in the league, then you're still he may not lead the league in sacks and be number 2 in pressures or whatever the hell it was with Caleb Williams. That may not be the company he's keeping, worst in the league, but it's still going to be a problem, right? So what I agree with a lot of what Chris said, but the one thing is like CJ's got a role to play here too. Like, to me, last year was extreme because the protection was so bad. But to me, a lot of times, man, a quarterback can choose to protect himself. A quarterback can consistently choose to take hits. You got the Tom Brady, the Joe Burrow version of quarterback. Two very similar quarterbacks skill set wise. One chooses to take a bunch of risk and drive the football down the field, and he's constantly getting his head knocked off in Joe Burrow. And Tom Brady was the cleanest quarterback back before turf existed. I mean, that is, you got to find, and I think CJ ultimately is going to live somewhere in the middle, but CJ's got to be better as well. in critical moments versus pressure. Yeah. So there, I just don't want to. Chris is like completely
absolving him of any
any responsibility or that's. I mean,
it was really, really bad. Like the protection and the misses were really, really bad at times, and there were certain games where he didn't have a shot. But I know you have pointed out multiple times that there were easy throws that he bypassed, knowing that they were struggling.
Knowing that the protection sucked.
Easy throws that they bypassed to hold the ball longer to try to make plays. Now, what we're led to believe, and what Chris is saying, and what the actions is, this was not as much as a CJ thing, but this was as much of a this is what the offense is saying to do.
And fair.
And that's how they're positioning it.
Look, that's I can have that conversation, but here's the deal, and Will Kunkel mentioned it earlier. Like, at some point, CJ Stroud, I don't give a damn, right? CJ Stroud cannot go into a playoff game, hell, any game, but a playoff game, and not have an answer and not know where he's going to go with the ball with the safety A-gap blitz. Like that CJ Stroud has to get, and maybe he's there now, but CJ Stroud has to get to a point where he goes, hey, coach, I mean, these cats are walking the safety up in the A-gap. What the hell are we going to do? Like, that's football 101. Like, you've got to have an answer for that. And if you don't, then the quarterback's got to say, hey, man, what are we doing here? So there is no doubt about it, he was handcuffed. And I would never place blame, I'll use that word. I would never place blame on C.J. Stroud for the protection issues last year. But did he play a part? Could he have made it a little bit less? Could he have improved it a tad? Absolutely. And if we're going to break all the problems down and all the answers down, we got to get to C.J. at some point and talk about what he could do better. And I think there are things that he could do better, and I think he knows that.
Yeah. Coming up, we'll see if Tyler can get into the green again. And if you are making these bets with him, you're bound to get in the green again too. Hopefully it is today. So T-Mill's best bets coming up, as well as the big news, the package to get Kevin Durant, the package you have to beat right now, as reported. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks, y'all. If you love watching live sports, look here. Scenic views, baby, they're calling your name, man. If you're hearing this, there's 5 Twin Peaks lodges around the city. If you're hearing this, you're right around the corner from one. There ain't no doubt about it. We got pro basketball finals rocking and rolling. We got college baseball rocking and rolling. Plenty of live sports to watch down at Twin Peaks. They got a made-from-scratch menu that's second to none. They got top-shelf tequilas and bourbons.
an unparalleled consumer experience. I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner.
Did you know Ocho Cinco was a stripper?
I did. No, I didn't.
I read where
Chad?
Ocho Cinco said he was stripped back in 1997 and 98. Said he went by the name Twix.
I think he legally changed his name back from Ocho Cinco to Chad Johnson, didn't
did he?
I think so.
This had to be, was he in Corvallis doing that?
I don't know, 97, 98? I mean, that's
got to be his prime years.
It's got to be.
Maybe he's, because if not, then he was in high school.
Tyler, I think
he was at Oregon State.
Tyler, if you were going to strip, what would your name be?
Oof. I've thought of this before, and I had a good one. Let's see if I can get it.
I've thought of this before.
I mean, what made you think about what your stripper name would be? Just a random thought, or
we talked about it on this program?
That was a possibility. We talked about it on this program.
Yeah, at 1997 to 99, he was at Santa Monica College. So he was in L.A. getting it in.
Oh, I know what I was thinking of. It wasn't my stripper name. I will think on that. But in the Loop a few weeks ago, they were talking about if they owned a strip club, a shake joint, what their shake joint would be called. And mine was, I didn't tell them, but it was the best. My shake joint would be called Team MILFs. Come on in to Team MILFs.
What would you do if they
hire a bunch of moms?
It would be straight moms. Huh?
Nothing but moms. You had to be a mom.
Sexy Team MILFs.
I mean,
that's a tough thing to keep the. I mean, you're basically Notre Dame in yourself.
Are you going to have
we'll work hard for our patrons.
You're not opening up a wide range of people you can bring in.
But if you do it right, you could bring them all in. You could bring them all in to work just for you from around the country, because that would be
around the country, like a traveling
exactly.
one?
Well, y'all are hitting the nail on the head.
Travel anyway.
We'd have the number one recruiting class of hot moms in the country every single year across all shake joints.
There was a steady flow coming in from Canada and Dallas, back in Dallas in the day. Steady.
Canada?
Oh, fly in and dance for the week and then get out.
Oh, really? That hasn't been
make enough 1 or 2 weeks to get your month in and go back to Canada? Absolutely.
It's always hard to tell the further north you go because they got to bundle up so much.
I think they were coming to Dallas to strip and then going back home just to live.
Hit me up, girls.
And that's a good way to keep everybody from noticing. But old Twix, I mean,
you go to a different town and get them in there.
Shoot, they went to a different country, but apparently Twix was getting it, man.
At T-Mill Real
Twix,
Deal, submit your resume.
Submit your resume.
Taking them now. We're building a strong team.
I mean,
man.
I think you'd have a strong customer base. I think every man at some point in their life was interested in a MILF or two.
I don't know.
Tiny nipple.
We've had this
T-Mill.
conversation.
It's got to be the. I know, but like when you go watch a dancer, right? Like this.
I ain't never thought. Yeah.
When you go watch a dancer, like you're looking. I'm talking guys. Go watch a dancer. They're looking to have one that has a certain look to them.
Sexy.
Oh man,
come on, man.
Like I don't know, boys. Maybe some
T-MILFs.
I mean, there's
some beautiful mills. I'm just saying. I think he is really shrinking his
coming to the stage.
Oh, there's no doubt it's a specialty spot.
Yeah, it's a specialty.
It's a specialty shake. But I think you'd garner attention nationally, get a lot of free advertising. I think men in general, especially younger men, would pique their interest in just a random shake. I think you're onto something.
Yeah, no, it's a niche.
I think you're onto something.
We've done focus groups. We're gonna have a great thing going.
You have not done focus groups.
You don't know my life.
You haven't done focus groups. I do.
No,
I do. I know one thing.
You don't know.
I do. One thing I know is you're going to try to get back into the green today, and we'll see what that looks like. Good luck for you, as it's been a minute. No, it's just Friday, I guess. Just not this week. We're 2-9 this week right now. 2-9 with
been a strong minute since
5 more on the docket tonight, so T-Mill will do his best bets. Hopefully that comes through.
Twitch.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access as Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. 4 Texan players land the NFL Analyst Top 100.
Let's get it on, baby.
I'll talk about that. And also, happy birthday, PC. Patrick Creighton is here. Happy birthday to Patrick Creighton as he will hold it down. Sean Bijani and Chris Santiago.
Really be enjoying his birthday.
Smart for him, actually. That makes sense. He should be out enjoying his birthday.
Santiago out, too. But I got your back.
I'm still thinking.
So Area is out here.
Bijani, Party, and Colin.
We got Area out here. Area and the 4-5 is coming up later on in the week. So Area 45 coming up behind us. There you go, Chris. Chris in the building. There we go. Should be fun. All right.
Sarah Jessica Parker, man. She's
I'm
always
thinking
done
if we
great.
limit it to candy bars, if your stripper name had to be a candy bar, what would it be?
Oh, Henry.
Milky Way.
That's what I had for you, Tyler. That's what I would have for you.
Nailed it.
Milky Way for sure. Here comes Milky Way. Top heavy Milky Way. Welcome to the stage.
Heavy.
Damn right. Hope you dressed appropriately, girl.
Golly.
$1,000
We got options.
$100,000.
Hey, Ron, we got options for you though, bro.
$100,000.
We got
Chocolate
options.
Bear.
What kind of candy bar is that?
Never heard of that one.
Oh, I forgot we were doing candy
He
bars.
just went chocolate bear. For
Chocolate
you.
Bear.
You look like a chocolate bear to me in the sack.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Tenacious. But cuddling. Not like the weirdo Charmin bears that care a lot about wiping their butt all the time. Like a cuddly sex bear.
The rails are gone here.
Milky Way.
What you call me, Snicker?
Yeah, we got options, bro. We got options. You can go with basic Hershey.
Yeah,
I mean, you could go with the old
almonds.
school.
With almonds.
You could put, yeah.
Oh, you paid a. What's the one with the white on the outside?
That's the Milky Way. That's the one.
No. His
That's
Milky
me.
Way is chocolate. There's a candy bar that's white.
That's it.
Milky Way is not
Milky
white.
Way's not white. No.
Yeah.
It looks like a Snickers more on the outside.
I know what you're talking about. I thought that was the Milky Way. That's the one I was thinking of. What's the white? Zero.
That
would be
it.
Tyler right there.
There it is.
Yeah.
That is.
Welcome,
I'm Milky Way,
welcome
bro.
Zero to the state. No, you are Zero.
It's about the name,
No,
and I
no,
like
it's not.
Milky Way.
No,
you don't get to pick my name.
If they welcome Zero to the stage and you walked out from behind that curtain, everybody would remember that candy bar right there.
Welcome to center stage.
Coming to the stage, feast your eyes on the good bar.
Mr. Good Bar.
Good
That's a good one.
Yellow wrapping.
This is unfair because Ron's got options, man.
I like Milky Way.
I mean,
Coming up, not your normal Hershey, but the cookies and cream.
Yes. No,
Hershey
you can't
right
be cookies
there.
and cream.
No, you are. You cookies and cream.
Would like
that cookies
you.
and cream is white. Got a little specks of soul on the inside of it. Look, cookies and cream right here.
Oh man, that is funny.
The mounds. Yeah, got a little coconut in you.
Why don't you get a break off this Kit Kat bar, girl?
Kit Kat's a good one. That comes in white too, doesn't it?
I think they're making a lot of them in white now. Yeah.
Want you to lay your fingers on my Butterfinger, you know?
No, I don't want you to do that anymore. I would like for you to now give us the best bets, please, before you let it completely get away from you.
Yeah, I think I'd be a tiny nipple tassel wearing T-Mill on the stage, if I had to say.
He just went as kinky as he can get with teas, didn't he?
I am kinky now. Don't give me the lie. All right, best bets. This has been a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. It's just been bad. That's all we can say at this point. I'm having to laugh to keep from crying. We haven't strung 2 Green Days of best bets together since the war. It's been forever. But Scared Money Don't Make Money. 5 more baseball wagers for you on a hump day. Tomorrow night at this time, we'll have NBA Finals bets, I believe. But tonight, 5 baseball bets. First, Astros. Late night baseball in California against the A's in Sacramento. -1 run for the Astros. I got that at the odds of -135. Next, I am on Framber The sweaty-ass man on the mound for the Houston Astros tonight, Framber Valdez, over 6.5 Ks. I believe he had 12-ish last start.
Yep, 5 innings, 12.
Yeah, not usually a big high K guy, Framber. He's more of a ground ball pitcher, but I like that bet tonight. Next, Jose Altuve. Missed this one last night. Don't think we will this time. Strogoat, over 1.5 total bases for Jose Altuve. And then lastly, these two for you. Padres also playing some late night baseball out on the diamond at the Dodgers. I'm on the Padres plus 1.5. And then your very last best bet, fifth